Chapter 221. After seeing Andres off, Catherine called Lee Christmas, who had recently returned to headquarters for a break. "Lee, how's the person I asked you to find going? You know the company's been having some bugs lately that need cleaning up. I contacted him. He's in London now. Do you want to see him? Set a time, the sooner the better." "Okay, boss, I call him right away." That afternoon, Lee brought a handsome, blue-eyed man with a rugged look to Catherine's office. Catherine called her secretary, had her bring some tea, and then closed the door to discuss security issues. "Boss, this is a friend I met in the military. He used to serve in the army, then was recruited by the intelligence agency. He applied to leave after his wife gave birth to their 2 children. After all, fieldwork in intelligence is very risky, and he wanted to spend more time with his family. Since you're looking for someone to handle company security, I thought I'd give him a try. Patton, this is my boss, Miss Catherine." "Hello, Miss Catherine. I'm Clinton Francis Patton." "It's a pleasure to meet you, Patton. You know our company's reputation has skyrocketed recently, and I hadn't initially realized the seriousness of the situation. But recently my secretary had a problem, so we urgently need an internal security expert. Lee recommended you to me. I wonder what your thoughts are on this." Catherine stared at the stern-faced man before her, and Clinton Francis Patton, after only a moment's thought, began to express his opinion. "Miss Catherine, it's normal for you to encounter this kind of problem. In fact, all major companies in the world have internal problems, including those infiltrated by governments, the military, and other forces. As someone in the same industry, I understand them well, so as long as the company gives me enough support, cleaning up the bugs is only a matter of time. However, I cannot guarantee that new bugs won't appear. You know, many of them aren't actually professional spies, they just can't resist various temptations. It's alright, Mr. Barton, as long as you can get rid of the bugs in time. What kind of support do you need from the company? First, I need a team. I'm not talking about people like Lee and his team, but a group of professionals. I'm sorry, Lee, I'm not saying you're bad. I just mean you're more suited to be a soldier, while I need agents or spies." After saying this, Barton made an apologetic gesture to Lee, who remained unfazed. "I understand. Our specialties are different." Catherine nodded. "That's fine, but we're not very familiar with these kinds of professionals. You might need to build your own team. The security department will create a separate department for your team, and your department will only handle internal issues. Thank you for your support, boss. Besides the team issue, I also need financial support. You know, departments like ours need some special methods, and these methods require weaponry. I'm not really worried about that. I believe the company won't lack our funding. Of course, the company lacks everything except money right now. But you can't act recklessly. The security department has professionals responsible for administrative expenses. If the personnel and money are fine, then I'm fine. By the way, I wanted to ask, what is my authority? You only need to be responsible to me. Lee is just your nominal supervisor. You can investigate anyone in the company, but you need to be careful with your methods. I don't want everyone in the company to be insecure, understand?" Barton nodded in satisfaction after hearing this. He was quite pleased with his boss's support. Who wouldn't want to be able to act freely, and without restraint at work? "Okay, I be careful. Now there's only one last question. What kind of treatment will I get?" Catherine smiled and took out a piece of paper, handing it to Barton. Barton took the paper and saw over 20 names written on it, then looked at Catherine. "This list is the list of traitors in the company. What I need you to do is collect evidence of their harm to the company within a month. I offer you a base salary of 100,000, with an additional 10,000 for each day you complete the task ahead of schedule. So your monthly salary depends entirely on your ability. If you haven't completed this task by the end of the month, I might think you're not suitable for this job. I wonder if Mr. Barton can accept this test." "A very reasonable test, I accept. But I hope today doesn't count. After all, I need to prepare a little, don't I? Of course, you can ask Lee for anything you need, whether it's money or equipment. Now I won't take up any more of your time, Mr. Barton." After saying that, Catherine stopped talking and picked up the cup on the table to drink her black tea. Barton, sitting across the table, didn't waste any words. He immediately pulled Lee, who was still watching the commotion, away from Catherine's office and back to the security department to find what he needed. Watching the two leave, Catherine began to anticipate Barton's performance. Catherine had discovered the limitations of the system while copying this list today. The magic circle set up by Andres only targeted this headquarters building. It had no effect on the various subsidiaries scattered around the world, which was a problem. They couldn't possibly call staff from all over the world to headquarters for meetings regularly. Then headquarters wouldn't be able to do anything else but hold meetings every day. Therefore, Catherine still hoped Barton would perform exceptionally well, so she could confidently let him monitor the company to prevent any unforeseen events. While Catherine was arranging internal security for the company, Andres returned to Hogwarts. Hogwarts had become increasingly lively since the start of the school year. The reason could be summarized as an abundance of young wizards. During breaks, it was filled with groups of them. This increase in young wizards had also significantly increased Hogwarts' daily expenses, making the transport of supplies a real struggle for Stan and Ern. In addition, Andres noticed that the 10 prefects of the third year were indeed working very hard. They used to frequently hold small meetings on the 5th floor to summarize their teaching experiences. Later, to save time, they moved these meetings to the Chamber of Secrets in Ravenclaw. Now, besides classes, they spent most of their time in the Chamber of Secrets, eating and resting, trying to learn as much magic as possible. Speaking of the Archdruid Chi Yongqiang, whom Andres had been eagerly anticipating opening the Chamber of Secrets, he and his harpy have been getting along quite well lately. Although the harpy isn't yet fully telepathic with Chi Yongqiang, it can understand some of the Archdruid's instructions and carry them out effectively. This greatly pleases Andres. Perhaps it won't be long before the harpy helps open Slytherin's Chamber of Secrets. Chapter 222. Halloween arrived, and when the young wizards awoke, they found the entire Hogwarts castle in celebration. Everywhere, in the dormitories, the common rooms, and elsewhere in the castle, all the candles had been transformed into jack-o'-lanterns. Jack-o'-lanterns of all sizes illuminated the entire castle, though some remained unlit during the day. The coffee tables in the common rooms were laden with candies from both the Muggle and Wizarding worlds. Mr. Ambrose from of Honeydick's candy shop was sure to have a busy day. Besides orders from Hogwarts, many young wizards were buying some to send home. Those who lived too far away had to keep them safe until they could take them home. Hogwarts only had classes scheduled in the morning. The afternoon was Quidditch. Today was Ravenclaw versus Slytherin, and since it was Halloween, Andreas had granted the students a half-day off. The professors sat in small groups, enjoying a rare moment of leisure and conversation. The students enthusiastically waved both houses' flags in the stands, and the Quidditch pitch was packed with thousands. In the end, Slytherin's seeker, Fred Apple, caught the golden snitch, ending the game with a score of 460 to 270. The victorious Slytherin celebrated wildly, while the defeated Ravenclaws simply complained about their bad luck. At the Halloween dinner, the ghosts of Hogwarts performed a chorus for everyone. Although it wasn't particularly melodious, the young wizards still showed great enthusiasm. After the dinner, Andreas led the professors through the fireplace to the Three Broomsticks pub in Hogsmeade Village. Darius and his friends also came along, as they were now teaching assistants and needed to understand the current situation at Hogwarts. After everyone was seated at the Three Broomsticks pub, Andres stood up and addressed them. "I know you all didn't have enough fun at school, so today it's my treat. You can all have a few drinks here. If you get drunk, you can stay in the village and not have to go back to Hogwarts." Hagrid, who loved to drink, was the first to respond. "That's fantastic, Headmaster Andres. I think we can drink you into bankruptcy." Everyone burst into laughter, but Andres didn't seem to care. "That's a difficult task. You have to do your best. Ms. Rosmerta, please bring out all your best wines and prepare some snacks for us." "Yes, Headmaster Andres, I bring out all my best wines. Just don't worry about your wallet when you pay the bill." With that, Rosmerta waved her wand, and glasses, barrels, and other items flew from all corners of the bar onto the tables. Then Andres started drinking with everyone, chatting casually as they drank. "Professor Sprout, how's the herb farm at the Imperial Graveyard going? I've been busy with the students for 2 months, shuttling between the school and the herb farm every day via the fireplace. It's basically done. The children and I have planted a lot of herbs there, and the house elves take over at night. The environment there is perfect for growing herbs and magical plants, especially the canyon we modified." Andres asked curiously upon hearing this. "Oh, what did you do there?" "We created a river." "Yes, a river. We used magic to pump out the groundwater, then let it flow through the canyon and back underground. This way, we can grow some herbs that prefer damp, shady conditions on both sides of the canyon without attracting the attention of muggles. I believe that in another 2 years, we can solve the cultivation of most basic herbs and magical plants. As for some special plants, I think we can expand the base later." Andres nodded, indicating that this was excellent. Cultivating herbs and magical plants artificially would eliminate the need to exchange them for points from the system, and would also solve the employment problem for some students after graduation. Although there wasn't a shortage of wizards now, the number of graduates each year would increase exponentially in a few years. Andres then looked at Professor Snape, who calmly replied, "I simplified the potion-making process as much as Miss Catherine requested. I given her the recipe, but whether she can make it using Muggle methods is another matter. Actually, I think she could tell me what potions she needs, and I could guide the students in brewing them in class. With the increasing number of students, the school is consuming more and more magical materials. If students could brew and sell potions, it could offset some of the school's losses." Andres considered this for a moment, and then declined. "I agree with this approach, Severus. First, I have no shortage of money or system points. I can provide a continuous supply of magical materials. Second, I still hope the students can learn more. The better they learn, the more they can improve themselves, and the greater the benefits they can bring us when they are stronger." Professor Snape listened silently, offering no objection. "As you wish, Headmaster Andres." Having resolved the issue of herbs and potions, Andres turned to Professor Remus John Lupin, the Defense Against the Dark Arts professor. "Well, Lupin, you haven't come to me lately to exchange for some magical creatures for teaching." "Headmaster Andres, I've been arranging dueling practice for the students lately. I think the threats the students face here mostly come from humans themselves, not from dark elves. There aren't that many dark elves here, so dueling practice is a better option." "Dueling practice? That's a good idea. I think Professor Elliot Turner would be willing to help you guide the students." Elliot Turner coughed lightly when Andres mentioned him. "Ahem, actually, that's what I did, Headmaster Andres. You know I don't have much to do usually, just dealing with naughty students in the evenings. So when Professor Lupin suggested having the students practice dueling, I offered to help." Andres then chatted with several other professors about their respective course progress, and everyone explained the current status of their courses. Overall, Hogwarts was on track. The next step for rapid expansion was addressing the issue of the number of professors. Andres finally looked at the prefects, realizing that their time in Ravenclaw's Chamber of Time had truly paid off. The most powerful one, Diane, is already a level 3 wizard, and it seems she's been at level 3 for quite some time now. Darius is just shy of level 3, while the others have already touched the threshold, only one step away. Chapter 223. "Diane, I always known you're better than most people, and I knew I wasn't wrong about you." Diane was delighted by Andres' praise. Lately, she felt she was becoming more adept at using magic. Spells that were difficult to cast before now seemed much easier. She recently been studying some advanced spells, such as Occlumency and the Patronus Charm. However, she wasn't very successful with her Patronus Charm yet, because she couldn't form the spell. "Thank you for your praise, Headmaster. I will work even harder. Darius, after you graduate next year, who do you think would be more suitable to succeed you as Student Council President and Vice President?" Darius thought for a moment, then looked up and answered in a questioning tone. "How about Pang Mingwei and Juliet Hunter? One's from Yen Country, the other from the Lighthouse Country. They represent the vast majority of international students. What about Bruno Evans and Naomi Green? They're both prefects from Great Britain. After all, Great Britain students make up the majority of the student body." "That's true, but I don't think it's conducive to uniting students from other countries. They couldn't object to the first co-presidents of the Student Council being from Great Britain, but having Great Britain as presidents afterward will create negative feelings among them. And for us at Hogwarts, stability and unity are paramount, aren't they?" Andres was very satisfied with this answer. It showed that Darius's leadership skills and overall perspective were satisfactory. When more students graduate in the future, he can take the lead in organizing the establishment of the Ministry of Magic. Thinking about it now, in 5 years at most, there will be 800 students graduating, and the number of graduates will double every year thereafter. Then, Darius can become the first Minister of Magic and establish the ministry. As for Andres, he doesn't want to be Minister of Magic, and even if he doesn't, he can still make the graduating students obedient. Just like the bald guy back then, he can still curse in the headmaster's office. However, Andres suddenly felt that the bald guy analogy was a bit unlucky. The instructor's analogy was much better. So Andres started to learn the instructor's way of speaking, and began to chat with the students casually. Andres chatted with the other students for a while, and this simple gathering passed in laughter. The next day, Andres rubbed his head and got out of bed. Whether it was from drinking too much magic wine or not, he had a headache. Just as Andres was rubbing his head at the headmaster's desk, the dripping beast announced that someone wanted to come in. Andres quickly sat up and let the dripping beast let the person in. When Andres found that it was Chi Yongqiang who entered, Chi Yongqiang spoke first as Andres looked at him with suspicion. Principal Andres, I think I've been able to get my bird snake to obey my commands. You mean you can make the bird snake speak parsley? I think so. Although I'm not entirely sure, I tried a few times, and the bird snake does hiss. And these sounds a lot like words, so I think we can give it a try. You're right. Here's what we do. Go back to class first. Come find me after dinner, and we go upstairs together and try it. Okay, headmaster, I go back to class now. After Chi Yongqiang left, Andres took out a bottle of sleeping potion and drank it all in one gulp. Then he went back to the common room and lay down on the bed to catch up on sleep. Since he was going to the Chamber of Secrets in Slytherin, he needed to be well rested. Who knew if he had to fight the basilisk inside? Time quickly passed and evening arrived. After dinner, Andres called Professor McGonagall, Professor Snape, Professor Flitwick, and Professor Lupin to his office. Andres explained the situation to them, meaning that everyone should team up for the dungeon and not back down. Everyone replied, Headmaster Andres, don't worry. Our wizarding levels are all higher than yours. As long as you don't back down, it'd be fine. Andres almost fainted upon hearing this. These bastards were all waiting for him. So, our headmaster Andres brought up the system interface in his mind, and spent 3,200 system points to raise his wizarding level to level 6. The professors felt a flash of white light before their eyes, and then they felt that Andres seemed to have become stronger. So Professor McGonagall tentatively asked, Principal Andres, you seem to have gotten stronger than before? Andres replied without batting an eye. Yes, I just had a sudden realization and my strength has increased. I gone from level 5 to level 6. Everyone immediately started to think to themselves, Principal Andres is so petty. He just teased me about my low level, and he immediately leveled me up. This is practically cheating. Blatant cheating. Just as the professors were criticizing Andres, Chi Yongqiang knocked and entered. Chi Yongqiang was startled to see the professors in the office, and quickly bowed and greeted them. Good, everyone's here. Let's go out. Now, let's go to that abandoned girls' changing room on the second floor. With that, Andres got up and led everyone out of the principal's office and up to the second floor. They quickly arrived at the abandoned changing room. Then everyone's eyes turned to Chi Yongqiang. Chi Yongqiang, feeling a little nervous under the gaze of so many professors, quickly pulled his bird snake from his pocket. Chi Yongqiang placed the bird snake in the sink and said to his pet snake, Say turn on the faucet. The snake's head, which had been facing Chi Yongqiang, turned to face the faucet upon hearing its master's command. The bird snake then began to hiss, and the faucet began to deform and expand outwards. Andres looked at everything with surprise, and said to Chi Yongqiang, I didn't expect it to actually work. Chi Yongqiang, you wait here. I go down with the professors to check the situation, we be back soon. Andres then looked at the professors. Are you all ready? If you are, follow me. If anyone isn't ready, you can stay here with Chi Yongqiang and wait for us to come back. Andres used a very tactful way of putting it. He didn't directly say anything like if you're scared, don't go down. That would be too hurtful, but he was clearly overthinking it. Because he didn't see fear in everyone's eyes, instead, he saw eagerness. So Andres didn't say anything more, turned around, and jumped into the dark pipe. Chi Yongqiang, waiting outside, watched as the professors jumped in one by one every now and then. Chapter 224. Andres, who had jumped into the sewers, didn't slide in for long, landing about 20 seconds later. In the pitch-black underground space, Andres raised his wand and released a fluorescent flash. The spell emanating from the tip of the wand illuminated the surrounding underground space, and finally, Andres saw an ancient stone door not far ahead. Andres didn't rush in, but waited for the other professors to enter the underground space one by one. At this moment, several spells lit up behind him, enough to illuminate the entire underground space. Lupin, could you please move aside? I almost bumped into you. Sorry, Professor Flitwick, I was just curiously observing this basement. It's nothing, it's everyone's first time in this secret chamber, I'm curious too. Professor McGonagall observed the surroundings, and then said to Andres, who was standing some distance away. Principal Andres, have you found anything? There's a large door here. It should lead to the secret chamber. You can come and take a look. Hearing Andres' words, everyone came forward. Everyone examined the door, and tested it with magic, finding nothing wrong. Then Andres and the others began using various lock-picking spells to open the door, but after trying for a long time, the door remained unresponsive. Finally, in desperation, Andres stepped forward and touched the door, hoping to find a mechanism to open it. But as soon as Andres touched the door, a system notification sounded in his mind. The Chamber of Secrets quest The Power of Slytherin has begun. Defeating the basilisk in the quest will earn you Salazar Slytherin's favor. Andres mentally groaned upon seeing the quest prompt. The quest was indeed to defeat the basilisk. A basilisk? Did they think they were so easy to defeat? Who, besides the chosen ones, could easily defeat a basilisk? And what was the reward for completing the illusion quest? Salazar Slytherin's appreciation? What was that? Could you eat it? The professors watched as Andres touched the door, and stood motionless, none daring to touch it themselves. After a while, Professor McGonagall spoke first. Headmaster Andres? Is there a problem with the door? Professor McGonagall's question pulled Andres back from his reverie. Andres read out the system notification he received after touching the door. Everyone thought for a moment, then Professor Snape asked first. As an illusion quest, it's just a test, right? Since it's a test, doesn't that mean you can quit at any time without being fatally hurt? Hearing this, everyone relaxed a bit. Yes, an illusion quest, after all, was just a test. The system stated that the ultimate goal of the Chamber of Secrets quest was to improve the young wizard's strength, not to kill them. Therefore, everyone looked at Andres, implying, Headmaster, why don't you ask the system what's going on? Andres, understanding immediately, accessed the system and inquired, System, is there a risk of death in the Slytherin Chamber of Secrets quest? The system will not provide trials with a risk of death. Dying in the Chamber of Secrets quest will only result in a simulated death. The physical body will not truly die. The participant will exit the Chamber of Secrets after dying within it. However, please remember that the Slytherin Chamber of Secrets only allows participants to enter 3 times. If they fail all 3 times, the Chamber of Secrets will disqualify them from entering again. That's more like it. It seems this illusionary quest isn't too risky, and unlike Ravenclaw's Chamber of Time, only the person who accepts the quest can undergo the trial. Slytherin's Chamber of Time requires everyone to enter, and challenge the basilisk to gain the so-called Slytherin's favor. Andres shared the answer he received from the system with everyone, and the professors present were satisfied with it. They then began discussing who should attempt the trial first. While everyone was discussing the method, Professor Lupin asked another question. Headmaster Andres, could you please ask the system what the basilisk strength is based on? Because this trial is normally meant to test the students. If it's based on the normal basilisk strength, the students should have a hard time succeeding. The others echoed Lupin's statement. Yes, even an ordinary adult wizard would have a hard time dealing with the basilisk, let alone a student. I also think Lupin makes a good point. Since the system is testing students, it's unlikely to assign tasks that are impossible to complete. That's true, but what's the point if the task is too easy? So this illusionary mission definitely has its difficulties, but they should be appropriate, otherwise, the young wizards might find it too difficult. After listening to the professor's opinions, Andres asked the system again. System, how strong is the basilisk in this mission? Host, don't worry. The basilisk is 20% stronger than those participating in the trial. That is to say, the basilisk's strength is set according to the level of the trial participants. After all, the illusionary mission is designed to improve the young wizard's strength. Therefore, there won't be any impossible tasks in the illusionary mission, but the young wizards must also have the confidence and courage to break through their own limitations. Only by constantly overcoming themselves can humanity progress, right? Andres agreed with the system's statement. Indeed, only through continuous self-improvement can one become stronger. Alright, after informing the professors of the results, they would test the waters on behalf of the students. They began discussing methods to kill the basilisk. The simplest way was to use a few roosters. However, this was clearly cheating. After consulting the system, Andres learned that roosters couldn't be brought into the illusion. So, they abandoned this method and considered other approaches. Ultimately, everyone agreed that the most important thing was to find a way to break through the basilisk's defenses. These large magical beasts often possess built-in magic resistance. Even the most powerful wizard couldn't possibly defeat creatures like basilisks, giants, or dragons with a single spell. Therefore, killing these magical beasts was extremely difficult. Otherwise, the basilisk wouldn't have been chosen as the trial subject. Of course, beings like Harry Potter, the chosen ones, are outside the realm of normal people. They could slay trolls and monsters in their first year of school. Ask any normal first-year wizard to try that, they'd be lucky not to wet their pants on the spot. Finally, to make it easier for everyone to kill the basilisk, Andres spent 5,000 points from the system to exchange for a Gryffindor sword. The Gryffindor sword wasn't particularly powerful. Its only attribute was the ability to break magic and armor. Seeing this attribute, Andres even considered forming a magic-breaking squad, specifically choosing strong and robust individuals, each wielding a Gryffindor sword. This squad would specialize in killing orc warlocks riding various magical beasts. A perfect fit. Chapter 225. Finally, everyone was almost ready, so Andres went first. Andres said nothing, simply taking the Gryffindor sword and placing one hand on the large door. A line of large, bright red letters appeared on the door. Are you ready to accept Salazar Slytherin's test? Yes, I am ready. Having said this, Andres vanished before everyone's eyes. Andres reappeared in a vast palace, surrounded by countless braziers that had lit up as he appeared. The successive lighting of the braziers allowed Andres to see his surroundings clearly. Besides the pillars supporting the palace, there were stone pillars topped with braziers. These pillars and stone pillars were clearly intended to provide shelter for those undergoing the trial. Behind him was a door very similar to the one he had entered through. Andres walked to the door and reached out to test it. A line of large, bright red letters also appeared on the door. Whether you complete the challenge or choose to abandon it, simply shout exit inside the room. Good, now you know how to leave the illusionary chamber. Just as Andres was about to look around, the door at the other end of the palace slowly opened. He heard a scraping sound on the ground, and a hissing sound like snakes. Andres knew the basilisk had arrived. He quickly pulled out a pre-prepared blindfold from his spatial pocket, and covered his eyes to prevent accidentally making eye contact with the basilisk and being killed instantly. After putting on the blindfold, Andres cast an illusion spell to blend himself into his surroundings, then released his magical perception to sense everything around him. Magical perception has its advantages and disadvantages. The advantage is that you can still sense your surroundings even with your eyes closed. The disadvantage is that it cannot replace sight. You can sense someone in front of you, but whether that person is male, female, old, or young requires experience to determine. While magical perception has its limitations, it's sufficient for the current situation in the secret chamber. The environment is simple. Andres only needs to sense the location of the basilisk. Meanwhile, the basilisk, released from the secret chamber, swam to the center of the palace. However, it found no signs of other creatures, though it could still smell a faint human scent in the air. Having pinpointed the source of the scent, the basilisk slowly slithered towards Andres. Hidden behind a stone pillar, Andres sensed the basilisk approaching. He realized the basilisk had discovered him. Although the disguise charm allowed him to blend into his surroundings, it couldn't completely mask his scent. Especially against a creature that could distinguish things not only by sight, but also by smell, the disguise charm could only buy him a temporary reprieve. Just as the basilisk's massive head turned towards Andres, Andres quickly dodged to the other side of the pillar. The basilisk, which could only smell the scent but couldn't see Andres, began to grow impatient. It stopped its patient search and instead swung its tail at the pillar. As the basilisk swung its tail, Andres had already sprinted forward to avoid the attack. As Andres ran, the illusion spell on his body was broken by the violent movement. The basilisk finally saw Andres and immediately swung its tail again. Just as the basilisk launched its second attack, Andres quickly used apparition to fly behind the pillar behind the basilisk and hid. The basilisk, finding itself without a target again, raised its head and sniffed the air once more. While it tried to locate its target through smell, Andres was also busy. He silently cast a spell, transforming the stone pillar destroyed by the basilisk into a giant bear. The bear immediately roared, a deafening provocation to the basilisk. The basilisk immediately attacked the bear, and Andres, still busy, unleashed an Avada Kedavra curse. A green light shot towards the basilisk. The basilisk, engrossed in its fight with the bear, was unaware of the insidious human's attack from behind, and took the full force of the curse. Fortunately, its snake scales absorbed most of the curse's power, but even so, it inflicted significant damage. Andres noticed that although the basilisk hadn't been killed by the curse, an irreversible wound had appeared on its body, from which bright red blood flowed continuously. The basilisk, in pain, immediately abandoned the giant bear in front of it, and turned to seek out the treacherous human. However, Andres cast another disappearance charm on himself and hid. Unable to find Andres and harassed by the giant bear behind him, the basilisk went berserk. The basilisk first found an opportunity to coil around the giant bear, then with a sudden burst of strength, strangled it to death. The strangled bear then transformed back into scattered stones. The basilisk turned and began to sweep its tail across Andres' hiding place again. This time, Andres used the same method to apparate and dodge the attack, then used the stones scattered by the basilisk to create 3 giant bears that surrounded the basilisk. While the basilisk was struggling to deal with the constantly provoking bears, Andres secretly began to harass it from behind with a killing curse. Andres continued harassing and replenishing the giant bears killed by the basilisk, constantly bleeding it dry. After an unknown amount of time, the relentlessly harassed basilisk finally collapsed. Exhausted from blood loss, it could only lie on the ground, enduring the giant bear's attacks. Seeing the basilisk fall, Andres emerged from behind a pillar. Although he too was exhausted from casting so much magic, he was still able to hold on, and he was quite satisfied with the sight before him. Just as Andres was feeling triumphant, he suddenly felt a sudden, inexplicable sense of danger. The exhausted basilisk suddenly struck Andres' position with all its might, its massive tail slamming heavily into the ground. Caught off guard, Andres had no time to dodge, and could only quickly surround himself with the surrounding stones, creating a stone wall in front of him. Although this wall blocked most of the force, he was still struck and coughed up blood. Fortunately, this was the basilisk's final blow. After spitting out blood, Andres immediately apparat and hit again. After dodging, Andres cast several more killing curses on the basilisk until he was sure that it was truly lying on the ground and unable to fight back. Only then did he step forward and end the basilisk's life with the Gryffindor sword. Chapter 226. Just as Andres ended the basilisk's life, the system notification sounded promptly. Congratulations, host, you have successfully passed Slytherin's Chamber of Power. After the notification ended, Andres noticed that another of the 4 Chamber of Power illusions in the system had lit up. Now Ravenclaw's Blue Eagle and Slytherin's Green Snake were both lit. While Andres was checking the system, the basilisk on the ground began to slowly shrink. The enormous basilisk gradually shrank into a ring inlaid with an emerald. Andres picked up the ring, and found it was a silver snake coiled around an open maw, holding a green gemstone. Not to mention, the ring's design is quite nice. Is this Salazar Slytherin's appreciation? A ring? This is far inferior to Ravenclaw's Chamber of Time. I worked so hard to kill the basilisk, and all I got was a ring. Is this some kind of pass certificate? Andres examined the ring for a while before trying it on. The system notified Andres that his magic level had increased by 1 level, and Andres found that his magic level was now 7. Wow, that's quite an honor. Andres really wanted to ask Lord Salazar Slytherin if he could have a few more such honors, but the system ruthlessly refused, informing him that each person could only complete the dungeon once. After completing the dungeon, he would receive this ring as a reward, and each person could only receive 1 ring. Once obtained, he could no longer enter the dungeon. Andres could only shake his head regretfully, then, wearing the ring, shouted exit. Just like when he arrived, Andres disappeared from the palace and reappeared outside the gate, and the palace began to restore itself as Andres left. All the stones returned to their original positions, and the gate that had let the basilisk in closed again. The torches inside the palace went out, as if everything that had just happened was an illusion. The dark palace fell silent once more, awaiting the arrival of the next warrior. Outside the gates, a group of professors awaited Andres' return. They were a little anxious but not worried. Since failing the trial wouldn't result in real casualties, they were simply eager to know what was happening inside. A flash of white light, and Andres appeared. The professors were relieved to see that he looked exactly the same as when he went in. Before Andres could speak, Professor McGonagall asked anxiously, "How was it, Headmaster Andres? What was the situation inside? Was the basilisk difficult to deal with?" Andres held up the ring on his hand, smiling at everyone. "Not bad, I completed the mission and got this ring. This ring can enhance a wizard's strength. To put it another way, I went in at level 6, and now with this ring, I'm level 7. Everyone gasped upon hearing this. This ring was amazing. It directly increased his level by 1, even if it was only 1, since his current wizarding level was only 10. Most importantly, leveling up a wizard's rank becomes increasingly difficult. This ring saves a lot of trouble, and even breaks through the level limit. Because the world rule on Blue Star is level 10, after level 10, there's no higher level. But if you're level 10 and wearing this ring, you're level 11, directly raising the level limit by a whole level. The professors drooled over the ring. Who wouldn't want to become more powerful? But due to various reasons, their magic leveling has been very slow. Leveling up is impossible without a certain opportunity. Now, the opportunity is right in front of them. They never expected to have such an opportunity so soon after arriving in this Blue Star plane. So everyone looked at Andres with great eagerness, making Andres think something was wrong with him. Just as Andres was wondering what was wrong with everyone, Professor McGonagall continued to ask, "Headmaster Andres, could you briefly describe what happened inside? How did you kill the basilisk? Can we go in now?" Andres was a little confused by Professor McGonagall's rapid-fire questions, but he quickly answered. Inside is an empty palace, with some stone pillars burning braziers. The basilisk was cunning. It feigned death at the last moment to deceive me. Fortunately, I noticed in time and dodged the attack. Andres didn't mention that he had been slammed to the ground by the basilisk. Such a thing could never be told to anyone. I used the disillusionment charm, apparition, transfiguration charm, and killing curse to kill the basilisk. Be careful when you go in. After saying this, Andres handed the Gryffindor sword to Professor McGonagall. Professor McGonagall took the sword, nodded solemnly, and walked to the door of the Chamber of Secrets, entering the chamber. This time, Andres and the other professors waited outside. Time passed slowly, and because of Andres's precedent, everyone was in no hurry. About 10 minutes later, Professor McGonagall emerged from the Chamber of Secrets, her face somewhat pale. When everyone tried to ask her something, Professor McGonagall silently raised her right hand. On her right hand was a serpentine ring. Just like Andres's, everyone understood that this was the sign of successfully passing the trial. Although Professor McGonagall was pale, she still told the other professors that she had killed the basilisk using a transfiguration charm. Then, Professor McGonagall handed the Gryffindor sword to Professor Flitwick again, and Flitwick walked towards the door amidst everyone's blessings. Another 10 minutes or so passed. Professor Flitwick successfully killed the basilisk and emerged with the serpentine emerald ring. Then came Professor Snape, and finally Lupin. They all successfully killed the basilisk and obtained the ring from the Chamber of Secrets. Then, they apparated back to the changing room on the second floor of Hogwarts. When Chi Yongqiang saw the headmaster and the professors again, he noticed that the professor seemed completely unaffected. However, when Headmaster Andres praised him, he noticed that Andres's hand on his shoulder seemed to have acquired a ring. Chi Yongqiang, you did very well. To recognize your contributions to the school, I decided to award you 50 points in Hufflepuff. Since the Chamber of Strength in Slytherin is a trial chamber that you can't enter with your current strength, I'm rewarding you with a year of access to the Time Chamber in Ravenclaw. Keep up the good work, I have high hopes for you. I think you can pass the test in the Slytherin Chamber of Secrets before graduation. Now go back and rest. Chi Yongqiang was overwhelmed with joy. His mind was filled with the 50 points in Hufflepuff, and the prospect of entering the Time Chamber in Ravenclaw. He wasn't a newbie at Hogwarts anymore. He knew how difficult it was to obtain this qualification. It required being in the top 5 of your year. Think about it, top 5. There were 800 students in his year, and even after removing students of different ages, there were still at least 100 left, right? The odds were incredibly low. If he relied solely on his own studying and exams, he probably wouldn't even get a chance by graduation. Chapter 227. And so, our great druid, the little wizard Chi Yongqiang, returned to his dormitory in a daze. Everyone else was busy with their own things, and didn't pay much attention to the somewhat disoriented Chi Yongqiang. When Chi Yongqiang came to his senses, it was because the owl had lashed at him with its tail, indicating it was hungry. Chi Yongqiang picked up the owl and bit it, not caring if it bit him. The owl in Chi Yongqiang's arms, thinking its master had lost his mind, probably due to some shock, refused to eat and quickly scrambled back to its drawer, closing it with its tail. Damn it, that snake scared me to death. I didn't even bite it. Why did it suddenly bite a snake? I have to be careful. I feel like it has ill intentions towards snakes. Watching the owl lock itself back in its drawer, Chi Yongqiang chuckled and ran out of the dormitory to the kitchen opposite the Hufflepuff common room to get some meat strips for the owl. Meanwhile, Andres and the others arrived at the headmaster's office, the professors excitedly experiencing their suddenly increased strength. The previous strength was gradually accumulated, but now it's like skipping a level directly. How could anyone not be excited? Their only regret, like Andres's back then, was why the Slytherin appreciation couldn't come more often. It's such a pity they could only succeed once. If Voldemort had 10 rings on both hands, even 10 of them wouldn't be enough to defeat him. Of course, they could only think about it while they were still immersed in the joy of leveling up. Andres asked the painters in his office to help find the other professors. Dobby, having discovered Andres was having a meeting in the headmaster's office, specially brought over tea, snacks, and fruit. Soon, the other professors, including the 10 prefects of the 3rd year, arrived at Headmaster Andres' office. Most of them were confused, and could only wait for Andres to speak first. Seeing that everyone had arrived, Andres didn't waste any time and immediately explained the situation. Everyone, just now, several other professors, and I opened the Chamber of Power in Slytherin. After saying this, Andres, along with Professor McGonagall, Professor Flitwick, Professor Snape, and Professor Lupin raised their arms, which were adorned with rings. As you all saw, we defeated the basilisk in the chamber and obtained a ring. This ring can greatly enhance a wizard's power. Simply put, if you are currently a level 1 wizard, wearing this ring will make you level 2. If you advance to level 2, wearing this ring will give you level 3 power. Does that make sense? Actually, the professors who had obtained the rings from the system already understood what this meant. Andres was mainly addressing the teaching assistants. The 10 teaching assistants immediately understood Andres' meaning. After all, they had all played the game and understood what Andres meant. So, the other professors, and the 10 third-year prefects present immediately brightened up. This was a shortcut to increasing their power. Discussions immediately broke out in Andres' office. However, after a short while, Andres pressed his hands down to signal everyone to be quiet and listen to him. Because the secret chamber is a trial illusion, fighting the basilisk inside is not life-threatening. However, each person only has 3 chances. If you fail 3 times, you will permanently lose your chance to enter. So everyone should be prepared before challenging it. Also, Darius, you don't need to worry about not being strong enough to defeat the basilisk. The strength of the basilisk inside is set according to the strength of the challenger. It's just a little stronger than the challenger. The 10 third-year prefects immediately perked up when they heard Andres say this. Principal Andres meant that they could challenge the basilisk too. Just now, some people were worried that they weren't strong enough to defeat it, but now it's clear it's only slightly stronger than them. With some preparation, they should be able to beat it. Just as everyone was getting excited, Darius suddenly asked a question. Headmaster Andres, are you planning to open the secret chamber to everyone? Won't some young wizards knowingly risk challenging it despite their lack of strength? That's one of the reasons I called everyone here. Besides announcing the secret chamber is open, I also need to set some restrictions. This will prevent some ignorant young wizards from wasting their precious opportunity. So, please share your thoughts. How about setting an age barrier? That won't work. There are already 18-year-old wizards among the first-year students. Although they are 18, I believe their strength is still inferior to that of a 13-year-old third-year wizard. Then how about using strength as the condition for the challenge? That's a good idea. Age isn't the problem. The main thing is whether they have enough strength. So, Headmaster Andres, is there any way to test the young wizard's strength? Professor Elliot Turner looked at Andres after speaking. Andres thought for a moment, and opened the system shop in his mind. Through a search, he quickly found a crystal ball for testing strength. This thing was a failed attempt made by an alchemist in his spare time. However, the current situation of this crystal ball is just right for Andres, so Andres spent 100 system points to buy one through the system. In reality, everyone watched as Andres, seemingly deep in thought, remained silent. A moment later, they noticed a smile playing on his lips. That's fine. I have a crystal ball that can test a wizard's skill level. I can place it at the entrance to the Chamber of Secrets as a test of qualification. That's good. It would be best to place 2 suits of Hogwarts castle armor at the entrance as guards. What do you think, Headmaster Andres? Professor McGonagall's suggestion is excellent. These 2 suits of armor can perfectly safeguard the Gryffindor sword. Any challenger who needs it can borrow it after obtaining the qualification. Everyone agreed to the suggestion, and the matter was settled. Then everyone began surrounding the professors who had successfully navigated the Chamber of Secrets, asking them all sorts of questions, mainly wanting to know how they had done it. They wanted to see if they could provide valuable experience for their own challenge. The 4 professors, who had already received their rings, were also happy to help the others. So the professors happily shared their experiences, while the 10 prefects of the 3rd year looked at Andres. Because Andres hadn't specified the required strength level for attempting the secret chamber. Andres, looking at his 10 disciples, understood their meaning and spoke up. Of the 10 of you, only Darius and Diane are strong enough to try. The others will likely have to wait a while. Darius, Diane. Although you 2 are strong enough, I still don't recommend you challenge the basilisk right now. Darius and Diane exchanged a glance and asked in unison. Why? Because of the space inside. The space is vast, but you lack effective dodging techniques. So I suggest you learn apparition first before challenging the basilisk. Chapter 228. Ultimately, the 10 third-year prefects accepted Andres' suggestion. They decided to obtain their apparition certificates around Christmas before challenging the basilisk. Soon, Andres' headmaster's office fell silent again, everyone leaving in small groups. Not all professors were prepared to challenge the basilisk. After all, not everyone pursued power. This was the reason many wizards lacked combat strength. They learned magic only for a more comfortable life, not for constant fighting. After everyone dispersed, Andres adjusted the entrance to the Chamber of Deception using the system, as placing it in the abandoned women's changing room wasn't ideal. After some thought, Andres moved the chamber to an empty classroom on the 5th floor. After setting up the chamber, Andres retrieved 2 suits of knightly armor from the corridor near the trophy display room on the 4th floor. He handed Gryffindor's sword to one of the knights. Andres could see the knight was very excited, even though there was no one inside the armor. Then he took out the crystal ball he had exchanged to test strength, and Andres placed it before the 2 suits of armor, instructing them, "From now on, you 2 will be responsible for guarding the entrance to the secret chamber. Anyone wishing to enter must pass through the crystal ball to test their strength. This is to prevent any reckless young wizards, especially Gryffindor wizards, from taking risks. This crystal ball tests strength using 10 colors: white, gray, black, red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, and purple. Wizards possessing black or higher strength will pass. If anyone asks to borrow the Gryffindor sword, just give it to them, understand?" The 2 suits of armor, as if they were real people, stood at attention and nodded. Before leaving, Andres tested the crystal ball, and found it to be quite accurate. When he removed the ring, the crystal ball showed yellow, and when he put it on, it showed green. Reassured, Andres left. He had to go back and write the notice. The next morning, all the young wizards were in an uproar as they passed the bulletin boards of each house. "My God, the second secret chamber has appeared. The Slytherin Chamber of Power. Where is it? Let me see. Don't push, you're stepping on my foot. Look, Hufflepuff's Chi Yongqiang was awarded 50 points for his special contribution. So, this little wizard named Chi Yongqiang discovered the secret chamber? Don't be ridiculous, he must have opened it or cleared it. The Slytherin Chamber isn't a secret. Everyone knows it's in the women's changing room on the 2nd floor. The key is how to open it. After all, none of us are Parseltongues. So you mean, Chi Yongqiang is a Parseltongue? If he had that talent, shouldn't he have been sorted into Slytherin? How should I know? You should ask the sorting hat." The little wizards were noisy and argumentative, some trying to squeeze in, some trying to squeeze out. In short, all 4 houses experienced varying degrees of congestion. Finally, the prefect stepped in and forced everyone to go eat breakfast first. After breakfast, those who needed to attend class went to class, and those who wanted to come back to watch the excitement. In the Slytherin common break, Jean was using her strength to push her way out of the crowd. "So Ron, did you see what it said?" "Don't worry, Jerome. I saw it very clearly." "Tell me quickly what it says." "Is it really a notice about the Chamber of Secrets in Slytherin, just like they said?" "Yes, Fabio. It says very clearly that the Hufflepuff wizards helped open the Chamber of Secrets in Slytherin. Now we can be sure that the chamber can enhance one's strength, because its full name is the Chamber of Strength in Slytherin. From the name alone, we know that it tests strength, and what you gain will also be strength." Ron's assessment is correct. "But Jean, how did you come up with that?" Anil looked at Jean with "I'm very suspicious of you" expression, which greatly displeased Jean. "Don't look at me like that. It's clearly stated in the notice. The secret chamber is now located on the 5th floor. Because there are only a limited number of attempts, young wizards, who aren't strong enough are not allowed to challenge it." After Jean finished speaking, everyone nodded in understanding. There was a threshold. That makes sense. If there weren't, someone would definitely try it now. Even though they knew they couldn't pass, it wouldn't stop them from going in to see what was going on. "Jean, what else does it say? How many attempts are there? What level of strength is required to challenge the secret chamber?" "The notice says that each person can challenge the secret chamber 3 times. Once they fail 3 times, they lose their challenge qualification. As for strength, there's a crystal ball at the entrance of the secret chamber. Wizards only need to place their hand on the crystal ball, and different colors will appear." "Oh, I see. Then let's try it after dinner." "Test what?" "We're definitely not strong enough." "Test your level, otherwise what do you think we're going to do?" This scene was playing out repeatedly throughout Hogwarts, with almost every young wizard discussing the topic. Slytherin's Chamber of Secrets instantly became the top trending topic at Hogwarts, with students even standing up to ask professors questions in class. In a defense against the dark arts classroom, Bradley Parker asked a question about the Chamber of Secrets. "Professor Lupin, could you tell us about Slytherin's Chamber of Secrets? Is it really a basilisk in the chamber?" All the young wizards immediately looked at Professor Lupin with curiosity. Seeing that the young wizards had no interest in learning today, Lupin had no choice but to tell them about the Chamber of Secrets. "Alright, actually, this is somewhat related to defense against the dark arts. I can tell you about the Chamber of Secrets, but you have to promise me you pay attention in class after I tell you, okay? All the young wizards immediately became excited, nodding repeatedly, and some even shouted, "Don't worry, Professor Lupin. As long as you satisfy our curiosity, we definitely pay attention in class." Alright, where to begin? Let's start with opening the Chamber of Secrets. You all saw that you got 50 points on Hufflepuff today, all because of a little wizard named Chi Yongqiang. His pet is a harpy. He and his pet have a very high level of understanding, so he opened the chamber by commanding the harpy to talk to the entrance. It's a pity he's not in our classroom right now, otherwise we would definitely ask him to show us his harpy. Harpies are also very dangerous creatures, so if you encounter one in the future, be careful not to get bitten. Also, this tells us that if you encounter a dark wizard who makes sounds that aren't human language, you should be careful, he might be summoning something. Chapter 229. Professor, why is it that even though my pet has been with me for a year, I still can't get it to do anything? There are two possibilities. 1. You haven't built trust. Since your pet doesn't trust you, of course, it won't listen to your commands. Impossible, Professor Lupin. Cole trusts me a lot, it shows me its belly to rub. Oh, then Cole certainly trusts you. That's the second possibility, your pet thinks you're stupid, so it has no reason to listen to you. As soon as Professor Lupin finished speaking, the entire classroom filled with laughter. The young wizard who asked the question was furious, his face turning red. He vowed to give Cole a good talking to after class. By the way, Cole was this young wizard's black cat. It was the kind of cat that disappeared into complete darkness at night when its eyes were closed. Alright, let's continue with the Chamber of Secrets. Where were we? Oh right, it was Chi Yongqiang who opened the chamber. But Slytherin's Chamber of Secrets is a little different from Ravenclaw's Chamber of Time. Slytherin's Chamber of Secrets doesn't require a qualification test. Anyone can enter, but each person can only enter 3 times. That means you can only fail twice. If you fail a third time, you can never enter again. As Lupin finished speaking, a young wizard below the platform raised his hand. Lupin gestured for the wizard to speak. Professor, I want to know what the consequences are for failing 3 times? There aren't any serious consequences, except that you never have another chance to get it. Lupin then raised his right hand, on which he wore a snake-shaped emerald ring. Looking at the ring, the puzzled young wizard asked another question. What's the use of this ring? We're not Slytherins. This ring is called Salazar Slytherin's Appreciation. To put it simply, this ring can increase your personal strength. In Headmaster Andres' words, it's like an item that can increase a game character's level by 1. Although I don't quite understand what that means, I saw Darius and the others understand it immediately. So, do you understand this explanation? Then all the young wizards in the audience nodded to indicate that they understood. This made Lupin realize that there was a generation gap between himself and the young wizards of the Muggle world. It seemed that he needed to strengthen his Muggle knowledge in the future. This way, he could avoid the situation where the students understood, while he was still clueless. Do you have any other questions? Professor, will you die if you fail to challenge the basilisk in the Chamber of Secrets? Before Lupin could answer, a young wizard on the other side of the classroom sneered. Jordan, are you stupid? How could you ask such a question? You already know you can challenge it 3 times. Do you think you can die after failing the challenge? Jordan Missulaf was immediately enraged when he heard someone mocking him. Steve, what did you say? Say it again if you dare? To prevent a fight between the students, Lupin immediately stepped forward. Enough. You're classmates. There's no need to have such an unpleasant argument. Jordan asked a very good question. You can die inside the secret chamber during the challenge, but once you die, even if you fail the challenge, you'd be kicked out of the chamber. Although it's not death in the true sense, believe me, no one wants to experience death. Professor Lupin, how many times did you attempt the challenge? I passed it on my first try, of course. Besides me, Headmaster Andres, Professor McGonagall, Professor Flitwick, and Professor Snape all passed it on their first try. None of us attempted it a second time, but believe me, death wouldn't be a pleasant experience. Professor Lupin, could you tell us how you all passed the challenge? Of course, I discussed it with Headmaster Andres and several other professors. I know how they passed the challenge. I must say, each professor demonstrated exceptional abilities. I think this is a good approach, and I analyzed the professors' tactics in the next few classes. Alright, the Chamber of Secrets issue has been explained. Let's finish today's lesson. The young wizards instantly went from being energetic to listless. Both muggles and wizards showed some resistance to learning, except for the academic geniuses, of course. After class, Hogwarts became even more lively, with various rumors about the Chamber of Secrets circulating. The most outrageous was that some young wizards claimed that Slytherin's Chamber of Secrets required a test of death. Andres merely smiled knowingly upon hearing this news. After all, they weren't wrong. Failure to complete the challenge could result in being killed by the basilisk in the Chamber of Secrets. In the following days, a strange phenomenon occurred at Hogwarts. The young wizards all liked to run to the rooms on the 5th floor to test their abilities. The young wizards would place their hands on the crystal ball in groups. Those whose crystal balls didn't change color were ridiculed. Those whose crystal balls showed a white color held their heads high, as it meant they were among the best of the first-year students. The second and third-year wizards all had gray hands, until one day Diane was dragged along by Melissa to test them, and they finally saw black. When Diane's ability test result was black, the two armored knights standing at the door immediately made way. The young wizards understood then that a black ability was sufficient to challenge the Chamber of Secrets. In other words, Diane could challenge the chamber, but she didn't step forward. She knew her chances of success were too low, and there was no need to waste a precious opportunity. Diane planned to try again after learning apparition. The news that a black crystal ball was sufficient to challenge the chamber unexpectedly sparked a wave of serious study among the young wizards. The most obvious sign was that the study rooms on the 5th floor and the library on the 2nd floor were often packed with young wizards. Even those qualified to enter Ravenclaw's Chamber of Secrets spent all their time there, eager to see Slytherin's Chamber of Secrets for themselves. Seeing everyone's high level of enthusiasm for learning, Andreas was very pleased. When December arrived, Andres arranged for Elliot Turner to train 10 third-year prefects in apparition. For safety, Andres also had Nurse Poppy Pomfrey accompany them to prevent any accidents that could injure the students during the training. Injuries to students learning apparition are common. After all, it's like muggles learning to drive, being hesitant to press the accelerator and release the clutch too quickly, or forgetting which lever is which. These are all quite normal occurrences. However, while mistakes made by muggles learning to drive are relatively minor, mistakes made by wizards learning apparition can be fatal. Chapter 230. Don't be afraid, concentrate. See that circular marker across the lawn? Carefully visualize it in your mind, then recite the incantation. Don't be afraid of getting hurt. Some people are afraid to use apparition because they're afraid of getting hurt. The more you're afraid to use it, the more afraid you become of getting hurt, creating a vicious cycle. Actually, apparition isn't as difficult as you think. Professor Elliot Turner patiently explained the key points of apparition to 10 prefects in the snow-covered wind. However, both students and professors regretted choosing today to learn apparition. Unfortunately, it was difficult to arrange for everyone to gather for a lesson, so they could only overcome the difficulties and persevere. As everyone knows, apparition is forbidden at Hogwarts, so Andreas specially opened the restrictions outside the castle to allow the prefects to learn apparition successfully. They only had one day to learn. If they wanted to practice, they had to leave the Hogwarts castle area. For example, they could teleport to the Imperial Graveyard or Hogsmeade Village via the fireplace. To help the students get used to apparate, Elliot Turner specifically led each young wizard in several short-range apparate drills. This training helped offset the initial discomfort of apparate. They trained for a total of 4 days throughout December. It wasn't that the students didn't want to learn for more days, but they could only find 4 days when everyone was available. Fortunately, the teaching went smoothly, and everyone could now apparate smoothly over short distances. Now they just need to wait until after Christmas for a long-range apparate test. As long as there are no problems with this long-range apparate test, everyone will pass, and they will just need to practice more afterward. The Christmas holidays of 2008 arrived, and Hogwarts was once again immersed in a festive atmosphere. As in previous years, most of the British and French students went home for Christmas, while the young wizards from China and the United States mostly chose to stay at school. The distance was too great, and traveling for just a few days would be a waste of time. However, Hogwarts also arranged some activities for the students, such as a trip aboard the HMS Victory to chase the Northern Lights. This activity was welcomed by most of the young wizards, as not everyone had the chance to see the Aurora Borealis. As soon as the activity was announced, many young wizards, who had already returned home, rushed back overnight. Christmas could be celebrated many times, but the opportunity to chase the Aurora Borealis with their friends was rare. Many would graduate in a year or two, although most would stay at Hogwarts to work after graduation. But who would refuse to add a beautiful memory to their life? Thus, on the second day after Christmas, the HMS Victory set off with 700 or 800 young wizards. They first went to Iceland, then transited through Norway, and returned safely to Hogwarts after 3 days. In mid-January 2009, under the protection of several professors, the 10 prefects of the third year finally passed the apparition exam. They successfully flew from Hogsmeade Village to Station 9 3/4, and then back to Hogsmeade Village. Each time a student successfully passed the exam, the stern Professor McGonagall would step forward and give that student a hug. By the end of January, all 10 prefects had reached the third level of magic. They began preparing to challenge the Chamber of Secrets in Slytherin, even though they had plenty of time, perhaps even after graduation. But, as is often the case with young people, their competitive spirit remained. All being third-level wizards, none wanted to admit they were inferior to others, so they made thorough preparations for their challenge against the basilisk. They even recreated the layout of the Chamber of Secrets. After a period of preparation, they began their challenge. On a weekend evening in early February, some young wizards were idly testing their magic levels in a secret room on the 5th floor. They were checking to see if their efforts over the past 6 months had yielded any progress, but the crystal ball remained colorless, leaving some of them somewhat discouraged. Just as they were about to leave, the door suddenly opened. They saw the student council presidents, male and female, leading the third-year prefects in. The male student council president, Darius Pick, turned to the others and said, "I go in and check things out first. You all wait here for a moment." "Good luck, Darius." "Good luck." The young wizards, who were about to leave, froze. The third-year students were up to something. Then, they saw Darius place his hand on the crystal ball, which slowly turned white, then gray, and finally black. The 2 armored guards standing at the door immediately stepped aside to let Darius pass, and Darius stepped forward and extended his hand to one of the armored guards. "Give it to me." A knight's armor drew its sword and placed it in Darius's hand. Darius took the sword, placed his hand on the door, and entered the Chamber of Secrets. While the other prefects waited anxiously, the young wizards whispered amongst themselves. "Quickly, go back to the dormitory and tell the others that the prefects are going to challenge the Chamber of Secrets." "Okay, I'll be right back." Then a young wizard quickly ran off, the fastest being a Gryffindor. He ran quickly to the 8th floor, rushed through the door guarded by the fat lady, and into the common room, which was still quite lively. Some were playing wizard chess, some were chatting. Seeing the young wizard run in, someone even joked, "What's wrong, Sasha? Were you being chased by Peeves? Why are you running so fast?" Sasha Milusovic shouted breathlessly. "Quick, the Chamber of Secrets on the 5th floor. The third-year prefects have started the Chamber of Secrets challenge, and the student council president, Darius, is already inside. I'm here to let you know." A commotion erupted throughout the Gryffindor common room as everyone began to discuss the matter. "What? Sasha, are you kidding me? The prefects have started the Chamber of Secrets challenge? My God, that's insane. They're graduating in a few months, and they want to challenge the Chamber of Secrets before graduation. Haha, let's go. Let's go see if our teaching assistants will succeed. What are we waiting for, Austin, Talia? Let's go see what's going on." In the Gryffindor common room, the young wizards began to rush out in a chaotic frenzy. Some young wizards, unaware of what was happening, were also disturbed by the commotion. When they came out to see what was happening, they were also startled by the news, and then joined the crowd of onlookers without hesitation. As a group of people rushed towards the 5th floor, several Ravenclaw students were puzzled. They pulled a Gryffindor aside and asked, "Excuse me, what's going on? Don't you know? Hurry up and let's go, or there won't be any room left." "What? Be late? The third-year prefects are challenging the Chamber of Power in Slytherin. Wow, big news. Deborah, hurry back to the common room and tell everyone." "Why me?" "Because you're the fastest runner among us." Chapter 231. The third-year prefects' challenge of Slytherin's Chamber of Secrets quickly alerted the entire Hogwarts community, drawing most of the young wizards to watch. The prefects waiting for Darius on the 5th floor noticed the growing crowd in the classroom, and began to maintain order. They soon delegated discipline to the arriving first and second-year prefects and members of the disciplinary committee, patiently waiting. While waiting, they chatted, speculating about what was happening inside. Darius was the first to enter, and they were quite nervous. About 20 minutes passed, and just as the young wizards were growing impatient, Darius appeared at the Chamber of Secrets door. The third-year prefects immediately surrounded him. They wanted to ask about Darius and what was happening inside, while the young wizards watching from a distance fell silent, wanting to hear what was being said inside. Then they saw a weary Darius raise his right hand high. It was a serpentine emerald ring, just like the ones worn by the professors. Salazar Slytherin's appreciation. Yes, Darius had it. He had succeeded. The young wizards watching went wild when they saw Darius raise his right hand. Teaching assistant Darius did it. I knew he could do it. The one who called Darius teaching assistant was a first-year student, one of Darius's students. The student council president is amazing. He's only been here a year longer than us. He's already at level 3, and he even succeeded in the Chamber of Secrets. The young wizard who said this was a second-year student, and he was incredibly envious. Seeing that his seniors, who had only arrived a year earlier, had already successfully conquered the Chamber of Secrets, he longed to do the same next year. Oh, it's such a shame Darius and the others are graduating this year. I heard they've been learning apparition for the past 2 months. I think we should take apparition class too. We should protest to the professors. It's unfair that we're in the same year. This was clearly a third-year student. They felt it was unfair that only third-year students were taking apparition class. They had entered the school together, and their abilities weren't much weaker than the third-year students. However, no matter what they said, the third-year prefects didn't care. They were more concerned with the information Darius provided. It's just as Professor Lupin said, there are no problems with the area. The only thing to watch out for is that the basilisk has a very keen sense of smell. Remember to pour some magical plant juice on yourself to mask your scent. That's all, the rest depends on your skills. Diane nodded, taking the Gryffindor sword from Darius. Melissa, standing beside her, held her other hand tightly, offering a reluctant word of advice. Be careful, Diane. Don't worry, Melissa, you know there's no danger in there. The other prefects also chimed in, with words of encouragement. Go, Diane. You're the best among us. You definitely make it. Amidst everyone's encouragement, Diane placed her hand on the crystal ball, which once again turned from colorless to black. The 2 sets of knight armor cleared a path, and Diane entered the secret chamber. Diane's challenge time was slightly shorter than Darius's. She emerged from the chamber after about 20 minutes. The moment Diane emerged, she immediately raised her right hand high, showing the young wizards the ring on her finger. The previously hushed classroom erupted in cheers. Everyone was overjoyed that Diane had successfully navigated the Chamber of Secrets. Then, the other 8 prefects entered the chamber one by one. Kalima Molina, Joanna Hampton, Hal Miller, Bernhard Wiggins, and Sharon Dempsey all passed the challenge smoothly. Ricardo Geese, Melissa Carlson, and Eleanor Morrison, however, were less fortunate and failed. Success stories are few and far between, but failures are varied and unpredictable. Ricardo lost his eye patch during the fight and then, unfortunately, made eye contact with the basilisk, resulting in his failure and expulsion from the chamber. Melissa, while fighting the basilisk, was struck on the head by its tail, knocked unconscious, and was also expelled from the illusion. As for Arianuel, she simply couldn't overcome her fear and failed the challenge due to excessive tension. Since everyone had already tried once, although they were physically recovered, they were still mentally exhausted. Therefore, Darius told the 3 who failed to go home and rest, and try again in a few days when they were ready. By the time everyone finished their challenges, it was already late at night, so the prefects organized the students of their house to return to their dormitories together. However, on the way, the young wizards were still excitedly discussing the performance of the third-year prefects that evening. Throughout February, everyone had been discussing the strength of the third-year prefects, and at the same time, they would look enviously at the serpentine emerald rings on their right hands in class. Now, this emerald ring not only served to enhance strength, but it had also become a symbol of honor at Hogwarts. In February, Ricardo Geese, Melissa Carlson, and Arianuel Morrison challenged the Chamber of Secrets again. Ricardo and Melissa succeeded on their second attempt. Arianuel, who failed the second time, received attention from her 9 classmates, who gave her a second round of intensive training. Finally, on the last day of February, Arianuel succeeded on her final attempt. The performance of the 10 third-year prefects showed the young wizards that success was within reach with hard work. Andreas was quite satisfied with the performance of the 10 prefects, indicating that the people he had chosen were indeed talented. Their collective challenge of the Chamber of Secrets also established a new tradition at Hogwarts. To become a prefect, besides gaining the approval of the school's professors and classmates, one must successfully challenge the Chamber of Secrets and obtain the Serpent's Emerald Ring before their 5th year. As long as you can complete this challenge before your 5th year, everyone will recognize your strength. Becoming a prefect will then be much easier. The position of Minister of Disciplinary Committee, however, is somewhat special. This position was only filled by members of the Disciplinary Committee, and if one could successfully challenge the Chamber of Secrets before anyone else, becoming minister was only a matter of time. This trend even spread to Wizarding Society many years later. When judging a wizard's ability, the first thing people looked for was whether they had a snake-shaped emerald ring on their right hand. Having this ring meant you were quite skilled. Not having it meant your abilities were only average. Later, young wizards at Hogwarts went to great lengths to obtain such a ring. Chapter 232. Time flies, and it's almost the end of May. Slytherin won the Quidditch Cup this school year, earning them a large number of bonus points and a reward set by Andres. The young Slytherin wizards are already preparing to celebrate their victory in this year's House Cup. Now all that's left are the exams in June. That afternoon, Andres and Professor McGonagall discussed the upcoming final exams and some holiday arrangements. Professor McGonagall, there are quite a few people taking the exams this year. I suggest that Darius and the others graduate directly. Instead of taking the exams, they can become proctors. What do you think? Of course, Headmaster Andres. Actually, the original wizarding ranking exams aren't suitable for our current situation. Besides, we don't have the Ministry of Magic to proctor them. It's not too late to consider this when we trained enough wizards. Yes, in another month, we have our first batch of graduates. In a few years, when we have enough people, we can rebuild the magical world. But it's a bit far off now. Let's arrange this year's final exams first. Then I'd be going now. You get busy, Andres. Professor McGonagall turned and left Headmaster Andres's office. Dobby appeared at the opportune moment, tidied up the tea set he had just used, and then disappeared again. Andres looked at the system's main quest line, which hadn't changed in over a year, and thought to himself, finally, something's happening. However, seeing the illusionary quests in the system, he was troubled again. The Chamber of Secrets of Ravenclaw and Slytherin were already open, but he had no clue about the Chamber of Secrets of Gryffindor and Hufflepuff. This task is a bit difficult. I have absolutely no idea where the breakthrough lies. Besides, another 1,600 young wizards will be enrolling this September, which is another significant leap forward. Hogwarts is about to undergo another major upgrade, but fortunately, Andres has long since amassed a wealth of system points. Andres now boasts 1,000,000 system points, and considering that the student population will double next school year, the daily system points earned will exceed the total points earned in a month when the school was first established. Besides Andres having a relatively worry-free time in the magical world, the Muggle world, under Catherine's leadership, has also seen smooth business expansion for the corporation. Because of her high-profile actions in the financial market last year, Catherine hasn't made any major moves in the financial sector this year. Instead, she's started investing in the real economy, most importantly in the biopharmaceutical industry. After all, Catherine knew that Andres had acquired a large plot of land in the Imperial Graveyard to cultivate herbs. She had even personally visited the base when it was first established. Therefore, it was only natural for them to cooperate with Andres in establishing a foothold in the medical field. In fact, the research teams that Catherine had assembled had already made some progress based on Professor Snape's formula. However, the effects weren't as good as those after magical fusion, but they still had some research value. June arrived, and Hogwarts entered its annual exam month. The young wizard's mental state became tense again. Although some still went to the Black Lake to feed the squid, their numbers had visibly decreased. The cat-like upperclassmen, who used to freely enter the classrooms, had also become unusually well-behaved lately, rarely attending classes with the students. In the corridors of Hogwarts, the young wizards unconsciously quickened their pace to save time for studying. Besides the sounds of eating, the great hall tables were filled with the sounds of discussions about studying. Marion, hurry up and eat. We need to get back to the Chamber of Secrets in Ravenclaw as soon as we're done. There are so many books I haven't read, and the exams are coming up soon. There are still things I haven't figured out. Austin complained again. Talia, it's time to eat. Can you stop talking about such unpleasant things? I haven't even finished the homework the professor assigned, and you guys have time to read other books. Austin, stop complaining. Hurry up and finish your food and do your homework. If you don't get into the top 5 in your year this year, you miss out on the Chamber of Secrets qualification next year. Yes, Austin. Studying in the Chamber of Secrets really saves time. Austin was clearly getting impatient with their lectures. Okay. You can go now that you're done eating, we're going to different places anyway. Marion and Talia could only shake their heads helplessly, but instead of leaving, they took another dessert to keep Austin company. At the Slytherin table nearby, the young wizards were also discussing their studies. Gina, have you finished your potions homework? Of course. Jerome, don't even think about copying me. You know, Headmaster Snape is very strict. Although you won't lose points if you're caught, there will definitely be physical punishment. Damn it! Okay, but I really don't know what to write. Jerome, are you stubborn? Hearing this, Jerome quickly turned his head to the other side and asked anxiously. Fabio, do you have a good idea? Tell me quickly, I'm being saved. Seeing your sincerity, I only say it once. Listen carefully. Father, please accept my bow. Good boy, the method is very simple. Just write the words bigger. Jerome's face darkened after hearing this, and he reached out to grab Fabio by the neck. You bastard. What good is what you're saying? Don't I know to write the words bigger? Fabio dodged Jerome's attacks while quickly begging for mercy. Let go. I'm going to die. I talk, okay? Hurry up. Otherwise, it be either you or me today. Ahem, don't exaggerate. Writing this kind of assignment is quite simple. First, you need to determine the topic you want to write about. Once you decided on the topic, copy it from the book. Carefully process the content from the book, don't be so rigid. In other words, introduce what you want to write about, then write about the problems you encountered while researching this topic, then how you solved those problems, and what results you obtained. Finally, write down any questions you have, using a questioning tone. I guarantee the professor will give you a good review. Jerome nodded as if waking from a dream, but then his expression changed and he continued attacking Fabio. Jerome, what are you doing? Let go. Didn't I tell you already? Are you trying to kill your father? You bastard. Why didn't you say something so simple sooner? I would have finished my homework long ago. If you don't explain yourself, today will be a scene of patricide. You unfilial son. You didn't even ask me. I thought you were just too lazy to do your homework. Jerome thought about it and realized he was right, so he let Fabio go. The other two roommates could only shake their heads helplessly, and then quickly ate their food. Chapter 233. After more than half a month of intense review, Hogwarts officially entered exam week. In the corridors and common rooms, complaints about getting questions wrong could be heard everywhere. Damn it, I should have been more decisive. I chose the right answer, but hesitated and changed it to the wrong one. You only got one multiple choice question wrong, but I wrote the wrong key point on the essay question about invertebrates becoming vertebrates. I wonder if Professor McGonagall will give me no points. Don't worry, based on my experience, Professor McGonagall isn't that strict. Even if you only misspell one thing, she'd give you some consolation points. You jerk, don't get cocky. I definitely do better than you in the later exams. Maybe, but you better keep trying. After a week of exams, the last exam was finally completed on a weekend morning. The entire Hogwarts was buzzing with excitement again. The professors were busy grading papers, and as long as the disciplinary committee didn't catch them red-handed, everyone could have a good time. Taking advantage of the few days of free time, the Wizarding Chess Club even organized a small competition. The contestants were all members of the Wizarding Chess Association, and the prize was Felix Felicis, which someone had somehow gotten their hands on from Professor Snape. This news caused quite a stir within the Wizarding Chess Association. Felix Felicis. They managed to get their hands on that stuff. It seemed this Wizarding Chess Association had something special. Such happy times passed quickly, and Friday arrived again. Today was the end of year banquet, and also the graduation day for the third year, 3-year program of Young Wizards. Therefore, the banquet was extended because Andres decided to hold a small graduation ceremony for these 10 outstanding students. It was 5 o'clock in the afternoon in Hogwarts Great Hall. The Great Hall was now filled with 1,600 students from the 5 great states, all their eyes fixed on Andres, who stood at the front. Andres stood on a makeshift platform, took out his wand, and cast a spell on himself. Loud voice. Ahem. It's a pleasure to host a short graduation party for 10 outstanding students on this unforgettable evening, even though they are about to end their short 3 years of study. But I'm glad they haven't left, but will continue to stay at Hogwarts as professors to accompany us. So, please allow me to first invite Hufflepuff Prefect Bernhard Wiggins and Hufflepuff Prefect Sharon Dempsey. The young wizards below began to applaud enthusiastically. 2 young wizards and witches stood up at the front of the Hufflepuff table. They first bowed to Andres to thank the professors, then turned and waved to the young wizards. Only after the applause subsided did they walk onto the platform. After they had walked behind him, Andres began to speak again. Thank you to our loyal Hufflepuffs. Thank you to our ever-loyal partners. The young wizards below, especially the Hufflepuffs, applauded again. On the path of exploration, they are the pioneers. On the journey of magic, they are the wise guides. Let us welcome Ravenclaw's Prefect Ricardo Geese and Ravenclaw's Prefect Melissa Carlson. 2 more wizards stepped forward from the Ravenclaw table, bowing to the professors and waving to the students as before. They too walked to stand behind Andres. Honor is not a matter of life or death, But honor is above life and death. Let us welcome Slytherin Prefect Hal Ken Miller and Slytherin Prefect Alanir Morrison, who have defended honor with their strength. Two wizards also stepped forward from the Slytherin long table, their expressions much colder than the others. However, they too bowed to the professors and waved to their classmates. They then took their places behind Andres. Finally, let us welcome the representatives of courage and adventure, Gryffindor Prefect Kalima Molina and Gryffindor Prefect Joanna Hampton. Two wizards stepped forward from the Gryffindor long table. They also bowed to the professors, but instead of waving to their classmates, they placed their hands to their ears as if listening. The young wizards did not disappoint, erupting in a huge cheer. The sound was so loud that the ghosts floating in the air covered their ears, and the fat monk complained that he hadn't expected the Gryffindor prefects to be so popular. Finally, they all lined up behind Headmaster Andres, awaiting her next instructions. Next, let's welcome a lady of both beauty and wisdom. She is our Student Council President, Diane Bryan. Let us thank her for her hard work and dedication over the past 3 years. I believe she has been a great help to most of you. As soon as Andres finished speaking, the hall erupted in cheers again, mixed with whistles. Many of them recognized the Student Council President, especially the local young wizards, many of whom had been visited by her. Diane was, in a sense, their guide on the magical path. It was Diane who led them into the world of magic. Another beautiful witch with flowing hair stepped forward from the Ravenclaw table, standing gracefully before everyone and giving a slight nod. Finally, she bowed deeply to the professors, who applauded their outstanding student. Diane quickly walked to stand behind Andres. Finally, let's welcome a calm, sharp-minded, and excellent leader, the Student Council President, Darius Pick. Thank you for his help in school management over the past 3 years. He is an excellent organizer and leader. Let's give him a round of applause. Darius Pick rose gracefully from the Gryffindor table, but immediately drew his wand and apparat, appearing directly behind Andres. He then bowed to the professors and waved to the students. His precise apparition drew cheers from the young wizards. The professors behind him also stood up and applauded. This was one of their finest students, and they were delighted to see him graduate. Next, Professor Andres and Professor McGonagall presented each of them with a graduation certificate, which, of course, served only as a memento. Darius Pick, leading the other 9 prefects, waved to the young wizards again, then they went to the professors' table and hugged each of their teachers. The scene was quite heartwarming, and some of the more sentimental young wizards even began to wipe away tears. After this small graduation ceremony, it was time to begin the school year summary. All the young wizards looked expectantly at Andres at the professor's table, especially the Slytherins, for they were the winners of this year's House Cup. Chapter 234. Andres, seeing the expectant looks from the audience, cleared his throat and spoke again. Ahem, today is the last day of the term. The official holiday begins tomorrow. You can choose to leave Hogwarts and return home on the Hogwarts Express or the Victory. School starts on September 1st. The specific time the Victory will pick you up will be placed on your bedside table tomorrow. The Hogwarts Express will run daily between Hogwarts and King's Cross Station in London for a period before school starts. Alright, I know I said too much and many of you young wizards are getting impatient. So let's move on to the last item, the House Cup. Hufflepuff 300 points and 92 points. Congratulations to them. The young wizards in the audience gave a token applause. Gryffindor 409 points. Congratulations to them. Another round of applause erupted. Ravenclaw 426 points. Congratulations to them. Another round of applause followed. First place, Slytherin, 452 points. Congratulations to Slytherin and their team for winning this year's House Cup. This time, the applause was much louder, especially from the Slytherin students. They even threw their wizard hats into the air in celebration, and even Professor Snape, who had maintained a stern expression, had a slight smile on his face. Congratulations again to Slytherin for winning the House Cup. Now I think the decorations at Hogwarts will need some changes this year. With a wave of Andreas' wand, the decorations throughout Hogwarts Castle changed from Gryffindor's red lion banner to a green snake banner. The Slytherin wizards cheered again, while the Gryffindor wizards shook their heads and sighed. Alright, children, the term is over anyway. What you need to do is start preparing for the next school year after you finish dinner tonight. Also, I won't be posting your report cards here. You can check them yourself when you return to the common room tonight. With that, Andres waved his wand again, and a large amount of food and drinks appeared on the tables throughout the great hall. Andres then returned to his seat, and everyone began to eat. Because it was the last day of the term, the professors weren't as serious as usual. The students weren't as tense as during exam month, and everyone chatted as they ate, so the meal didn't end until 8 o'clock in the evening. To make it easier for the young wizards to go to Hogsmeade Village to buy things to take home, the curfew tonight was set at midnight. Before that, the fireplaces at Hogwarts and Hogsmeade would remain open, so the young wizards wouldn't have to walk home at night. Since the 10 prefects of the third year had already graduated this year, Andres summoned Peng Minghui and Juliet Hunter after dinner. These two were the successors to the student council presidents recommended by Darius, so some things needed to be arranged in advance. Peng Minghui, Juliet, please have a seat. I have a few documents to sign, Andres said, signing some documents while gesturing for them to rest on the sofa. After a while, Andres finally finished his work and sat down opposite them. Peng Minghui, Juliet, first of all, congratulations to you both on becoming the new student council presidents. Although they had heard rumors beforehand, they were still very excited to hear Principal Andres say that they would be taking over as student council presidents. Peng Minghui reacted quickly and said, "Thank you, Headmaster Andres, for your trust. To be honest, I never imagined I could become the student council president." Juliet, standing beside him, also repeatedly expressed her gratitude to Andres, saying she would do her best. "Hee, you two, don't be nervous. This was supposed to be included with your holiday admission notices, but as you know, Hogwarts is newly established and needs the student council to assist with a lot of work. So now I need to assign you some holiday tasks. You need to discuss them with your prefects when you get back. Just tell us what tasks you need. We do our best to complete them. First, we need some prefects to accompany the professors and the Victory on their global student recruitment trip. You know our students are all over the world, and we need a lot of people to make home visits. I know that, I was one of them. Secondly, we also need to organize the start of the school year. Regarding the new student registration issue, I'm sure you all gone through it before, so I don't need to elaborate. We've been through all of that, mainly just traveling around the world a couple of times on the HMS Victory. But I don't think this is a problem. I believe we can manage. Have the new prefects been selected by the school? Yes, but the new prefects will only receive their prefect badges when they receive their acceptance letters from the school in the summer. So you can't count on them during the holidays. Also, I need to keep the local prefects in England to visit local young wizarding families, so you might be short-handed. And your holidays will be a few days shorter than others. I understand, Headmaster Andres. Juliet and I will go back and call a small meeting with the prefects to resolve this issue. Alright then, I won't keep you any longer. I'm very sorry your time is a bit tight. That evening, the newly appointed student council presidents, both male and female, convened a meeting with the prefects to arrange holiday tasks. All the prefects knew they would be going home a few days later, but no one seemed to care much about such minor issues. Assisting Hogwarts during the holidays was a long-standing tradition, so they didn't complain, but went back to prepare. The next morning, the young wizards noisily finished breakfast in the Great Hall. Then they returned to their dormitories, collected their luggage, and flew through the fireplace to Hogsmeade Village. These were both local British wizards, and wizards from France across the Channel. They were all taking the Hogwarts Express home, which first went to King's Cross Station in London. After a short stop, the train continued towards the European continent, finally arriving at Paris Station and returning to Hogwarts. Meanwhile, the majority of the young wizards from Yen, Lighthouse, and Bering arrived at the Hogwarts dock in 2s and 3s, dragging their luggage. They greeted Captain Nelson warmly. Nelson stood by the Victory's railing, waving his general's hat to the young wizards, watching them board the Victory, as if watching his own crew return from land. The busy day finally came to an end. This year, Professor Snape led 10 new professors aboard the Victory to send the students home. Of course, they also took the opportunity to recruit new students along the way. They would return to Hogwarts in 10 days. Chapter 235. That summer, Andres Hogwarts reached approximately 3,200 students. Also that summer, Andres raised Hogwarts level to 7. To accommodate so many students, Andres expanded the number of classrooms for each subject. Instead of using newly appointed professors from the system, Andres selected 20 of the most outstanding students from the graduating 3-year program. The remaining few dozen students were assigned to various departments, with some being sent to the Imperial Graveyard to tend the herb garden. Others were assigned to Hogsmeade Village to establish new shops, bringing the total number of shops in Hogsmeade Village to over 15. Existing shops also expanded their apprenticeships to meet the needs of the young wizards. Without increased staff, shops like Ollivander's wand shop would be completely overwhelmed. Even if Ollivander and his 2 apprentices worked year-round, they couldn't meet the demand. Similarly, Due to the surge in students in 2009, Hogwarts' consumption of magical materials skyrocketed. In the short term, Andres could exchange for them through the system, but this wasn't a long-term solution as the number of students would only increase. To address this issue, Andres and the professors discussed the matter. They ultimately concluded that they needed to establish a facility to raise various magical creatures. Headmaster Andres, I believe we need 2 or 3 large areas as breeding grounds. Ideally, these should be able to provide an environment suitable for most magical creatures to survive. I understand what you mean, Hagrid, but the area is too big for us to manage. We don't have enough manpower to control such a large area. Hagrid, Principal Andres. I think you're thinking too far ahead. I think we can take it one step at a time. We should find a place to build our first base first. That way, we can learn from our experience and train our personnel, instead of building 3 large bases right away. Andres slapped his forehead. Yes, he had been too hasty. Building 2 or 3 bases right away was unreasonable. Concentrating our efforts on building one base was the right approach. So where would be a suitable place for us to set up a base? How about Bering? It's sparsely populated, so raising 100 or so fire dragons wouldn't be a problem. I think northwestern Yin is good, and we have a lot of students from Yin. If we arrange for them to work back home, they'd be more than happy. Actually, sub-Saharan Africa is also good. It's poorer and easier to control. Bering and Yin are among the 5 most benevolent nations on Earth, and poor communication could easily lead to problems. Sub-Saharan Africa is different. The lack of a strong government there is a good thing for us. Then let's choose Bering first. Their government is wealthy, so it's easier to deal with. Yin might be difficult without a good reason. As for Sub-Saharan Africa, we talk about that later. We won't just have one breeding ground anyway. After the meeting, Andres immediately contacted Catherine and discussed the matter. Catherine readily agreed. This wasn't a big problem for her. With the current size of the Magic Financial Investment Group, it would receive preferential treatment wherever it invested. Then things became simple. Catherine first sent out an inspection team. This team included a professor of conservation of magical creatures from Hogwarts, as they knew best where to invest. The location was chosen near the uninhabited areas of Siberia. The local government of Bering looked at the representatives of the Magical Financial Investment Group with disbelief. They never expected anyone to invest there. What could one invest in? The land was frozen solid for 8 months of the year. But if a fool offered money, of course they'd take it. So Catherine's team bought the land at an extremely low price, more than 10 times the size of Paradise Island in Andres. After acquiring the land rights, Catherine's team also obtained a security company license in Bering. This license was primarily for the legal possession of firearms, of course. The security company paid a fee to the local government to legally possess firearms. After the security company was established in Bering, Lee Christmas's team expanded again. This time, Lee Christmas didn't need to recruit people himself. His retired comrades and friends came to him. This was because the security company was now known in the industry for its high salaries and low risks. Other security companies required employees to take on various field duties and security work, but Lee's team simply trained regularly, and then spent a month on duty at an external base every other month. This expansion of the security company grew from 1 battalion of over 500 people to 2 battalions of 1,000 people, with each battalion responsible for one base. Lee Christmas specifically recruited more Bering personnel for this mission, mostly from Alpha and Vimple. After purchasing the land, Lee Christmas led the 2nd Battalion to Bering. They purchased a considerable number of vehicles and weapons and began patrolling the area. Just like at the previous herb farm, for secrecy reasons, Andres fulfilled his promise and gave them another sole contract. Everyone signed the contract because Andres and his team planned to raise dragons here. These creatures weren't as easy to control as those at the herb farm. Being living beings, the risk of leaks was quite high. Thus, Hogwarts' first magical raw material base was established that year. Besides setting up some outer guards, they also built some houses inside as teleportation points for the FLA network. From then on, Hogwarts students not only attended herb classes at the Imperial Graveyard but also came to the heart of Bering to take magical creature protection classes. After stabilizing the Bering heartland, Andres even brought Thunder to visit. Thunder disliked the weather here. Although he could soar freely in the sky, it was too cold. No wonder Thunder didn't like it much. After all, his ancestral home was Arizona in the land of the lighthouse, where it wasn't this cold. The tides rose and fell, and time flew by. The year was 2010. After a full year of hard work, the Slytherins finally won the House Cup for the 2nd consecutive year at the June end of the school year. This was the first time a house had won the House Cup twice in a row, which enraged the young wizards of the other three houses. They vowed never to let Slytherins win the House Cup again in the next school year. That same year, Pang Minghui and Juliet Hunter graduated from Hogwarts and became members of the faculty. After graduation, their positions as president of the student council and vice president of the faculty were taken over by students from Bering and France, and they, like their seniors, began their busy summer work. Hogwarts enrollment doubled again in 2010, admitting 3,200 students from the 5 countries, with a total enrollment of approximately 6,300 students. Chapter 236. In 2011, the last batch of 3-year students graduated. That year, Hogwarts had a total of over 200 graduates, but Hogwarts had also expanded significantly. Firstly, the original Hogsmeade village could no longer meet the current student spending power, so it gradually began to develop into a small town. Besides adding many wizarding shops, some graduates also started selling Muggle goods in Hogsmeade village. Of course, these graduates were only a small number from wealthy families who wanted ample time to study magic. Therefore, these individuals settled in Hogsmeade and could borrow magical books from the Hogwarts library in their spare time. Most of the remaining graduates were employed by Andreas, with the most outstanding among them remaining at Hogwarts as professors. In 2011, Hogwarts enrolled 6,400 students, bringing the total student body to approximately 12,000. Around 150 graduates remained at the school, plus the more than 200 5-year students graduating soon, totaling 350 students. These 350 people formed a large faculty, with a student-to-faculty ratio of approximately 40:1. Hogwarts Castle is now as vast as a maze, meaning young wizards now need to arrive at class 10 minutes earlier to avoid being late. Hogwarts is expanding not only its faculty, but also its prefectural council. Originally, each year had 2 prefects starting from the 5th year, with a maximum of 6 prefects per house. However, due to the increased number of students, 6 prefects were no longer sufficient. Therefore, after an application from the student council president, Andreas approved the prefectural expansion plan. 1 prefect will be assigned to every 100 students, with boys and girls allocated proportionally. So, starting that year, the number of prefects at Hogwarts reached 120, and the disciplinary committee expanded accordingly, becoming a super department with 1 prefect, 2 deputy prefects, and approximately 300 members. These 300 disciplinary committee members, in addition to attending classes, received extra training from Professor Elliot Turner, the former and current Hogwarts wardens. Furthermore, the Quidditch teams at Hogwarts expanded from 1 team per house to 3 teams per house. Quidditch became a league system, with each team given a new name and required to play 11 matches each school year to determine the champion. Because the number of teams increased, and there weren't enough playing fields, Andres had to redeem another Quidditch field from the system to alleviate the pressure. To serve so many students, Andres also redeemed 200 house elves from the system. Most of them stayed at Hogwarts to care for the students, while some were assigned to the herb farm and the magical creature breeding grounds in Bering. Hagrid is in charge of the magical creature breeding grounds in Bering, and he's become completely dependent on his young dragons. Yes, young dragons. Last year, Andres exchanged 10 dragon eggs for Hagrid. These eggs are from 5 different species: the flame dragon, the Welsh green dragon, the Yahidri black dragon, the Hungarian tree peak, and the Swiss short-nosed dragon. He exchanged 2 eggs of each type, a male and a female pair, to facilitate breeding later. To care for these young dragons, Hagrid hardly ever appears at Hogwarts anymore. In his words, "There's nothing to guard in the Forbidden Forest, the Centaur tribe patrols there, so nothing serious will happen." Taking care of these adorable young dragons is more important. A minor incident occurred at Hogwarts that year. Bernhard Wiggins and Joanna Hampton, who had been dating for 5 years, married at Hogwarts with the consent of their parents. They hadn't originally planned to hold their wedding at Hogwarts, but due to the large number of wizards they needed to invite, they applied to Andres for permission to attend. Andres readily agreed to help the 2 professors. So, in October 2011, the couple married amidst the blessings of nearly 13,000 students and faculty. They were the first couple to marry at Hogwarts, and Andres specially gifted them a house in Hogsmeade as a wedding gift. The following year, they had twins, a boy and a girl. The twins, like their parents, later went to Gryffindor, son, and Hufflepuff, daughter. Time passed quickly. It was summer 2013, and in the sweltering heat of midsummer, a meeting room on the 5th floor of Hogwarts was packed with people. Besides some veteran professors, there were also many professors who had graduated previously. Darius, What do you think Principal Andres called for this meeting today? To be honest, I'm not quite sure either. You know, I've been busy arranging final exams for the students lately. Who isn't? Students these days are getting harder and harder to manage. They're much more mischievous than we were back then. Yes, and much happier than we were. Speaking of happiness, how are things between you and Sunjoe? I heard from Diane the other day that you two seem to have had some disagreements. Well, it's nothing. We just have some disagreements about our future plans. I want to develop my career in Yin country, but Jiahui thinks it's closer to Hogwarts in Great Britain. Oh, is that so? I think it's not a big problem. As long as we apply to the school to connect to the Flynn network, it shouldn't be a problem. But I heard that Headmaster Andres recently intended to open a new magical creature breeding base in Yin country. I'm hesitating whether to go there to be in charge. Although it will be very difficult at first, it's close to home. Just as the wizards present were chatting, the meeting room door opened. Everyone's eyes turned to the person who entered. This man had hardly changed in the past few years. But only the veteran wizards present knew that this man had already upgraded from a novice wizard to a level 9 wizard. One more level, and he would reach the limit of this world. The man walked to the head seat of the meeting room and sat down, then began to speak to everyone. I apologize for being a little late, everyone. There was an urgent matter to attend to. A fire dragon escaped from Bering, and I had to send 10 professors to assist. Has the dragon been captured, Principal? Not yet, but based on past experience, it shouldn't be a problem. As long as it doesn't disturb the Muggles, it'd be fine. If the Muggles find out, the internet will probably be buzzing. Yeah, I bet there will be a whole new conspiracy theory. Alright, let's not talk about that. Now that everyone's here, let's start the meeting. Chapter 237. Andres looked at the hundreds of wizarding professors in the conference room, feeling incredibly pleased. 7 years. His team had grown from a handful to a place where a single meeting required hundreds of people, and many professors weren't even qualified to attend. These people were either senior members or the most outstanding students of the past few years. I called you all here today to make an important decision. I think it's time for us to establish a magical society. The professors below immediately perked up. Wow, big news! Was Principal Andres finally taking this step? Everyone knew that establishing a complete magical society was inevitable, given the increasing number of graduates. These wizards were all adults, starting to manage their families and careers. But wizards are also human, and humans, as social animals, cannot be left to their own devices. Especially for extraordinary humans like wizards, unchecked behavior would inevitably lead to trouble, so establishing a comprehensive social system became a necessity. Previously, the number of graduates each year was relatively small, as most were absorbed internally by Hogwarts. However, this year is different. The first batch of 7-year students graduated this June. This means that starting next year, the number of graduates will surge. This year's 300+ graduates weren't too many, but next year and the year after, it will be over 600 each year, and then it will double to 1,600. As you know, Hogwarts enrollment has reached its maximum, with a total of 51,000 students. Our current faculty already numbers over 500, plus over 600 teaching assistants in their internships, bringing our total to around 1,200 professors. The numbers are starting to reach saturation. Even if some are reassigned to different supply bases, the number will still increase. For the healthy and stable development of so many wizards, we should begin to establish a magical society. The professors below the stage began to whisper among themselves again, for they understood that the university couldn't support its wizards forever. The early wizards were fortunate, their small numbers meant the university needed them, and they could stay on as professors. But their younger classmates weren't so lucky, they were wizards, who hadn't attended a Muggle university. They always needed work and a source of income. Relying solely on Principal Andres' businesses might be enough in the short term, but not in the long run, even if Principal Andres became the world's richest man. The number of graduates would only increase, and the university needed to find a way to arrange their futures. This made establishing social order in the magical world inevitable. Seeing the murmurs below, Andres stepped forward and gestured for silence. Once everyone was quiet, he began to ask questions. I know everyone has many questions, but that's unavoidable. The main purpose of this meeting is to gather everyone's opinions. Principal Andres, what do you think we should do first? Yes, what should we do first? That's a good question. First, we need a unified goal and ideology. Second, we need the ability to uphold it. Darius understood Andres' meaning immediately, and as the first student leader, he raised his hand to speak. Seeing his beloved student had something to say, Andres gestured for Darius to stand up and speak. Principal Andres, I believe we need to establish a government department. Only with unified management can we integrate everyone's goals and ideas. Initially, the government department doesn't need many people, but the functions of each department must be clearly defined. Darius has made a good suggestion. Anything else? Yin Kingdom's young wizard, Duan Yuza, stepped forward and offered his opinion. We also need to establish our own newspaper. On the one hand, we can promote our ideals to all young wizards, and on the other hand, we can solicit opinions from everyone. I think the 100 or so people here aren't enough, we need more resources. Duan Yuza's idea is also good. Although we are all working to maintain the stable development of wizarding society, we also need to tell all the young wizards why we are doing this, and what we have already done. A buzz of discussion arose from the audience, who were debating whether these 2 points were reasonable. Since most wizards were Westerners, in the Western world, all media outlets are privately owned. Duan Yuza's proposal to establish an official media outlet was somewhat unacceptable to them. Seeing the ongoing discussion, Andres knew that this matter might not be resolved today. Alright, everyone go back and think about today's matter carefully. Feel free to write to me with any thoughts or opinions. We hold another meeting in 2 weeks to make a decision. And so the meeting adjourned. Andres knew that although he could make decisions unilaterally, prolonged delays weren't good for him. While no one would say anything, morale would crumble. Therefore, he could only decide what to do at the next meeting. 2 weeks later, the meeting resumed. Everyone agreed to Darius's proposal. Darius would first gather people to form a simplified Ministry of Magic. Darius would temporarily serve as Minister of Magic, with a 5-year term, renewable once by a unanimous vote. Duan Yuza's suggestion to establish an official newspaper was rejected, with everyone believing that such matters were better handled privately. Therefore, after the meeting, Duan Yuza gathered several close friends and junior students to form the Prophet's newspaper, with Duan Yuza providing the funding and the others holding shares, thus establishing the first newspaper in the wizarding world. So, in the summer of 2013, the Blue Planet version of the Ministry of Magic appeared on Blue Planet as a makeshift operation. To support this makeshift operation, Andres transferred the management of Hogsmeade Village to Darius. In other words, Hogwarts would no longer manage Hogsmeade Village. Its management had been transferred to the Ministry of Magic. Andres did this primarily because Darius came to his office complaining that the Ministry of Magic had no money and couldn't even pay salaries. He needed Headmaster Andres' financial assistance. Andres thought that while he could contribute some money himself, he couldn't keep providing financial support indefinitely. So, he donated the only town in the wizarding world to the Ministry of Magic, allowing the ministry to maintain its operations through shop rents and taxes. So the first thing Darius did after taking office was to go door to door in Hogsmeade to collect rent and taxes. Only after obtaining these funds did he feel confident enough to assign tasks to his subordinates. Chapter 238. On an autumn morning, Bernhard Wiggins was making breakfast in the kitchen. His son and daughter had been crying loudly the night before, so he wanted his wife to sleep in. However, things didn't go as planned. The 2 energetic little ones started crying again early in the morning, and he could hear his wife trying to soothe them from the kitchen. Fortunately, Bernhard had already finished making breakfast, and he only needed to bring the food to the table. But then, an astonishing scene unfolded. Bernhard pulled a thin wooden stick from his sleeve and gently tapped a plate. The plate flew from the kitchen to the dining table. Then, Bernhard gently tapped a pot in the sink, and the dishcloth in the sink automatically turned on the tap and began rinsing the pot. If an ordinary person witnessed this, they would be utterly astonished, but in Hogsmeade Village, this was commonplace because it was inhabited by wizards. After doing all this, the wizard named Bernhard nodded in satisfaction and called upstairs. "Honey, come down for dinner after you put the baby to sleep." A lazy female voice replied from upstairs. "Okay, I'm coming. You have to go to work, you eat first." Upon hearing this, Bernhard didn't sit down to eat, but instead went to the door and picked up a newspaper from the floor. Only then did Bernhard take the newspaper back to the dining table and sit down. Even though they had entered the information age, people in Great Britain still retained the habit of reading the newspaper in the morning. Especially reading the newspaper while eating breakfast. This behavior wasn't limited to the Muggle world, it was the same in the wizarding world. Bernhard held the newspaper and looked at the article about Darius standing on a platform, speaking to the audience in his usual tone. Bernhard glanced at the headline and immediately understood the content of Darius's speech. The headline was too obvious. Paying taxes according to the law is the duty of every wizard, and the article was Darius appealing to all wizards to consciously pay taxes according to the law. Otherwise, the newly established Ministry of Magic would fall into a financial crisis and cease operations, despite the substantial funding currently provided by Headmaster Andres. However, Darius believed this was not a long-term solution. The Ministry of Magic was the Ministry of Magic, and Headmaster Andres was Headmaster Andres. If the Ministry of Magic continued to operate on Headmaster Andres' personal assets, then it shouldn't be called the Ministry of Magic, but rather the Kingdom of Andres' government. Clearly, this was not what Headmaster Andres and everyone else wanted, even though Great Britain nominally still had a monarchy. Then came a long, detailed explanation of the benefits of paying taxes, what the Ministry of Magic would do for everyone, and so on. Just as Benhard was sipping his milk and reading the newspaper, a languid female voice came from behind him. "Honey, what's in the newspaper? You seem quite engrossed." Benhard put down the newspaper and looked at his wife. He truly hadn't expected that his bold move would lead him to his beloved and the 2 children they now had. "It's nothing much, just that our chairman Darius is playing the victim and trying to get everyone to pay taxes." "Taxes? While I'm not too keen, I think it's the right thing to do. Otherwise, the Ministry of Magic might have to close down in a few days. That's one aspect. Another is that I think Darius wants to free the Ministry of Magic from Principal Andres' influence. If the Ministry's operating funds continue to come from Principal Andres' personal donations, then he, as Minister of Magic, is just a mouthpiece. Our chairman Darius has always been very power-hungry. You could see that even back in school. The young witch first gave her husband a big hug, then went to her seat, picked up a sandwich from the table, and took a bite. I must say, darling, your cooking is much better than when we first got married." "Is that a compliment?" "Yes. By the way, I think you could remind our minister. I don't believe it's possible to get rid of Principal Andres' influence on the Ministry of Magic in the short term. We are all Principal Andres' students, and although we all have our own independent thoughts, we still need to listen to the principal's advice on many things. So, taxes will be suspended for now?" "No, taxes will still be collected. But collecting taxes and getting rid of Principal Andres' influence on the Ministry of Magic are 2 different things. By the way, how is the ministry doing now?" Benhard asked immediately after seeing his wife finish her glass of milk in one gulp. "Want more milk? The ministry has just finished a simple renovation. Our main task today is setting up the offices. Actually, I think the previous temporary offices were fine." "No thanks, dear, 1 drink is enough for me. Your old offices were only fit to be the village's administrative hall. Darius is right, you need to think about the future. Especially next year when the Hogwarts students graduate, how can your old offices compete with Hogwarts for staff?" "You're right, all right. It's getting late, I have to go. Even though there are house elves in the ministry, I still prefer to tidy up my own office myself. Oh, by the way, my parents said they'd be coming to see the 2 little ones at noon. How about we go eat yen cuisine together when I get back? The restaurant my junior brother from Yen runs is pretty good." "Of course. I quite like their restaurant too. Be careful on the road." Benhard Wiggins went to work as usual, except that his workplace had recently changed from Hogwarts to the Ministry of Magic in Hogsmeade Village. The newly established Ministry of Magic had only used an ordinary residential building in the village, and it wasn't until yesterday that the new Ministry of Magic, located at the end of the village near the Hogsmeade Village Station, was finally completed thanks to everyone's efforts. Perhaps influenced by the Muggle world, Darius chose a building plan that leaned more towards the White Houses of the United States. Although many parts were designed differently, someone could easily tell the difference at first glance. But this wasn't important to Benhard. What mattered was that the Ministry of Magic was close to home, only a 10-minute walk away. He was very satisfied with this. Wasn't this much better than congested London? Meanwhile, at Benhard's home, Joanna slowly ate her breakfast after her husband left. The children were all asleep, which gave her a rare moment of peace and quiet. So she began to read the Linguist's Daily, which her husband had tossed on the table. Besides Minister Darius's report on paying taxes according to the law, it contained some minor gossip. For example, just yesterday afternoon, the Gryffindor champions narrowly defeated the Hufflepuff brothers by 10 points, and the brothers' captain was very dissatisfied with the loss in the first game of the league. Another example was a young wizard who revealed that yesterday morning, a Slytherin wizard had injured someone in potions class, and Professor Snape had only put him in detention without deducting any points. This young wizard who revealed the information expressed great dissatisfaction with Professor Snape's bias, as it would affect the House Cup competition. Chapter 239. After walking for about 10 minutes, Benhard arrived at the Ministry of Magic. As he entered the garden gates, an invisible magic circle flashed. The magic circle on Binhard's identification badge also vibrated as it flashed, then merged together like two drops of water meeting. This magic circle was obtained by Darius from Andres, primarily for protection and identification. The identification process was simple. The magic circle vibrated as if an object had collided with someone entering. The key was whether the person possessed a ministry-approved identification badge. A correct badge would vibrate at the same frequency, allowing the magic circle to enter without blocking the holder. If someone didn't have a badge or possessed a fake one, they would be refused entry. Only Headmaster Andres and the Department of Mysteries knew this principle. Even Minister Darius was unaware of this, citing the need for secrecy for the ministry's security. This secrecy was Darius's own suggestion, a measure he took not only to ensure the ministry's safety, but also to protect himself. What if some ruthless person comes along and tries to get into the Ministry of Magic by asking how they got in? What's that saying again? The fewer secrets you know, the longer you live. Upon entering the Ministry of Magic, Bernhard saw a busy figure. Director Peng Mingwei, I didn't expect you to be here so early. Oh, it's Senior Bernhard? You're here early too. And stop calling me Director. Our Ministry of Magic only has about a dozen people. Besides the Minister, everyone else is a Director. Just call me Mingwei. Haha, that won't do. You're the official Director of the Magical Law Enforcement Department, you deserve respect. If that's how you see it, then I have to call you Director Bernhard Wiggins. Hey, my Magical Creatures Management and Control Department is just a small department. No need. Even a small department is still a department, so let's stick to how we address each other. I call you Senior Bernhard, and you can call me Peng Mingwei, that's fine. Alright, you go ahead with your work. I'm going back to my office. Okay. See you later? Bernhard then walked towards his office further down the first floor, while Peng Mingwei turned around and continued talking to the house elves in the department. It seemed he wanted to make the second floor office brighter, and perhaps add some greenery. Bernhard arrived at his office, which was a large open space. This area was reserved for future department members, and the cubicles further in were his own workspace. Bernhard's office was actually quite simple, just a desk and a swivel chair. Sitting in the chair, one could see into the office through the glass, and behind him was a tall wooden bookshelf. The bookshelf held books about magical creatures, and below were rows of locked cabinets. A potted sunflower sat on the desk, emitting a soft glow. This glow illuminated a photograph he and Joanna had taken during their school days, in which they sat on the balcony railing of their astronomy class, occasionally exchanging smiles. This photograph was taken the year they graduated, taken by Harkin, the Slytherin prefect. To take this picture, Harkin had secretly sneaked into the storage room on the first floor, where flying broomsticks were kept, and borrowed one. Thinking about it now brings back so many memories. Time really flies. While Bernhard reminisced about the past, the Ministry of Magic gradually began to bustle with activity. Since it was the first day in the new office location, everyone arrived early. After exchanging pleasantries, they got busy with their own tasks, mostly setting up their offices. Although house elves were helping, it was better to handle some personal items themselves. Near lunchtime, everyone met in the conference room for a short meeting. It wasn't anything much, mainly because they wanted to borrow some staff from Hogwarts. Over 600 people were graduating this year, and according to Hogwarts tradition, these 600 were to do internships there. However, Hogwarts faculty was almost full, and having so many professors teaching freshmen would be excessive. Since the Ministry of Magic only had officers but no staff, it was better to borrow some from Hogwarts. The most enthusiastic among the ministers was Harkin Miller of the Aura Command, who had been appointed Minister of the Aura Command. The Aura Command was one of the 4 pillars of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, a powerful and crucial department. This crucial department, however, was currently only staffed by Harkin Miller. This greatly displeased him, making him the most enthusiastic about borrowing manpower from Hogwarts. Harkin even declared that anyone without Salazar Slytherin's favor and the Serpent's Emerald Ring was unworthy of being an Auror. Finally, it was decided that Minister Darius, accompanied by Deputy Minister Diane and the most enthusiastic Harkin, would travel to Hogwarts that afternoon. Everyone believed that Headmaster Andres wouldn't refuse the Ministry of Magic's request. That afternoon, the 3 arrived at Headmaster Andres' office. After learning their purpose, Andres readily agreed to the graduating students' request for internships at the Ministry of Magic. However, Andres believed that he couldn't assign students to specific departments. Rather, it should be a two-way selection process between the Ministry of Magic and the graduates. Therefore, Andres and Darius agreed to hold a recruitment fair in Hogwarts Great Hall that weekend. Besides the graduating students, Other professors who wanted to leave Hogwarts for the Ministry of Magic were also welcome to participate. That evening, an advertisement for Ministry of Magic internships appeared on the Hogwarts bulletin board, sparking heated discussion among the students. Several Gryffindor wizards gathered around the bulletin board, discussing the advertisement. Wow, the Ministry of Magic is recruiting on a massive scale right after its founding. Too bad I still have 2 years until graduation, so I can't go yet. Yeah, the upperclassmen are so lucky. They only arrived a year earlier than us, and they already caught the Ministry of Magic's founding. By the time we graduate, all the good positions will probably be taken. Don't be so unambitious. What's so great about going to the Ministry of Magic? You be managed and won't earn much money. Learn from me. I'm going to become the richest man in the wizarding world. Please, just become the richest man already. That way I won't have to work and can just latch onto your coattails. Several little snakes in the Slytherin common room in Hogwarts' basement were also gossiping. Great. I can't believe we're getting such a great opportunity before we even graduate. Have you decided where you want to go? I might want to go to the Aurora Command. Or maybe a department under the Department of Magical Accidents and Disasters. But there are requirements for going to the Aurora Command. You need that ring. I don't think you got it yet. No, my brother. You're behind the times. I took on my 3rd challenge this afternoon. Chapter 240. After speaking, the young wizard extended his right hand, which had been hidden behind his back, revealing the ring on his right hand. It must be said that these 7-year program wizards graduated with a level higher ability than the first batch of graduates, not only because they had spent more time at Hogwarts, but also because of the significant advantages Hogwarts provided. It was a weekend. The autumn air was crisp and clear, with a gentle breeze and light clouds. Stands had already been set up in Hogwarts' Great Hall, behind which stood 1 or 2 adult wizards. Today's recruitment fair was led by the Minister and Deputy Minister of Magic, with the heads and deputy heads of various departments responsible for explaining their respective departments. Besides the hundreds of recent graduates, the recruitment area was also packed with young wizards, who had come to watch the spectacle. Hogwarts didn't stop the large number of young wizards gathering in the Great Hall. Instead, they sent members of the Student Council and the Disciplinary Committee to organize the event. After all, it was beneficial for the young wizards to understand the Ministry of Magic's requirements in advance, as the Ministry of Magic would certainly have its own requirements for hiring in the future. Just like Muggles need various certificates to prove their abilities. My fellow students, the Aurora Command will be your best choice. The courage and adventurous spirit that Gryffindors need, the Aurora Command has. The honor and power that Slytherins need, the Aurora Command has. The knowledge and wisdom of Ravenclaw, the Aurora Command has. The loyalty and unity of Hufflepuff, the Aurora Command also has. Believe me, working at the Aurora Command will be one of the most unforgettable experiences of your life. Harkin passionately promoted the importance of the Aurora Command's work, waving his arms to amplify his words. Andreas and Darius, who were passing by, stood quietly at a distance watching. Then, Andreas quietly asked the two a question. What's the point of the Aurora Command now? Patrolling the streets? Darius replied seriously. The Aurora Command is an important law enforcement force of the Ministry of Magic. Harkin isn't wrong about that. Diane, standing nearby, couldn't stand it anymore. Headmaster Andres, the Aurora Command is indeed quite deserted right now. But you can't just temporarily organize people when needed. Besides, Harkin originally wanted to go to the Department of Mysteries. It was Darius who tricked Harkin. Persuaded him to go to the Aurora Command. Andres understood. The Aurora Command was indeed a powerful department in the original magical world. But on Earth now, it's difficult to make any significant progress in the short term, and Darius, as minister, couldn't feel at ease leaving such an important law enforcement agency in the hands of outsiders. So Darius persuaded his old friend to go to the Aurora Command. The three of them watched from a distance, and it had to be said that Harkin's persuasion was quite effective. A long line of soon-to-be graduated wizards formed at the Aurora Command booth, where Harkin and Drew Barnetta began conducting formal interviews. Harkin started by asking if any of the young wizards had earned Salazar Slytherin's favor. Several wizards proudly raised their right hands, displaying their serpentine emerald rings to the two leaders. Harkin then inquired about their apparition qualifications, and finally, he began asking about their grades in various subjects. Harkin invited those who met his expectations to a second interview that afternoon at Quidditch Arena 1. For those he wasn't entirely satisfied with, Harkin tactfully suggested they might not be a good fit for the Aurora Command, and could consider other departments. The Aurora Command conducted the interviews methodically, and despite their strict requirements, they still piqued the interest of many young wizards. Even many young wizards, who hadn't yet graduated, were listening to Harkin and his group's questions, because the questions they asked now would later become the standards for recruiting new members for the Aura Command. Planning their future studies according to these standards now would ensure a smooth entry into the Aura Command as an Aura. While the Aura Command was overflowing with people, the Office for the Prohibition of Abuse of Magic and the Weisengamo Management Agency were practically deserted, with few young wizards approaching to inquire. This was because one department handled miscellaneous tasks, and the other was currently just a shell. The Office for the Prohibition of Abuse of Magic, at least, had some work to do. The Weisengamo Management Agency was truly a cold, uninvolved department. Because they didn't even have a single Weisengamo member, this department was concurrently managed by Pang Minghui, the head of the Office for the Prohibition of Abuse of Magic. Pang Minghui was standing at the front of the platform, and the few young wizards, who occasionally came, weren't there to inquire, but rather to greet him. The last Hufflepuff which approached Pang Minghui. This witch, named Anita Durant, said she was there for an interview for a job at the Weisengamo administration. Pang Minghui was overjoyed. Other interviews usually asked students this or that, but Pang Minghui wasn't like that. He asked Anita Durant what she didn't like about the working conditions at the Weisengamo administration. They were open to discussion. This left Andres and his two companions, who had just walked over, speechless. Then they heard Pang Minghui ask Anita Durant, "If I may be so bold as to ask, everyone else is choosing powerful departments. Why did you choose Weisengamo? I don't mean anything by it, I'm just curious. This position is easy enough, I can have plenty of time to do my own things. Besides, they might be underestimating the status of Weisengamo." Andres interrupted curiously. "Why do you say that?" Anita Durant, seeing that the person asking was Principal Andres, immediately replied respectfully. "Because my family is a family of lawyers. Many of my ancestors were famous lawyers. I know the power of the law and I know how to use it. So this seemingly easy, but very important job suits me perfectly. I even think that many of the laws of the magical world will be written by me in the future. Just thinking about it is exciting. I wonder how happy my grandfather would be if he knew that the laws of the magical world were written by his granddaughter. Well, this is an expert. Someone with such clear thinking can't be bad. She really comes from a legal family. Who knows, she might actually be able to build up this Weisengamo administration." Standing to the side, Pang Minghui, seeing that Andres had finished asking his questions, stepped forward and spoke to Anita Durant. "Then it's settled, Anita Durant. The Department of Magical Law Enforcement, Weisengamo Administration, welcomes you. We send you a formal offer letter after the recruitment fair. Thank you. If there's nothing else, I'd like to go see how my roommates' applications are going." With that, Anita Durant took her leave. Chapter 241. After Anita Durant left, Andres chatted with Pang Minghui for a while, mainly about Duanyu's daily profit. Pang Minghui said the daily profit was currently operating at a slight loss, but it wasn't a major problem. After all, it was the first newspaper in the magical world. Maintaining a balance between income and expenditure was considered a success. The newspaper's influence would definitely increase as the number of people in the magical world grew, and with advertising revenue, profitability was foreseeable. After chatting for a while, Andres started to inquire about Pang Minghui's family situation, since Andres had been from Yin country in his previous life and knew some things about it. "Pang Minghui, won't your family object to you working in Great Britain now?" "It's alright, Headmaster Andres. My parents know my situation. They said as long as I'm happy, there's no need to worry about the family. Don't worry, there will be opportunities to send you back to Yin country to work in the future. But not now, so you have to make do for a few years." "It's not a problem, Headmaster. The salary you're paying is quite high." Andres smiled, and then asked a personal question. "How are things between you and Sun Jiawei? I really think highly of you too." Pang Minghui's face flushed slightly at the question. "We're fine. We had a little disagreement recently, but it's nothing serious." "That's good. Don't just focus on work, take care of her too." "Okay, we go check out the other booths first. We won't bother you any longer." "Yes, Principal." After saying that, Andres and Darius, along with Diane and the other two, headed towards the other booths. They quickly arrived at the Department of Magical Accidents and Disasters, which was also a large department. Like the Aura Command, they weren't too busy right now, but as more and more wizards entered the workforce, they would definitely become very busy in the future. The director of the Department of Magical Accidents and Disasters is Fabio Guadalupe, the Slytherin who used to be a bit lazy in school, now a department head. His roommate, Jean Madison, went to the Office of the Magical Creatures Control and Management, A perfect fit for his major, practically tailor-made for him. Gene now rarely goes home, spending most of his time at the Warhawk village. Their other two roommates, Jerome Bucky and Anil Shastram, went to the International Magical Trade Standards Association of the Department of International Magical Cooperation and the FLA Network Administration of the Department of Magical Transportation, respectively. Jerome Bucky went to the International Magical Trade Standards Association of the Department of International Magical Cooperation, saying it was a place where he could legitimately make money. They customized all the trademarks. Making money was a piece of cake. Anil Shastram went to the FLA Network Administration of the Department of Magical Transportation. Enrolling under duress from his roommates, he didn't really care, as long as he had a job to support his family. The four Slytherin roommates were now standing at different booths, enthusiastically introducing their department's advantages to their juniors. One was the department's most important task at the moment, and the other was that none of them wanted to have fewer people under their command than their roommates. This was a matter of face. This was a matter of dignity. This was a matter of getting their other three roommates to call them daddy. The recruitment fair this morning passed quickly, and because the actual number of applicants was relatively small, it went smoothly. Each department and administrative unit recruited some students who met their requirements, and what remained was the practical recruitment for the lower Aura Command. Unlike other departments, the Aura Command requires practical experience. Harkin and his team couldn't just rely on their juniors' praise, they needed to conduct on-site assessments. For this reason, they specifically requested Professor Elliot Turner to be the examiner, since Professor Turner was a true Aura himself. Furthermore, many of the interviewees this afternoon were members of the disciplinary committee, and Elliot Turner knew their abilities and weaknesses perfectly well. At noon, these Ministry of Magic officials enjoyed special treatment. Because Hogwarts had so many students and faculty, Andre specially had Dobby prepare a small dining hall. This small dining hall was for the professors, and of course, the food was somewhat different from what the students ate. The professors could write down their desired dishes the day before, and the house elves were happy to fulfill these small requests. In the afternoon, Harkin and Drew Barnett selected 20 candidates from 80. The rest unfortunately had to stay and continue teaching or be reassigned to other positions. In fact, several other Hogwarts properties were also in need of manpower. For example, Archdruid Chi Yongqiang, who had been complaining about a shortage of staff just a few days ago, had now been sent by Andres to sub-Saharan Africa to manage the magical raw materials base there. This magical raw materials base now housed quite a few large magical creatures, and Archdruid Chi Yongqiang had tried various methods to prevent them from causing trouble. However, due to a lack of manpower, the magical raw materials base still frequently encountered problems, so Chi Yongqiang kept asking Andres for support. There were now 40 resident wizards, and over 100 house elves, but Chi Yongqiang still felt the number was too small. The magical raw material base in sub-Saharan Africa was newly established, and Lee Christmas's magical security company also expanded accordingly. Now, with Hogwarts' global expansion, the magical security company's workforce has grown significantly. They are now a 4-battalion combat regiment, and their reputation is gradually increasing. Although they don't undertake external commission missions, their good equipment, high pay, and low risk make them highly sought after by many veterans. Andres, Darius, Diane, and other Ministry of Magic wizards, after calming the discontented young wizards, dispersed. Now, it's just a matter of each department submitting their acceptance lists, and then the Ministry of Magic issuing notification letters. Although everyone was exhausted after a long day, the thought of having a large team of subordinates in a couple of days brought them some comfort. Soon, the Ministry of Magic's recruitment frenzy subsided, and Hogwarts returned to its normal routine. Students attended classes during the week, and Quidditch matches were held on the Quidditch pitch on weekends. Life was comfortable and pleasant, and the Ministry of Magic, thanks to the previous recruitment, became even more bustling. The Auros at the Aura Command were utterly speechless, because they had nothing to do. Every day, they were either training or patrolling. Although Hogsmeade Village had grown considerably, 2 hours was enough to patrol the entire village. Moreover, there were quite a few of them, so they were divided into 4 groups, each patrolling once a day, and that was the end of the day. Chapter 242. Tides rise and fall, autumn turns to winter. These monotonous days continue, but the Aurors are slowly getting used to them. During this period, the Aurors' biggest operation was supporting the magic raw material base. An accident had occurred at the dragon breeding base in the Barren Kingdom. 2 fireball dragons from the Flame Kingdom were fighting, and the reason was quite absurd. The male dragon wanted a cub, but the female dragon disagreed. Normally, this wouldn't have been a problem, But something the male dragon did enraged the female dragon. The situation quickly escalated. At the time, the wizards on duty were on their day off. With insufficient manpower, they urgently notified the Aura Command. The entire Aura Command, numbering over 20, mobilized, and with superior numbers, they subdued the two Flame Kingdom Fireball Dragons, driven by love turned to hate. As for what happened to the two Fireball Dragons afterward, the Aurors had no idea. In any case, it took a lot of effort to deal with these two Fireball Dragons, because they were protected animals, and couldn't be killed, only stunned. And then, there's Christmas this year. Too many young wizards are staying at Hogwarts for the holiday, requiring everyone to maintain order. Fortunately, it only needs to be done for half a day. After the afternoon when people disperse, they can go home for Christmas. This is where the ability to apparate becomes truly essential. Hogwarts has made extensive preparations to ensure a warm and welcoming Christmas for the young wizards staying at school. In addition to the traditional Aurora viewing trip on the HMS Victory, Andrews has also specially acquired a massive Zeppelin. This Zeppelin, once deployed, appears even larger than the HMS Victory, but its overall usable space is roughly the same. It also boasts tens of thousands of rooms, including dining halls, recreation rooms, and a cockpit, everything you could need. So this Christmas, the young wizards could choose to travel on the Zeppelin named Azure Cloud. Although both offered the opportunity to see the Aurora Borealis, one was at sea and the other in the air, offering different perspectives and experiences. The young wizards were facing a decision paralysis. Fortunately, they still had some time at Hogwarts, and could travel again next year. After Christmas, the young wizards departed in two groups. General Nelson commanded his Victory, setting sail from the docks towards the sea. Piloting the Azure Cloud, taking the young wizards into the air, was a middle-aged witch named Luxina Gardner, who described the Azure Cloud as her home. After the new year, Andres, the behind-the-scenes boss of the magical financial investment company, reappeared at the company's New Year's Eve dinner after several years of silence. The large screen at the dinner played a series of milestones for the magical financial investment company from 2006 to the present. It detailed every major decision made by the company over the years, and recorded the establishment of numerous branch offices. As in previous years, Catherine linked arms with Andres, and the two walked together onto the stage to give their speeches at this year's banquet. However, this year was different. Catherine's secretary had changed. Instead, a young, beautiful, and very lively girl had taken her place. This girl followed behind them, helping with things and taking notes, appearing very energetic. Only during the intermission did this girl reveal an impatient expression, complaining to the two big bosses in front of her. "Sister, why did I have to be your secretary? I originally wanted to go to the university hospital." Mrs. Pomfrey even agreed. "I want to be a nurse. Beretta, I'm just too busy. You have no idea how much I have to do every day, and having you around makes things so much easier. For example, Principal Andres doesn't have to avoid his secretary when he wants to apparate. And are you really that unwilling to be with me? My little Beretta has grown up. She doesn't need me anymore." Catherine then feigned tears, and Beretta instantly felt overwhelmed. She knew her sister was acting, but it was still very effective. Because of their shared background, she had always been obedient to her sister, but now, as her sister said, she had grown up and had her own ideas, so she was caught in a dilemma. Then, Beretta saw Principal Andres standing to the side, secretly smiling, and immediately clung to him like a lifeline. "Principal Andres, you know how short-staffed the school hospital is right now. The student population has exploded, and Mrs. Pomfrey can't handle it all by herself. She finally found someone willing to work at the school hospital, and you don't want to disappoint her, right?" Andres initially thought Beretta was right, and Beretta, with her title of Chosen of Light, was indeed much stronger than others in medical magic. Just as he was about to nod in agreement with Beretta, a sharp pain in his arm silenced him instantly. Seeing Headmaster Andres hesitate to speak, Beretta grew anxious. "Headmaster Andres, won't you help me?" "Well, Beretta, I think your sister is right. Secrecy is crucial. And the Muggle Company affairs are extremely important to Hogwarts. You know Hogwarts needs a lot of funding to operate. Now, with the Ministry of Magic added to the mix, your sister's situation is even more important. So I think it's even more meaningful for you to help your sister." Beretta was shocked by her headmistress's betrayal, while Catherine looked delighted. "Beretta, look. Headmistress Andres said it herself. You should stay with your sister. Besides, it's not good for you to stay in the wizarding world all the time. Technology is developing so fast now, you should learn more. Look, this is the latest iPhone, it has so many functions." Beretta was a little unwilling, But her sister was right. Technology was indeed developing very fast. For example, the iPhone her sister was holding was something she couldn't even imagine before she went to Hogwarts. It was a difficult choice between her sister and the wizarding world. Andres noticed her dilemma and quickly offered support. Beretta, you can try it first. If you really don't like the job, then tell your sister. I don't think Catherine is that stubborn. Yes. Your sister is very open-minded. If she really can't keep you, she let you go back. In the end, Beretta quickly gave in to the couple's persuasion. In the following days, Andres and Catherine frequented various high-class banquets. At Andres's level, ordinary dinner parties are pointless. For those corporate dinners, the CEO of a branch office is sufficient. Even Catherine wouldn't show up. In short, the current market value of Magic Financial Investment Company is in the tens of trillions. And it's not publicly listed. Chapter 243. The events of the banquet felt like they happened just yesterday, yet half a year had passed in the blink of an eye. Hogwarts held another graduation ceremony in the Great Hall, and Professors Andres and his colleagues once again bid farewell to their students. Some went to the Ministry of Magic, some to distant Bering, the Imperial Graveyard, Sub-Saharan Africa, and others remained at the school as professors. The academic year was drawing to a close, and the students would be leaving Hogwarts tomorrow by various means of transportation. Andres, who could have relaxed for a few days, suddenly heard a knock on his office door. Normally, only professors with a password could enter directly. However, out of politeness, they knocked to let Andres know someone was there, which pleased him. Come in. Professor McGonagall entered, carrying the book of admission. Andres, I think there's something I should inform you of. Professor McGonagall then opened the book of admission and showed Andres a name. Andres initially didn't think much of it, but seeing the name made him fall into deep thought. He then said to Professor McGonagall, I think we need to call a meeting. Professor McGonagall acknowledged and left. Andres then turned to the numerous portraits behind him and said, Finis, could you please go to the Ministry of Magic? Tell Darius to gather the main leaders of the ministry, and have them come to Hogwarts for a meeting in an hour. I think they'd be familiar with the location. The old man in the portrait muttered under his breath. It's me again. Can you send someone else next time? Okay, I remember to send someone else next time. But just as Andres finished speaking, the old man in the portrait turned and left. After the old man in the portrait left, Andres summoned Dobby, the house elf again, and asked him to go to Catherine's place in London and bring her to the meeting. An hour later, the meeting room on the 5th floor of Hogwarts was filled with officials from the Ministry of Magic and some of Hogwarts' senior professors. Fortunately, it was summer vacation and there weren't many students staying at school. Otherwise, if the young wizards knew that so many important figures were gathered for a meeting, who knows what rumors would spread. When Andres walked in, everyone in the meeting room fell silent. After Andres sat down, he didn't waste any words and addressed everyone directly. I apologize for disturbing everyone, but there's something I need to discuss with you all. Professor McGonagall came to me an hour ago with the book of admission. A name appeared on it, and I think we should discuss this special student. The attendees looked puzzled. Who was this new little wizard with such a big background? Why did we need a meeting to discuss it? Why not just admit him directly? Seeing their confusion, Andres waved his wand, and a name appeared above the conference table. Upon seeing this name, everyone instantly understood why Headmaster Andres had summoned them. Because the name was Julia Windsor. Perhaps those not native to Britain were still somewhat confused, but the British wizards understood the weight of this name perfectly. Finally, a witch from the Ministry of Magic snapped out of her shock and exclaimed, My God, the royal family. The little princess of the British Empire, 9th in line to the throne. Now the wizards outside Britain understood too, and the exclamation brought a flurry of discussion to the meeting room. Amidst the commotion, Darius was the first to speak. Headmaster Andres, have you made up your mind? Andres looked to his left, where sat the Ministry of Magic officials, led by Darius and Diane. Yes, that's why I gathered everyone here. Her name is on the admission list. Julia Windsor herself has no problems. We have no reason to refuse her admission. But she's 9th in line to the throne. Every move she makes will attract a lot of attention. Admitting her is tantamount to announcing our existence to the royal family. If the royal family knows, then the entire upper echelons of Great Britain will know. Darius, I don't think this is a bad thing. I think it's even a good thing. We can appropriately reveal our existence to the upper echelons of the 5 great nations. Believe me, they will keep our existence a secret. Darius fell silent, saying nothing more. The murmurs below the stage grew louder, some worried, some agreeing, and some indifferent. A voice came from the group to Andres' right. What if they're against us? I mean, will they take some hostile measures? Seated to Andres' right were the Hogwarts professors. This worried voice reignited the murmurs in the meeting room. Ahem. Quiet. I think everyone is fine with this. Because we are wizards. You seem to have forgotten the power we wield. Although Hogwarts hasn't taught you any unforgivable curses, I think you all know some offensive spells to varying degrees. We are not without the ability to defend ourselves against muggles. Before anyone could react, Catherine, sitting at the end of the table, also spoke up in support of Andres. Please rest assured, everyone. Our magical financial investment company hasn't been in this business for nothing. Not only is Principal Andres a marquis and a member of the House of Lords, but the fact that our company controls a significant portion of the wealth of most of Britain's high-ranking officials makes them hesitant to touch us. That's no small sum. Any problems would be a painful blow to them. Furthermore, the interests of some of their most influential members have become intertwined with ours over the years, so the likelihood of them taking action against us is very small. After a long silence, Darius and Diane discussed amongst themselves before speaking again. Principal Andres, since you made your decision, the Ministry of Magic will unconditionally support you. However, I request that the Ministry be expanded again. We need a large number of personnel to deal with this incident, and we need your authorization to use the unforgivable charm if necessary. Andres agreed to Darius's request without hesitation, then looked at Professor McGonagall. Professor McGonagall, I think I need to trouble you to write an extra letter to the 7th-year students. I want them to return now, and report to the Ministry of Magic, in about a week. After all, they just got home. Julia Windsor's acceptance letter came to me. I personally visit them. Andres then turned to Darius. Darius, you're the Minister for Magic. You decide what the Ministry should do. Darius nodded, indicating he understood. Chapter 244. Catherine, when you get back, please tell Prince Charles that I wish to visit Princess Julia Windsor at the Royal Palace in 10 days. I would like Prince Charles to be present. If his schedule is inconvenient, we can postpone it. I understand. I was wondering if we should arrange a meeting with some of our partners that evening. Should we also give them a heads up beforehand? Yes. It's time to lay our cards on the table. Hopefully, they won't be scared. This meeting, which initially focused on how to proceed, shifted to how to get the Muggle world to accept the existence of wizards. Many innovative ideas were proposed during the meeting, which lasted for a long time before concluding. Back in her office in London, Catherine called Prince Charles's butler to inquire about his availability. After a short wait, the butler confirmed that Prince Charles, along with his granddaughter Princess Julia Windsor, would be waiting at the palace for the Marquis Andres' visit 10 days later. Having received a definite answer, Catherine relayed the message to Andres through the postman. Meanwhile, Andres and Thunder had just flown back to the Forbidden Forest from outside. These days, transforming into Thunderbirds from Animagus and flying around with Thunder every day had become Andres' after-dinner exercise. On his way back to the headmaster's office from the Forbidden Forest, Andres happened to run into Professor McGonagall, who had already notified the current student council president to summon the graduating class back to school. Professor McGonagall had also been greatly influenced by the Muggle world in recent years, and had to admit that the rapid advancements in Muggle technology had a significant impact on these older professors. For example, sending out this notice would normally have been a huge undertaking. The owls would have practically worn out their wings flying. But now, all the male student council president had to do was send a message online. The young wizards, who had just arrived home and were still enjoying their holiday, were startled by this message. Internships for graduating students had become a regular occurrence, but those usually started after the semester began. This year was different. The notice arrived just as the holiday started, before some young wizards had even returned home. Such an urgent summons was unprecedented in recent years, and all the young wizards were discussing what had happened in the wizarding world. While the young wizards were buzzing with discussion, the graduating students could only spend a few days with their families before gathering at secluded locations to await Hogwarts' arrival. In a mountainous region of Yen country, a large group of young people, who looked to be around 17 or 18 years old, gathered together, carrying their luggage. I wonder what happened in the wizarding world that summoned us so urgently. Yeah, and we don't even have to go back to Hogwarts. We have to go straight to the Ministry of Magic. That means we're going to work there. Yeah. But why the Ministry of Magic? Last year's upperclassmen all said it was incredibly boring there, with nothing to do. I was hoping to stay at Hogwarts to teach this year. Teaching is probably impossible now, I heard from one of the graduates. There are very few vacant positions at Hogwarts now, unless an upperclassman is transferred to the Ministry of Magic. But even then, many people are eyeing those vacant positions. Yes, there's no point in saying more. We find out when we get back. Why isn't the Qingyan here yet? Just then, a huge airship suddenly appeared in the sky above the mountainous area. Ignoring the complex terrain, it slowly descended. Once landed, the hatch opened, and a middle-aged foreign woman appeared before the group of Yin students. Hello, children. I didn't expect to see you again so soon. The young people lined up and began boarding the airship, each person politely bowing and greeting the middle-aged foreign woman as they passed. Hello, Professor Lucina Gardner. Lucina Gardner responded with a smile and a nod each time. She had just sent the Yin students home, but less than a week later, she had to pick them up again. Yes, due to the large number of students, the Yin students now traveled on the Qingyan Zeppelin airship for both the start and end of the school year, while the students from the Lighthouse Country were transported by the Victory, piloted by General Nelson. About half an hour later, all the students had boarded the Qingyan airship. A Ravenclaw prefect carefully checked the list and boarded the airship last. The azure cloud, just as it had arrived, slowly rose into the sky and then suddenly disappeared. The only things left at the landing site were the footprints of the young wizards and the drag marks of their suitcases. On the 8th day of the party, all the young wizards arrived at the Ministry of Magic in Hogsmeade Village. After the upperclassmen settled them in, everyone was gathered in the main hall on the first floor. The minister had something to announce. Soon, the Aurors from the Aura Command began maintaining order in the crowd, followed by the mid-level leaders of various departments, bureaus, and agencies. Finally, the Minister and Deputy Minister of Magic arrived. Darius, the familiar upperclassman now Minister of Magic, stood on a makeshift platform, looking solemnly at the wizards below. Dear new students, I apologize for calling you back so soon after your holiday. Just as you were starting your break, Headmaster Andres called us to a meeting. The only topic of the meeting was, that is, the wizarding world is going to begin revealing its existence to the higher-ups on Earth. Upon hearing this news, the Ministry of Magic staff and the newly arrived wizards in the audience erupted in chaos. What was going on? Were we still asleep? Why were we being exposed to Muggle officials? Some of the more outspoken ones asked. Minister, why so suddenly? We don't seem prepared. Because Hogwarts will be admitting a girl named Julia Windsor this year. A wizard from outside Great Britain asked, looking bewildered. Who is she? Why do we have to expose ourselves to the higher-ups on Earth just because she's admitted? One of his companions immediately covered his mouth. Shut up. Idiot. Windsor is the surname of the British royal family. This girl must be a member of the royal family. Darius, standing on the stage, continued. That's right. This Julia Windsor is a princess of the British royal family, 9th in line to the British throne. Theoretically, if she becomes a wizard and lives long enough, she has a chance to inherit the throne. And your families will know this when you enroll and sign confidentiality agreements, so you should understand what it means to be admitted to this princess of the Empire. Chapter 245. The murmurs among the hundreds of wizards below the stage never ceased. A male voice asked, What did Hogwarts say? I asked that too. Headmaster Andres replied that he had no reason to refuse admission to a young wizard whose name was on the admissions book. The murmurs below grew even louder. Headmaster Andres's meaning was clear. This royal princess would definitely be on Hogwarts admissions list this year, and the royal family would definitely know about it. Seeing that the murmurs below were still continuing, Darius had no choice but to speak up. Quiet down, everyone. We're not asking for your opinions now. We need everyone to work together to complete this task. Wizards whose names are called, go back to your offices with your immediate supervisors. They will tell you the task. The wizards below stopped murmuring. The older staff went back to their offices first, while the newcomers waited to be called. This was an urgent matter, so the opinions of the young wizards hadn't been sought. Assignments were made according to departmental needs and academic performance. Time passed quickly. On the morning of Andres's visit to the royal family, the Ministry of Magic dispatched a squad of Aurors to accompany him to the palace. Andres knew the ministry's intention in sending people to protect him was good and didn't refuse. However, Andrews didn't allow the squad into the palace. He knew that the disillusionment charm and the invisibility cloak could only conceal the body, not a heat source. If the palace had thermal imaging surveillance, it would cause unnecessary trouble. Therefore, besides the usual bodyguards and secretary, Andres only brought Catherine with him. The car passed through security and arrived at the palace gates. The royal butler was already waiting there and immediately stepped forward to open the car door. Welcome, Marquis Andres, Madame Catherine. His Highness the Crown Prince and His Highness the Princess are already waiting for you in the garden. I'm so sorry to bother you. After saying this, Andres and Catherine followed the butler into the garden. Andres happened to see Prince Charles flipping through a book, with a little girl sitting quietly beside him. Hearing the sound behind him, Charles was about to turn around when the butler's voice arrived first. Your Highness, Your Highness! Marquis Andres and Lady Catherine have arrived. Prince Charles stood up and warmly embraced Andres, then said enthusiastically, Marquis Andres, it's been quite a while. How have you been? Indeed, it's been a long time. The last time we met was at the New Year's Eve dinner 6 months ago. After saying this, Andres looked at the quiet and respectful little girl beside him, carefully examining her before asking Prince Charles, Is this our Princess Julia? She seems like a very well-mannered and knowledgeable princess. After saying this, Andres turned and extended his hand to Catherine, who took out a jewelry box that she had prepared beforehand from her bag. After receiving the box, Andres took out a necklace studded with a large blue gemstone and placed it around Princess Julia's neck. This action surprised Prince Charles and Princess Julia, as Andres was not authorized to do so. Only an elder of Julia's could do such a thing. However, Prince Charles quickly recovered from his surprise and joked with Andres, saying, Marquis Andres, is this a token of your love for Princess Julia? If so, you may have to wait a long time. Julia is only 11 years old. Princess Julia, disregarding etiquette, pouted at Prince Charles. Grandpa, do you know what you're saying? Andres laughed too. You old fool, you're joking with your own granddaughter. I did this as a teacher. There's nothing wrong with a teacher giving a disciple a necklace for self-defense. Teacher? A necklace for self-defense? Not only Prince Charles, but even Princess Julia was somewhat bewildered by this. Andres pulled a leather envelope from his pocket and handed it to Julia. Princess Julia, take a look at this. Julia curiously took the envelope from Andres and examined it carefully. Then, her mouth dropped open in surprise. Prince Charles, standing beside her, also curiously leaned over to read it. Hogwarts? Prince Charles turned around and looked at Andres strangely. Andres, this joke isn't funny at all. Just as Prince Charles was questioning Andres, Princess Julia opened the letter and read it aloud intently. Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Headmaster, Andres Mori, founder of the new Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, Marquis of Sky Island, Archmage, dear Ms. Julia Windsor, we are pleased to inform you that you have been accepted into Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Please bring your personal belongings and arrive on September 1st. A list of supplies for the new term is attached at the end of this letter. Sincerely, your loyal deputy headmistress, Professor Minerva McGonagall. After reading the letter, Julia asked in a firm tone, My Lord Marquis Andres, please tell me this letter is true. A gentleman should not deceive a lady. Before Andres could speak, Prince Charles interrupted, not wanting to offend him. Andres was now the financial backer of the entire United Kingdom. Julia, that's just a good-natured joke. Perhaps Andres is a Harry Potter fan. Of course, he did this because... Andres interrupted Charles before he could finish. Of course it's true. Princess Julia, you're just one of the new students this year. It's just that your status is special, so I'm personally conducting your home visit. Andres continued, seeing the shocked expressions on Prince Charles and Princess Julia's faces. Normally, Hogwarts conducts home visits first, then delivers the acceptance letter by owl. But I believe it's my honor to personally deliver the acceptance letter to Princess Julia. Princess Julia received a royal education, making her much more mature than other children her age. However, this didn't prevent her from having a kind heart. She believed Andres had no reason to lie to her. In terms of wealth, the entire royal family combined might not be as rich as Andres personally. In terms of status, while Magic Finance Investment Company is currently slightly inferior to the royal family, the difference isn't significant. Perhaps in a few years, it will surpass the royal family. Prince Charles looked at Andres with a serious expression. Andres, we are good friends. But that doesn't mean you can deceive the royal family. The dignity of the royal family cannot be trampled upon. If you cannot convince me, I personally may no longer consider you a friend. Calm down, my friend. Of course, I know the dignity of the royal family cannot be violated. Perhaps this will make you believe me. Chapter 246. The royal garden was eerily quiet. This time, not only were Prince Charles and Princess Julia speechless with astonishment, but even the butlers, servants, and security personnel standing at a distance were too stunned to speak. Initially, these personnel were simply standing at a distance, so they couldn't hear what Andres and the prince and princess were saying. But after a while, they suddenly saw Marquis Andres extend his right hand, and a water sphere suddenly appeared out of thin air in his palm. This water sphere initially appeared out of thin air, then it began to transform into a stream of water that swirled around Marquis Andres. Finally, the stream of water shot towards a flower bed, leaving a shallow crater in the ground. Seeing that Prince Charles and Julia remained silent, Andres drew his wand from his sleeve. He lightly tapped a teacup on the table, and an adorable squirrel appeared on the table. The prince and princess were still in a daze. They had never imagined that they would one day actually witness magic before their eyes. Normally, if there were any hidden secrets on Earth, they would be the first to know. But today, Andres' revelation made them realize that there are things they don't know about. Andres, however, ignored all this and directly controlled the squirrel that had transformed from the teacup, which jumped onto Julia's body. The squirrel climbed from Julia's shoulder into her hand. Julia quickly caught the squirrel, and then she watched helplessly as the squirrel turned back into a teacup. "Can you trust me now, old friend?" Andres looked at Prince Charles, emphasizing the words old friend. When Charles realized what was happening, he didn't ask Andres any questions first, but instead immediately summoned the butler in the distance. "Raphael, inform everyone that everyone involved in what just happened must sign a confidentiality agreement. Also, go to the security room and destroy this surveillance footage." "As you wish, Your Highness." The butler then went to carry out the orders. "Andres, as a friend, what else are you hiding from me? I'm in a terrible mood right now. You know how heartbroken it is to be betrayed by a friend. A bottle of my treasured Scottish dragon's blood. This stuff is incredibly potent. You can only have a small glass each time." "No. Such a painful blow should be 2 bottles. I only have 1 left. Take it or leave it." "In that case, we leave it at that for now. You can make up for it later." "Fine, you win." Just as Andres and Prince Charles were haggling, Princess Julia impatiently interjected. "Grandpa, the doctor told you can't drink alcohol." Andres chuckled and said, "It's all right. This wine will only make your grandfather healthier." For the rest of the time, Andres mostly answered Princess Julia's various questions. She was clearly just as excited about going to Hogwarts, without giving a thought to what it might mean. The pleasant tea and conversation passed quickly, and Prince Charles invited Andres to lunch. However, Andres declined, knowing that Charles was more interested in figuring things out than eating. So, Andres tactfully left, promising Princess Julia he would pick her up later to go to Hogsmeade Village to buy supplies. Just as Andres expected, Prince Charles was only being polite, and didn't actually intend to invite Andres to lunch. Of course, if Andres had agreed, he would have made the arrangements. After seeing Andreas off, Prince Charles first settled his overly excited granddaughter. He had gone to great lengths to borrow her acceptance letter, and then, after requiring numerous promises, returned to his study. "Raphael, summon the main members of the royal family and staff. I think we need to hold a meeting about today's events. Set the time after lunch, and tell them that even those abroad must participate online. No absences allowed." At 1 o'clock in the afternoon, a group of royal family members gathered to discuss recent interesting events. Some talents recruited by the royal family were also waiting in the meeting room, but everyone was somewhat confused about what was going on today. When Prince Charles and the Queen appeared together in the meeting room, everyone realized that today's meeting might be significant. The Queen rarely appeared in public except for a few occasions, even among these royal family members. Perhaps some might think that since they were all their own descendants, they must see each other frequently, but these people didn't consider that this was an ordinary family. The royal family is different, because those who can replace the king are mostly his descendants. Only when the old king dies can a new king ascend the throne. Therefore, most of the time, the royal family not only has to guard against rebellions by high-ranking nobles, but also has to be wary of its own people. When the queen entered the meeting room, everyone present quickly stood up to greet her. The royal family did so out of respect for their elders, while the administrators did so out of respect for their monarch. After everyone was seated, Her Majesty the Queen spoke first. She asked the question that everyone had been asking. "Charles, what's wrong that you called us all together for this meeting? It's been a long time since everyone was here." Charles gestured for the butler to play a video, then began to explain its origin. "Here's the thing. 10 days ago the Marquis of Andres sent me a visiting card. He hopes to visit Julia and me this morning." "Julia? Why does Andres want to see Julia? Is something wrong with the young lady?" Charles ignored the murmurs and continued. "I thought Marquis Andres was here to pay a visit to this old man, but I didn't expect him to come specifically for Julia. I think if it weren't for Julia, I wouldn't have known about Andres' other identity." "Marquis Andres' other identity?" Isn't he an orphan? How come he's a prince from the royal family, who was separated from his family? Don't be ridiculous. If that were true, it would be a scandal for the royal family. And the public would only think that the royal family was after Marquis Andres' wealth. We can't afford to lose face like that. Don't talk now. Let's hear what the Crown Prince has to say. Just as everyone was waiting for the Crown Prince to say something, he stopped talking and focused intently on the video. On the video, a water balloon appeared out of Andres' hand, and then shot out as a stream of water. Then, they saw Andres use a stick to turn a teacup into a squirrel, which circled Julia, landed in her hand, and then turned back into a teacup. The people in the conference room fell silent, staring blankly at the video. Then another voice came. So the Marquis of Andres is a magician? His magic is truly spectacular. Prince Charles, however, had no interest in playing games and asked directly. The Marquis of Andres is a wizard. He's here today to deliver Julia's Hogwarts acceptance letter. Chapter 247. Charles, this is not the time for jokes. Be careful what you say in front of so many people. It was one of the Crown Prince's distant relatives who spoke. He simply wanted to remind Prince Charles of the occasion. Prince Charles didn't answer him, but smiled and handed an envelope to his mother, Her Majesty the Queen. In fact, Andres is not just a wizard. He is also the founder of the new Hogwarts, and his abilities are comparable to a great wizard. Of course, he told us this himself, and we still need to find a way to verify it. The Queen looked at the simple acceptance letter and the long shopping list, pondered for a moment, and then passed the letter around before asking, So Julia has wizarding talent, which is why he came to visit and told you all this. Prince Charles nodded. Yes, actually I can't think of any reason for him to lie. And everyone saw the video just now. Besides Julia and me, there were nearly 20 people present, including Raphael, servants, and bodyguards. Afterwards, I had Raphael have someone analyze the video, and it's certain that this wasn't magic. The Queen looked at the others in the conference room. The royal advisors, who had offered their opinions, studied the video for a while, then sent a middle-aged representative to speak. Your Majesty, Crown Prince. This is something we never encountered before. In fact, although there are some related records in our royal archives, we subsequently determined them to be fake through technological means and increased knowledge. Therefore, we cannot currently decipher the Marquis Andres' methods in the video. Perhaps he really is a wizard, or perhaps he possesses technological means beyond our comprehension. But none of this matters to us. Because he gave us a chance to verify the truth, he would take Princess Julia to the magical world to shop in August. That procurement will show us whether what they say is true or false, but after discussing it, our advisory group believes it's probably true. Hearing the advisory group's assessment, the royal family and loyal elites below erupted in discussion. Today was truly a shocking day. It almost overturned everyone's worldview. Although they were among the most powerful people on Earth, their reactions to the unknown weren't necessarily better than ordinary people, because they had to consider more factors, such as whether this unknown would affect their power and status. If so, would the benefits outweigh the drawbacks? These were all questions. Since ancient times, people have always prioritized their own interests before considering the feelings of others. In the face of their own interests, nothing else mattered. Of course, some parents would prioritize their children in this regard. After a while of commotion, a member of the royal family asked, So what should we do now? Another advisory group member immediately stood up and replied, We now have two choices. One is to eliminate or control this unknown, and the other is to win them over and infiltrate them until we become an important part of it. However, after discussing it, we realized that we know nothing about them, so we need to find out more about them before making a decision, regardless of the situation. But we don't recommend making enemies with them, because normally, when people know they are a minority, they hide themselves and act like normal people in society. Only those who possess the strength to contend with ordinary people will reveal their true identities. The minimum requirement is ensuring their own safety. Therefore, we believe that Marquis Andres and his group must have sufficient confidence to announce their existence to us. The murmurs in the meeting room grew louder again. At this moment, Prince Charles coughed lightly, drawing everyone's attention to himself. In fact, immediately after the meeting with Marquis Andres, I had Raphael conduct a preliminary investigation. After speaking, Raphael, standing behind him, opened a confidential document on his computer. The projector in the conference room displayed a lot of information. According to the document, there was evidence that the supermarket company under the Magic Financial Investment Company originated in Inverness. Since 2006, this local supermarket had been purchasing various daily necessities beyond the local market's capacity, especially in the last 5 years, with the volume of purchases increasing dramatically but the destinations unknown. Based on data analysis of recent purchases, they have stockpiled supplies for at least 50,000 people. This indicates that there is a population of at least 10,000 on Sky Island, yet according to the personnel sent out, they found nothing and everything on Sky Island is normal. However, because the investigation has only been going on for a short time, follow-up investigations are still ongoing. The first point alone is suspicious. If it hadn't been noticed before, it wouldn't have been a problem. But now that a problem has been discovered and people have been sent to investigate, and there's still nothing wrong, that's not right. The second point states that Marquis Andres has been promoting an exchange student program with the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and the Ministry of Education since 2007, and the program shows that the number of exchange students has been increasing year by year. The foreign students exchanged in recent years. Nearly 40,000 international students were identified, but the investigation revealed that none of them appeared on school campuses in the UK. They appeared to be missing. Customs and Immigration were investigating, but the Ministry of Education officials were evasive and gave vague answers. Suspicion arose that the Ministry of Education was involved, and a secret investigation was recommended. These exchange students appeared to be between 11 and 18 years old. The investigation found no trace of their lives in the UK. Furthermore, the investigation revealed a problem with Beretta Morley, the sister of Catherine Morley, CEO of the Magical Financial Investment Company. We only found her primary school records. She seemed to have disappeared after graduating, and no one knew where she went. Therefore, the investigation team had reason to believe that not only these exchange students, but also a large number of UK students were missing from school lists. The team is currently investigating and compiling statistics to determine how many school-age children have not continued their education. Looking at the documents on the screen, the people in the meeting room fell into discussion again. Prince Charles turned to everyone and said, "It now seems highly likely that the Marquis of Andreas's Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry exists. Otherwise, there's no way to explain where these children went. These 2 points prove that there should be a settlement of tens of thousands on the Isle of Skye, and at least 40,000 foreign exchange students disappeared within the British Empire. Charles, I think you should try to meet with the Marquis of Andres again. Ask him what he thinks. As friends, I don't think he harmed you." Chapter 248. Alright, I talked to him as soon as possible. So, besides waiting until August to confirm the existence of the magical world, what else do we need to do? Just as Prince Charles was about to end the meeting, Raphael, seemingly receiving some information, quietly left the meeting room and retrieved a USB drive. He whispered a few words in Prince Charles's ear, and Prince Charles shook his head helplessly. Alright, everyone, our investigation team has uncovered some unusual things. After speaking, Raphael connected the USB drive to the computer, and another file appeared. Opening it revealed another investigation document. The document showed that the investigation team discovered that the Magic Finance Company also owned a security company, whose business was peculiar, protecting the Magic Finance Investment Company's overseas assets. However, according to the investigation, the Magic Finance Investment Company's assets were located in 3 places, one in Siberia in Bering State, one in the grasslands of sub-Saharan Africa, and another in the desolate mountains of the Imperial Graveyard. These 3 locations were practically barren, yet the Magic Finance Investment Company had invested a large amount of money in these 3 places. Furthermore, guards were stationed there, but preliminary investigations revealed that these 3 locations yielded no output. This was quite perplexing, and the investigation team now requested authorization to conduct a more in-depth investigation. After everyone finished reading the documents, discussions broke out again in the conference room. Ultimately, Her Majesty the Queen decided against taking any rash action until a concrete decision was made. Just when everyone thought the matter was temporarily settled, a voice rang out. "Should we notify the government?" The Queen looked at Prince Charles, who nodded and then spoke. "I think we should just secretly inform the higher-ups. They find out sooner or later anyway. It's better to tell them now and get their help." Then Prince Charles looked at Chief Steward Raphael. "Raphael, prepare the car for me. We're going to Downing Street. Tell our Prime Minister I need to meet with him, including his cabinet members." "Yes, Your Highness, I make the arrangements right away." "Wait, Raphael, let's wait a few days. Let Andres and I meet again first." "Yes, Your Highness." The secret meeting within the royal family went unnoticed, and the matter of Princess Julia remained only a topic of conversation within the royal family. Andres and Catherine began preparing for their evening meeting with some senior partners. Andres also asked Catherine to inquire whether Prince Charles would attend. He felt that an afternoon would be enough for Prince Charles to do many things, and he was certain he would come to the evening gathering. That evening, Andres invited everyone to a manor house outside London. As Andres had predicted, Prince Charles indeed appeared at the banquet. Of course, among the 20-odd people present, only Prince Charles seemed to understand what was about to happen that evening. Once everyone had arrived, Andres quickly stepped forward to the stage. "It's a pleasure to see you all. I have something to announce to you today. I know what I'm about to say might be difficult for you to understand, but please trust my character. I would never joke about anyone." An elderly man holding a wine glass in the audience asked jokingly. "Marquis Andres, you're not trying to tell me a new financial crisis is coming, are you? Even if a new financial crisis were to arrive, it wouldn't necessarily be a bad thing for us. We all want you to lead us to wealth." "Yes, ha ha." A burst of laughter erupted from the audience, except for Prince Charles. He hadn't expected Andres to tell so many people he was a wizard. He suddenly remembered a remark from the Royal Advisory Council earlier that day: only when one possesses a certain level of power will one reveal their uniqueness to everyone. Please rest assured, everyone, your wealth is still steadily increasing. I have something else to say, something I already discussed with the royal family this morning. Because we are friends, I felt I should tell you some things. The dignitaries in the audience, holding their wine glasses, gradually became serious when they saw that Andres on stage didn't seem to be joking, and Prince Charles's expression was also solemn. "What are your thoughts on magic? Marquis Andres, what do you mean by that? I mean, if there were a group of wizards who could use magic on this world, what would everyone think of that?" Everyone looked at Andres with bewilderment, then at Prince Charles's expression. They sensed something was amiss, because Prince Charles showed no surprise at Marquis Andres's words. Reconsidering what Andres had just said, an elderly man with a title asked, "Prince Charles, we've been friends for many years. Is the wizard Marquis Andres talking about true?" The old man ignored Andres and instead asked the prince, clearly showing greater trust in the royal family. Although Andres was a marquis, his rise to power was relatively recent. While they might be united on matters of interest, the royal family's credibility was undoubtedly higher in certain matters. Prince Charles nodded solemnly, and then spoke. "Judging from the Marquis of Andres's performance this morning, and the information the royal family has gathered today, we have reason to believe that what the Marquis of Andres said is true. If the information the royal family has gathered is correct, you currently have at least 40,000 to 50,000 wizards, or wizarding apprentices on Skyward, right?" Prince Charles asked, looking directly at Andres, as if trying to see through his thoughts. Our headmaster Andres did not disappoint, calmly replying, "Yes, we have recruited quite a few young wizards from all over the world to study at Hogwarts. Including those from Great Britain, there are approximately 53,000 of them. Of course, most of them are still children, but in the next few years they will all graduate and become qualified wizards." All the dignitaries in the banquet hall stared in astonishment at the Marquis of Andres and Prince Charles, seemingly hoping that the two would exchange a knowing smile and say it was just a joke. However, the reality left everyone silent. Neither of them seemed to be joking. Prince Charles spoke again, questioning Andres. "So, Marquis Andres, why did you reveal the existence of wizards to us? Or what is your purpose?" All eyes turned to Andres once more. They understood that their conversation could potentially alter the course of human history. "Prince Charles, first of all, we have no ill intentions. We wizards are human beings too, and the vast majority come from ordinary families. Aside from using some magic, we are no different from you. We get hungry, we get thirsty, we get sleepy. We are all the same. The reason we made it public, besides to admit Princess Julia, is that we also hope to gradually integrate wizards into normal society." Chapter 249. Everyone present breathed a sigh of relief after hearing Andres' words. They understood that at least the current wizards didn't intend to rule everyone. However, this still didn't explain why Andres had expanded the scope of those in the know, especially since those present weren't known for keeping secrets. Prince Charles thought for a moment and continued, "How can you guarantee you won't attack us? Your Highness, you should understand that any guarantee we make is without objection from you. Because you have no effective means of resistance, you can only unconditionally trust us. What we can do is train some people you deem reliable to become wizards. However, these people cannot be too old. 11 to 18 years old is the most suitable." The eyes of the crowd lit up instantly upon hearing this method, and someone immediately asked, "Marquis Andres, do you mean you can help us mass-produce our own wizards?" "Theoretically, we will accept every young wizard with magical talent, but Hogwarts places are not unlimited. Under the same conditions, I can grant some special permission." The audience understood Andres' meaning. While this condition would inevitably involve offering Hogwarts some benefits to curry favor with Andres, it was acceptable to these nobles. There's no such thing as a free lunch, and that principle applies everywhere. Besides, if they could cultivate their own people could cultivate even more wizards, right? Given enough time and generations of training, it wouldn't be impossible to rival Hogwarts. Furthermore, everyone could try to win over the wizards trained at Hogwarts. With so many young wizards, there were bound to be those from impoverished backgrounds who could be bribed. Successful bribery was a win, and even failure allowed for the cultivation of goodwill. Either way, it was a win-win situation. Besides, those in the audience knew they had no right to refuse. These wizards were all extraordinary. They didn't have the confidence to reject the proposal. Even with many grievances, they had to suppress them until they had the power to subdue these wizards before offering their opinions. A nobleman present noticed the silence and stepped forward to inquire. Marquis Andres, it's not that we don't trust you. But you can't guarantee that other wizards won't do anything on a whim, right? So, is there any concrete way to ensure our safety? Andres pondered for a moment. The nobleman's concerns were not unfounded. He couldn't guarantee that all wizards were honest. If they committed offenses, the Aurors would have to find a solution. So, after thinking for a moment, he addressed someone in the audience. I can provide you with some defensive trinkets that can withstand most magical attacks. As for attacks from top-tier wizards, these little things are useless. But I'm sure none of you would want to provoke top-tier wizards, right? The nobles below, hearing about these valuable items, nodded in agreement. Yes, yes. We are civilized people. Why would we want to provoke others? Actually, you don't need to worry too much. Our Ministry of Magic intervenes in security matters. We will promptly detect and deal with any wizards with ulterior motives. Everyone simply nodded silently, their true thoughts unknown. The banquet proceeded as usual, with business reports and occasional offers of favors in exchange for assistance. Of course, Andres was the center of attention, as everyone was keen to learn about the magical world. Everyone wanted to know more from Andres, so aside from those with other matters to discuss, they crowded around him. Andres had anticipated this situation, and patiently answered everyone's questions. Prince Charles, meanwhile, was lost in thought, wondering if the royal family had a suitable candidate for a marriage alliance with Andres. This was one of the most effective means for politicians to forge cooperation, even though kinship meant nothing in the face of profit. But there was no harm in trying. What if it succeeded? In fact, Prince Charles wasn't the only one with this thought. Many had been considering similar options, only now they had an added reason to succeed. Their covetous gazes towards Andres were palpable even to Catherine, who stood by as a mere figurehead. At the end of the banquet, Andres told everyone to bring all the eligible children from his family the following morning for a qualification test. Just as Andres was about to leave, he was stopped by Prince Charles, who asked, Marquis Andres, is Julia the only one in the royal family with the talent to become a wizard? Do the other eligible children have any talent? Prince Charles, I'm sorry, if there were suitable candidates, we would have informed the royal family long ago. Princess Julia is the first person with wizarding talent. Prince Charles, upon hearing this, could only reluctantly let Andres leave. Once Andres was gone, the group quickly dispersed. They needed to spread the news back to their respective families. The news was truly astonishing. Many believed that if they told others, they might be considered insane. Thus, tonight was destined to be a sleepless night for the high-ranking officials of the British Empire. First, the 20-odd people present at the meeting took the news back to their families. These family members, initially skeptical, gradually came to believe it, and eventually passed the news on to relatives and friends. Most of the prominent and powerful knew about it. Although a small number scoffed at the absurd news, the majority believed it. Not only did they believe it, but they also shamelessly recommended their eligible nephews and nieces to these 20-odd family factions. After all, it was just a loss of face. What did face matter in the face of profit? How much was it worth? £2, please. If their nephews and nieces were qualified to become wizards, then all their face would be recovered. Besides, those who received the news began mobilizing their connections and resources, eager to uncover everything about the magical world. This included everything about Andres and Catherine. Some even began researching and analyzing the various companies under the Magical Financial Investment Company overnight, preparing for large-scale investments and collaborations in these subsidiaries. Because once this news became public, the value of these related companies would skyrocket. Now, while ordinary people were unaware of this information, it was the best opportunity to enter the market. Missing this opportunity would be a lifelong regret. Chapter 250. The next morning, people discovered that all the stocks of companies listed under the Magical Financial Investment Company had hit their daily limit. They were the kind of stocks that surged to the maximum limit immediately upon opening. Some people found this surge inexplicable and suspected something was amiss, so they held onto their stocks tightly, refusing to sell. Others, however, thought better of it and quickly sold. They discovered that no matter how much they sold, there were always buyers. Only then did everyone realize something was wrong. But it was too late for regrets. These stocks never fell again. Many people lamented that they weren't destined to get rich, and that stopping at the first sign of profit was truly wrong. While the stock market was bustling with activity, Andres stood on the second floor of the manor, looking down at the dense crowd below. He knew these people wouldn't keep secrets, but he hadn't expected the news to spread so quickly. These 20-odd powerful families and clans, fearing their own members lacked wizarding talent, had brought many members from other families here for testing. In fact, their worries were unnecessary. Even if these families and clans didn't have any talented individuals. He would also use character level-up cards to forcibly elevate some people, mainly to make them accept the existence of wizards. Reforms and changes have always been top-down. Only when those at the top change will those at the bottom follow suit. Andres looked at the people below and thought for a moment. The act still had to be played out. So Andres said to Beretta, who had come with Catherine, have the Aurors show themselves and have them maintain order. Then let people in one family at a time. Beretta obeyed and left. A moment later, some people in the crowd suddenly noticed 10 identically dressed figures. They were all concealed by black robes and wore matching black top hats. Those standing at the front showed expressions of surprise, because they believed these people hadn't been there before. These black-robed figures appeared in an instant, and they had reason to believe they were wizards. The important figures, who were watching this, immediately learned of the incident from their spies, and they now believed Andres' words. He did indeed have a wizarding organization behind him, otherwise, so many wizards wouldn't have appeared. Just as everyone present was still in a state of great astonishment, a beautiful figure walked out of the door. This girl, or rather, this witch, took out a wooden stick and held it to her throat, and then those in the front row heard a spell. Loud and clear voice. Ahem, everyone listen carefully. Now, please line up according to your family or faction's order. Those from families or factions whose names are called, please come in together. Then, the families waiting for the test began to line up noisily. The line, of course, was based on the relative strength of each family. Otherwise, why should the strongest be tested last? Beretta watched as everyone lined up and began calling out names. The first to enter is the Windsor family. Although Andres had already told Prince Charles that their family most likely didn't have any members with wizarding talent, the Windsor family still brought all their eligible members to the testing site. And since the Windsor family, as royalty, was first in line, no one dared to say anything. Who would dare openly claim to have a deeper foundation than the royal family? Did they even want to be seen as naive? So, a dozen or so young men entered the manor. They lined up on the second floor, and then entered Andres' room in order to begin the test. The so-called test was a sham from the start, as the names of those with wizarding talent were already written in the admission book. Andres was simply playing along. Andres glanced at everyone's information, randomly selected 2 people, and told them that only these 2 met the requirements. Then, he secretly purchased character-level cards from the system to upgrade the selected individuals by 1 level. This allowed those without wizarding aptitude to learn magic, but Andres was forced to do it. He didn't want outsiders to know that he could arbitrarily make people wizards, otherwise, everyone would beg him. What if someone held a grudge? It would be a huge loss. So, he would keep this secret forever. Andres spent the entire morning testing all several hundred people. Besides the 45 people Andres had selected, there were also a dozen or so who already possessed the aptitude, bringing the total to approximately 62. The results satisfied everyone. The smaller families were dejected, while the larger ones were smug. The leaders of the 20-odd families or factions gathered in small groups, boasting about their family's achievements, all waiting for Andres to come out and arrange the next steps. Andres finally finished testing the junior wizards, and as soon as he went downstairs, he found these important figures blocking his way. He learned that they had come to find out what they could do to make money together, leaving Andres stunned. Upon reflection, this was actually a good thing. At least they were now focused on maximizing profits rather than persecuting wizards. Andres thought for a moment, and then spoke. You know that the Magical Financial Investment Company owns a pharmaceutical company. We know. Your pharmaceutical company is making a fortune. What? Is Marquis Andres interested in letting us invest? Andres shook his head. No, What I mean is that the products this pharmaceutical company sells are improved versions of potions. Everyone was shocked. They had never expected this answer. They had secretly analyzed the ingredients of those products before, but no matter how much they analyzed, there were still many raw materials they couldn't identify. Now they knew, it was an improved version of potions. That made sense. So why did Andres say this? Everyone looked at Andres curiously, waiting for him to continue. What I mean is, we need a lot of raw materials to prepare these potions, and as magic becomes more public, the need for raw materials will only increase. Would you be willing to participate in this business? You grow the crops, we harvest them. If Andres dared to say something like this in a rural area of Yin, he'd probably be beaten to death as a swindler. But these British nobles were clearly inexperienced in the harsh realities of life. They thought this was a very promising opportunity. So they all started asking Andres about the details of the cooperation, but Catherine stopped them. I'm sorry, everyone, Marquis Andres is tired. You can ask me any questions. Seeing Catherine take the initiative, Andres secretly gave her a thumbs up. Chapter 251. Andres escaped the crowd and operated back to Hogsmeade village with the Aurors. Andres and the Aurors went to the Ministry of Magic. This was Andres' first time visiting the new ministry. He hadn't had a chance to come since the ministry moved, so today was a good opportunity to visit. Soon, someone informed Darius and Diane of Headmaster Andres' visit. The two quickly put down their work and went to the hall to meet Andres, who was chatting with staff. Headmaster Andres, good afternoon. Good afternoon, Darius, Diane. Let's go find a quiet room. We need to discuss the next steps. Yes, Headmaster. This way, please. Andres followed Darius and Diane to a quiet meeting room. Soon, the heads of other departments arrived as well. Once everyone was there, Andres began to recount his experiences over the past few days. Everyone listened silently, then Halken asked the first question. Headmaster Andres, I actually had a question for a while. As wizards, is it necessary for us to compromise and yield to muggles? Judging from your experiences these past few days, I think you've been too weak. If we just demonstrate our power, many things can be resolved according to our wishes. Harken, as a powerful department within the Ministry of Magic, certainly had considerable confidence in handling matters. Hearing the slightly accusatory words, Andres wasn't angry but calmly replied, Harken, I understand your thinking. Since becoming wizards, many people develop a sense of superiority, believing they are different from ordinary people. Harken seemed about to retort, but Andres raised a hand to stop him. Don't rush to deny it, this is normal. Once an ordinary person gains power or strength, their mindset unconsciously changes. I don't expect all of you to treat ordinary people with equality, but I hope the Ministry of Magic has its bottom line. You must understand, even if we become wizards, we are not without roots. We all come from the Muggle world, and most of our relatives are still Muggles. Andres paused, and seeing that everyone was silent, he continued. And actually, I established Hogwarts with a purpose, but before, apart from a few members of the Hogwarts administration, very few people knew. Everyone present widened their eyes instantly. They had never considered why Andres would establish a magic school. They vaguely sensed something was amiss, but no one had thought about it deeply. But now, Headmaster Andres had brought up the issue, and everyone looked at Andres expectantly. They wanted to know the answer. They wanted to understand why they were so fortunate to become wizards. If they had been born a few years earlier, they wouldn't even be sitting here. And Andres didn't disappoint them, quickly telling them some shocking news. I hope what I'm about to say won't get out, because it will cause social unrest. Andres didn't continue. He waited for everyone's reaction. He wouldn't speak if anyone disagreed with keeping it a secret, as that would cause unnecessary trouble. He looked everyone in the eye until they all nodded in agreement before continuing. I trust your character, so we don't need to sign any soul contracts. Actually, when I became a wizard, I saw a prophecy about the future. In the not-too-distant future, around 2026, the magical revival of the Blue Star world will reach its peak. This peak will also bring a huge disaster to humanity, because at that time, a dimensional wall will be opened. Once the dimensional wall is opened, countless otherworldly beastmen will cross over and carry out a frenzied massacre of the humans on Blue Star. Although the wizards in the audience were already mentally prepared, they were still shocked by this news. What the hell does this mean? Beastmen will cross over? And there will be a frenzied massacre of humans? But if you think about it, you can understand. Just like how the white people who arrived in the United States treated the local natives. Once they gained a foothold, they carried out a frenzied massacre of the natives, who had helped them. So will the beastmen who cross over do the same thing? The answer is yes, as long as the beastmen find or discover the resources they need on Blue Star. This would inevitably lead to wars against humanity to plunder resources. Similarly, if humanity could cross over to other planes, the plundering of those planes would also become inevitable. Now everyone understands why Andres made certain compromises and concessions to Muggles. This task cannot be accomplished by just tens or hundreds of thousands of wizards. Saving Earth from the invasion of orcs requires the strength of all humanity. After all, although Hogwarts is currently training a large number of wizards, this number is simply insufficient for a war between civilizations. Just as everyone was brainstorming, a voice rang out. Principal Andres, it's not that I don't believe you. But could this prophecy come true? Will orcs really cross over and wage war against us? Good question. Whether it's true or not, are you willing to bet? Are you willing to wager the lives of all humanity on Earth? The voice fell silent. Yes, were they willing to bet? This was wagering the lives of everyone on Earth. This war wasn't like a war between humans. While wars between humans also involve killing, they don't result in the extinction of entire races. But a war between civilizations is possible. One civilization can annihilate another without any burden, because the other is not even of the same kind. Seeing everyone silent, Andres continued. I apologize for saying this, but the truth is, I established Hogwarts and trained you all precisely to prepare for this war. There's another excellent example to corroborate this prophecy. The professors of Hogwarts. Haven't you ever wondered where Professor McGonagall, Professor Flitwick, and Professor Snape came from? That's right, I summoned them from other dimensions. Since they can cross over from other dimensions to come here, the orcs can too. Here, Andres told a small, white lie, though, aside from the system, it wasn't really a lie. The professors were indeed summoned by him, but through the system. Orcs would indeed cross over to slaughter humans, and Andres' certainty stemmed from his rebirth, making it not a baseless prophecy. But none of that matters. What matters is that the invasion is truly going to happen. Chapter 252. No, Headmaster Andres. You don't need to apologize for this. In fact, it's an honor for us to be among the wizards. And whether we become wizards or not, this war of civilization is inevitable for us, isn't it? Becoming wizards actually allows us to survive better in this catastrophe. Darius, true to his leadership qualities, quickly calmed down and made the right decision. His words brought the other wizards present back to their senses. Yes, becoming a wizard was a stroke of luck for them, regardless of the circumstances. Darius continued to encourage the others. Since this catastrophe is unavoidable, we should be even more proactive in dealing with it. In this respect, I can understand Headmaster Andres' compromises with the Muggles. Although they need us to resist external invasion, we also need their help. And everyone here, I hope you can temporarily forget about these things. We need to develop our magical world faster and better. Whether or not there's an orc invasion, strengthening ourselves is always the right thing to do. Everyone nodded upon hearing Darius's words. The minister was right. A magical society had to be established no matter what. As the founder of the wizarding world, regardless of his initial purpose, everyone present must respectfully address Andres as teacher or headmaster. Andres' status in the wizarding world is beyond question. Even Minister of Magic Darius respects Andres' opinions on many matters. Seeing that things were nearly settled, Andres told Darius something else. Darius, I think it's time to establish a bank for the wizarding world. If you don't mind, I plan to build Gringotts across from the Ministry of Magic. Of course, no problem, Headmaster Andres. In fact, we've been considering this as well. Once our existence is made public, it will inevitably have a certain impact on our wizarding world. As the Ministry of Magic's administrator of the wizarding world, we believe it's necessary to have a certain degree of control over the wizarding world's economy. A bank is a good entry point. We can intervene in the economy by controlling the issuance of currency. Andres nodded in satisfaction, indicating that the Ministry of Magic was considering future development. Now it's just a matter of how to arrange Gringotts' shares. He needs to negotiate a satisfactory contract with the Ministry of Magic. Actually, this matter should have been handled by Catherine, who was supposed to come and challenge Darius and his team. But today's visit was rushed, and Catherine was still in London discussing raw material-based matters with those bigwigs. So, Andres has to step in personally. Darius, I'm planning to have the goblins run Gringotts. Goblins are always very sensitive to money, and galleons made by goblins are impossible for others to replicate. What do you think? Of course, Headmaster Andres, but I think we should still send someone into Gringotts as supervisors. Okay, but only for supervision. Don't interfere with Gringotts' operations. Agreed. I will initially invest 50 tons of gold in Gringotts. letting the goblins make their own galleons. I will also invest 100 tons of silver and 200 tons of copper as raw materials for the corresponding currency production. How much does your Ministry of Magic plan to contribute? Headmaster Andres, you know we're currently facing a severe cash shortage and rely on your financial assistance. If you're unwilling to contribute, I will not agree to relinquish my shares in Gringotts. There's no reason for me to lend you money, so you can hold shares in my bank. Finally, they began to miss Headmaster Andres, who had previously been very accommodating to them. Previously, Headmaster Andres had been tolerant of their actions in support of the Ministry of Magic's establishment. Now, however, he was unwilling to compromise on the Gringotts issue. In the end, the Ministry of Magic could only acquire a half share in Gringotts by contributing land. To be honest, they still benefited greatly, because strictly speaking, the land of Hogsmeade Village was also a gift from Andres. This half share was obtained in exchange for what Andres had given them, which amounted to 0.25 tons of gold, 5 tons of silver, and 10 tons of copper. In addition, they agreed on a currency exchange rate. The magical world would exchange gold, silver, and copper at a ratio of 1 to 10 to 100. Andres wasn't foolish enough to set the gold-silver-copper exchange rate exactly as it was in the Harry Potter world. The ratios were somewhat counterintuitive. The wizards on Earth, having lived in the Muggle world, were more familiar with such conversions. This was a swift and decisive action. Andres called Catherine and instructed her to purchase the large quantities of precious metals in the Muggle world. Catherine spent about a week buying a total of 50 tons of gold from banks around the world. This move by the Magical Financial Investment Company caught the attention of certain individuals, causing the price of gold in the spot market to surge. This allowed speculators, who had gone long on gold in the futures market, to make a fortune. Andres wasn't idle this week either. First, he materialized Gringotts across from the Ministry of Magic overnight. He then materialized 50 goblins as Gringotts staff, led by the extremely greedy goblin Gripping. However, in this world of Earth, Gripping, while still greedy, was fiercely loyal to Andres. Besides the fact that Gripping was obtained by Andres from the system, the most important reason was that Gripping knew how to assess the situation. Andres was currently the strongest wizard in this world. Clinging to Andres was equivalent to clinging to the strongest person in the world. If you'd chosen the right person, what are you afraid of on Earth? This mentality was similar to that of the Kingdom of Dacca in his previous life. They considered the U.S. military stationed in Dacca as bodyguards they had paid for. Because the bodyguards were powerful, they felt powerful themselves. That's probably why they dared to establish a country next to the U.S. military base. Andres was busy throughout July. He originally thought he could relax a bit, since he didn't have to recruit students around the world. Unexpectedly, Princess Julia Windsor's acceptance into the Ministry of Magic made July incredibly busy for him. Besides appeasing the British High Command in the Muggle world, he also had to worry about construction issues in the magical world. However, what comforted Andres was that since he revealed the impending Orc invasion to the Ministry's leadership, his former students seemed more united and diligent in their work. They displayed a sense of urgency, which put pressure on their younger schoolmates, who were unaware of the situation. They had only come to work at the Ministry, but no one had told them how busy it was. Chapter 253. Just as the Ministry of Magic staff were feeling increasingly busy, a quiet change was taking place in the wizarding world. One day at the end of July, the Daily Prophet published a bombshell announcement. The headline read, "The Age of Galleons has arrived." Many wizards saw the following in the morning newspapers. According to reliable sources, Headmaster Andreas, in conjunction with the Ministry of Magic, will establish Gringotts in early August. Gringotts will then open the exchange of pounds for galleons, and the Ministry of Magic, in order to promote the use of galleons in the wizarding world, will soon introduce some related legislation, such as requiring shops in Hogsmeade to only accept galleons, silver cider, and bronze nuts for tax payments. Furthermore, according to Ministry of Magic staff, they have also received notification that their salaries this month will be paid in galleons. If the Ministry of Magic starts paying salaries in galleons, then I have reason to believe that the salaries of Hogwarts professors will also be in galleons. And I speculate that the building across from the Ministry of Magic that has been covered up might be Gringotts. This is truly an exciting moment. Just think about it. You be receiving gold? Isn't gold much more appealing than those paper currencies? This news indeed sparked a heated discussion, with people debating the exchange rate. They didn't know why the Ministry of Magic had suddenly introduced galleons, considering they were already accustomed to using Muggle currency. However, some veteran wizards truly missed those gleaming galleons. Early August arrived, and Hogwarts admissions process proceeded smoothly as usual. The young wizards arriving in Hogsmeade were surprised to find a tall building opposite the Ministry of Magic. Upon closer inspection, they saw the words Gringotts prominently displayed on it, and they discovered that many wizards in Hogsmeade were now paying with galleons instead of paper money. So the young wizards, who had come to Hogsmeade to buy things, excitedly ran to Gringotts to exchange their gold for galleons. Seeing bags upon bags of gold coins was truly dazzling. Clouds gather and disperse, roll and unroll. One day in mid-August, a large crowd gathered at the gates of the British Royal Palace, seemingly waiting for someone. Under the blazing sun, these people stood ramrod straight, none of them moving. Soon, a convoy slowly drove in, and two people alighted. The man was handsome, and the woman was beautiful. They were a perfect match. Just as they alighted, a dignified little girl ran out from the crowd, gave the two a ladylike bow, and then excitedly said to the newcomers, "Teacher, let's go. I can't wait to see what the magical world is like." A doting voice urged from behind the girl. "Yulia, that's very impolite." "I'm so sorry, Marquis Andres. Yulia is just too excited. Please come in and rest for a while. Have some tea, please." The handsome man declined the invitation. Next time, Prince Charles. You know the train doesn't wait for anyone. Today, as Yulia's teacher, I will personally take her into the magical world. Trust me, I be fine, she be back tonight. Haha, of course I miss you, Andres. But I hope Raphael can accompany Yulia. Is that alright? Andres knew that the royal family wanted to see the magical world, so he nodded in agreement. Of course. Then Raphael can come along. We'd be on our way then. See you tonight, Prince Charles. See you tonight, Marquis Andres. I have a dinner party ready for your return. Andres waved goodbye to Prince Charles, and then addressed Julia and Raphael. Let's go, we're off. Catherine smiled and took the little girl's hand, getting into the car. Raphael politely let Andres get in first, closing the door before taking the passenger seat. The little girl was excited the whole way. In fact, she had been in this state for a long time. Ever since receiving her acceptance letter personally delivered by Andres, she had been in a state of great excitement. Julia had been looking forward to entering the magical world for a long time, and finally, today had arrived. Today was the day she and Andres had agreed to go buy school supplies, and she had gotten up early to wait there. She chatted with Andres and Catherine the whole way, mostly asking questions and Andres answering. The car arrived at King's Cross Station after about half an hour. Because Andres was accompanying them, the royal family did not send any security personnel. Accompanying them were Raphael and two men dressed as assistants, but Andres knew they were more than just assistants. However, Andres didn't pay much attention, simply instructing them to sit in the next compartment once they got on the train. Andres and his group quickly arrived at the area between platforms 9 and 10 of King's Cross Station. After greeting an order guarding the station, they were led through a wall. Before passing through the wall, the little girl closed her eyes in fear, but when she opened them again, she found the entire platform had changed. Raphael and his two companions, who had followed, were just as astonished as the little girl. Knowing something, and seeing it with your own eyes, are two completely different things. They had investigated platform 9 3/4 after learning about it, but it wasn't until early August that they actually discovered young wizards disappearing through the platform walls. Early August was precisely the time when Hogwarts opened the Hogwarts Express to allow young wizards to purchase supplies. Even then, they could only watch the wizards disappear and reappear long afterward with a huge pile of goods, unable to do anything else. Now, having actually entered the station, they were all utterly shocked. One moment, they were at a modern station, and the next, passing through a wall felt like stepping into a century ago. The Hogwarts Express, a modified steam locomotive from the last century, lay quietly on its tracks, coupled with the wizard's strange attire. Even if someone told them they had traveled through time, they would probably believe it. After boarding, the group quickly found two empty compartments and sat down. With the Hogwarts Express whistling, the train slowly began to pull away from the station. Every new experience is fascinating for a child, and in fact, Princess Yulia, despite being a member of the royal family, had never ridden a train before. For long journeys, Princess Yulia travels by private jet. For shorter trips, she is driven by a chauffeur. Princess Yulia gazed curiously at the scenery rushing past the window, and thus began Princess Yulia's magical journey. Chapter 254. In a speeding train, 4 people sat in a compartment. A young couple in their 30s, a girl around 10 years old, and an elderly man. Strangely, the old man treated the other 3 with great respect. The 4 were Andres, Catherine, Julia, and Raphael. They were traveling to Hogsmeade Village. Since the journey was quite long, Catherine suggested they play wizard chess. In fact, chess was one of the skills the royal family was required to learn, so Andres quickly lost to Julia. Julia was extremely excited watching the moving chess pieces. This was much more interesting. Catherine, unwilling to see her boss get thoroughly beaten by the little girl on the chessboard, took over Andres' position and began to fight back against the princess. Raphael, as the royal butler, naturally couldn't stand by and watch his princess being bullied, so he constantly reminded the little girl from behind. Just as the chess game raged on, an elderly witch pushed a shopping cart along. She habitually asked the people in the box if they needed any snacks. "Good day, everyone, would you like some snacks? How about some honey candies? Or some chocolate frogs?" Instead of a question or a refusal, the elderly witch was surprised to hear a greeting. "Long time no see, Mrs. Margaret Mason. How have you been?" Only then did the elderly witch notice that the person sitting in the box was Headmaster Andreas. "Ah! Long time no see, Headmaster Andreas. What brings you here today, taking the Hogwarts Express to Hogsmeade Village?" "I'm accompanying my student Julia Windsor to Hogsmeade Village to buy school supplies today." "Julia, this is Mrs. Margaret Mason." The little girl in the box politely bowed to Margaret Mason, which pleased the old witch greatly. "What a polite little girl. What would you like to eat?" "Please make yourself at home, it's on me today," Julia replied happily. "Thank you, madam." Then Julia began asking about the various snacks in the cart, taking a few of each and placing a pile of snacks next to the chessboard. Raphael, seeing that the princess had chosen, stood up to pay, but Andres stopped him. Andres took out several galleons from his pocket and handed them to Mrs. Margaret Mason. "Headmaster Andres, you've given too much. 2 galleons would have been enough." "No problem, just keep it here. This little girl is my student, she be taking the Hogwarts Express quite often. Just write her some snacks when you see her." "Of course, no problem." What a lucky little girl to become Headmaster Andres' apprentice. And so, time passed with eating, drinking, and playing chess. About 3 hours later, the train slowly pulled into the station and stopped. Andres led the group off the train. They quickly saw the Ministry of Magic and Gringotts across the street, and Andres introduced them to the buildings. "That's the Ministry of Magic over there. It's protected by many magic circles. It's very difficult for outsiders to enter without permission. Come on. Follow me, I take you to Gringotts to exchange money." So the group only glanced at the Ministry of Magic from afar before following Andres to Gringotts. Along the way, many wizards bowed and greeted Andres, confirming his status in the wizarding world. Upon entering Gringotts, Andres led the little girl to the counter and addressed the goblin on the counter. "Hogwarts new students need to exchange some galleons." The goblin, who had been all smiles, immediately beamed upon seeing Andres. "Headmaster Andres, what brings you here in person?" "I brought my student to Hogsmeade Village to buy supplies." "Julia, give it your acceptance letter." Julia obediently produced her Hogwarts acceptance letter and handed it to the goblin on the counter. The goblin, without even looking at it, respectfully addressed the two. "You're definitely a Hogwarts freshman, no doubt about it. Today the exchange rate is 1 galleon to 5 pounds. According to the rules, a Hogwarts freshman can only exchange a maximum of 200 galleons. But since you're Headmaster Andres' student, I make the decision. This young lady can exchange a maximum of 300 galleons. How much would you like to exchange?" Julia glanced at Raphael behind her. Raphael took out pounds he had prepared beforehand and handed them to the goblin. "We exchange 300 galleons." The goblin at the counter quickly counted out 300 galleons from the counter, put them in a small money pouch, and handed it to Julia. Ever since Andres introduced goblins, these space pouches that could only hold galleons had become popular. These pouches were originally used by goblins to earn extra money, but today this goblin was clearly trying to curry favor with Andres, so she didn't mention money at all. Andres, of course, understood what was going on. He wouldn't refuse such flattery, because he knew it was inappropriate to refuse favors from subordinates. If he refused, his subordinates would think he disliked them, and if their superior or leader disliked them, resentment would grow. This resentment, if it reached a certain level, would cause trouble. Andres wouldn't create such unnecessary trouble for himself, so he accepted the flattery without a second thought. Andres led Julia and the others out of Gringotts, then took the money pouch from the little girl and handed it to Raphael. "Raphael, take this money. Whatever Julia needs to buy, I, as her teacher, will naturally pay for." Raphael immediately objected. "How can we let you pay for this? Take it, Raphael. You don't need to follow us for a while. We, the teachers and students have our own things to do. You can wander around Hogsmeade Village. I know you must be very curious about this place." The two assistants who had followed him quickly gave Raphael a wink upon hearing this, and Raphael could only nod with a wry smile. He had brought a lot of money, but exchanging it for galleons was clearly not very convenient now. Actually, if Raphael and the others had come a month later, there wouldn't have been this restriction. Galleons were in short supply, and the goblins were working overtime like crazy to convert gold into galleons. "Where should we wait for you and the princess later?" "This train will return to London at 3:30 this afternoon." "Let's meet at the station then." "Okay, we wait at the station in advance." "All right, see you this afternoon." After saying this, Andres led Julia and Catherine in one direction of Hogsmeade Village. Chapter 255. Andres took Julia and Catherine to Davy's and Banshee's shop first, where he bought Princess Julia a leather trunk with a built-in stretching charm. With this trunk, Julia wouldn't need to push her heavy luggage to school like the others. Andres paid 40 galleons for it. At first, the little girl thought the trunk Andres bought her was quite ordinary. She didn't like it, and didn't understand why her teacher would buy it. But after hearing the shop assistant say that the trunk could hold dozens of cubic meters of stuff, she was amazed. Leaving Davy's and Banshee's, the three went to Madame Malkin's robe shop. Because it was summer vacation and school was about to start, Madame Malkin was extremely busy. Fortunately, several Hogwarts students were working part-time in the shop, and everyone rushed over to greet Headmaster Andres when they saw him. Then Catherine and Madame Malkin whispered for a while, followed by a series of silvery laughs, before leading the little girl into the inner room to have her clothes taken and tailored. It took about 20 minutes for Catherine to emerge with Princess Julia. By this time, Andreas had already filled out a form with the mailing address. The school uniforms ordered from Madame Malkin's shop didn't need to wait here. Once the address was filled out, someone would send the clothes via Owl Express. When they came out, it was already noon. The three of them went to a restaurant run by graduates of the Yen Kingdom for lunch. This Yen Kingdom restaurant had been open for 2 years, and was very popular with the Hogwarts students. Especially the Yen Kingdom students, who came almost every week for a big meal. The three of them didn't linger at the Yen Kingdom restaurant because they still had things to buy. Andres led the little girl and Catherine to Flourish and Blots, where the staff had already prepared for the start of the school year. They had packaged the books needed for each grade, labeled them, and made it easy for customers to choose. Customers only needed to find the corresponding grade and buy all the books they needed at once. Flourish and Blots had grown significantly over the years, now carrying many more magical books as well as a considerable number of Muggle books. However, most of these books were literary, primarily novels, reflecting the somewhat limited entertainment options in the magical world. After Andres paid, the little girl happily put her new books into the suitcase. She even lifted it up. Not bad, the weight hadn't changed much. This suitcase was really useful. Then, the little girl looked at her packing list and whispered to Andres. "Teacher, we should go to the wand shop." "Yes. We should go to Ollivander's." The three walked a short distance to Ollivander's wand shop. Even before entering, they could hear Garrick Ollivander boasting about his extensive wand-making experience. Then, a family of 4 emerged from the shop, including twin girls. They excitedly waved their wands, only to be scolded by their parents. Hearing the doorbell ring again, Garrick Ollivander, without even looking up, continued tidying the wands on the counter and asked, "Mr. Derrick, is there anything else?" Andres replied with amusement. "I think Mr. Derrick was quite satisfied, since his family has already left." Garrick Ollivander looked up with a smile, as soon as he heard Andres's voice. "Headmaster Andres, you're a rare guest. You haven't been back since your first visit on opening day. What brings you here today?" Garrick Ollivander saw a girl of about 10 years old jump out from behind Andres and smiled. "Are you here to choose a wand for this young lady?" "That's right, Julia is my student. So I brought her to buy a wand." "Don't worry, Headmaster Andres, even though I'm ignoring the wand selection, I definitely find one that satisfies her." "So, Miss Julia, which hand do you usually use?" "My right hand." Julia raised her right hand high. "Then please extend your right hand." Garrick Ollivander then measured the girl's arm with a tape measure, put the tape measure away, and pondered for a moment. "I know, maybe this one will do." Garrick Ollivander pulled a box from a shelf and approached Julia. "An 11-inch black walnut wand, dragon hardwood. Give it a try." Julia picked up the wand and tried waving it. A burst of white light flashed. Everyone covered their eyes. "Ah, obviously not this one." Garrick Ollivander pulled another box from under the counter. "Try this one, a 10-inch cypress siren whisker wand. Julia picked it up and waved it, and then the wand began to spew out jet black ink. Picky little wizard. Then try this one. 12 inches, a combination of Eastwood and Thestral core. Julia swung her wand again, and the crystal chandelier above her head shattered. Everyone instinctively dodged. This one, 11 2/3 inches, a combination of grapewood and Kirin scales. The wand emitted a burst of fire, clearly unsuitable. This one, 10.5 inches, a combination of pearwood and thunderbird feathers. A jolt of electricity swept through the room, giving everyone a tingling sensation. This one, 10 inches. Julia tried 20 or 30 wands, none of them matching her wand, which made Garrick Ollivander somewhat embarrassed. After rummaging around, Garrick Ollivander pulled a box from the top of the shelf behind him. Try this one, 12 1/3 inches, a combination of yew wood, ice, fire, and rose. It's a very magical combination. I rarely use plants for wand cores, so I only made this one. Julia was already somewhat numb from the failures, mechanically picking up the wand. But before she could even wave her wand, Julia seemed to be lifted up by something, her entire body levitating. This wondrous sensation made her eyes widen, an indescribable feeling washing over her. Garrick Ollivander, seeing this, finally breathed a long sigh of relief. This troublesome little devil had finally found a wand she liked. If it hadn't been good, his entire fortune would have been emptied. After Andres paid 7 galleons, the three of them finally left Ollivander's wand shop. As they left, Andres cast a restoration charm on the entire shop as a small apology. School uniforms, textbooks, wands, all bought, only the pet shop remained. Andres led Julia and Catherine towards Nance's magical creatures shop, stopping at Honeyduke's candy shop along the way for some shopping. Mainly, they wanted to buy Julia some candy she hadn't tried before to take home. These candies could also be given as gifts to elders. Chapter 256. Ms. Nance's magical animals shop has changed a lot over the years. The space is noticeably larger than when it first opened. The room is divided into several large areas, and at first glance, it does resemble Newt's commander's suitcase. The different spaces are clearly defined, which is tough on the apprentices. Cleaning the shop every day is very time-consuming, but fortunately, there are many of them, and they all love the animals, so they don't find it tiring. A girl of about 16 or 17 heard the doorbell ring and quickly ran over. "Excuse me, sir and madam, 2 owls just got into a fight for some reason. We're busy treating their injuries." "Ah, looks like we came at the wrong time." "It's all right. What kind of pet are you looking for this young lady? Do you have a specific pet in mind, or would you like me to show you around?" "Thank you, we like to look around on our own." "All right, please call me if you need anything. My name is Jenny." Andres was actually just there to pay. It was Julia and Catherine who were actually choosing pets. They looked at this one and touched that one, spending over an hour in the store before finally leaving satisfied, carrying an owl. Andres never expected the little girl to like such a large, long-legged fish owl. This adult male fish owl has a wingspan of over 2 meters, longer than Julia's height. But since Julia likes it, there's no problem. The Windsor family can afford to keep it anyway. Having bought everything, Andres checked the time and, seeing they had some to spare, took Julia and Catherine to Floren's ice cream shop. Pleasant times always pass quickly, and it was the same for Julia. They returned to the Windsor family palace that evening, and Andres and Catherine only ate a few bites before going back to their own business. They were indifferent, but today's journey had a significant impact on Raphael and his 2 assistants. They weren't children like Julia. Children only consider immediate matters and don't think long-term. But as adults, they had to think. In the royal meeting room, the royal members played with the gifts Julia had brought them. The queen even unusually ate a piece of the chocolate frog Julia had brought back, her eyes crinkling with delight. She hadn't eaten chocolate in a long time, mainly because the royal physicians wouldn't allow it. The royal members were primarily listening to Raphael and his companions' observations. From their brief understanding of the wizarding world today, it was indeed as analyzed in the previous meeting. The wizarding world was now a complete social system. They had even seen well-dressed aurors patrolling Hogsmeade Village. They hadn't considered whether there was an army. According to their gathered information, the wizarding world didn't have one due to its small population. The adult world is always full of interests and power struggles. When people learn of powerful beings, their first thought is always to befriend them. But once they become powerful themselves, how they interact with them is uncertain. While the royal family members were holding a meeting, Princess Julia was in her room organizing the things she had bought that day. Julia decided to name her long-legged fish owl Knight. She was a princess, and her pet was Knight perfect. Before going to bed, Julia placed Knight on a makeshift clothes rack and asked a servant to pour a basin of milk and put it there. Julia was extremely excited that day. Lying in bed, she began to recall her experiences, and as soon as she closed her eyes, she returned to the scene of entering Hogsmeade Village that morning. First, she saw strangely shaped goblins at Gringotts, then she went to a magical general store. Inside, there was an automatically spinning globe, paper airplanes flying around, self-measuring rulers at Madame Malkin's robes, bizarre magical books at Flourish and Blotts, and all sorts of candies she'd never seen before at Honeyduke's candy shop. Those candies were delicious. She brought some back for her grandparents, confident they would love them. Looking at her wand beside her bed, the little girl drifted off to sleep, lost in these wonderful memories. August was just a hot summer month for ordinary British citizens. But for the British elite, it wasn't so pleasant. They felt their rule might be challenged. The reason it was might rather than definitely was because the other side was also aristocratic, and many things could be discussed. Moreover, things were developing in a positive direction now that they shared common interests, although some high-ranking officials were still uneasy and wanted more. At the end of August, two seemingly ordinary cars pulled up in front of King's Cross Station. An elderly man and a young girl alighted from one of the cars. The girl was very considerate, supporting her grandfather. They chatted and laughed, followed by a middle-aged man pushing a luggage cart. Upon entering King's Cross Station, the old man asked the middle-aged man to wait there while he accompanied the little girl further into the station. These two were Prince Charles and Princess Julia. Prince Charles had come personally to take his granddaughter to Hogwarts. It was Hogwarts' start of the school year again, and there were quite a few young wizards and their parents at King's Cross Station today. They quickly noticed someone disappearing into the wall. The grandfather and granddaughter exchanged a smile and followed suit. This wasn't Julia's first time on platform 9 3/4, but she was still very excited. Prince Charles, on the other hand, was well-traveled. He had seen these old-fashioned steam locomotives before. Seeing them, he even remarked on how quickly time had passed. After seeing his granddaughter off, Prince Charles left the station and returned to the palace, officially beginning Princess Julia's magical journey. Hogwarts today is vastly different from what it was a few years ago. The Hogwarts Express, for example, has been busy traveling between London and Hogsmeade this week. This is because the start dates for the young wizards are different, as the large number of students necessitates grouping local wizards into different houses. The situation is different for the young wizards from abroad. The wizards from the United States arrived aboard Admiral Nelson's Victory. The wizards from China traveled on the Zeppelin, the Azure Cloud, while the wizards from France and Bering arrived on an international train similar to the Hogwarts Express. However, these foreign young wizards couldn't be sorted into Hogwarts houses. They were already assigned to their houses on the way there. Once they arrived at the school, they could go directly to Hogsmeade Village to buy what they needed, a downside of having so many people. Chapter 257. At the opening banquet, Princess Julia Windsor was assigned to Slytherin. Andreas, seated in the teacher section, raised his glass to Julia as a gesture of celebration for his student. Of course, in the great hall of over 50,000 people, this small gesture was practically unnoticed by anyone except the two involved. Julia was already quite beautiful, and her excellent upbringing allowed her to blend in easily with her classmates. Just as Julia was enjoying the various wonders of the magical world, news of its existence finally appeared in official documents on the desk at 10 Downing Street. David Cameron, the 53rd Prime Minister of the British Empire and leader of the Conservative Party, arrived at his office as usual. His secretary would make him a pot of coffee, which he always enjoyed each morning, while reading the newspaper to see what the public was talking about. Today's newspaper contained nothing but celebrity gossip, so he finished reading it before even finishing his coffee. He tossed aside the newspaper, picked up the top document from the pile on his desk, opened it, and spat out his coffee upon seeing the title. Our Prime Minister David was currently sitting in his office, deep in thought. The document before him truly baffled him. It wasn't April Fool's Day, but the document seemed almost too good to be true, even more outrageous than a forgery. However, the Shadow Minister in charge of intelligence assured him, with absolute certainty, that the document's contents were true. According to the document, a wizarding community existed within the British Empire. Yes, that's right. The document mentioned a wizarding community. David Cameron didn't know how the word wizards had appeared on the document, but since it was official, he had no choice but to grit his teeth and read on. Having served as Prime Minister for 5 years, David had seen all sorts of bizarre documents and reports, from self-proclaimed messengers to people claiming alien abductions. However, Those reports were submitted after being debunked by intelligence agencies. He glanced at them and discarded them, rarely requiring his approval. At most, some flying objects couldn't be proven fake due to photographs or other reasons, but there was no proof they were real. But today was different. This was something the intelligence agencies had spent considerable time investigating, mentioning not only the wizarding community, but also confirming that the royal family was aware of the situation. Furthermore, according to reliable sources, the ninth in line to the throne hadn't appeared in any British schools. Reliable sources claimed she had enrolled at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. But wasn't Hogwarts the magical school in the novels? Although David rarely followed literary trends, he was familiar with Harry Potter, one of the most popular children's books in Britain in recent years. Could there really be wizards? But as Prime Minister, he shouldn't be unaware of such extraordinary powers existing in Britain. If Britain has them, do other countries have them too? But if other countries have them, why haven't we heard a single word? But then again, it makes sense. If everyone already knew about the existence of extraordinary powers, who would bother developing technology? Wouldn't everyone be chasing after them? David had a headache, and he was even more astonished as he continued reading. The report showed that in the past month or so, numerous high-ranking British noble families had become aware of this matter. He was actually one of the less informed. He even saw the names of many Conservative Party nobles on the list below, and these families had at least a few teenagers who had disappeared from school. After reading the report, David became restless. He immediately informed his secretary to call the royal family, requesting an audience that afternoon with either Prince Charles or the Queen. The secretary obeyed, and soon David received confirmation. Prince Charles would be at the palace for 2 hours that afternoon to await David's arrival. This answer wasn't unexpected. The Queen was getting old and less involved in official matters. Prince Charles handled many things, and today happened to be his usual day off. That afternoon, David arrived at the palace escorted by security personnel. Butler Raphael was waiting for the Prime Minister at the gate. As Raphael led the Prime Minister to the garden, Prince Charles was feeding an owl with meat strips. However, Prime Minister David found this owl somewhat strange. It was different from the owls he usually saw. Hearing footsteps behind him, Prince Charles looked up, saw Prime Minister David, and quickly put down the meat strips. The two then embraced warmly. "David, what brings you to visit this old man today?" "Prince Charles, I apologize for disturbing your rest. I had some matters to discuss today, so I had to come." "It's all right, please have a seat. Night has flown a long way, let me feed him first." With that, Prince Charles continued feeding the owl in front of him, while Prime Minister David's gaze was fixed on the newspaper on the table, not paying much attention to Prince Charles's comment about the owl's long flight. When David saw the newspaper, his eyes widened. What he saw was the Daily Prophet. The front page showed a young man standing in front of a microphone, speaking, but that didn't matter. What mattered was that the man in the newspaper was moving. He watched Prince Charles carefully feeding the owl named Night, then picked up the newspaper. He quickly learned what the young man in the newspaper was talking about. The headline read, "Minister of Magic provides detailed explanation regarding private dragon keeping." According to this newspaper, the Ministry of Magic held a brief press conference yesterday morning. The main issue concerns private dragon ownership. It's well known that dragons are incredibly valuable, with immense breeding potential. However, dragon ownership also presents significant safety risks, especially the potential for these privately bred dragons to appear in the Muggle world, which could cause unnecessary panic. Therefore, any private individual or organization wishing to own a dragon must obtain strict approval from the Ministry of Magic. At this moment, Prime Minister David internally screamed, "What the hell? Dragon ownership? They're not just wizards. They have the Ministry of Magic and a minister? They even have legendary dragons. How about that? Aren't you surprised, David? They actually keep dragons." David finally snapped out of his shock, and looking up, he saw Prince Charles stroking a knight's feathers and watching him. The royal family already knew about their existence? No, we only found out recently. Chapter 258. David, seeing that Charles's calm expression didn't seem to indicate he was lying, continued to ask, "Can you tell me everything the royal family knows? I only received the news this morning, so I rushed here." "I understand how you feel, David. Actually, back in July, my temper was just as bad as yours. Anyone would be a little irritable facing things beyond their control. But you get used to it, as the saying goes, you get used to it." Just as the two important figures were speaking, the knight standing to the side jumped up in dissatisfaction and lightly pecked Prince Charles. Prince Charles smiled and soothed the knight. All right. I know you're going back to Julia's. I don't have any news to send her today. You can go back now. Be careful on your journey." After saying this, Prince Charles and Prime Minister David watched as the large creature, with a wingspan of over 2 meters, quickly took to the sky. After seeing the night off, the two returned to their previous conversation. "Alright, finally got rid of that little guy. He's been working so hard delivering the newspaper to me every day lately. The journey isn't short, but thankfully he's in his prime and flies quite fast." Old people like to ramble on about useless things. Where were we? Oh, right. Our royal family only learned about the magical world because of Julia. It was when Marquis Andres came to deliver Julia's acceptance letter that we learned about it. Never before. Yes, never before. If it weren't for Julia's wizarding talent, the royal family probably wouldn't have known about their existence for who knows how long. I've seen the intelligence data. The Marquis of Andres rose to power around 2006. Does that mean they emerged around 2006? The Royal Advisory Group has also considered this timeline, but it doesn't explain the existence of the Harry Potter novels. Most of the things in the novels actually exist in reality. And we investigated the author of the novels. She's completely innocent. Prime Minister David thought for a moment and continued. Could she be a pawn planted by the wizarding world? Our methods can't determine if her usual activities are genuine. That's not impossible. Perhaps we can summon her for questioning. Wouldn't it be better if we summoned the Marquis of Andres? Prince Charles frowned. Watch your words, Your Excellency Prime Minister. Marquis Andres has done nothing wrong. A summons is inappropriate, especially since he's a high-ranking nobleman, and a powerful one at that. He's also a member of the House of Lords, protected by law. You think you can get rid of him without removing his seat? Well, that's all I was thinking about. So, what deeper understanding does the royal family have of the magical world? You know, no one in the government has had the opportunity to enter. I think many powerful families have been to the magical world, but none of them have told the government. Prince Charles found the Prime Minister's somewhat complaining tone amusing. Of course, no one would tell you if it involved the interests of these families. Even the royal family wouldn't want to tell anyone unless the Prime Minister personally asked. The royal butler, Raphael, accompanied Julia to the wizarding world, mainly to purchase school supplies for her. I have Raphael give you a copy of their report before we leave. Thank you so much, Your Highness. What is the royal family's opinion on this matter? I'd love to know how the royal family and other nobles view these wizards. The royal family doesn't intend to take any action. In fact, we don't understand the wizarding community at all. Even with the Harry Potter novels as a reference, it's difficult to have a comprehensive understanding of the wizarding world. So, as the old saying goes in yin, it's better to remain still than to act. We plan to wait until Julia fully understands the wizarding world before making any decisions. However, I personally believe that we are mutually supportive. After all, we are all human, aren't we? Prime Minister David remained silent after hearing Prince Charles's words. He understood the prince's meaning. The royal family wouldn't take any action before fully understanding the other party's situation, but as the Prime Minister of the Empire, David wasn't as presumptuous as the prince in some matters. He was more concerned with social stability, and he was considering whether to develop a plan to deal with the wizards upon returning. Afterwards, Prime Minister David and Prince Charles discussed other issues, such as whether UFOs and aliens existed since wizards were already present. They discussed it for a while, and realized that although there was no concrete evidence, if there were no aliens, then everyone could only believe in the existence of God. Finally, they became curious about whether wizards believed in God. In short, the afternoon tea conversation was quite pleasant, but Prime Minister David was somewhat unsatisfied. His idea was simple. Wizards represented a new force. The British Empire's former dominance was long gone, so could wizards help it regain its position on Earth? So, upon returning to 10 Downing Street, the Prime Minister summoned the heads of intelligence and military departments. The head of the intelligence department was also a Conservative Party member. In fact, due to David's victory, the vast majority of cabinet ministers were conservatives. Old Man Torin, for example, had long since left the cabinet along with his Labour Prime Minister, awaiting another opportunity. The intelligence minister naturally knew the purpose of today's meeting, as the content was something he had carefully considered before submitting. The reason for the careful consideration wasn't because he couldn't accept the content, but because he was weighing whether it would displease Andres. Yes, he was afraid of upsetting Andres. This conservative minister was also a nobleman, and his family also had a member sent to Hogwarts. His ideas differed from the Prime Minister's. He was thinking about the long-term interests of his family. That's how nobles are. They don't care who's in charge of the country. They only care whether their own interests are protected. The military department sent a general. Yes, the same general who introduced Lee Christmas to Catherine. Over the years, through secret dividends from a magical financial investment company, he had thrived in the military, rising through the ranks while his family's influence grew stronger. Prime Minister David Cameron was utterly astonished to find that the two men he had secretly consulted with were intricately connected to Andres. No, to be precise, intricately connected to Andres's pound sterling. Prime Minister David and the Minister of Intelligence waited for the general before them to finish reading the documents. The general tossed the intelligence report onto the table and immediately asked the two men for their opinions. He certainly didn't believe they would go to such lengths to bring him here for such a low-level joke. Prime Minister. Minister. What do you want me to do? Chapter 259. Despite the general's calm expression, he was inwardly agitated. His god of wealth was actually a wizard? What was he to do? What if the two men in front of him tried to harm his god of wealth? Prime Minister David Cameron, seeing the general's composed demeanor, felt even more confident. Gentlemen, even if we can't control such an uncontrollable force as wizards, we must monitor it to prevent anything terrible from happening. Therefore, I hope the intelligence department can monitor Sky Island 24 hours a day. No problem, Your Excellency. In fact, I already sent people to monitor the entire Sky Island. General, I hope the troops can secretly blockade Sky Island. Not openly, to avoid unnecessary trouble. That's possible, but Your Excellency, what reason should we use? You know, mobilizing troops requires approval from Parliament. Let me think. That's it. Under the guise of military exercises. The content is that a color revolution has occurred in the city, and the city has been occupied by rebels to quell the rebellion. Don't worry, I persuade Parliament. The Minister of Intelligence and the General exchanged silent glances, then the Minister of Intelligence tentatively asked again. Your Excellency, is there anything else? Prime Minister David struggled internally, then said fiercely. If, and I mean if, we can manage to bring back a wizard, we need to have a concrete understanding of him. The intelligence minister and the military general accepted the order and left, but they soon became traitors. The intelligence minister wanted more extraordinary individuals to emerge from his family, and the military general wanted more pounds to support him. However, neither of them knew that the other was connected to Andres, so that very night, two identical intelligence reports appeared on Andres's desk. When Andres learned of this news, he had also received a warning from the British royal family. However, the royal family's warning was rather simple. The Prime Minister's knowledge of the wizard's existence seemed to harbor ill intentions. This gave Andres a feeling reminiscent of his former teacher. The other side's subordinates were all on his side. No sooner had the other side planned something than they found out everything. It seemed he had to go to the Ministry of Magic tomorrow. Andres wanted to put on a show for the Prime Minister. The next morning, Andres had Dobby arrange a time to meet Darius at the Ministry of Magic. Then he met Darius, Diane, and Hal Ken in the Ministry's conference room. Andres first handed them the documents, and only after they had read them did he ask for their opinions. Headmaster Andres, I think surveillance alone won't have much of an impact on us. They can't get in anyway, at most, it'd just be a bit annoying. Diane was the first to state her opinion, but she noticed that Darius and Hal Ken beside her clearly disagreed. No, Diane. I think you underestimate the wickedness of human nature. Maybe they won't attack us directly. But have you thought about our families? We have so many young wizards now, and they all have families. What if the government uses their families to coerce them? We must take measures to prevent them from doing anything foolish. I also think Darius is right. We need to consider not only ourselves, but also our families. Most of our families work and live in the Muggle world, and I personally don't want anyone to disturb their peaceful lives. Diane was silent for a moment before nodding in agreement. Now only Principal Andres remained silent. So the three looked at Andres, who slowly began to speak. Then let's put on a show for them. So the four began discussing what kind of show to put on. After much deliberation, they decided that instead of waiting for others to make a move, they should take the initiative. There were about 200 Aurors now, and with so many people idle, it would be good to give them something to do. So the four began studying the intelligence. They had to see what good ideas they could come up with. The intelligence department had sent several surveillance teams to monitor Sky Island. The four discussed how these teams would have no deterrent effect on Muggles. So they looked at the military's plan. The military would deploy a regiment to conduct an offensive and defensive exercise in an abandoned town near Sky Island. This town used to be very prosperous, with a church, school, hospital, tavern, and everything else it needed. But with economic development over the years, the townspeople had all moved to more prosperous cities. Gradually, the town became deserted, and apart from a few elderly people who refused to leave, there was practically no one left. The military exercise was a ruse. Their real purpose was to blockade Sky Island. This small town happened to be located at the junction of Sky Island and the mainland, allowing the military to easily check vehicles and pedestrians and block the roads in and out of the island. A British regiment of about 1,500 men was scheduled to conduct an attack and defense drill in this abandoned town in a week. Therefore, Andres and his 3 men decided to target this regiment, and they began formulating their plan now. They decided to send orders into the town before the drill began to eliminate the troops acting as rebels, and then ambush the regiment conducting the exercise. To intimidate powerful figures, like the Prime Minister, the group decided that Andres would invite high-ranking British officials to watch the live broadcast of the exercise. The remaining task was to make the exercise appear impressive, thus deterring any ambitious dignitaries. Finally, as a precaution, Andres decided to lend Hogwarts' disciplinary committee to the Ministry of Magic for some peripheral tasks. Harkin, who was struggling to make things look good, felt much more at ease upon hearing that he could utilize Hogwarts' disciplinary committee. The committee was quite large, consistently numbering 600 or 700. Many of his orders came from there. With the decision made, Andres returned to Hogwarts, and first informed the school to cooperate with the Ministry of Magic. Then he went to London alone. He first met with Catherine, asking her to arrange for a live broadcast. Then he met with Prince Charles, asking him to notify the cabinet to hold an emergency meeting during the exercise. Besides cabinet members, this meeting also invited the heads of most of Britain's powerful families and other dignitaries. It was safe to say that if the meeting room had been attacked that day, Britain would have been paralyzed. To get Prince Charles to help convene this meeting, Andres had to offer a high-quality wizard's chess set as a price. The reason Prince Charles wanted the wizard's chess set was because of his granddaughter Julia. Ever since Julia became fascinated with wizard's chess, she frequently wrote back to Prince Charles describing its enjoyment. So, the ever-eager Prince Charles extorted a wizard's chess set from Andres. Chapter 260. Prince Charles not only received a beautiful wizarding chess set, but also gave Andres a sound lesson on the board. Andres' chess skills hadn't improved at all in recent years, to the point that none of the other chess pieces at school wanted to team up with him. After being utterly defeated by Prince Charles in 2 games, Andres left the palace and returned to Hogwarts. Meanwhile, the British High Command acted swiftly. Prime Minister David used his special authority to transfer an infantry regiment from the army, preparing for an exercise codenamed Trial. The gentlemen in Parliament were somewhat bewildered by the Prime Minister's actions, but what could they do? David was the Prime Minister, and a regiment wasn't a large force. The intelligence department was rather bored. They simply didn't know how to monitor Sky Isle. Wizards rarely left Sky Isle, and even if they did, they might not be aware of it. In the end, the task force could only monitor the transport trucks of the magical financial investment company's supermarkets, trying to estimate the number of people on the island by observing the consumption of these supplies. The intelligence chief was having a headache. He couldn't very well actually kidnap a wizard. Even setting aside the possibility of kidnapping him, what if the wizards found out about the operation? They currently had no effective countermeasures against wizards. He decided to have his men monitor them for a while longer before figuring out a solution. Unbeknownst to the intelligence chief, a savior was about to arrive and solve his problem. A few days later, one morning, military vehicles carrying weapons and equipment arrived at the abandoned town. The few remaining elderly residents had been invited on a trip by the government, temporarily handing the entire town over to the military. The military consisted of 3,000 to 4,000 troops. 1 infantry regiment was deployed as a counterinsurgency force, while the remaining 2,500 were mostly civilians, with a smaller number posing as rebel fighters. The 4,000 men first worked together to set up their positions in the town, and then both sides deployed their forces for the exercise. Originally, they weren't really going to conduct a real exercise. Their main purpose was to blockade the town. However, the lower-ranking soldiers didn't know this. They thought it was a routine exercise, and thus began to prepare for a performance for their superiors. Because of the urgency, the exercise plan was relatively simple. A portion of the troops would be deployed to blockade the entire town, while the main force would enter to disperse the rioting civilians. Simultaneously, a group of elite troops would be sent in by helicopter to infiltrate and precisely strike any armed rebels. On either side of the town, the infantry regiment responsible for suppressing the rebellion and 2 other regiments playing the role of the rebels were stationed. The 79th Infantry Regiment was unlucky enough to draw the attacking side. The remaining 92nd and 67th Infantry Regiments had a relatively easy role, playing the civilians and the rebels, respectively. The attacking side, representing Great Britain, naturally couldn't afford to lose, so they needed to carefully prepare various offensive tactics. The defending side was more relaxed. As rebels, they were just waiting to be eliminated, so they didn't need a plan, they only needed to create trouble for the attacking side. They were happy to cause trouble for their comrades, and many soldiers even secretly prepared technological and ruthless methods to deal with them. However, they didn't expect that the Aurors from the Ministry of Magic would outmaneuver them the night before the exercise. That very afternoon, in the Auro Command Center of the Ministry of Magic, Harkin sat in his office and issued orders to all the Aurors. He first summoned all the group leaders to his office. Then he ordered all groups except Group 1 to go to the defending side's camp and, by whatever means necessary, ensure that the defenders remained in their positions the next day. Then, the first group was sent to the attacking camp to obtain their operational plan. This task was relatively easy for the Aurors. With a focused mind, they could easily overpower the unprepared, making it a classic case of wizards dealing with muggles. In less than half an hour, the first group returned with the attack plan. Their method was simple. Use a disguise charm to blend into the environment, slowly infiltrate the attacking command post, subdue the commander, find the plan, duplicate it, erase the commander's memory, and then quietly leave. The other groups faced a more complicated situation. 200 men had to deal with over 2,000 people. After assigning tasks, the 20-odd groups cleared their respective areas. The smarter groups prepared stun potions. A single dose could render all the soldiers in a tent unconscious for a whole day. The less efficient groups simply used stun spells on each tent, knocking out everyone inside. This difference in methods revealed the distinct approaches of each group. They worked for most of the night to put all 2,500 defenders to sleep. Then, they left 5 men to control the defenders' command post to deceive the exercise command. Harkin then summoned the prearranged members of the Hogwarts Disciplinary Committee. Aside from leaving a few dozen younger men to guard the unconscious soldiers, the rest of them changed into civilian clothes with the Aurors. They planned to launch a surprise attack tomorrow. Of course, Andres had them record the entire operation beforehand, a surprise for the important figures before tomorrow's exercise. The next afternoon, Andres arrived at the palace early. He chatted with Prince Charles in the conference room. As the time drew nearer, more and more dignitaries arrived at the palace. At first, they thought they had only received invitations from the royal family. However, upon arriving at the palace, they discovered that there were many people present, and these were not just the proxies. The attendees were heads of various powerful factions. It wasn't until they saw the entire cabinet that they realized the importance of the occasion. Prime Minister David Cameron had come with his cabinet because of the royal family, but he was somewhat puzzled by the large number of people present. He looked at the prince and inquired, "Your Highness, what brings you here today that requires so many people?" All eyes turned to the prince. Prince Charles calmly picked up his teacup, took a sip, and said, "It wasn't me who summoned you all today. Someone else summoned you." The royal family merely facilitated the meeting. As soon as the prince finished speaking, the conference room door was pushed open again. A young man in his 30s walked in, but this young man was no ordinary person. Everyone present recognized him. He was the protagonist of the recent uproar in the wizarding world. This young man was none other than Marquis Andreas Mori, the richest man on earth, a member of the House of Lords, and now it seemed he should add 2 more titles, Headmaster of Hogwarts and Archmage. Chapter 261. Everyone looked at Andres with questioning expressions as he entered, then several people stood up to greet him. Marquis Andres, long time no see. Marquis Andres, good day. Prime Minister David, as the Prime Minister of the Empire, naturally held his own position. He believed that apart from Prince Charles, who required respect, a nod from the others was sufficient. Therefore, the Prime Minister did not stand up to greet them, but simply nodded casually. Andres walked to the front of everyone, stood on the platform, cleared his throat, and began to speak. Thank you all for taking time out of your busy schedules to attend this meeting. The main reason I called you here is to make you understand what kind of group wizards are, or rather, what kind of power we possess. This is to prevent some people from overestimating their own strength and causing unnecessary misunderstandings. The people below the platform did not expect Andres to be so direct, immediately revealing that he was a wizard. It said that some things are better left unseen than known. This was the first time he had admitted to being a wizard in front of the entire cabinet. A buzz of discussion filled the conference room as everyone was bewildered by Marquis Andres' words. Was someone trying to provoke a wizard? Who was so unwise as to act without properly investigating their target? Prime Minister David Cameron sensed something was amiss. Was Andres targeting him? He glanced at his cabinet members and then spoke. Marquis Andres. You now admit to being a wizard? And you dare to provoke these gentlemen present? Young man, you should know who you are dealing with. Andres waved dismissively, interrupting the Prime Minister. He knew that anyone who could become Prime Minister was a master of sarcasm. With just a few words, he tried to put himself in opposition to everyone present. So Andres calmly said, I apologize, Your Excellency, I have no intention of provoking anyone. Please don't label me. I'm here mainly to give everyone an accurate understanding of wizards, to avoid any unnecessary misunderstandings in the future. So what does the wizard want us to see? Prime Minister David asked with a dismissive shrug. Let's start with some appetizers. The main course will begin later. Hearing Andres say this, Prime Minister David immediately sensed something was wrong. He knew that the military exercise was about to begin. How did Andres know that this exercise was actually aimed at them? So Prime Minister David quietly watched to see what Andres was up to. Andres called Raphael over and handed him a USB drive. The drive was connected to the computer and began playing a video. The video was in 2 parts. The first part was quite short, only about 5 minutes long. The 5-minute video primarily uses a first-person perspective to show a military camp, where the person entering seems to be ignored. The video shows soldiers on guard at the gate, and he also encounters a patrol inside the camp. Strangely, everyone seems to completely disregard him, as if no one sees him. Then, this person with the hidden camera silently opens the door to the command post and goes inside. After finding the commander's room, he silently enters again. The commander is on the phone, and looks at the person with a bewildered expression. He complains to the person on the other end, implying that his office door opened unexpectedly. Immediately afterward, a beam of red light struck the commander beside him, instantly rendering him dazed. Then, everyone in the conference room was stunned, for they saw 5 people suddenly appear in the video. These 5 were all shrouded in black cloaks, their faces mostly obscured by black top hats. Then, one of them directed the officer to hang up the phone and began questioning the commander about the day's exercise arrangements. The commander, in a daze, began recounting everything he knew, even offering to produce the operation plan. The 5 intruders glanced at the plan, then pulled out a wooden stick and tapped it. An identical document appeared on the table, and one of them cast another spell on the commander, causing him to faint. The final scene showed the person filming the video seeing their 4 companions disappear before turning off their own camera. At this point, everyone present wore strange expressions. They realized that wizards had raided a military command post. And judging from the video, these wizards could have easily decapitated the commander in the video at any time. Putting himself in their shoes, he realized his own security measures were certainly inferior to those of a military camp. Did that mean that if wizards wanted to, beheading him would be incredibly easy? Prime Minister David, unlike the others in the audience, had a livid face, confirming his suspicions. Andres was targeting him, because the commander in the video was in charge of this trial. So he asked in a slightly hostile tone, Marquis Andres, what do you mean by this? If I'm not mistaken, the commander in the video is an active-duty officer of our British Empire. You've blatantly stolen military intelligence. Your Excellency, don't rush. We haven't watched another video yet. Let's talk after we finish. Then everyone in the conference room silently watched the second video. The second video was longer, and it was clear that it was edited together from footage shot by multiple cameras. It was also at a military camp, but this operation seemed different from the previous decapitation strike. Instead of using stealth to infiltrate the camp, 2 faceless wizards suddenly appeared at the sentry post. They each cast a stun spell to knock out the sentries, then held them up to prevent them from making a sound. Then they used a stealth spell to open the camp gates, and with a wave of their hand, a large group of hundreds of wizards dressed identically entered the camp quickly and silently. From this point on, the bigwigs in the conference room couldn't keep up with the demands of the video, as it became a 9-panel sequence playing simultaneously. The leaders watched as the wizards split into several small teams, heading directly towards the various barracks. Then, various colored spells appeared on the screen. After hitting the soldiers, the spells would move on to the next target. They even saw a group of wizards enter a tent, take out a potion bottle, and simply drip a drop of the potion into the tent, instantly petrifying all the soldiers inside. Chapter 262. All the bigwigs who watched the videos were sweating profusely. If the first video was a decapitation operation, then the second video was a surprise attack. The sheer number of people and the speed were astonishing. They took out 2,500 people in less than half an hour, demonstrating the wizard's capabilities. Andres was satisfied with the expressions of the bigwigs below and spoke up. Don't worry, everyone. To avoid unnecessary misunderstandings, I instructed them before the operation not to harm anyone. The Aurors have only temporarily incapacitated them. They'll all be fine tomorrow." The bigwigs in the conference room breathed a sigh of relief. At least no one had died. Even if Andres and his team had caused some deaths, as long as the wizards didn't turn hostile, things were negotiable. As long as things could be negotiated, they wouldn't get too badly hurt. The real fear was that the wizards would start fighting without even discussing the matter. The Prime Minister's face was no longer ashen but deathly pale, because the second video had demonstrated the wizards' ability to conduct large-scale operations. Moreover, their methods are so numerous and covert that ordinary people find them extremely difficult to guard against. Most importantly, human wizards are still human, but it's very difficult to distinguish them from ordinary people based on appearance alone. This makes things very difficult. Even recording the appearance of all wizards with cameras and other equipment is useless, because they can change their appearance at any time through magic. It's even more outrageous than cosmetic surgery. The Prime Minister looked at Andres and asked again, "Marquis Andres, what exactly do you want?" "Prime Minister, don't be hasty. This Operation Codename Trial is about to begin. How about we watch a live broadcast first? I went to great lengths to set it up." "What do you mean?" "You completely confused the defending side. There's no point in continuing this exercise." "No. Your Excellency, I think it's absolutely necessary. The 79th Infantry Regiment will soon become the first unit on Earth with experience in combat against magic. Isn't that something to celebrate?" You really. The Prime Minister was speechless with anger. Just as he was about to explode, a cabinet member beside him stopped him. At that moment, the live broadcast signal from the military exercise came in, and the screen split in two. One side showed the attacking side's command post, where the attacking commander was issuing combat orders to his troops. It was obvious someone was using hidden cameras to broadcast live. The high-ranking officials present understood that wizards had infiltrated. The other side showed the wizards in the town, doing two things. One was turning various objects into people. Though these conjured-up figures were somewhat dull, they were sufficient as exercise subjects. The other side showed all the wizards changing into rebel uniforms. They looked eager to engage the regular army. The high-ranking officials in the meeting room, besides the Prime Minister, also became interested. They wanted to see how capable the wizards were in a direct attack. They strongly agreed with Andres' assessment that the 79th Infantry Regiment would be the first unit on Earth with experience fighting wizards. They also wanted to see how their own troops would react, or rather, how long they could resist, without prior knowledge of the situation. Soon, hundreds upon hundreds of people appeared in the center of the town, holding up banners and shouting slogans. Wizards disguised as rebels occasionally fired shots at police stations and other institutions, and some even began to vandalize shops. This was the signal to begin the exercise. The soldiers of the 79th Infantry Regiment, positioned outside the town, quickly received orders to enter and quell the rebellion. Armored vehicles led the way, followed by a line of soldiers with riot shields, and then a whole troop of soldiers armed with weapons and batons. The armored vehicles fired tear gas at the crowd, and riot police immediately rushed in, beating and dispersing the demonstrators. If the exercise had ended there, the high-ranking officials in the meeting room would have been very satisfied. But reality is never that simple, and sure enough, things changed quickly. The crowd, transformed into humans by various objects, quickly dispersed, and the soldiers of the 79th Infantry Regiment soon spotted the armed rebels. They had initially assumed that, according to exercise practice, they would quickly eliminate them. However, to their surprise, the rebels dropped their weapons and pulled out wooden sticks from their pockets or other places, pointing them in their direction. The soldiers were dumbfounded, realizing the exercise was fake. "But you guys are so fake. Why did you drop your weapons and pull out wooden sticks? Even if you want to fight us hand-to-hand with sticks, at least use something thicker and sturdier. These thin sticks are like chopsticks. Are you about to eat?" Just as the attackers were at a loss, the wizards began to act. When the first spell was fired, it acted like a signal, triggering hundreds of other spells around it. Then, the attackers' soldiers fell to the ground in stunned silence. Of course, the Aurors had been ordered not to kill anyone, so they didn't use any powerful spells. The remaining attackers were jolted back to reality. They started running around screaming. They didn't understand what the enemy was doing. They only knew that the enemy had fired hundreds of laser-like beams, and their comrades in front of them had fallen. The remaining soldiers panicked, some fought back, some ran around aimlessly, and some hid behind armored vehicles. In short, everyone was doing something completely different. Utter chaos ensued. The junior commander in the armored vehicle was also bewildered. so he quickly contacted his superiors to explain what was going on. How did the exercise turn out like this? Wasn't it supposed to be a zero-sum scenario where we charge in, you surrender, and everyone wins? The regimental commander was also confused. His soldiers were being knocked down by lasers? Laser weapons were being used in this exercise? How come he didn't know? While the attacking side was in a panic, the Aurors remained calm and methodically advanced. Most of the Aurors used apparition to weave through the battlefield, while a group of wizards lined up and jointly released a transparent shield in front of their ranks. The soldiers' retaliatory bullets bounced off the shield. The bullets seemed to have no effect on it. Meanwhile, the opposing group's laser weapons could knock down soldiers through the shield. Seeing this, the soldiers explained that the other side was cheating. They're allowed to attack us, but we can't attack them. Isn't that cheating? Then, bewildered soldiers could only abandon their fallen comrades and begin retreating. They had no choice. If they didn't, they fall too. Andres abruptly cut off the live stream, because the exercise had become garbage time. It was obvious without even thinking that the 79th Infantry Regiment had suffered a crushing defeat, and everyone saw Andres' smug smile. Chapter 263. A long silence fell over the meeting room. The situation was clear. The 79th Infantry Regiment, a traditional infantry regiment, was no match for the wizards without preparation. Even with preparation, they figured they wouldn't stand a chance. Defeat was inevitable. The families who cooperated with Andres were better off. They had their own children studying at Hogwarts. Andres had provided them with protective necklaces against curses, so they weren't worried about the wizards harming them. Therefore, they were somewhat smug seeing the British government's forces easily defeated by the wizards. Only a complete defeat would prove they were on the right side. Prime Minister David glared fiercely at Andres. He understood that Andres seemed unwilling to openly escalate the conflict, only wanting to give him a warning. However, he felt Andres' disregard for the government and unauthorized attack on the troops could not be tolerated. Otherwise, if they attacked the troops now, wouldn't they attack him, the Prime Minister, later? Marquis Andres, what do you mean by this? Is this how you wizards treat your own country's troops? Are you even a Marquis of Great Britain? David, first of all, it's obvious my passport bears the British flag. As long as the royal family doesn't strip me of my citizenship, I haven't considered switching sides. Don't be ridiculous, Andres. You are a Marquis appointed by our royal family. I really can't think of any reason to kick you out of the British Empire. Our royal family isn't stupid enough to create an invincible opponent. Prince Charles finished speaking and raised an eyebrow at Prime Minister David, as if to say, you're the fool who created an invincible opponent for yourself. Prime Minister David was furious, but he remained rational and understood that Prince Charles was right. The wizards did indeed seem invincible for the time being, and even if he harbored resentment, his priority was to appease them. If they attacked him now, he would have no power to retaliate. Thinking this, Prime Minister David's tone softened. So, Marquis Andres, what do you intend to do? Seeing that Prime Minister David was no longer as forceful as before, Andres knew that the objective of today's operation had been achieved. Your Excellency, we are doing this to tell some people with illusions. We wizards don't cause trouble, but we are not afraid of trouble either. We are not incapable of causing trouble. We simply want to enjoy a few peaceful days. Prime Minister David breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing this. If that's all, congratulations. You succeeded. I think after today's events, none of you will harbor any further ill intentions. Anything else? Of course, I believe the misunderstanding between us arose because you didn't understand us well enough. If you had sufficient knowledge of wizards, you wouldn't have done something so foolish. Therefore, I hope we can establish an effective communication mechanism. Hearing this, Prime Minister David became interested and asked, For example, we can establish a position in the British government cabinet, staffed by one of our people. Your government can consult this person if needed. You can also send staff to the Ministry of Magic to set up an office, so they can contact the ministry if needed. How can you guarantee your people won't control us? I can only guarantee it with my own reputation. What a load of rubbish. How many times have people turned their backs on each other in politics? But David Cameron had no better options. What could he do? He was now at their mercy, forced to grit his teeth and accept it. Besides, now he had the opportunity to fully understand the magical world, didn't he? So, after whispering with the other cabinet members for a while, Prime Minister David accepted Andres' suggestion. Seeing that his goal had been achieved, Andres stood up, thanked Prince Charles, and left. The cabinet members of the British government needed to return quickly to discuss countermeasures, so they also rose to take their leave after Andres left. Only Prince Charles and some powerful clan leaders or deputies remained. These people had nothing else to do and weren't in a hurry. Everyone wanted to see what others thought of the wizard's dominance, and the whispers in the meeting room grew even bolder after Andres left. Prince Charles, what are your Windsor family's plans as the British royal family? I'm sorry, we are powerless to do anything about it now. My granddaughter Julia is studying at Hogwarts. According to her letter, although the students at Hogwarts come from different countries, most of them are ordinary people, with only a few being children of the wealthy and powerful. I think this is very disadvantageous for us. We need to send more of our outstanding children to school. I agree with Prince Charles. We need to send more of our children to study. The reason we are among the top on Earth is not only because of our family background, but also because of our control over education. Whether on Earth or in the wizarding world, we should strive to be among the top. But even if we're a large family, the number of our children is limited. Not everyone can have wizarding talent. That's easy. We can make up for the lack of quality with quantity. As long as we have enough children, someone will eventually have wizarding talent. It's not like we can't afford to raise enough children. This statement served as a wake-up call for the various families. With enough children, someone would inevitably have talent. So, the patriarchs and heads of the families planned to arrange for their young members to have more children after returning home. Then, the young members of the families faced a tragedy. They suddenly discovered that their families were not only pressuring them to marry, but also to have children. Not only were they pressuring them to have children, but they were demanding many. The more the better. This situation drove the young members of the families to the brink of collapse, just as the patriarchs and heads of the families were trying to find ways to send their family members to Hogwarts. One patriarch suddenly took a gold coin from his pocket. He tossed the coin into the air, and it landed on the conference table with a crisp clinking sound. The bigwigs in the conference room were attracted by the gold coin, and then the patriarch spoke. Many of you have probably seen this kind of gold coin before, right? If not, that's alright. This is the gold coin used in the wizarding world called a galleon. The galleon was then passed around among the powerful figures, and the clan leader continued speaking as it was passed. Actually, I think joining when you can't win is the right thing to do. But we can't just join passively, we should join more actively. Wizards are human too, and humans are dependent on money. Why can't we start with money? Control their economy? Complete control is unlikely, but finding a way to control a portion of it might not be too difficult. Chapter 264. Compared to other matters, these powerful figures were clearly more experienced in power struggles. They began discussing the struggle for economic control of the wizarding world. They certainly couldn't obtain the right to issue currency. So what about the economic lifeline? It seemed, perhaps, maybe, not necessarily, possibly, could they perhaps try to secure it? But what exactly was the wizarding world's economic lifeline? Everyone fell into deep thought. Food, clothing, shelter, and transportation were definitely out of the question. Life, safety, power, these things seemed irrelevant to them, which made things difficult. It seemed the wizards lacked nothing. The powerful figures, who had previously reached an agreement with Andres regarding the supply of herbs and some magical raw materials, hadn't mentioned a word about it. What a joke. Why should we share what we already secured with others? Thus, the issue of the economic lifeline had to be postponed. While these powerful figures were studying how to deal with the wizards, the military exercises in the abandoned town had concluded. The Aurors, Ministry of Magic staff, and members of the Hogwarts Disciplinary Committee were carrying out cleanup work. All they needed to do was alter the memories of everyone participating in the military exercise. They had a pre-prepared script from the Ministry of Magic. The gist was that they had participated in a test of a new weapon used by the British Empire, and those hit would be unconscious for a period of time. The advantage of altering memories was that all 3,000 or 4,000 people would claim to have been hit by the new weapon, and even if a few slipped through the cracks and said they were attacked with wooden sticks, no one would believe them. Even they themselves would doubt their own memories, because everyone else was talking about laser weapons, but in their case, it was a glowing wooden stick. Who should they believe? Clearly, a wooden stick is more absurd, right? However, memory erasure presents a problem, because 3,000 or 4,000 people arrived in the town and simultaneously lost their memories of that period. This will inevitably arouse suspicion. What if someone slips through the net and posts it online as a conspiracy theory? Given the level of expertise of today's netizens, they quickly uncover the truth. It's impossible to hide it, so when you want to cover up the truth, you have to muddy the waters. The best way is to muddy the waters, diverting or distracting everyone's attention. Therefore, the Ministry of Magic spent considerable time dealing with this matter, as well as the issue of exchanging personnel with the British cabinet. After Andres told Darius about this, he didn't follow up. The Ministry of Magic, however, still had a small debate about it. Originally, they should have sent an Auror as a liaison, which would have ensured communication and prevented the British Prime Minister's cabinet from being controlled by dark wizards. The problem was that all wizards were Hogwarts graduates, and no dark wizards had yet emerged. Therefore, the International Department of Magical Cooperation was vying for this new organization to expand its power. Ultimately, Caroline Page, the director of the International Department of Magical Cooperation from the United States, persuaded most of the Ministry of Magic's members, and successfully secured control of the organization. Then, Darius and his team discussed who to send to the cabinet, ultimately deciding that Beretta Morley was the most suitable. After all, her sister, Catherine Morley, controlled a large company in the Muggle world, and her sister's entry into the cabinet would be more readily accepted. As for who the British cabinet sent to the Ministry of Magic, they didn't care at all. They figured it would be ordinary people anyway, and they couldn't access many places, plus they weren't afraid of the other side finding out. The Wizarding world would be exposed to the Muggle world sooner or later. A few days later, a similar news item appeared in both the Wizarding world and the Muggle world. The Wizarding world was more optimistic. The Daily Prophet's headline read, "Ministry of Magic takes a giant leap forward in cooperation with the Muggle world." The Daily Prophet showered the Ministry of Magic's move with praise, using every conceivable compliment imaginable. Meanwhile, the British cabinet faced external scrutiny because they had created an office for handling emergency situations. This drew questioning from the opposition and the uninformed public, with the key figure being Beretta Morley. No one understood why the cabinet would create such an agency, especially one headed by a young woman in her early 20s. Prime Minister David Cameron was furious and powerless in his office. Was this the institution he wanted to create? He was forced into it. As for the opposition's questioning of what an office for handling other emergency situations was, shouldn't it be called a joint office of wizards in the cabinet? And Beretta Morley? She was sent by the Ministry of Magic. He had no jurisdiction whatsoever, he could only get advice from Beretta. These past few days, television has been filled with various news outlets questioning and ridicule. Soon, Beretta's identity was exposed. All the news organizations and media began mocking David Cameron for setting up this institution to curry favor with Catherine Morley of the Magical Financial Investment Company. Soon, the Magical Financial Investment Company, Catherine Morley, and Beretta Morley were trending on global news media again. The overwhelming news reports and exposés were driving Catherine and Beretta extremely annoyed. Regardless of the external controversy, the British government was unanimously in favor of establishing this institution. This overwhelming support even puzzled many, as normally, even if cabinet members were all from the Conservative Party, such a clearly problematic decision would always face opposition. Therefore, the unusual unity within the Conservative Party alerted many other parties and countries to something amiss, but they couldn't immediately pinpoint the exact problem. While the outside world was in turmoil, Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry continued to operate smoothly. Seven Ackerman, a Gryffindor from London, had been enrolled at Hogwarts for 5 years since 2009. Now in his 5th year, he was hesitant about attempting the Chamber of Secrets in Slytherin. 2 of his roommates had already passed the Chamber of Secrets last term, successfully obtaining the Serpent's Emerald Ring and proving themselves. Returning for his 5th year this year, 7 Ackerman discovered that his 2 roommates had become prefects. Now only he and his other roommate remained to attempt the escape room, even though it wasn't strictly necessary. However, as a Gryffindor student who valued courage and adventure, this was extremely important. You could fail, but you couldn't give up. 7 Ackerman felt he wasn't ready yet, and he didn't want to waste his 3 precious chances. So he kept reassuring himself that he needed to be prepared before attempting the escape room. The more he prepared, the longer it dragged on. Then, late one night, as 7 Ackerman hesitated in the Gryffindor common room, a portrait above his head suddenly spoke. Chapter 265. What's making you hesitate, child? 7 Ackerman looked up at the talking portrait on the wall. This was the first time in 5 years he'd seen it speak. Usually, the portrait was either asleep or nowhere to be found. No one cared where it went. After all, it was just an oil painting, and not some famous person. But today, the portrait had actually spoken. Sir, hello. I'm just hesitating about whether to attempt the Chamber of Secrets in Slytherin. You know, many Hogwarts students attempted before their 5th year. Originally, it was supposed to be in the 3rd year, but the failure rate is very high. So everyone has postponed it by a year, but I still feel unprepared. But I also feel that if I don't go soon, I fall too far behind everyone else. The oil painting raised its eyebrows and spoke to 7 Ackerman. Life doesn't offer so much preparation. Even with a 50% chance, you should still try. What if you succeed? But I only have 3 chances. If I fail, the pressure will only be greater. What? 3 chances. My God. If I had 3 chances back then, I would have gone crazy with joy. 7 Ackerman stared blankly at the painting, which seemed to be on the verge of madness, while the painting seemed to stare back at him. You know, boy, I ruled the British Isles for 37 years. I did my utmost to maintain this country, but these greedy nobles pinned the blame for its downfall on me. 7 Ackerman still didn't know who this man claiming to be the King of Great Britain was, so he didn't interrupt the painting. They plotted to kill my brother. I was only 10 when I ascended the throne. They thought a 10-year-old king was easier to control than an adult one. But that was a long time ago. The Danish Vikings were already at our doorstep. They were still fighting amongst themselves. This corrupt kingdom was long gone. It was me. It was me who painstakingly maintained this country. 7 Ackerman, with a history-challenged expression, cautiously asked. And you are? Me? I am Athelred II, the end of the Anglo-Saxon era. Listen to that. The end of an era. They pinned all the blame on me. I was only 11 during the Battle of Moor. It's the fault of those unwilling nobles, who don't want to serve their country. A king may not always be a king, but a noble will always be a noble. The rise and fall of the nation has nothing to do with them. Even if the king changes, they still be nobles. Ethelred II complained to 7 Ackerman for a long time, perhaps because he hadn't spoken to wizards in a long time. However, as they talked, Athelred II suddenly remembered something. All right, kid. Thank you for listening to this old man's ramblings about the old days. And thank you, Your Majesty, for strengthening my resolve to explore the Chamber of Secrets. Ah, speaking of the Chamber of Secrets. As one of the oldest painters at Hogwarts, I happen to know of one. That Chamber of Secrets was left by Godric Gryffindor. I wonder if you'd be willing to take the test and try. 7 Ackerman's eyes widened immediately upon hearing this. What? He actually found the Chamber of Secrets left by Godric Gryffindor. He was the discoverer of the 3rd Chamber of Secrets. These past few years, the students of Hogwarts had gone to great lengths to find the other 2 Chambers of Secrets, but the secret was hidden in this seemingly insignificant portrait. What? You seem reluctant? Then just pretend I didn't say anything. Come find me whenever you want to see it. 7 Ackerman quickly explained, seeing the misunderstanding in the portrait. No, Your Majesty. I'm willing, of course I'm willing to see it. Then come with me, let's go see what Godric left behind in Gryffindor. As he finished speaking, a door appeared in the wall behind the painting. 7 stepped forward and opened it. Then he took out his wand and used a glowing flash to illuminate the passage to the secret chamber. The moment the door closed, it vanished from the Gryffindor common room, and the room returned to its usual tranquility. 7 walked through the secret passage for about 10 minutes, estimating that he had arrived at a basement in the castle. At that moment, the figure of Ethelred II appeared in a mural on the wall beside him, speaking to 7. See that mirror over there? Go over there. 7 went to the mirror without hesitation. The once ordinary mirror began to change, revealing a medieval scene. There were castles, windmills, farmers, and cows. Then, a line of text suddenly appeared on the mirror. Ready for a great adventure? 7 nodded and said, Yes, I'm ready. Then he vanished from his spot, entering the world within the mirror. Just as 7 entered Gryffindor's Chamber of Secrets to begin his trial, Andres was reviewing documents in the headmaster's office. Suddenly, he noticed a system notification flashing in his mind. Feeling somewhat bewildered, Andres opened the system. It displayed a new illusionary quest, Gryffindor's Trial of Courage. The trial's initiator is 7 Ackerman, a 5th-year Gryffindor student. Andres was overjoyed to see this. Finally, the 3rd secret chamber had opened. So many years had passed. He almost forgotten about it. Now, he just wondered how long it would take this Gryffindor student to complete the trial. Meanwhile, 7 was experiencing a completely different scene during the trial. 7 was now infused with a phantom memory, a memory of being the son of an ordinary farmer in the kingdom of Gryffindor. 7 had completely forgotten that he was a wizard, and completely forgotten that he was only there for the trial. He only remembered that besides himself and his parents, he had a younger brother, 2 years his junior, who was 16 years old. The 2 of them had secretly sneaked into the forest to find some food. In the forest, they encountered their first problem. They were initially happy to find a wild fruit grove. But after picking some fruit, 7 suddenly noticed a leopard lurking under his brother's tree. Clearly, the leopard had spotted the 2 brothers picking fruit, but after some consideration, it chose to attack the weaker brother. By this time, His younger brother was already crying in fear, and Seven himself was terrified. He knew he had to do something, but he was clearly no match for the leopard. However, if he did nothing and sneaked away, his brother would be doomed. Seven now faced only two paths. One was to lure the leopard away, in which case his brother might live, but he himself might die. The other was to sneak away, in which case he would live, but his brother would certainly die. Chapter 266. Just then, Seven remembered his parents, the happy days he spent with his younger brother, and the smiling face of his great-grandmother. Ugh! Why think of his great-grandmother? He didn't want to see her so soon. So, without hesitation, he shouted to his brother, Kevin, don't be afraid. I distract the leopard, you run back to the village and get an adult to come and save me. Kevin, on the opposite tree, was clearly terrified and could only stammer. Okay. Seven. But what about you if I run away? Don't worry about me, I distracted you run. Seven quickly slid down from the tree, picked up a fruit, and threw it at the leopard. A beast is a beast, the leopard was instantly enraged by the fruit. It abandoned Kevin and chased after Seven, whose target was further away. Because the leopard was too fast, Seven only had time to run about 200 meters before being caught. Out of desperation, he could only climb another tall tree, knowing that leopards could climb trees too. But he had no choice on the ground, he would only die faster. Fortunately, he saw his younger brother Kevin running towards the village from the bottom of the tree. Now it was up to him how long he could survive. To stop the leopard from climbing, Seven threw down all the fruit he was carrying. The leopard roared at him from below, testing if Seven had anything else to throw at it. The leopard began to slowly climb the tree, and Seven was now in a desperate situation. Just as Seven felt despair, an arrow struck the leopard in the eye. The arrow pierced the leopard's head, and the leopard fell heavily to the ground, dead. Seven, who had just been terrified by death, felt an immense sense of relief at escaping it. Then he noticed a troop of knights approaching in the distance, followed by his younger brother. Seven first slid down from the tree to thank the knights for saving his life. Then, the archer knight removed his helmet. It turned out this knight was the Lord's youngest son, only 20 years old. Kevin had just run into him on his way back from training, and had asked him for help. Young man, you're lucky. You met me. If we hadn't happened to be passing by, you'd be dead today. I'm extremely grateful, sir. I truly have no way to repay you. If you ever need anything, please come to me. I will do everything in my power to repay you. Ha ha, I remember your words. After saying this, the knight had his soldiers carry away the leopard's carcass, then cracked his whip and left. Still shaken, Seven and Kevin returned to the wild fruit forest, picked some fruit, and went home. For the next month, the sun rose as usual, and life went on as usual. If there was anything significant happening in this secluded little village, it was probably the death of the Lord 2 weeks ago. Now, the land and title had been inherited by the Lord's eldest son. Seven and Kevin thought of the knight, who had saved them that day, wondering how he was doing. Just today, as Seven and Kevin were chopping wood in their yard, they noticed a young man on horseback outside. Upon closer inspection, they realized it was the same young man who had saved them a month ago. Now, beside him were only 2 horses and some bundles. Seven was overjoyed to see his savior and said happily, "My lord, I didn't expect you to come to the village. Please come in, have some water, and rest. I only have a little wood left, I chop it soon." "No, Seven, I'm no longer a knight here. I become a wandering knight. I come today because I'm leaving. And I'm short a servant. I want to ask if what you said a month ago still stands." This news left Seven somewhat bewildered. It was expected that this knight would become a wandering knight. It was the norm. Not all knights were willing to live a life of ease under their family's protection. Some were unwilling to accept this and wanted to venture out into the world. But what was unexpected was that this knight would come to him wanting to take him away. Seeing Seven's astonishment, the Lord's youngest son understood that he was powerless and couldn't force Seven to leave with him. He had only come with a try-it-and-see attitude. Indeed, when one is down on their luck, everything goes wrong. However, he didn't blame Seven. He thought, why should someone who is doing well abandon their family and livelihood to follow him? So, without waiting for Seven's answer, he turned his horse around and headed out of the village. Seeing the dejected look in his eyes, Seven was somewhat moved. He glanced back at his younger brother, who was also staring blankly, then looked at the hut behind him. He made a very bold decision and shouted to the departing knight, "My lord, please wait a moment. I go back and get 2 changes of clothes to leave with you." These words not only startled his brother Kevin, who was still in a daze, but even the knight, who had already walked some distance away, turned around in surprise. Then, 7 quickly ran back to the hut, retrieved a bundle, slung it over his shoulder, and said to his still-stunned brother, "Kevin, I'm sorry I have to leave. This sir saved both of our lives, and we must repay him. After I leave, please take care of the family." "But 7, you're just leaving like this? Will you come back?" "Yes, believe me. My brother, I will definitely come back." Then 7 hugged his younger brother tightly, and after a long while, he released his grip and ran towards the night. And so 7 left his small village and bid farewell to his family. He followed the night on a journey of wandering, traversing forests, fording rivers, crossing snow-capped mountains, and traversing deserts. Along the way, the two experienced many hardships and witnessed the full spectrum of human nature. Finally, after several years, they arrived in another kingdom, which happened to be embroiled in a civil war. The two, master and servant, joined one side and emerged victorious in the kingdom's civil war. The knight was granted the title of Earl, and the knight, not forgetting 7's contributions, bestowed upon 7 the title of Baron. The trial ended here. 1 second 7 was receiving the Earl's medal, the next he was back in front of the mirror. He saw himself in the mirror receiving the Earl's long sword, cheering to the others. He also saw himself marrying and having children in his territory, and he saw his elderly parents and his younger brother holding his wife and children. At this moment, 7 felt as if he had experienced a real dream. Looking at the scene in the mirror, he let out a long sigh. Chapter 267. Just as 7 was wondering what changes had occurred since emerging from the secret chamber, a large hand landed on his shoulder. A wondrous journey, wasn't it? 7 was startled. He turned around and saw it was Headmaster Andres. He quickly explained, "I'm sorry, Headmaster Andres. I didn't mean to wander the campus at night." "Don't be nervous, child, I understand. You're a Gryffindor, and nighttime wanderings are a tradition for Gryffindors, aren't they? Alright, come with me. I hope you can tell me about your experience today. It must have been quite interesting." Andres, without waiting for 7's response, led him to the headmaster's office. On the way back, he even had the nearly headless Nick call over the 4 headmasters. Soon, under the watchful eyes of the professors, 7 recounted his experience in the illusion. "Headmaster Andres, professors. Today I was reading in the Gryffindor common room, and then I entered a dream world. I discovered that in the dream world, I have no current memories. My memories are only of a fabricated childhood experience." 7 was visibly embarrassed at this point, as this memory was particularly vivid and had left a deep impression on him. "Then I first rescued my younger brother, and later I went on an adventure with the Lord's youngest son." After a while, 7 finished recounting the entire adventure. Andres and the other headmasters whispered among themselves and said, "Clearly, you passed the test of courage when you rescued Kevin. The subsequent experiences demonstrated your adventurous spirit. Therefore, you successfully passed the test of the dream world. But Headmaster Andres, I don't seem to have changed anything after passing the Chamber of Secrets." Andres looked at 7 Ackerman and said seriously, "Do you really think you gained nothing?" 7. "No, I think you gained a lot in the illusion. First, you proved your courage. Years of adventure have taught you a lot, and you successfully proven yourself a true Gryffindor. Second, this successful trial strengthened your spirit within the illusion. Your current magical power is more than double what it was before you went in. If you don't mind, you can try it now." 7 was taken aback for a moment, then he took out his wand and looked at Andres. Did that mean it was really possible? Andres nodded slightly, and 7 cast a spell on the open space. A powerful burst of fire magic shot out from the wand, startling even 7 himself. He knew his own spellcasting abilities. Normally, he would never have been able to unleash such powerful magic. "Well, Mr. 7, I think this reward should satisfy you." 7 nodded repeatedly. He was certainly satisfied with the changes. His magical power had doubled out of nowhere, something he could only dream of. Moreover, the many years of illusionary trials had given him greater confidence and courage to face the unknown. He had decided to challenge Slytherin's Chamber of Secrets tomorrow. "Mr. 7, I think you should go back and rest. It's already quite late. I don't think you continue wandering around the castle at night, will you?" Seeing that his headmaster seemed to want him to leave, 7 quickly rose to take his leave. Just as he was about to leave the headmaster's office, he heard Andreas's voice. "By the way, 7 Ackerman, your courage will earn Gryffindor 50 points. Sweet dreams tonight." 7's face lit up with an excited smile, and in the hourglass of house points at the Hogwarts gates, Gryffindor's rubies rapidly increased by 50. After 7 left, the professors and Andreas began discussing the Chamber of Secrets. Finally, The 5 of them decided to go into the chamber themselves to see for themselves, and then they entered one by one. Although the time they experienced in the illusion of the chamber varied among the 5 of them, it was less than a minute to those outside. In the end, they found that their magical level had significantly improved after passing the trial, although not by a factor of 7 like 7. However, for those of them who were already close to reaching the level of top wizards, it was still a huge improvement. However, it was clear that the professors unanimously agreed that this was a test of the mind, and not all students could pass it. The next day, the entire Hogwarts was abuzz. The young wizards discovered a new announcement on their bulletin boards. 7 Ackermen of Gryffindor had successfully passed the Chamber of Secrets of Courage, earning Gryffindor 50 points. Headmaster Andreas had now moved the Chamber of Secrets to the 5th floor, adjacent to the other 2 chambers. That day, 7 Ackermen became the talk of the town at Hogwarts. Everywhere, young wizards sought his advice on the Chamber of Secrets. Discussions filled the classrooms, the Forbidden Forest, and beyond. Even Princess Julia Windsor, a first-year student, was discussing it with her roommates, but for Julia, the Chamber of Secrets was still too far removed from her life. She could only learn about it for now. Because of her young age, Julia was somewhat reluctant to tell her family about the wizarding world while studying at Hogwarts. She always felt like a traitor. Just now, her roommate Eve was discussing the latest news about the Chamber of Secrets with her. "Julia, I heard from a Gryffindor boy that the Chamber of Secrets is terrifying." "How terrifying?" "It's that once you go in, you lose yourself, becoming a completely different person. If your willpower isn't strong enough to break free, you be trapped and sink into oblivion within the chamber. I heard several upperclassmen have already disappeared there." Julia immediately knew this news was probably false, because she believed Headmaster Andres wouldn't allow something so dangerous to exist at Hogwarts. However, being well educated, she didn't refute or question it. Listening quietly to her roommate's description, she couldn't help but think that Halloween was just around the corner. She heard that Halloween at Hogwarts was especially interesting. Just as Hogwarts was buzzing with excitement over the Gryffindor Chamber of Secrets, the Daily Prophet, outside the school, received the news immediately. They promptly printed a special edition that day, mainly detailing the importance of the Chamber of Secrets to wizards. They even set up a small betting pool for the discovery of the next Chamber of Secrets, wagering on when the final one would be found. Duan Yu's actions displeased his friend Pang Mingli, who wrote him a scathing letter, accusing him of setting a bad example. Chapter 268. Over the next period, Andres redeemed several more entrances to the Gryffindor illusion from the system. This was to accommodate the large number of Ministry of Magic staff and graduated Hogwarts students coming to undergo trials. Although the success rate was somewhat low, over 60% passed the test. Andres wasn't surprised by this data, because these graduates became wizards not only because of their talent, but also largely due to luck. It's important to remember that at the time, Hogwarts was a relatively low-ranking institution, accommodating a small number of students, and many talented young wizards didn't have the opportunity to learn magic there. Therefore, not everyone was mentally as gifted, and even those who didn't pass the test weren't necessarily bad wizards. Their magical abilities would simply be slightly lower than those who passed. While Andres was dealing with the issue of the new Chamber of Secrets at Hogwarts, the intelligence department in Yin Country was bustling with activity. A stern-looking leader scanned everyone in the conference room, the atmosphere heavy with tension. "Can anyone tell me what's going on with this investigation report from Zhongzhou County? Do you think I would show such a ridiculous report to the top 2 leaders?" A middle-aged man stood up and answered in a low voice. "But Minister, this report is a summary we compiled after verification. That young village secretary named Shinsekai is indeed a bit different from normal people." The leader looked at his trusted subordinate, then glanced at the others in the meeting room, and said irritably, "You still believe he's a cultivator? At least based on his past behavior, yes. Do you know what you're saying?" "Yes, sir. We have reason to believe Shinsekai is a cultivator, or someone with some other special abilities." "Sigh, then tell us. What exactly happened?" The commander sighed. This was the first time he encountered something like this. However, he trusted his subordinates wouldn't lie to him about such matters. The Yin Kingdom's intelligence department had extremely high standards for loyalty. Everyone present was to be investigated for 3 generations. Not just immediate family, but collateral relatives too. But this morning, a top-secret document on his desk caught his attention. Although it was a very high level of secrecy, he's seen it before. But today's incident was somewhat unacceptable, because the report concluded that there were cultivators in Yin Kingdom. Seeing that the commander seemed less angry and had calmed down, the middle-aged man reporting quickly recounted the whole story. "Sir, this is what happened. It started when someone reported that this young village secretary named Shinsekai was corrupt and suspected of being a foreign spy. Corruption wasn't under the jurisdiction of the Yin Kingdom's intelligence department, so the commander was initially surprised. However, his eyes turned cold when he heard suspected of being a foreign spy. He spent his entire life arresting foreign spies. There were always people who would betray their country for personal gain. This wasn't originally our case, it was handled by the local procuratorate. After investigation, they found that the alleged corruption was simply due to jealousy and envy of Shinsekai's achievements in the local countryside. And the suspected spy charge was only because he had studied in England and had connections there. The local procuratorate initially wanted to close the case on charges of false accusation, but a regulation requiring cross-review of sensitive cases was issued. This case was transferred to a district in Shanghai for review. The leader nodded. The cross-review system was only introduced a few months ago, primarily to prevent collusion between local interest groups that could lead to wrongful convictions. In this case, it seems the problem must have occurred during the review process. Seeing that the leader didn't interrupt him, the middle-aged man continued. One member of the review team discovered while reviewing the materials that Shinsekai's file listed the same university he attended abroad. However, he had never met Shinsekai. To avoid misunderstandings, this staff member enlisted the help of his classmates in the UK. The investigation revealed that none of his classmates knew of Shinsekai, but Shinsekai's complete academic record was found in the university's graduation files. Even details like which courses he took and his grades were available. This aroused the review team's suspicion, so they informed us. This is a fabricated identity. They're saying Shinsekai disappeared in England during his years studying abroad. Nobody knows where he went. This method does seem a bit like what people in our line of work do, but isn't it a bit too crude? Shouldn't we at least send someone to appear in public occasionally as Shinsekai? Yes, sir. It's precisely because the method was a bit too crude that we felt something was off, so we started monitoring Shinsekai. For a while, Shinsekai seemed perfectly normal, not like a trained agent. How to put it? He completely lacked the qualities a special agent should have. He was genuinely dedicated to poverty alleviation in the local area. According to the staff monitoring him, he deserved an award. But one night during surveillance, he suddenly disappeared from his room. Our hidden camera surveillance and thermal imaging confirmed that he vanished from the room. Subsequent investigation revealed that he appeared in Guangzhou, 1,000 miles away, and checked into a hotel. However, because that was discovered afterward, we have no way of knowing what he did in Guangzhou. You mean he disappeared right under your investigators' noses, and then appeared in Guangzhou, 1,000 miles away? The leader was somewhat moved at this point. This was simply unbelievable. What kind of person could disappear right under the noses of professional trackers, and then appear 1,000 miles away? However, he still didn't readily believe in the theory of immortality cultivation. Just based on this? Isn't that too hasty? No, this is just one of his problems. For example, Zhengzhou County is a major water-scarce county in our country, with an annual rainfall of only 200 millimeters, suffering from severe drought. However, our investigators discovered that after Shinsekai went there, the rainfall in the past 2 years has been about 4 times the usual amount. Of course, this doesn't prove anything. But we twice discovered that before the rain, Shinsekai found a secluded spot and used something to emit a beam of light into the sky. Soon after the light flashed, rain began to fall. If the rain was a coincidence, then we can't explain the beam of light. Another time, we found that his tire had blown out, but he didn't use a jack when changing the tire because the car was in a suspended state. So we concluded that he has a problem. He might not be a spy, but he might be a cultivator. Otherwise, we can't explain the anomalies appearing on him. The head of the intelligence department fell into deep thought, quietly looking at the document titled, Suspected Cultivator Investigation Report. Chapter 269. This matter is both troublesome and simple. The trouble lies in the fact that Shinsekai has been completely innocent so far. He could even be called outstanding. These days, it's rare for an official not to be corrupt, and he not only isn't corrupt, but he genuinely serves the people in areas with harsh conditions. In the past, this wouldn't have been an exaggeration to be recognized as a national outstanding cadre, but now there are other issues surrounding him. How to explain his strange behavior? Arrest him and question him? On what grounds? The head of the intelligence department thought about it, and decided that this matter couldn't be reported yet. Because this matter was suspicious, what if, after some time, the investigation revealed it was a preordained scam? If you present your superiors with something that's clearly fraudulent, what will they think of you? Therefore, The head of the intelligence department decided to have the middle-aged man speak with Shinsekai on behalf of the organization department. Party cadres usually have routine interviews before promotion. We won't arrest him, but surely giving him a small promotion won't be a problem. The head told the middle-aged man, instructing him to go personally and make sure to get to the bottom of things. If they really are cultivators, then this is a serious matter. It was late 2014, and a Buick minivan was traveling on a highway in Shanxi province. Xiao Wu, an official from the organization department inside, was completely bewildered. 2 officials from the capital had been sent that day for a pre-promotion interview. Conducting such interviews was routine for him as an official in the provincial organization department, but the strange thing was that the person being promoted was a village-based cadre. Wasn't this a classic case of using a sledgehammer to crack a nut? How high could a village-based cadre be promoted to? Why send someone from the capital? Normally, the county's organization department would just have a talk, and it wouldn't even need to involve the city level. At most, it would just require approval. But Xiao Wu sensed that the 2 men in the car had a strong presence, not much less imposing than provincial standing committee members, so he was filled with questions, but dared not utter a sound. The 2 people in the car were the middle-aged man from the intelligence department and a young-looking staff member. The middle-aged man noticed Xiao Wu's curiosity, but hesitated to ask due to his position. He then gave the young man a wink, who understood, and casually struck up a conversation with Xiao Wu. Xiao Wu, have you made arrangements with Zhongzhou County? Yes, I have. I just said, I wanted to film a promotional video about the work of cadres in impoverished counties, and asked Secretary Shinsekai to cooperate. I didn't mention that our organization department would be conducting an investigation and interview. That's good. Actually, we mainly came here to see Secretary Chin's working environment and achievements. The country is currently promoting role models of young people working at the grassroots level. Secretary Chin's work is highly valued by the leaders, and we're just here to verify things to avoid making a fool of ourselves during the publicity. Xiao Wu looked enlightened upon hearing this. Oh, I see. That's something to be concerned about. I was wondering why a village cadre had attracted the attention of 2 leaders. But I think I heard that Secretary Chin is quite capable. His village used to be a poverty-stricken village, with no able-bodied laborers. He single-handedly led some elderly, weak, and disabled people to forge a path to prosperity. Oh! Even your Chang'an organization department knows about this? No, a classmate told me. My classmate works at the People's Congress in Zhongmin City. He told me that one of his village cadres was even promoting apples to the People's Congress. That village cadre is Secretary Chin. He led all the elderly, weak, and disabled people from the village to various departments in the city to promote his apples. Oh! This Secretary Chin is quite interesting. What happened next? Later, all the departments in Zhongmin City had no choice but to accept it and bought some as lunch fruit for their staff. And the response was quite good. Many people said it was delicious. Later, the canteens of these departments even proactively purchased a batch. After word spread, their village's apples became famous. It seems this Secretary Chin is quite capable. It's not easy to lead such a poor village out of poverty. You can tell. While chatting, Xiao Wu thought to himself that he needed to cultivate a good relationship with Secretary Chin in the future. Being noticed by departments in the capital and being used as a model for publicity meant he was going to soar to great heights. Soon, the car exited the highway and drove along a county road to the Xiangshui Village Committee, where Shinsekai lived. Shinsekai walked out of the village committee. Ever since he was studying at Hogwarts, he had discovered his special talent for plants. All the plants he cultivated grew much faster than others, and their yields were also higher. Therefore, after graduating, he didn't choose to stay in Great Britain. He wanted to return to help his hometown. Shinsekai grew up in Xiangshui Village. At the age of 10, he went to Yancheng, Guangzhou, with his father, who was working away from home. After staying in Yancheng for several years, he was discovered and recorded in the Book of Admission, and Andres brought him back to Great Britain to study at Hogwarts. What Shinsekai himself didn't know was that he possessed the aura of the heart of nature. Standing at the gate of the courtyard, Shinsekai saw a Buick minivan pull up in the village committee's yard, and several staff members got out. He quickly went forward and shook hands with each of them. Greetings, leaders. Welcome to Xiangshui Village for your inspection. I am Shinsekai. Please feel free to contact me if you need anything. Secretary Chin, you're too kind. Shall we go inside and talk? Oh dear, look at me. Please come in, please come in. After entering the office, the group began drinking tea and chatting for a while. Then, The middle-aged man stood up and addressed the others in the room. I now represent the Provincial Organization Department and wish to speak with Secretary Chin for a few minutes. Please wait in the next room. The others in the office were astonished. The Provincial Organization Department wanted to speak with Secretary Chin? Looking at the group, they all smiled knowingly. Secretary Chin was about to be promoted. But wait, why the Provincial Organization Department? They didn't understand. After everyone left, only the two people from the capital and Shinsekai remained in the office. The others, unaware that the two were from the capital, assumed they were from the Provincial Organization Department. Secretary Chin, this is Mr. Chin, the person in charge of this conversation. This is Xiao Lu, who came with me, he's taking notes. This is just a routine exchange, so please don't feel pressured. Just tell the truth. Okay, please feel free to ask any questions. Then, Mr. Chin began his conversation with Shinsekai, starting by confirming his personal information. This was mainly to establish initial trust between them. Then, they discussed Shinsekai's work experience over the past 2 years. Mr. Chin occasionally asked about work details. This was the main focus of the investigation. Finding that much of what Shinsekai said matched, Mr. Chin appeared quite relaxed and suddenly asked, Secretary Chin, I heard you studied in England. Could you briefly tell us about your study abroad experience? Chapter 270. Shinsekai was taken aback at first, then answered casually. That wasn't a pleasant experience. Can I refuse? Just give a brief overview. It's easy to find out. There's nothing to hide, right? Shinsekai looked strangely at the two men in front of him. The middle-aged man surnamed Chin felt as if he had been seen through. However, he remained outwardly unchanged and then asked again. Is there something else that can't be known? Mr. Chin, you're joking. How could I possibly have anything to hide? May I ask what you want to know? Of course, for example, we like to know about your university life. As far as we know, you participated in a student exchange program with the British Foreign Office. Shinsekai hesitated. He realized he had probably been exposed. However, this situation was expected. When he decided to return, the Ministry of Magic had contacted him. The Ministry of Magic's advice was to delay as much as possible if he was exposed, and then notify the Ministry of Magic so they could prepare. Seeing Shinsekai hesitate, the middle-aged man surnamed Chien and the young man Lu knew that Shinsekai indeed had a secret. Moreover, his hesitation indicated that he was wavering, so the young man immediately stepped forward to reassure him. Secretary Chin, we understand that many students studying abroad are not framed by foreign intelligence agencies and become their pawns. As long as you are honest with the organization, considering your situation, the organization will not make things difficult for you. Oh, you think I'm a spy? No wonder, I noticed a group of outsiders frequently appearing near the village lately. Upon hearing this, the middle-aged man surnamed Chien exclaimed, Oh no! My people have been exposed. These brats think they can act with impunity just because they're in China, huh? When we get back, I have the Shanxi provincial authorities give them a good talking to. Secretary Chin, you misunderstood. It was discovered by staff in Shanghai during the cross-review of sensitive cases. He should be considered your alumnus, but he never seen you at the university. That aroused their suspicion, so they reported it to our intelligence department. Come, let's get to know each other again. I'm Qian Xiangxing from the Yin State Intelligence Department, and this is Lu Guojun. Secretary Chin, rest assured, we don't suspect you of being a spy. If all spies were as dedicated as you in leading impoverished villages out of poverty, we'd be happy to send more abroad. We're just afraid that outstanding cadres, like you, might be used by foreigners to do things that hurt our own people and please our enemies. Shinsekai finally understood where the problem lay. It seemed the school had indeed handled this matter somewhat hastily, which also reflected the school's lack of experience in this area. Mr. Chien, please rest assured. I am indeed not a spy, and no one can threaten me. As for what I did during my years studying in England, it's not that I can't talk about it. It's just that I'm worried your rank isn't high enough. This matter has too much implications. Wow, could this guy really be a cultivator? That was Qian Xiangxing's first thought, but he was also puzzled about the connection between cultivating immortality and Shinsekai studying in England. Secretary Chin, what do you mean? I'm a department head in the intelligence department of Yin country. Isn't my rank high enough? Mr. Chien, I think you should understand. The more you know about certain things, the more detrimental it is to you personally. My suggestion is that I write this down later, and you take it back to your intelligence department's top leader. Then see how your leader handles it. Don't worry, I will cooperate. After all, Yin country is also my motherland. The middle-aged man surnamed Chien hesitated, knowing the young man opposite him had a secret. He wasn't sure if the other was genuinely cooperating or just stalling for time. It's possible, but I need to leave Xiaolu here to maintain constant contact with Secretary Qin. As he said this, Qian Xiangxing stared intently into Qin Zakai's eyes. He wanted to glean something from them, but Qin Zakai seemed genuinely honest and answered calmly. Okay, I stay in the village. It's just that Xiaolu will have to stay and suffer with me for a few days. Having received a positive reply, Qian Xiangxing went out to make a phone call. He returned shortly and said to Qin Zakai, "The leader has agreed. We get back to you as soon as possible." Then Qin Zakai took out paper and pen from his desk and began to write. What he wrote was very simple. I am a wizard who began attending Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry on the Isle of Skye in 2007. My headmaster is Marquis Andreas Mori. After writing this, Qin Zakai folded the paper in half and placed it on the table. Qian Xiangxing took an envelope from his pocket and put the paper inside. He then took a small seal from his trouser pocket, had Qin Zakai sign it, and then put the letter in his pocket. Alright, then Secretary Qin, I leave Xiaolu in your care. I need to get back to the capital now. After saying goodbye to Qin Zakai, Qian Xiangxing hurriedly drove to a nearby military base. The intelligence department had mobilized military resources for him, hoping to send the letter back as quickly as possible. Meanwhile, Qin Zakai, in front of Xiaolu, took out his cell phone and called Pang Minghui, who was far away in Great Britain. Pang Minghui was asleep when his phone rang, waking him up. He wasn't angry because he knew that the person calling him couldn't possibly be from the Ministry of Magic. And at this hour, the person calling definitely wasn't from Great Britain, it was more likely a relative or friend from Yen country. He picked up the phone and saw it was indeed his junior Qin Zakai. This junior had left a deep impression on him because he was one of the few graduates who didn't take a position in the Ministry of Magic but returned to Yen country. He wasn't the only one who returned, but he was the only one who went to a remote rural area to help with local development. That he could do was truly admirable. Not everyone is greedy for wealth and status, and some people use their actions to make most people feel ashamed. Pang Minghui was one of those who felt ashamed because he himself couldn't give up his comfortable life to struggle in the most difficult parts of his country. So when Qin Zakai was about to return, Pang Minghui specifically left his phone number with him. He was mainly worried that Qin Zakai might encounter difficulties and be isolated in Yin country. His call now meant something must have happened. Hey Lao Qin, do you even know what time it is in Great Britain? I advise you to make sure you're in trouble, or I fly back right now and deal with you. Ha ha, I forgot it's the middle of the night in Great Britain. I do need to talk to you. The intelligence department in Yin country just found me. I've been exposed, so I told them about the school. You guys better be prepared. Damn it, you're such a worry. I know, be careful. If there's any danger, prioritize your own safety. Okay. Then Qin Zakai hung up the phone, while Xiaolu next to him thought to himself, this is blatant betrayal. I'm still here, and he's just openly giving me away. Chapter 271. Secretary Qin, may I ask who you called? Xiaolu asked tentatively, not expecting the other party to tell him. However, he didn't expect the answer to be so readily given. Oh, his name is Pang Minghui. He's a classmate from my university in England. I'm going to check out the orchard in the village. Are you staying here or coming with me? I'd like to go with you. To be honest, I haven't seen many orchards before. On the way here, I heard people say that the apples in the village seem to be very good. Yes, you know once you try them. So Xiaolu went to the orchard with Qin Zakai. On the way, he told Qian Xiangxing about Qin Zakai's phone call. Qian Xiangxing was still on the road and could only reply, keep an eye on it. While Xiaolu was tending to the fruit trees in the orchard with Qin Zakai, Qian Xiangxing finally returned to the intelligence department of the capital Yin State. He went straight to the chief's office and handed him the envelope. The commander took the envelope, opened it, and read Qin Zakai's letter. Just that simple sentence left the intelligence chief's mind reeling. Good news, the other party wasn't a cultivator. Bad news, the other party was a wizard. That was even worse than a cultivator. At least cultivators were unique to Yen Kingdom, but wizards weren't. Seeing the commander remain silent, Qian Xiangxing relayed the message Xiaolu had just sent. The commander immediately gave the order, Xiangxing, go and compile a list of all those who participated in the British Foreign Office's exchange student program over the years. You mean? It's very likely they all have problems? Yes. Go immediately. Yes, sir. Qian Xiangxing immediately turned and left to investigate the list, while the head of the intelligence department picked up the red telephone on the table. Secretary Liu, is number 1 there? Yes, right? Yes. Yes. I have something important to report. I'll be there in half an hour. Okay. After hanging up, he dialed another number. Secretary Ma, is number 2 there? What? In a meeting? How much longer? I have something important to report. I already arranged to meet number 1 in half an hour. Yes, if it can't be finished, immediately interrupt the meeting. This matter of mine could endanger national security. Okay, thank you so much. Half an hour later, in number 1's office. Number 1 picked up his teacup, took a sip of tea, and said, "What's going on with Lao Lei? He rushed us over for a meeting." "I don't know. He didn't give you a single hint. I was having an economic meeting when Secretary Ma interrupted, saying it might endanger national security. That old guy's been in this position for years. His judgment shouldn't be wrong, but I don't know what it is. Sigh, these are turbulent times. Let's wait and see. If it's not important, his bottle of fine wine, treasured for decades, will be ruined." Ha ha ha. Just as the 2 leaders were joking, there was a knock on the office door. "Come in." Then the head of the intelligence department, whom they called Lao Lei, walked in. Before the 2 leaders could speak, Lao Lei handed them 2 reports. The 2 leaders didn't dare to delay, and immediately started reading. They quickly finished reading the reports, and then the second leader asked with interest, "So this young Secretary Qin is a cultivator? Good news, bad news. Which do you want to hear first?" "First the bad, then the good." "Hear the bad news first." "The bad news is Qin Sakai is a wizard." "And the good news is?" "He's not a cultivator." The 2 leaders were somewhat amused and exasperated. This guy, at his age, was acting like a child. He actually dared to joke with the first and second leaders. "What do you mean?" "There's definitely more to this story." "Indeed, there is more than you can imagine." So, Chief Lei from the intelligence department recounted how he had sent people to verify the information, and even showed the 2 leaders the letter Qin Sakai had written. The 2 leaders were stunned upon seeing the letter. What did this mean? Wizards had a school? Called Hogwarts? And they even knew the headmaster, the famous Marquis Andres, a friendly figure from Yin country. This was truly unbelievable. While the first leader was still racking his brains, the second leader slapped his thigh and exclaimed loudly, "That explains it! That explains it!" The top leader and intelligence chief Lei watched as the second leader ecstatically celebrated, both with slightly worried expressions. "Hey, what's with those expressions? I'm not crazy, I'm just too happy. Oh, how much help did Marquis Andres provide us back in 2008? From the beginning, I felt like his actions were like he knew an earthquake was coming, and now it all makes sense. He completely foresaw the future. I just received news that Qin Sakai participated in Marquis Andres' British exchange program, and it seems all the students there have problems. They all have academic records, but like Qin Sakai, they never actually studied there. So, they all went to the so-called Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry? That seems to be the case now. Approximately how many? Judging from the current situation, there are about 13,000 people. That many? Many? I think it's too few. If all the wizards they train were as dedicated to serving the people as Qin Sakai, 13,000 wouldn't be enough. I think we should stop guessing here. Let's contact Marquis Andres and ask what's going on. After all, judging from previous events, Marquis Andres has been very friendly to us. I agree with number 1's opinion. Let's contact them first. Thus, the 3 leaders in the office reached a consensus, and the intelligence department began to contact Andres. Meanwhile, the British Ministry of Magic had already informed Andres that Yin Kingdom knew of Hogwarts' existence. Andres felt a headache coming on. What's going on lately? Everything seems to be happening at once. However, he had foreseen this day when some wizards chose to return home, but he hadn't expected it to be Yin, and so soon. So Andres went to the Ministry of Magic and sat down for a meeting with Darius and the others, mainly to discuss how to deal with this sudden exposure. The Ministry of Magic thought they could follow the example of Great Britain and give the Yin government a warning first. But the Yin graduates believed the Yin government wouldn't fall for that, and that communication was key. Just as they were arguing, an owl flew into the Ministry of Magic and tossed a letter to Andres. Andres recognized it as Catherine's postman. He figured they needed something from Yin. He opened the letter and, sure enough, it was someone from Yin looking for him. Chapter 272. A phone number was also included with the letter, indicating that someone could answer it at any time. So Andres decided to call first to gauge the other party's attitude before deciding on his response. The Ministry of Magic officials didn't stop him. After all, it was better than guessing. So, in front of the numerous Ministry of Magic officials, Andres dialed the number. Hello, this is Andres. I heard someone wants to see me. Hello, Marquis Andres. This is Minister Lei from the Yin Kingdom's Intelligence Department. We have something we'd like to verify with you. We have someone here named Shinsekai who claims to have studied at your school. Is that correct? Hello, Minister Lei. If this Shinsekai is referring to Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, then what he said is true. Minister Lei on the other end of the line hadn't expected Andres to mention Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry so readily. It seemed that there really was a magic school in Great Britain training wizards. Extraordinary beings truly exist in this world, but when did they come into being? Why haven't I heard of them before? So many questions. I really want to know the answers. Marquis Andres, if I may ask, are all the 13,000 plus people you recruited from Yin Kingdom wizards? Yes, some of them have already graduated. But most are still studying. May I ask why? Minister Ray, what do you mean? I mean, why do you train Easterners to become wizards? Did your British government agree to it? Minister Ray, you might not know much about us. First of all, we wizards only recruit students with wizarding talent, not just anyone we want to recruit. Recruiting someone without wizarding talent is useless. Besides, the British government doesn't govern us. We have our own Ministry of Magic to manage wizards. But how come we never heard of you before? Have you been around for a long time? No, not really. Alright, Minister Ray, I know you still have many questions. But now might not be the right time. How about this? I go to your country in a week to explain this matter in person. What do you think? Oh, that's wonderful. We await your arrival. Yes, I'll be there on time. Andres hung up the phone and addressed the Ministry of Magic officials present. Alright, everyone, you probably all heard what I just said. In a week, I'd be traveling to Yin Country aboard the Azure Cloud. Besides sending a team of Aurors with me, Darius should also send a liaison team to be stationed permanently in Yin Country. Yes, Principal Andres. Is it necessary to specifically select personnel with Yin Country citizenship? That's not necessary, it's voluntary. The main thing is to maintain smooth communication with them. On the other end of the line, Minister Ray also hung up. He was pondering Andres' words. From Andres' words, he could tell that so-called wizards weren't entirely disorganized and undisciplined. Wizards also have a Ministry of Magic, and they are subject to regulations. Whether they will harm ordinary people is unknown. However, based on the investigation, this wizard couldn't have appeared too early. Andres, the headmaster, first rose to prominence in 2006. The earliest record of him recruiting students from Yin Country is 2007, and judging from his attitude towards Yin Country, he seems to be a friendly person with no prejudice against them. Thinking about this, it's best to inform number 1 and number 2 first. Things might be about to change on this planet. So, Minister Lei informed the two leaders about Andres' upcoming visit. The two leaders meant that Andres is a friend of the people of Yin Country, and should be received well. Furthermore, they should investigate the wizard situation as thoroughly as possible, so as not to be caught off guard. Minister Lei immediately ordered Qian Xiangxing to have Xiao Lu bring Qin Zikai back. He needed to personally inquire with Qin Zikai about many things, including the current situation of these exchange students. How many had graduated, and how many were still studying? Of those who graduated, how many stayed in Great Britain, and how many returned to Yin? He also needed to find out from the Yin Embassy in Great Britain which countries participated in the exchange program, and how many students had gone to Great Britain. Yan's massive intelligence agency began operating at full capacity. This matter was too significant. The emergence of an extraordinary group could cause social unrest. Inside the Yin Embassy in Great Britain, the military attaché surnamed Wang had now become the Director General of the embassy. The new ambassador, however, was a very serious-looking ambassador Li. Director Wang, you were the first to contact Marquis Andres and his group. I hope you can give an objective evaluation of this person. Why did Ambassador Li suddenly think of Marquis Andres today? In my opinion, he's a friendly person, and he has a good impression of Yin Country. He's usually very low-key. As the world's richest man, he doesn't even own a sports car. And I haven't heard any bad rumors about him. Director Wang, you know the rules. This is a letter of assistance for investigation from the Domestic Intelligence Department. After reading it, don't tell anyone. You handle this personally. Director Wang glanced at the document and then said, "There's no need to investigate this matter. I know about it. The British Prime Minister personally attended the press conference for this exchange student program, and Ambassador Fu was also present. This program included the United States, our yin country, France, and Bering. Our country had 200 places in the first batch, and the number of participants in the program has been increasing ever since. Oh, that's great. Quickly write a report and send it back. Okay, I go back and write the report right away. In a village in Zhongzhou County, Zhongmin City, Shaanxi Province, Xiao Lu received a call from Qian Xiangxing and immediately found Qin Zikai. Secretary Qin, the headquarters leaders hope you can come over. Seeing how polite Xiao Lu was, Qin Zikai knew there shouldn't be any problems, so he and Xiao Lu set off that night. Because it was already very late when they arrived, they didn't immediately go to see Minister Lei but stayed in a hotel overnight to await further instructions. The next morning, a Hongqi car picked up Xiao Lu and Qin Zikai from the hotel. Because the car windows were covered by curtains, the two thought they were going to the intelligence headquarters, but after getting out of the car, they realized they were in an unfamiliar place. After going through layers of checks, they arrived at a conference room, and soon several people entered. Qin Zikai and Xiao Lu immediately stood up when they saw the newcomers. They had no choice but to stand up. It was the number 1 and number 2 leaders. Although he didn't recognize the remaining few people, their imposing presence clearly indicated they were high-ranking leaders. The top leader was very amiable, and took the initiative to shake hands with Qin Zikai. Then he said kindly, "You must be Secretary Qin? We heard about your deeds. Our party needs pragmatic grassroots cadres like you. We feel bad for calling you all the way from so far away. Why don't you tell us about the situation in Zhongzhou County?" Chapter 273. Thus, Qin Zikai began to introduce the situation of Zhongzhou County to the high-ranking officials present. The top leaders of Yen State could tell from Qin Zikai's words that he was indeed a capable grassroots cadre. He not only had a thorough understanding of the situation of the people under his jurisdiction, but also a very clear vision for future development. The top leader was very satisfied with Qin Zikai's performance, and even joked with the other high-ranking officials. If it weren't for Secretary Qin, we old fogies, who have been in high positions for so long, would probably be completely out of touch with the masses. Yes. If it weren't for Secretary Qin's introduction, I wouldn't have known that the situation in Zhongzhou County is still so difficult. We've been protected too well by those below, we can't see many things. Yes, what our party lacks most is young, promising, and capable grassroots cadres like Secretary Qin. I heard from the people below that Secretary Qin even went so far as to block the gate of the Zhongmin municipal government to promote his village's apples. Upon hearing the mention of apples, Qin Zikai immediately stood up and addressed the leaders. Speaking of apples, I also brought some for you leaders. I brought them especially for you to try, and I hope you will offer your valuable feedback. Little Lu quickly helped bring out the apples he had prepared beforehand, and the leaders burst into laughter. You, Secretary Qin. You're even trying to sell apples here? Alright, since Secretary Qin has already brought them out, we old folks will try some apples grown by the people of Zhongzhou County. A moment later, the secretary in the conference room brought the washed apples to the leaders, who began to eat them. Not bad. These apples are great. No worse than imported ones. Xiao Lu, pass the word that from now on, all the apples here will be this kind. Qin Zikai was so happy, he almost jumped for joy. If he could sell his village's apples here, he'd dare sell them for gold when he got back. Haven't you seen how expensive West Lake Longjing tea, Wuchang rice, and Dahong Pao tea are? These things are practically unavailable on the market, because soldiers guard them from the very beginning of their growing season. What? You say these things exist on the market? Brother, any crab that is bathed in Yancheng Lake is called a Yancheng Lake hairy crab. Of course, even those that haven't bathed are still called Yancheng Lake hairy crabs. Minister Lei of the Intelligence Department, seeing that the conversation was almost over, quickly revealed the purpose of today's meeting. Secretary Qin, look, we even eaten the apples. Can you talk about something we're interested in? You know, we old folks haven't slept a wink all night because of this. Of course, it's okay if you don't want to talk about it. Don't feel bad about it. Anyway, Marquis Andres is coming in a few days. Oh, our headmaster is coming in person. That's wonderful. My magical rainmaking isn't enough. If Headmaster Andres comes, he'd definitely bring rain to our Zhongzhou County. That way, the whole Zhongmin city can benefit. This is something Andres didn't know. If he knew his student was using him as a rainmaking tool, he'd be furious enough to vomit blood on the spot. Oh, magic? Can you give me a detailed introduction to your Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry? Is it really like in the novels? Do all countries have their own Ministry of Magic? Why doesn't our Yin country have one? No, Chief One. Our magical world is different from the ones in novels. Although I don't know why, I know that Headmaster Andres was the first wizard on Earth. He brought the rest of us into the magical world. Then Shinsekai began to introduce Hogwarts and the magical world to the chiefs, a knowing smile appearing whenever he talked about his school days. From Shinsekai's descriptions, the chiefs learned that the magical world was still in its growth stage. They didn't show any obvious hostility, and a large number of students from Yin country attended. After Shinsekai left, the chiefs began to discuss the nascent magical world. They understood that the growth of the wizarding world seemed unstoppable, so their opinion was to wait and see. The most important thing was to wait until Andres arrived in a few days, and have a good talk with this great wizard of the new magical world. After leaving the chief's office, Shinsekai was taken to the intelligence department by Qian Xiangxing, who was waiting outside. Minister Lei wanted to speak with him privately, mainly to understand the principles of magic, and whether there were ways to control it. After resting for half a day in the intelligence department, Shinsekai finally received Minister Lei, who had just returned. Minister Lei greeted him kindly. Secretary Qin, I'm sorry to have kept you waiting. For security reasons, we didn't discuss some things in the leader's office earlier. I hope you understand. Now, I'd like to see how you cast the spell. Is that alright? Of course. I don't know what Minister Lei would like to see. Is this alright? With that, Shinsekai took out a wand from his sleeve and gently tapped the cup in front of him. The cup sprouted 2 legs and began to tap dance. Minister Lei rubbed his eyes in disbelief. Everything here was provided by the intelligence department's logistics team. There was absolutely no way it could be fake. Shinsekai could tell from Minister Lei's expression that it was the same as the freshmen's when they first saw magic. Then he tapped the cup with his wand, and the cup instantly transformed into a mouse. The mouse circled on the table, then Shinsekai used a spell to make it fly into the sky. Finally, the mouse struggled and was transformed back into a cup, slowly landing on the table. This series of changes was so fast that everyone in the intelligence department in the office gaped. Qian Xiangxing reacted quickly and continued to ask, Secretary Qin, besides these little tricks, do your wizards have any more destructive spells? Upon hearing this, everyone in the office stared at Shinsekai, who calmly replied, yes. Then can you show us? Here? This is indeed not appropriate. Xiao Lu, quickly go and notify the laboratory that we need a place with a high security level to conduct the experiment. So, the intelligence department personnel quickly led Shinsekai to a laboratory. For safety reasons, only Shinsekai and a live pig were in the laboratory. This live pig was Shinsekai's experimental subject. To avoid getting blood on himself, Shinsekai first donned a protective armor before unleashing a thunderous explosion on the pig. Everyone in the lab witnessed the pig being blasted to pieces by a beam of red light, and then they noticed a wall seemingly blocking the splattered blood in front of Shinsekai. Everyone was filled with disbelief. The power of a wizard was terrifying. Chapter 274. For the next few days, Shinsekai practically lived in the intelligence department, and incidentally became the most popular person in the laboratory branch. The researchers were as excited as if they had discovered a new continent, and they treated Shinsekai very well, hoping he would perform more spells in the lab for their research. In these few days, Shinsekai practically used every spell he had learned, and it was only the arrival of Andres that saved him. Although the researchers in the lab treated him very well, being a guinea pig was truly unbearable. About a week after that meeting with the top leader, Andres finally arrived in the capital of Yin Kingdom aboard the Qinyun. Because Yin Kingdom had been notified in advance, they were arranged to land at a military camp on the outskirts of the capital. Waiting for Andres was Minister Lei of the Intelligence Department, while the top 2 leaders waited in their offices. Initially, the Yin Kingdom's military received a notification to use all available means to detect a certain area of airspace in the suburbs. However, even after the Qinyun landed, Minister Lei had not received any notification that anything had passed through the area. At this point, Minister Lei realized that the object before him, resembling a zeppelin, was beyond their ability to track. It had appeared suddenly in the sky. Whether it had jumped or flown there was unknown. In any case, it had arrived silently. The hatch opened quickly, and several people dressed in black suits, black cloaks, and black top hats disembarked. Then Andres and Catherine stepped out. Andres had originally intended to come alone, but the Ministry of Magic felt that since this was a state visit, it would be best to bring a female companion, so Catherine was brought along. Minister Lei greeted Andres warmly as he disembarked. Marquis Andres, Lady Catherine welcomes you both to Yin. The leaders have been waiting for you. Please follow me. Thank you. Let's go now, Minister Lay. Don't keep the leaders waiting. Marquis Andres, may I ask about your airship? Oh, don't worry about it. Lucina Gardner will handle it. Oh, all right. Let's go. The group quickly left the military camp by car. Just as the convoy departed, the Chingyan automatically closed its hatch, took off again, and disappeared. The soldiers below stared blankly at the vanished airship, outwardly calm, but inwardly seething with disbelief. What the hell? Has our country established diplomatic relations with aliens? Why is there a vanished airship? This is clearly a UFO. Were those foreign devils who just landed even human? If they were aliens, why did they look like foreigners? If they were human, does that mean they possess more advanced technology? In short, no one cared what these bewildered soldiers were thinking, nor did they worry about any potential problems. Shouldn't they at least check the secrecy regulations? Of course, the situation had already been reported to higher command by phone, and the top two leaders received the news. Soon, Andres and his entourage arrived at the capital's conference room and met with the top two leaders. Marquis Andres, it's been a long time since you visited Yin. As your old friend, the people of Yin have missed you dearly. Thank you for your concern, sirs. My student has caused you so much trouble. No. We should thank Marquis Andres for training such an excellent cadre for us. He has helped most of the farmers in our impoverished county escape poverty. He's a hard-working and reliable cadre. Yes, I initially wanted to keep Shinsekai at our herbal medicine base. Shinsekai has a talent for plant affinity, but no matter how I tried to persuade him, it was no use. He just kept saying he wanted to go back to take care of his hometown folks. I had no other choice but to agree to let him come back. Oh, is that so? Secretary Qin didn't tell us anything. Why don't you establish your herbal medicine base in Yin Kingdom? We in Yin Kingdom would very much welcome your investment in building a base. If you're willing to invest in the vast rural areas, we can send Secretary Qin there to manage it. Wouldn't that be perfect? That would be wonderful. With the number of wizards increasing year by year, we've been lacking in raw material supplies. Then, because the atmosphere was harmonious, Andres and the first and second leaders talked about the development of the wizarding world. Both the top two leaders offered valuable advice, and ultimately, Andres proposed establishing a Hogwarts branch school in Yin Country. The reason for this request was Andres' intention to make Yin Country wizards a mainstay in future wars. However, Andres hadn't informed the Yin Country government of this yet, fearing it might cause misunderstandings. The Yin Country government, on the other hand, felt that if the other side could establish a magic school specifically for Yin Country students, it wouldn't be a bad idea. At least they were making their intentions public. If they were to do it secretly, we wouldn't be able to detect it. Finally, with both sides willing to cooperate, an agreement was reached on the establishment of the new school. Yin Kingdom agreed to allocate a piece of land in its northwestern border region to the new school as its campus and living area for the wizards. However, the wizards would provide necessary assistance to the Yin Kingdom government when needed. Wizards of Yin Kingdom nationality would still be required to fulfill their obligations as citizens of Yin Kingdom, including military service. Andres agreed to this, but stipulated that conscription could not exceed 50% of the graduates. Andres knew that if the Yin Kingdom government allowed arbitrary recruitment of graduates, all graduates might be conscripted. This wasn't because Andres was reluctant or had other motives. The magical world genuinely needed more wizards to strengthen its workforce. Furthermore, the Yin Kingdom government did not want a second regime to exist on its territory. In other words, it would not allow a so-called Yin Kingdom Ministry of Magic. If the management of wizards was involved, it could only be done through the school. Andres had no objection to this. It was simply a matter of wording. He understood the leader's meaning. Just put up a school administration sign. Yin Kingdom has always been a unified nation, and it's impossible for it to accept two regimes existing on its territory. Moreover, being a foreign power, it's even more unacceptable. Finally, the key is to establish an effective communication mechanism, similar to that of Great Britain, but with some differences. Hogwarts and Great Britain are internal affairs, so setting up an office in each other's countries would suffice. However, Hogwarts and Yin Kingdom are more like two separate countries, so the leaders ultimately proposed establishing embassies in each other's countries. Chapter 275. After chatting with the leaders, Andres went to the state guest house for a meal. Although it wasn't entirely appropriate, the leaders still hoped Andres would demonstrate some magic. So, what had been a clear, sunny day suddenly turned into a light rain, bringing some coolness to the sweltering summer. However, the meteorological department was once again unfairly criticized. For the next 2 days, besides discussing the future magical world construction plans with the leaders, Andres left the remaining details to the staff of the Ministry of Magic and the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Yin. Both sides wanted to secure more power for themselves. As for the construction of the new school supporting facilities, the Magical Finance Company would provide funding, and the Yin construction team would be responsible for construction. 2 days later, Andres returned to Hogwarts, while Sun Jiahui and 5 wizards remained in the Yin capital. The Yin capital provided a villa in the suburbs as the Ministry of Magic's embassy in Yin. Before leaving, Andres set up a set of spells and a loyalty charm there. Outsiders couldn't find the building without the specific address, and muggles were even less likely to be able to. Then the situation became such that many people in Yin Kingdom knew about this, but couldn't find the location. This made Minister Lei of the Intelligence Department very eager to try it out. This is great, he thought. If the Intelligence Department had one, not only would spies be unable to find it, but even their own people wouldn't be able to find it. Back at Hogwarts, Andres wasn't idle either. He planned to establish a branch school in Yin Kingdom after the new year. He hadn't even told everyone about it yet. Although the wizarding world was indeed currently dominated by one person, the necessary respect still needed to be shown. That's how human nature works. Even if someone is your subordinate, you still have to give them the respect they deserve. Otherwise, insubordination is not impossible. Soon after, following a joint meeting between Hogwarts and the Ministry of Magic, Sun Jiahui became the first Ministry of Magic ambassador to officially reside in Yin Country. She was also assigned several Ministry of Magic staff members, and a 10-man Auro squad was assigned to protect her. At the new campus, the Department of Magical Transportation would expedite the construction of the FLA network, primarily to strengthen the connection between the old and new campuses. Andres' goal was to increase student numbers, not to divide the campuses, so he planned to enhance interaction between Hogwarts and the new campus through the construction of the FLA network and portals. The FLA network was designed to facilitate non-Hogwarts students traveling from Hogsmeade Village to the new campus's living area, while the portals, obtained through the system, directly connected the two campuses. Andres planned to install 4 portals at Hogwarts for students to use. To avoid creating a sense of separation between the old and new campuses, Andres also decided that the new campus wouldn't be exclusively for Yin Country students. Students from other countries would also be accommodated, which greatly excited many Yin Country graduates currently teaching at Hogwarts. Because this would make returning home much easier, Andres didn't forget to inform the Yin Kingdom government about it. The Yin Kingdom government also made special arrangements, giving the new Hogwarts campus special treatment. Foreigners entering Yin Kingdom from here were granted visa-free entry for 1 month, effectively facilitating wizards' movement within the country. Thus, in the first half of 2015, a plain near the Tianshan Mountains in Yin Kingdom became bustling with activity. Thanks to the massive financial support of a magical financial investment company, Yin Kingdom, true to its infrastructure-obsessed nature, built a small town there in almost 6 months. The reason it's described as almost is because all the basic infrastructure, roads, water, electricity, gas, internet, and communications, was already built. However, as a small town, it lacked major buildings like schools and hospitals. This puzzled the construction workers, but since they were paid to do the job and had signed confidentiality agreements, no one dared to say anything. Andres' side wasn't too difficult either. Students could either exchange points through the system or build the campus themselves. It mainly depended on the student's choice, so Andres launched a voting campaign through Duanyu's Daily Prophet. The campaign announcement stated that Hogwarts needed to develop, so a new campus was to be built. The new campus would be located in Yin Country, and everyone was encouraged to design campus renderings for voting. Finally, 2 concept designs, Tai Su from the Yin Country's junior wizard team and Eden from the Lighthouse Country's junior wizard team, entered the final competition. The Yin Country's junior wizards promoted the idea that since it was a Yin Country campus, it should have Yin Country characteristics, so their designs incorporated Yin Country elements. The young wizards from the Lighthouse Kingdom believed that this new campus needed their personal involvement in its construction, and that it would become a new Eden-like place in the wizarding world. Therefore, their designs primarily featured European-style buildings. After a heated debate between the representatives of both teams, the young wizards from the Yin Kingdom won by a narrow margin. Many of the young wizards agreed with the Yin Kingdom's design, as it was undeniable that the new campus would have a distinctly Yin Kingdom character. Upon seeing the result, Andres, through friendly negotiation with the system, paying a high amount of system points, had the system materialize a new magic campus based on the Yin Kingdom's designs. Although the new campus's style differed from Hogwarts, it retained all the essential features: a great hall, dining hall, library, classrooms for various subjects, faculty lounges, and student common rooms. The system also indicated that the new campus contained numerous secret passages. As for the residential areas outside the school campus, the Ministry of Magic rented them out to individuals. The reason they weren't sold was because everyone knew these areas would appreciate significantly in value. Therefore, the Ministry of Magic didn't sell any properties near the school. If someone really wanted to buy, they mostly bought in the peripheral areas. Soon, shops around the school were also rented out, and renovations began. Some young wizards, who had previously been apprentices, discussed franchising with their masters, resulting in various shops, some not found in Hogsmeade, appearing around the campus during the summer. Ollivander's one shop opened a branch nearby, managed by a former apprentice. To ensure the new shop wouldn't damage the reputation, Garrick Ollivander specifically went to the Ministry of Magical Transportation and spent a large sum to establish a flow network between the two shops. This allowed for quick communication and prevented any unresolved issues. Besides the established shops, many new shops opened by graduates also appeared. These included Extraordinary Clothing Shop, Lee's Apothecary, United Magical Materials Shop, and many more, over 50 shops in total. However, most of the shops opened by graduates currently offer a limited variety of items, which they will need to work on to improve in the future. The new campus is all ready, and waiting for the new young wizards to begin their studies. Chapter 276. Spring goes and autumn comes, time flies. 5 years have passed again, and it's now summer of 2020. The events of a few years ago seem like they happened just yesterday. Hogwarts has sent away over 50,000 young wizards. However, fresh blood continues to flow in, making Hogwarts appear as before. Our protagonist, Headmaster Andreas, is looking at the graceful young woman before him with a headache. No. Absolutely not. Why? I'm graduating this year. I already earned Slytherin's favor and proven myself by passing the Chamber of Secrets of Courage in Gryffindor. Ah, that has nothing to do with ability, Julia. I promised that old man Charles the First take care of you. I can't let you go to such a dangerous place alone. Besides, your grandfather is getting old. He wants you to return to the royal family and head the Royal Office of Magic. You know, as a royal family, it's hard to feel secure if you just hire others without having someone of your own. But? Okay, maybe you're right, teacher. But I can still choose where I go for my internship this year, right? Alright, since you insist, of course you can. So where do you want to go? I arrange it. I already arranged with the king to go to his hometown, Yin Country, together. He recommended many fun places and delicious food. Alright, I arrange an internship for you at the Ministry of Magic's embassy in Yin Country. But I must remind you, as a member of the royal family, there are some things you can't control. So leave some of the good memories in your heart. A loud drum doesn't need a heavy hammer. Julia knew what Andres meant. Although she understood her teacher was right, young people are always impulsive. This year would be her last year at Hogwarts, her last year to be willful. This time next year, she would be nothing more than a royal princess. Still in his office, Andres knew Julia's previous proposal was only meant for him to reject. As compensation for giving up the first thing, she had to agree to the year-long internship in Yin Country. Prince Charles knew his granddaughter had recently become close to a Yin Country boy, so he subtly wrote a letter asking Andres to handle the matter. However, what Prince Charles didn't know was that Andres was still a Yin Country person at heart. Therefore, Andres didn't think Julia's year-long internship in Yin Country would be a bad thing, and he had reminded her, believing she would understand. He believed Julia was a sensible girl. In this respect, he had more confidence than Charles. After arranging Julia's affairs, Andres went to the window. He surveyed the entirety of Hogwarts. Over a decade had passed, and the orc invasion drew ever closer. He wondered how long these peaceful days could last. He truly wished they could continue forever. Andres checked the time. It was almost time for an important meeting at the Ministry of Magic. Dobby, if anyone comes looking for me, tell them to come back this afternoon. I have to go to the Ministry of Magic for a meeting. Yes, Headmaster Andres. Andres used flip powder through the fireplace to reach Hogsmeade Village, only a 5-minute walk from the Ministry of Magic. Hogsmeade Village was vastly different now. After years of continuous expansion, the village, which originally consisted of only a dozen or so buildings, had become a veritable city. 50% of Hogwarts graduates reside here, and with Hogwarts and the Ministry of Magic also located here, it's safe to say that 80% of the world's wizards are in Hogsmeade Village. The majority of the rest live in Taishu, a region in Yin Kingdom, with only a small number returning to their respective countries to live in the Muggle world. Andres quickly made his way through the bustling crowd to the Ministry of Magic, whose meeting room was already packed. The Ministry of Magic was no longer as small as before. It now had 2,000 aurors alone. This was 10 times the normal ratio, but there was no other way. The wizarding world had no army. They were actively preparing for the orc invasion a few years later, although few wizards outside the ministry's top brass knew about this. Mainly, Andres didn't want everyone to live in constant fear in their final years, so although many didn't understand why so many aurors were being recruited, they all tacitly accepted it under Andres' pressure. However, today's meeting was about something else, not war, bringing the wizarding world to the attention of the Muggle public. In the past few years, the 5 major powers of Earth had all become aware of the existence of wizards to varying degrees, and thanks to effective communication between the Ministry of Magic and these nations, there hadn't been a strong backlash from the Muggle governments. Furthermore, with the video of the British forces being easily defeated, they lacked the courage to retaliate. After all, previous events had proven their inability to fight back against magic, not entirely if they wanted to use nuclear weapons. Andres entered the meeting room, and the Ministry of Magic members all looked at him. These were all his students, so he wasn't nervous, and sat down without any formalities, speaking directly. "Everyone, are you ready?" A hush fell over the room, then someone asked uneasily, "Is this really a good idea, Principal Andres? Don't you think the current situation is the best? I know every reform requires courage, but we can't let fear stop us. Humanity has progressed through countless great attempts, and we wizards, as wizards, also need courage to move forward. How can the magical world progress if we always follow past traditions? I believe that if wizarding and Muggle technology are combined, there will be even greater progress." Well, since Andres had said that, no one objected. Minister for Magic Darius had already reached an agreement with Andres. They had even made plans and arrangements for it long ago. Seeing that everyone was silent, Andres turned to Darius and said, "Then let's proceed according to the plan." Diane then distributed the prepared plan to everyone, and everyone present carefully read it. The plan wasn't actually that complicated. It mainly involved cooperation between the Ministry of Magic and the governments of the 5 major world powers, plus Catherine's propaganda campaign to launch a large-scale public demonstration. For example, the Ministry of Magic would send staff, in cooperation with the 5 major world powers, to participate in disaster relief and other rescue operations to quickly boost public goodwill towards wizards. In places like the United States, where gunfights occur daily, aurors would be needed to maintain order. Of course, the number of aurors is definitely not enough to cover the entire United States. They can only ensure the safety of some major cities. As for whether any high-ranking officials in the 5 major world powers would be dissatisfied, Andres hadn't considered that. If they were dissatisfied, he could simply modify their memories. Chapter 277. Therefore, the Ministry of Magic's embassies in various countries began submitting applications to Muggle governments, proposing different cooperation plans based on the specific circumstances of each country. For example, Yin country focused on disaster relief, while the Beacon country focused on law enforcement. Given the relatively pleasant cooperation with the magical community in recent years, the Yin country government tacitly approved of wizards wanting to step into the limelight. In the Beacon country, due to economic disputes involving conglomerates, some conglomerates opposed the move. However, the majority of conglomerates supported it, making the outcome irreversible. In the sweltering July heat, news broke of what was supposedly the hottest weather of the century in Europe. Recently, a special incident handling office quietly appeared in the British police system. These offices only appeared in the headquarters of each city. Many officers knew of the new office, but didn't know its specific function. They only knew that the people in this office were very young and not necessarily British. They might come from all over the world. Most importantly, they seemed to be of high rank, or rather, had a great deal of freedom. It wasn't until a fire on Bell Street in Greater London on the evening of July 8th that the police learned exactly what these people did. That evening, Jenny and her friends, as usual, went out to have fun after school and dinner. They went to a bar on Bell Street to party. These kinds of places are usually free for young and attractive women, and they might even get some extra money if they wanted. So these places became a popular hangout for girls from less affluent backgrounds. After a token security check, Jenny and her friends entered the bar, and soon they all had somewhere to dance. Jenny, however, felt inexplicably uneasy all day, unable to figure out what was wrong, and attributed it to her period starting. But to avoid future discomfort, she decided to stay put and drink. Because everyone was dancing so enthusiastically, no one noticed the sparks flying from the electrical wires in the corner of the bar. Soon, The sparks ignited the surrounding debris, and smoke began to rise. But the young people dancing didn't pay attention to the smoke rising from the corner. Creating a lively atmosphere in such places was normal. No need to make a fuss. Many were even focused on the girls or guys opposite them, completely oblivious to the smoke in the corner. Soon, flames appeared and the fire spread. Those closest to the flames screamed and shouted, but their voices were drowned out by the loud music. By the time most people noticed, the exit was already engulfed in flames. Everyone rushed towards the emergency exit at the back, only to find it locked from the inside and piled high with debris. Those outside, unable to see what was happening inside, continued to frantically crowd in, while those at the very back were nearly suffocating. As the fire raged, the bar witnessed a spectrum of human emotions. Some were calling for help, others were sending messages to friends and family, leaving final farewells. If they couldn't get out, this might be their last chance to say goodbye to their parents. Outside the bar, a large crowd had gathered. Some held up their phones to film the scene. Others carried buckets of water, trying to help extinguish the fire, but it was all in vain. Firefighters arrived quickly, but they dared not rush into the inferno. Doing so would be suicidal, so they could only spray water from the outside. Soon, British news media arrived at the scene and began broadcasting the fire live. A glamorous female reporter and her cameraman frantically pushed their way forward. They found a good angle and began reporting live to their television viewers. Ladies and gentlemen, this is reporter Alice. I'm at 115 Bell Street, London, reporting the latest situation on the fire. According to my latest information, this pub has a daily customer flow of about 1,000 people. It can accommodate about 600 people at a time, so the most pessimistic estimate is that there are currently about 600 people inside. Just then, the sharp-eyed Alice spotted firefighters bringing a man with a blackened face out of the fire. Alice quickly ran over with her cameraman and blocked their path. "Hello, this is Alice, a reporter. Sir, what's the situation inside? How were you rescued?" "Ahem, I was lucky. I was in the bathroom when the fire broke out. Because the bathroom is close to the exit, I wanted to rush out, but the fire was too big. I had to retreat, and just when I thought I was going to die there, I heard someone knocking on the door. I opened the bathroom door and saw this firefighter." Alice quickly handed the microphone to the firefighter again. "What's the situation inside?" "Unfortunately, the fire was too big. We had to retreat after rescuing him." While this interview was taking place, a huge explosion occurred in the bar's warehouse. It was like being hit by a shell. "Excuse me, Miss Reporter. You need to step back. It's dangerous here." The firefighter then shooed the reporter and cameraman away, but they weren't about to let him get away with it. They quickly went around to interview other people. Viewers at home were marveling at the situation. The online live stream was also buzzing with discussion. "Wow, that guy's incredibly lucky. He survived such a huge fire. Yeah, what a pity. Hey, what are you lamenting upstairs? If you ask me, the people inside probably won't make it out. So tragic. Stop talking, my friends are inside. They were just posting on WeChat Moments." "Really? You can't talk without a picture." The person who claimed their friend was inside posted a screenshot of WeChat Moments, which clearly showed Jenny's last words. She wrote that she and her friends had gotten separated and were squeezed into a corner by the crowd. They were finding it increasingly difficult to breathe because of the thick smoke and the large number of people. She had just seen a girl pushed down by the crowd and never get up again. She was now filled with regret. She shouldn't have come to the bar today. Just as everyone was praying for those trapped in the fire, a black vehicle marked Special Incident Response Office pulled up in front of them. What the heck is this Special Incident Response Office? How come a fire becomes a special incident? Is there something we don't know about inside? Hey, look at those 5 young men who got out. They're so cool. Wearing black top hats. They look like they're from the last century. Ha! Don't you think they're hot wearing black capes in this heat? Yeah, this is a fire scene, not some costume party. Their outfits are really weird. Chapter 278. 5 Aurors from the Oro Squad disembarked, led by Dino Carson, a Gryffindor. Dino Carson was one of the last 5-year students, so he already had about 3 years of experience as an Auror. Dino Carson is currently an Oro Squad leader, stationed here because London is the capital of the British Empire. Apart from one squad in London, the others are scattered in cities around London. He had already finished get off work today, and was planning a date with a Muggle girl. However, he received an urgent call to come and rescue someone, and had no choice but to leave amidst the girl's mournful gaze. Just as they got out of the vehicle, the on-site commander saw them. They knew about the recently established Special Incident Handling Office, but he didn't know their specific duties. So, he stepped forward to stop them from entering. "Excuse me, gentlemen, there's a fire inside. You can't go any further. It's too dangerous. We can talk about anything after the fire is out." Dino Carson glanced at the on-site commander, took out his badge, and handed it to him. "I'm in charge here now. If you have any questions, call your superior. Your men are under my command now." The commander took the badge and looked at it curiously. What was this Special Incident Handling Office SOHO all about? Their rank was even higher than his direct superior. To be on the safe side, he let them through while simultaneously calling his superior. His superior, upon learning of the situation, was silent for a moment, then simply said, "Listen to them," and hung up. The on-site commander, hearing this, thought, "Okay, my boss has said so, what's there to hesitate about?" and handed over command to Dino Carson. After assuming command, Dino Carson addressed the on-site commander, "My men will clear the way ahead. Your men will follow behind and stay put. Once inside, carry out anyone incapacitated." The commander was utterly bewildered, his face a picture of utter confusion. What? He wanted his men to rush into the fire. That was suicidal. Did this guy even know how to put out a fire? Was he just there to deliver himself to the fire? The commander was about to refuse the order when he realized with horror that he had picked up the walkie-talkie and was issuing the order to everyone. This was, of course, Dino Carson's doing. He didn't have time to waste explaining why he gave the order. He was in a hurry. If he acted quickly, he might still make it back to his date. Then, Dino Carson assigned one of his men to clear the way, and the remaining 3 to help extinguish the fire. As for himself, he wouldn't go inside. If he got blackened by the smoke, how could he get back to his date? But he wasn't just standing around doing nothing. He pulled out his wand, pointed it at the sky, and chanted a spell. His actions were naturally caught on camera by reporter Alice and her photographer, who were also very curious about what these people were doing there. "Ladies and gentlemen, as you can see, it seems some very important people have arrived. Just now, it appears that the young man handed an identification to the on-site commander, and then the commander followed behind him. Wait, what is that young man doing with that wooden stick? Good heavens, what did I just see? David, did you get that on camera? That stick emitted a blue light towards the sky." "Yes, Alice. I got a very clear shot, and I believe those watching the live stream saw it too." Then Alice, David, and the news viewers saw the blue light disappear and the sky above the fire site suddenly become overcast. Soon after, lightning flashed, thunder roared, and a torrential downpour began. By the time David brought the camera back from the sky to the mysterious young man, he had somehow already raised an umbrella. "David, what just happened? Was the weather forecast for rain today?" The reporter was stunned by the scene before her, her voice filled with disbelief. "No, Miss Alice. I'm quite certain the weather forecast didn't predict rain. And didn't you notice that it was only raining inside the cordon?" David then spun the camera around, and the viewers at home also saw that only that small area was experiencing the downpour. Everything else was unaffected. The people at the scene were dumbfounded, seemingly speechless. They just watched the torrential rain fall on the fire site, feeling only a slight breeze, but not getting wet at all. Dino Carson shouted loudly to the firefighters at the scene. "What are you waiting for? Come in with my men to rescue them." The firefighters, as if waking from a dream, first saw a man in a black robe pull out a wooden stick. This stick immediately emitted a white light shield, which continued to expand. Most remarkably, the shield seemed to isolate the flames. All the fires burned outside the shield and couldn't penetrate it. At this point, several braver firefighters, fully equipped, followed him inside. Once inside, they found that even the temperature seemed to be insulated within the shield. However, they didn't rashly remove their helmets. Instead, they turned to their hesitant comrades and urged them to hurry up and follow. After the firefighters went inside, the remaining 3 men in black robes brandished wooden sticks. 3 enormous streams of water appeared out of thin air and began rushing towards the bar from different directions. Almost everyone present, including the on-site commander, was stunned. While everyone was frozen in shock, despair had set in on everyone inside the bar. The cries of girls could be heard intermittently from the crowd, and many more were talking on their phones, seemingly trying to leave messages for their families. Jenny was also on her phone, leaving a message for her mother, whose phone had been unanswered. She was rambling on and on when suddenly, she heard a loud noise coming from the direction of the exit, followed by beams of light. The sound she heard was the sound of magic breaking down a door. The lights she saw were the lights on the firefighters' helmets. Just as she was still in a daze, she heard another heavenly voice. Everyone, calm down. You're safe now. Everyone line up and leave through the exit. Watch your step as you leave. Don't step on the fallen people. A cheer erupted from the crowd. Everyone felt immense joy at escaping death. Get out of here quickly. If you're going to cheer, go outside and shout. Soon Jenny felt the crowd move. Fewer and fewer people were in front. Soon it was Jenny and her group's turn, and she followed the crowd out in an orderly fashion. As everyone passed the exit, they all saw the man in black robes holding a wooden stick. The stick emitted a white light that blocked all the flames. Chapter 279. The rescue people escaped the fire. Jenny stood beside a fire truck, feeling as if she had just lived through a lifetime. She had already said goodbye to most of her family and friends, never expecting to survive such a desperate situation. Many others like her were outside, weeping with joy and embracing their friends. Only then did Jenny remember to go find some of her close friends. While these survivors were still immersed in the joy of their rescue, the viewers watching the news or live stream were in an uproar. They weren't concerned about the fire itself, but rather the 5 men in black robes who emerged from the Special Incident Response Office vehicle. Their actions shocked everyone. Both viewership and the number of viewers in the live stream skyrocketed. Alice received instructions from headquarters to quickly find a way to interview the men in black robes, especially the one holding the umbrella at the scene. Even if headquarters didn't give her instructions, Alice wouldn't let this opportunity pass. This was huge news. It could rewrite human history. Were they mutants? They could even control the weather. The viewers in the live stream were even more direct. Come quick, the aliens have finally appeared. Pa, what aliens? They must be messengers of God sent to save humanity. Honey, come quick, look at God. Netizens are full of hilarious antics, offering all sorts of opinions. However, some of their guesses are closer to the truth. Look, could those wooden sticks they're holding be wands? Yeah. I knew it. Could they be wizards? And all those black robes, they look just like the Aurors from Harry Potter. Stop kidding, Aurors appearing in the Muggle world to save Muggles? Aren't they afraid the Secrets Act will be invalidated? Guys, is it possible? I mean possible. The Secrets Act has been repealed? Look, they're calling it the Special Events Office now. Does that mean they reached an agreement with the government? Hey, no. You guys are making it sound more and more real. How could there be magic in this world? We believe in science, but can you explain what just happened from a scientific perspective? While the live stream was still frantically discussing this, some quick-handed content creators had already edited the live stream into videos. The titles were as sensational as could be. No wonder they study journalism. Mysterious power appears at fire scene. Extraterrestrial civilization hidden among humans exposed. Wizards appear on the streets of London. No more pretense, we're laying the truth. We're actually wizards. Humans can now control the weather. British Army displays new equipment on the streets of London. All sorts of titles and content were the same, but they began to spread wildly across the entire planet via the internet. Andres, far away at Hogwarts, also received the news and waited. He waited for the reaction of the ordinary people in the Muggle world. If the reaction was strong or negative, he would take measures to protect Sky Isle and restrict the wizards' activities outside. If the reaction was positive, he would consider opening some areas to ordinary people to visit the wizarding world. He wanted ordinary people to understand that wizards are also human, just people who possess certain powers. Andres needed to make ordinary people understand that even those with power like wizards are bound by laws, morality, and other factors. They wouldn't harm ordinary people, so that wizards and ordinary people could coexist peacefully. Of course, the desire for power among ordinary people is unavoidable during this period, which is understandable. While Andres observed the outside world's reactions, the 5 major powers of Earth were also paying close attention. Their politicians were assessing the impact on themselves, with some countries worried about public discontent leading to their downfall. They were caught between a rock and a hard place, fearing that public panic would lead to protests and vandalism. The situation was much less worrisome in Yin country, where the people trusted their government. As long as the government said everything was fine, life went on as usual, at most providing a topic of conversation. However, the event was still ongoing. The open flames in London had been extinguished. Search and rescue operations were still underway, although the rain had stopped. Bell Street was packed with people who had rushed to the scene, significantly increasing the pressure on the police maintaining order. Besides onlookers, many of these people were journalists and independent media workers. They all wanted to obtain more information, especially from the Special Events Handling Office. Alice, having acted first, was already at the scene, while the other journalists, blocked outside in the crowd, could only watch enviously as she interviewed the man in black. Taking advantage of the surrounding officers and attention, Alice rushed up to Dino Carson with a photographer and raised a microphone. "Excuse me, sir, what's your name?" "Dino Carson." "Mr. Dino Carson, how did you manage to make it rain in the bar just now? Do you possess some special power? Was that wooden stick you were holding a magic wand? And what kind of organization is the Special Incidents Office? Could you explain in detail?" "Excuse me, Miss Reporter. We are not authorized to release any information. If you have any questions, you can go to the London Metropolitan Police headquarters for an interview. I think the press officer there will be happy to answer your questions." Meanwhile, the press officer at the London Metropolitan Police headquarters was also exasperated by Dino Carson's words. "What does this have to do with me? I don't even know what you guys do. What am I supposed to do if everyone comes to ask me these questions? No, I have to leave. Yes, I'm sick. I have a fever of 50 degrees Celsius." Seeing that Dino Carson wasn't directly answering her question, Alice continued to press him. She had no intention of letting him off the hook. "Mr. Dino Carson, when did you and your colleagues acquire these special powers? Did the government already know about this? Why have you only recently appeared in public? Madam, you have too many questions. I have no right to answer you. Go ask the press officer." Seeing how persistent Dino Carson was, Alice decided to change tactics. Since the rescuers wouldn't say anything, what about the rescued? They must be willing to say something. The people inside the fire had only recently been rescued. She could still make it in time. Before leaving, Alice slipped Dino Carson a small note. What it said, everyone knew. Dino Carson found the note in his hand, and his lips twitched. This reporter really wasn't giving up. If force didn't work, he tried seduction. Was he really that kind of person? Dino Carson initially wanted to throw the note away, but then seemed to remember something and kept it. Seeing that the Oro squad was no longer needed, Dino Carson handed over command to the commander and led his team away. Chapter 280. Facebook was flooded with posts tagging the British government. People from all over the world were flocking to see what the British government had to say. Some were even tagging the author of the Harry Potter novels. The internet was in an uproar. Because of Alice's interview, the man in the black robe seemed to say nothing, yet it also seemed to say everything. Finally, the rest of the interview was edited and posted online by busybodies, mainly focusing on Alice's interviews with the rescued individuals. "Hello, miss, I'm Alice, an interviewer from British National Television. May I conduct a brief interview with you?" Jenny, who was searching for her companions, was a little startled by the sudden interview. "Ah? I'm looking for my friends. I don't know how they are. Can you tell the viewers your name? What exactly happened in the bar today? I think the viewers are all very curious." While Alice was asking questions, Jenny secretly tidied her makeup. She was determined to keep her hair in check. But no matter how much she tried, it was useless, because almost everyone who escaped was blackened by smoke. "My name is Jenny, and I'm a college student. Today, my friends and I came to this bar to relax. At first, everything was normal. Then, finally, just when I was in despair, a voice appeared. That's the whole story." Jenny spoke for about 5 minutes, and the television camera gave her 5 minutes of screen time. All the viewers roughly understood what had happened in the bar, and then a flood of complaint calls came in. They said, "I don't want to hear how this little girl survived. I don't care how the fire started. I just want to know what's going on with Dino Carson and his Special Incidents Office." Alice also received instructions from headquarters to rush to the police headquarters and confront the press officer. So she could only quickly leave the scene with the cameraman and jump into the broadcast van. However, because of her high viewership and the large number of viewers watching on television, they didn't shut down the broadcast. Instead, they talked at length about what happened that night in the van, and on the way, their headquarters sent some information about Dino Carson. "Hello everyone, our team is on our way to the London Metropolitan Police headquarters. We received the latest news, and the Dino Carson we just interviewed. Oh my god. This guy is so young. According to the information, he was born in 1995, and is only 25 years old this year. His hometown is Manchester, and before the age of 11, he was a top student. But after 11, there's no record of him pursuing any further education." The online comment section was also bustling with activity, with all sorts of bizarre opinions emerging. "No further schooling record after age 11? I seem to remember Harry Potter going to Hogwarts at 11. Wow, that's for sure. This guy's a wizard. He must have gone to Hogwarts. Why? Why haven't I received any letters from owls? I always preferred to believe I'm a muggle than to believe there's no magic in this world. Looks like I was right. I really am just a muggle. What? Dino Carson from Manchester? Isn't that my elementary school classmate? I can vouch for him. He hasn't attended school locally since elementary school. Every time I saw him during holidays, he was so secretive. When we asked him which school he went to, he always said it was out of town. We didn't think much of it, but then he secretly went to Hogwarts behind our backs? A comment on Facebook quickly went viral. Betrayed by my elementary school classmate. Who in my family understands this? I thought we were all muggles, but this guy secretly went to Hogwarts to learn magic. What a jerk. Does anyone have his contact information to show their contempt for him? A screenshot of Dino Carson being interviewed was attached. Comments below included, "This heartless man abandoned me and my child and blocked all contact methods. So, if anyone can contact him, please have him call me back at the number below XXXX. The internet is full of silly jokes and banter. You guys have a clever plan. I heard it all over Hans. I heard it in Italy too. The Husky says, we heard it even from this far away. If we had these wizards, we could restore the glory of the Ottoman Empire sooner or later. Hey Husky upstairs, you're dreaming? You can't even beat the Green Party. The Ottoman Empire. Wake up! While netizens on Earth were arguing wildly online, governments of other countries, besides the 5 major powers, were also paying close attention to the matter. Some heads of state in other time zones were even woken up in bed. The first thing all the heads of state did upon being summoned to their offices was to watch the video from the beginning. At first, they were baffled as to why they were being shown a video of a fire in the British Empire. Then, after seeing the Special Events Office vehicle and Dino Carson's video, they fell silent. It was clear their own team wouldn't show them a meaningless, spoof video. If the video was real, did it mean there was a mysterious force on Earth unknown to them? If so, it was terrifying. Soon, intelligence agencies from several countries submitted reports to their leaders. While these reports had slightly different titles, their content was largely the same. The content was also simple and easily found online. The 5 major world powers, Britain, China, the United States, France, and the Bering Sea, had all established similar emergency response offices in recent years. The UK was the first to establish such an office, and the government was even criticized by the public because Beretta Morley was too young at the time. However, because this office never appeared in public, it was eventually forgotten. As for the other 4 nations of Earth, they seem to have quietly established similar departments as well, without making a fuss. Their intelligence agencies simply collected some information. This is quite intriguing. Does this mean that all 5 major powers are aware of this force's existence? Now we're waiting to see what the British government will say about it. Some heads of government are also subtly instructing their intelligence agencies to anonymously distribute this report online, hoping to use the power of the internet to put pressure on the 5 major powers. Soon, a blurry image of a top-secret document circulated online, clearly indicating the timeline and key personnel of these departments established by the 5 major powers. Netizens quickly used this information to find official announcements from that time, which matched the information perfectly. Then the internet erupted in debate again, this time with conspiracy theories. Chapter 281. See that? See that? The government already knew. But they didn't want to tell us. Do you know why? Because the lizard men have already taken control of the government's upper echelons. The fact that it's been exposed now means they're ready. Everyone, enjoy yourselves while you can. A great era of change is about to begin. Don't listen to his nonsense. The lizard men are fighting the Greys, and have no time for us. I heard that Earth is undergoing a dimensional ascension this year, with a resurgence of psionic energy. Only those with pure hearts can be saved, everyone else will be eliminated. Let's just wait and see. Upstairs. Fellow Taoists, please wait. Tell me the details. Tell me everything. Haven't you read Nostradamus' Centuries? It contains clear prophecies. You Europeans are shameless. Everyone knows Nostradamus was from our great Han Ming kingdom, yet you shamelessly claim he was from the West. Our great Han Ming kingdom has a history of 16,000 years. What's infiltrated upstairs? Why is it barking like a dog? I don't know. Who cares? In a university campus in Lushan City, Fujian Province, Yin State, Wei Zifeng was playing a game. Suddenly, his game group exploded. Seeing the frantic messages flooding the QQ game group, he impulsively opened it to see what was happening. What he saw shocked him. It turned out that a guild member named elementary school student really had posted a video in the group, and everyone who clicked on it was full of complaints. This video is so fake. The cameraman is shaking like that. Deduct the cameraman's chicken leg. Fake? I think it's pretty good. Look at that guy in the black robe pointing a stick at the sky and it rains. Isn't that cool? At elementary school student Shin, where did you find this video? It doesn't look edited to me. Hey, upstairs. I know this question. I'm a film editing student. If I say you're a jerk, you're a jerk. Pa, I'm a deliveryman. If I say you're a small package, you're a small package. At this point, elementary school student Jin, who initially posted the video, jumped in and explained to everyone. Stop messing around. This video is real. It's all over the internet now. The whole internet is exploding. Facebook is about to crash. I'm risking getting investigated to forward this to you guys. After saying that, elementary school student should also forwarded a secret document deliberately released by a certain head of state to the group, and then the group erupted in discussion again. Wow, WOC. This document is real. I just checked the government website, and this organization really exists. And the establishment date is the same. Amazing, bro, you even managed to get your hands on something this serious. Run, bro. Want to come to Myanmar and make some money with me? I take you flying. No way. No way. I'm afraid I won't have enough kidneys. At this point, everyone in the group perked up. They hadn't realized so many people in the guild were still lurking so late. Then, one of the group's admins tagged elementary school student Shin. Where did you get this? I think you studied in the UK. Yeah, I did study in the UK. This just happened in a pub on Bell Street in London. I'm showing you a live report from British National Television. The group chat paused for a moment, then exploded with messages at a frenzied pace. Holy crap, what did you just say? Is this for real? At elementary school student Jin, dare you swear to the light. If you dare lie to me, you never get an SSR in your entire life. Such a vicious oath? Then I guess it's true. Aren't you guys focusing a bit off topic? Do you know what this video means if it's real? What does it mean? It means that there might really be a sword immortal in the Shu Mountain region next door. Various ellipses indicated everyone's speechlessness, but some stood up to support them. What he said is also a possibility. Think about it. Even the Great Britain has extraordinary beings that can change the weather. Is it really that novel for our thousands of years of yin culture to have a sword immortal? But who can prove that elementary school student Jin is telling the truth? The group fell silent after this, waiting to see what elementary school student Jin would say. But just then, another member of the group, Longmin Feishua, spoke up. He's telling the truth. I study in the US. It's all over Facebook and cable TV news there right now. This netizen, named Longmin Feishua, posted a screenshot of a TV news report. It was a TV in a fast food restaurant, showing a live broadcast of the Great Fire of London. Damn it! This world is getting weirder and weirder. There really are supernatural beings? What's the point of me going to university now? I won't be able to find a job after graduation anyway, so I might as well go travel the world and find immortals. Everyone, calm down, calm down. Hey you, what's the media saying about this in Britain? Any updates? Not yet. Reporters are on their way to the London police headquarters. As everyone knows, London is a terrible place. It's rush hour right now. It'd take at least an hour to get there. Has anyone come forward to explain? Has anyone offered an explanation? No, but the most common theory right now is that they might be wizards. The sticks they're holding are probably wands. Wizards, wands, I recognize those words, but seeing them next to this video, I'm not so sure. Is it the wizard I'm thinking of? Let me make a bold guess. The person upstairs might be thinking of a lewd wizard? Shaw, what time is it? Still thinking about such nonsense. You guys talking about this makes me wide awake. I'm a die-hard Harry Potter fan. I hadn't even thought of it until you mentioned it. Now that I look at this black-robed man's outfit, he really does look like a wizard. Stop talking nonsense, I'm not sleeping tonight. At elementary school student, as our scout, hurry up and go gather more information, we're still waiting. Yeah, go. Go. I can't wait. Don't say I'm not being fair, I sent you a link. Those who can see it themselves. After saying that, elementary school student threw a link in the group, but most people couldn't open it. As for the specific reason, those who know. Just as everyone was still enthusiastically speculating about the final outcome of this matter, the guild leader suddenly appeared. The guild leader said in the channel, I have a very serious question for you, at elementary school student Jin. Just as Wei Zifeng was about to tease his guild leader, he discovered that the entire chat had been muted by the administrators. He couldn't help but curse, privilege obsessed. Then he looked at the screen, wondering what serious question the guild leader wanted to ask. Then he saw a sentence appear on the screen, and Wei Zifeng almost spat his drink onto the screen. Elementary school student Jin, confess honestly. Did you bring glory to your country while studying in England? Chapter 282. Ha ha, what bringing glory to the country? The guild leader is indeed the guild leader. I'm willing to call you the guild's #1 lewd king. Curious, same question. Did you bring glory to the country? Then Wei Zifeng discovered a bunch of copied and pasted comments. Curious, same question. Did you bring glory to the country? While everyone was asking this in unison, a primary school student in Great Britain also replied to everyone. Shh, don't make a sound. The reporters have arrived at the London Metropolitan Police headquarters and are about to reveal the answer. I'm going to watch the news now, and will come back to explain in detail later. Soon, some tech-savvy viewers in the group also noticed that the live stream had moved to the London Metropolitan Police headquarters. The police headquarters already knew that the reporters were coming, so they hurriedly set up the press conference venue. Press officer Lucas was looking at the Q&A summary sent to him by his superiors, and the more he read, the more alarmed he became. What does this say? Wizards have been cooperating with the government for years? This is just their official public appearance. What? Princess Julia of the royal family is also a wizard. She's studying at Hogwarts, in her final year? And currently interning in Yin country? Lucas wiped the sweat from his brow, thinking, this is going to be a big deal. Can these things be released like this? Has the Prime Minister gone mad? If this gets out, the whole planet will be in an uproar. Will humanity's current beliefs be overturned or proven true? What will happen to technological development? Will it stagnate and everyone just study magic? Lucas had originally wanted to think a little longer about how to answer the reporters' questions, but these reporters didn't want to wait a minute longer. They rushed into the press conference and started shouting, hoping the press conference would start quickly. The host, overwhelmed by the noise, kept turning back to look at Lucas. The message was clear. Brother, how's your preparation going? I can't take it anymore. Hurry up and start the press conference. Lucas gritted his teeth. It was a lose-lose situation. So he quickly rose from his seat and stood behind the host, waiting for the announcement to begin the press conference. Just as the host was about to say a few polite words, someone in the audience cursed. Get out of here. What are you dawdling about? Get started. The host had no choice but to slink away from the podium, giving Lucas the stage. I am your press officer, Lucas. I will now announce the details of the Bell Street bar fire. This evening, the cause was the current situation, 5 dead, 12 injured. The owner has been arrested and is awaiting court sentencing. That concludes today's press conference. Now, let's answer questions. The reporters already knew the earlier events, and they weren't really paying attention. The only thing they didn't know was the number of casualties, so they were all taking notes. But when Lucas announced that it was time for questions, everyone instantly perked up. Every reporter in the audience raised their hand to ask a question, and Lucas glanced around and spotted Alice. Alice, as a reporter for BBC News, is a partner of the vast majority of British government departments. They are very discerning, and know what to ask and what not to ask, so many government departments are happy to have her ask questions. So Lucas, without hesitation, pointed to Alice. Hello Lucas, I'm Alice from BBC News. I believe all viewers are curious about what exactly the Special Events Office is, and what their relationship is with the Office for Other Emergency Affairs established 5 years ago, when Conservative Prime Minister David Cameron was in office. After asking her question, Alice waited quietly for Lucas's reply. She shouldn't have asked such sensitive questions, but she felt that today's events might not be so simple. Perhaps the government wanted to use this opportunity to convey something to the public. Lucas hadn't expected the British National Television reporter to be so direct, so he could only smile wryly. The Special Events Office is an agency under the British Police Headquarters, mainly responsible for handling special incidents. The Other Emergency Office, established by former Prime Minister David Cameron, is its superior. It's currently in a dual management system, but the final decision-making power rests with the Other Emergency Office. The reporters in the audience cursed inwardly. That's as good as saying nothing. They quickly raised their hands again, wanting to ask questions. Lucas called on another reporter, handing the microphone to Alice. Hello Lucas, I'm Makarov, a reporter from the Bering Red Star newspaper. We want to know who Dino Carson is who took over the scene today. Is he a psychic? If so, are they government trained or what? Why hasn't the government publicly acknowledged their existence before? Hearing this question, Lucas inwardly cursed. Why are you asking me? Go back to Bering and ask your government. Bering has such institutions. However, he couldn't show it now, so he maintained a smile and thought for a moment before answering. Dino Carson isn't a person with special abilities, he's a wizard. He and the others present are all wizards. Besides belonging to the Special Events Office, they are also under the jurisdiction of the Oro Command of the Ministry of Magic. They weren't trained by the British government, they were trained by Hogwarts. As for why they're stepping out from behind the scenes now, that's beyond my knowledge. I believe they give everyone an answer soon. Hearing Lucas say this, the reporters, though prepared, were still astonished, their mouths agape. Viewers in front of their televisions, and those watching the live stream were also watching in disbelief. This world was too magical, wizards actually existed, even Hogwarts, something from novels, had become a reality. If you were to ask who in the world was practically going crazy with excitement right now, it would undoubtedly be the Harry Potter fans. Today, the entire planet had played a huge joke on them. Even though they knew the magical world was fictional and based on stories, Harry Potter fans still possessed a heart full of love for magic. They woke up to find videos of wizards appearing all over the world, and just moments before, the British National Police, one of the 5 permanent members of the UN Security Council, had announced at a press conference that wizards do exist. The Ministry of Magic does exist. Hogwarts does exist. The wizarding world does exist. But at that moment, they were both excited and filled with regret. Excited because their long-held dream had suddenly come true, and regretful because they were truly muggles and couldn't go to Hogwarts. Chapter 283. Just as Harry Potter fans were lamenting their inability to attend Hogwarts, many netizens, especially those in the UK, discovered that some of their classmates or friends had simply disappeared from school. Some even dug up a video from the early 2000s showing a bus carrying students, a testament to the power of the internet to unearth events from over a decade ago. As a result, Drew Barnetta's classmate became a trending topic, proudly giving interviews to various reporters. What? No. 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 All these years, I firmly believed I was right. I believe in my friend Drew Barnetta, even though I rarely seen him since. But I believe our friendship hasn't diminished with time. Drew Barnetta's home was long gone, as his parents had moved to another city. Drew himself, having joined the Ministry of Magic, remained in Hogsmeade Village. Therefore, many reporters who came were wasting their time, forced to seek interviews elsewhere with classmates who claimed to be wizards or wizards. As time passed, the situation escalated rapidly online. Citizens of the 5 major world powers tagged their own official websites, hoping for a response and explanation. British netizens launched a search for Hogwarts, a proposal that garnered enthusiastic support from Harry Potter fans. This massive search operation presented a significant challenge for the British government and the Ministry of Magic. Hogsmeade Village and Hogwarts themselves were relatively safe due to the cover provided by magic circles. However, the British government's many secret bases were a different story. The public didn't care about secrecy. They excitedly took photos and videos everywhere with their phones, actually discovering quite a few secret government bases. This is where the rapid spread of information online became apparent, revealing some of Britain's hidden secrets through these netizens' videos. Therefore, the British Prime Minister's cabinet approached Barnetta, hoping the Ministry of Magic could help resolve some issues. For example, could a portion of the wizarding world be opened to satisfy these people's curiosity? Barnetta, of course, couldn't make such a big decision, so the matter was quickly relayed back to the Ministry of Magic. Darius at the Ministry of Magic was currently extremely busy, as they had now stepped into the limelight. Things they didn't need to consider before now required attention. For instance, he was now holding a letter from Barnetta outlining the Muggle government's demands, and the British government still had to give them some face. Lynn, do I have anything to take care of this afternoon? Lin Xiaojia, Darius's new assistant, asked after a moment's thought. Minister, you have a meeting this afternoon with the Auror Command regarding the protection and resettlement of wizarding Muggle families. After that, you meet with the new diplomat from Bering. That's all for now. Darius nodded. Lin was his most satisfactory assistant, without a doubt. No matter what you asked her, Lin Xiaojia could give you an accurate answer. As expected of a Ravenclaw student, Lin Xiaojia was outstanding even in Ravenclaw, a place teeming with geniuses. Lin, inform the heads of all departments. We have an impromptu meeting tonight. The meeting will discuss the British government's desire for us to open up parts of the magical world to alleviate the pressure from Muggles on the British government. Oh, and remember to inform Headmaster Andres, it would be even better if he could come. Yes, Minister. Lin Shujia quickly jotted it down, and soon a dozen paper airplanes flew out of the minister's office. These paper airplanes flew through the corridors and elevators to the offices of various departments, while Lin Xiaojia herself went to Hogwarts to invite Andres. At this time, Andres was also in the headmaster's office at Hogwarts, considering other matters, such as whether to open a second branch school. Hogwarts now had an astonishing 90,000 students, with about 15,000 graduating each year. The number of graduates would increase after next year, but the current problem was how to accommodate so many graduates. The magical world alone could hardly absorb so many people, but they couldn't let them graduate and become unemployed, could they? These were wizards, not the university students from Yen country in his previous life. It could lead to serious trouble. Just then, he heard a knock on his office door, and a witch from Yen country entered. There were quite a few wizards now, and Andres couldn't remember everyone, so he asked, "Who are you?" "Headmaster, I'm Lin Shujia, a Ravenclaw graduate this year." "Oh, congratulations. What brings you here?" "Headmaster Andres, I'm now Minister Darius's secretary. I've been sent to invite you to a temporary meeting at the Ministry of Magic tonight." "Oh, a temporary meeting? What's it about?" "It's about the British government's desire for us to open parts of the wizarding world to alleviate the pressure on the British government caused by Muggles' excessive enthusiasm for magic." Andres, as if struck by a lucky break, readily agreed without hesitation. While agreeing, Andres also discussed the current events with Lin Xiaojia, seeking the opinions of his other students. "Lin, relax. Would you like a cup of black tea? I'd like to know how you all view the magical world being exposed to Muggles." "No, thank you, Headmaster Andres. I prefer the way Chinese black tea is drunk to British black tea." "Haha, you must not be able to accept adding sugar in milk." "That's right. I really don't understand why Westerners like to drink it this way." "Aw, sorry, Headmaster, I wasn't targeting you." "It's all right, child, I understand. Now, can you tell me how you young people view these things?" "Headmaster, my words only represent my own opinion. I personally think this might be a good thing. Because I know one thing, a lie can't be hidden forever. I believe that as Muggle technology develops faster and faster, it's only a matter of time before they discover us wizards. You might not realize how advanced Muggle technology has become. In most parts of Yen country now, you don't even need currency to pay, you just need to show your face in front of a camera." Andres smiled knowingly upon hearing this. How could he not know that he was from Yen country in his past life? He knew Lin Xiaojia wasn't yet aware of what the future held, and Lin Xiaojia was simply telling him, from the perspective of an ordinary young wizard, about the necessity for wizards to integrate into Muggle society. This was also strengthening Andres' mental preparation. He had to take this step eventually. Taking it sooner would allow for better preparation in a few years. Chapter 284. That evening, just as everyone was heading home from get-off work, the Ministry of Magic's meeting room was still bustling with activity. They were discussing the opening of a magical world. Some believed that the wizarding world should maintain its mystique to the public, thus instilling awe and respect for wizards and ordinary people. Others argued that since wizards were already appearing before the public, there was no need for further secrecy. Caroline Page, from the International Magical Cooperation Division, stood up. "I hope everyone here understands that we are not in the ignorant Middle Ages, but in a civilized, democratic modern society. We have no reason to confine ourselves to a small circle. It's not good for us. Don't forget, everyone here is also a Muggle." "Director Caroline, I think your idea is correct. But we are not in a position right now. Just this afternoon, I was meeting with Minister Darius to discuss how to protect the wizards' families in the Muggle world. Perhaps you're not on the front lines, and don't know what's happening outside, but the Muggles outside Earth have gone crazy. A whole of Great Britain has been swept up in a search for wizards. You may not know, but many young wizards' Muggle relatives have been harassed. This forces us to redeploy more auras to protect them, leading to a manpower shortage. That's why I suggested this afternoon that the Aura Command should expand its recruitment this year. Hearken, haven't you noticed that this situation is caused by the unsatisfied curiosity of ordinary Muggles? If we control the Muggles' activity range, then you won't need so many people." Those who address Harkin by his first name so directly are all veterans. Bernhard Wiggins, as one of the earliest prefects, is one of them. Moreover, the Department of Magical Creatures Control is no longer a small department, and its staff has grown considerably. In recent years, the department's structure has been gradually improved, including offices for beasts, outcasts, and ghosts, a goblin liaison office, a pest counseling office, a centaur office, a house elf resettlement office, and a dangerous animal handling committee. While the various directors and ministers were speaking from their respective perspectives, Andres, Darius, and Diane were also holding a small meeting. In fact, the three had already discussed most of their points, and just wanted to hear everyone's opinions or concerns. Seeing that everyone had finished their discussion, Darius stepped forward to signal for quiet. He then gave his seat to Andres, indicating that Principal Andres had something to say. You all heard your opinions, so now I share mine. I believe this is feasible. First, this is the first time the British government has asked us for help, so we should give them face. Second, I don't know if you consider the increasing number of Hogwarts graduates, the Ministry of Magic, and a few shops alone can't absorb so many people. We need new sources of employment. Third, those of you here are all high-ranking officials in the Ministry of Magic, and are aware of the upcoming Orc invasion war. Better integration between the Wizarding world and the Muggle world will benefit future conflicts. Therefore, my opinion is to agree to their request, but this agreement is not unconditional. Upon hearing Andres' 3 points, everyone below began to murmur again. Darius continued, I agree with Headmaster Andres, so I think we shouldn't be discussing whether to grant the Muggle government's request now. Instead, we should be discussing how to do it. I think with so many junior wizards graduating, we should expand our territory to disperse the population. Hogsmeade Village is currently too densely populated. I propose we ask the British government for a plot of land there where we can build Diagon Alley for public access. The mention of Diagon Alley sparked another round of discussion. They had felt a pang of regret during their school days that the magical world didn't have a place as famous as Diagon Alley, but they accepted it as a fact, being far luckier than those talented individuals who couldn't attend school. Now, they never imagined they would have the opportunity to build Diagon Alley themselves, and the Ministry of Magic officials present began to discuss it amongst themselves. Bruce Hayes, the finance minister of the Ministry of Magic, was immediately intrigued by the proposal. It was a brilliant idea. Adding Diagon Alley would provide the Ministry of Magic with another source of revenue, especially considering the years of financial expenditures that had turned his hair incredibly gray. When the Ministry of Magic was first established, Darius had rudely placed him as finance minister simply because he came from a banking conglomerate in the United States. Initially, he was quite pleased, given his family's background in this field. However, after taking office, he discovered that the Ministry of Magic's finance department was practically a shell, its contents practically non-existent. If it weren't for Headmaster Andre's personal sponsorship, the Ministry of Magic would have gone bankrupt long ago due to financial difficulties. It was only after Headmaster Andres handed over the management of Hogsmeade Village to the Ministry of Magic's finance department that the situation was alleviated, but even this enormous expenditure was still overwhelming. Now, hearing about the establishment of a new territory, he was the most supportive. So Bruce Hayes immediately stood up and said, I wholeheartedly agree with Minister Darius's proposal to build Diagon Alley. I believe that since we are building Diagon Alley to solve the problems of Muggles, we should charge them a fee. It must be paid in gold. And the place must be large enough, because a large influx of Muggles into Diagon Alley will stimulate economic development. We will receive a large amount of revenue from this, and it will be much easier for everyone to collect money from the treasury in the future. The people below burst into laughter upon hearing Bruce Hayes' words. Bruce Hayes, you truly live up to your title of treasurer, you're practically obsessed with money. Who's talking so casually? You all come here asking for money, but do I have that much to give you? The people who had been jeering earlier fell silent. They couldn't afford to offend the god of wealth. If they stopped paying their company's salaries, their employees would curse them to death. Thinking about it, establishing Diagon Alley was indeed a good opportunity to replenish the treasury. After all, wizards were human too, and they needed shiny galleons, didn't they? So everyone looked again at Andres, Darius, Diane, and the others, since these three bigwigs could decide how things were handled. Andres had no choice but to step forward again and give the final say. We discussed the Diagon Alley issue before, and Diane will lead the effort with all departments cooperating. Diane, I think since we already decided to open it up, why not be bold and use a portion of Diagon Alley's land to attract investment from the Muggle world? This would generate a significant amount of revenue for our treasury. Also, since it's a request from the British government, I think they should cover the management costs of Diagon Alley. Chapter 285. Everyone who heard Andres' words had only one thought in their mind. Is Headmaster Andres really that ruthless? They hadn't realized it before. But Bruce Hayes didn't think so. He thought Headmaster Andres was absolutely right. He hadn't expected this at all. Not only would they have a large sum of money, but they could also get rid of a huge burden, so the meeting became a waste of time, with most people expressing their support. As for how to proceed, that was up to Diane to come up with a plan. Diane instructed Beretta to negotiate with the British government. She could agree to things, but she had to pretend to be very reluctant. The main goal was to get the British government to provide land and money, and the more the better. Then Diane had the Ministry of Magic's Treasury Department investigate Hogsmeade Village to see how many shops were willing to open branches in the newly opened Diagon Alley. She also wanted to contact the Daily Prophet to dedicate a page to this matter. She wanted wizards interested in opening shops in Diagon Alley to register with the Ministry of Magic so that arrangements could be made accordingly. As for the subsequent construction, the security management of the Aura squads, and transportation matters such as the FLA network, all these need to be considered before the next meeting. Once an agreement is reached with the British government, these matters must be handled and arranged immediately. The next day, Beretta went to Downing Street to present the Ministry of Magic's proposal to the cabinet. Downing Street was also very interested in the Ministry of Magic's suggestion to establish a new shopping district, because not only Bruce Hayes, but also they saw the enormous economic benefits involved. It would be like having another Universal Studios. Tourists from all over the world would fly in to experience the Wizarding World. Besides spending money in the Wizarding World, they need to pay for accommodation, transportation, and, having come to Britain, they want to visit other places, right? So the cabinet leaders agreed to the Ministry of Magic's demands without much consideration, even debating the location. It's well known that wherever Diagon Alley is chosen, land prices in the surrounding areas skyrocket. That afternoon, a press conference was held at Downing Street, and the atmosphere was incredibly lively. Because of the wizarding scandal, the number of journalists from major news outlets in London was several times greater than usual. This was a focus of global attention, and everyone hoped to get as much news as possible about wizards. Unexpectedly, the British government delivered a major announcement to the press so quickly. The Downing Street press officer stood on the stage and announced the news. After urgent consultations between the cabinet and the Ministry of Magic, it has been decided that the Ministry of Magic will re-establish Diagon Alley at XX location in London. After improvements, Diagon Alley will be open to everyone on Earth. However, we must remind everyone that Diagon Alley falls under the jurisdiction of the Ministry of Magic, so please abide by the Ministry's laws and regulations when visiting. A blonde, blue-eyed female reporter quickly raised her hand to ask a question, and the press officer readily handed her the microphone. "Excuse me, sir, does this mean that the newly established Diagon Alley no longer belongs to Great Britain, but to the wizards?" "I'm sorry, ma'am. Everyone must respect British law on British soil. Wizards are no exception. However, wizards also need to abide by some Ministry of Magic laws and regulations. So you are lucky, ma'am. You only need to abide by British law and not the wizarding laws." "Sir, I don't think this is lucky at all. I much rather have the opportunity to abide by the Ministry of Magic's laws." "Then you have to wait until Diagon Alley opens to experience it for yourself. Could you tell me when Diagon Alley will open to the public? I think many people are already impatient. I haven't received any specific opening date notification. You can follow Downing Street's official WeChat account. We announce any news there. Now, please let the next reporter ask a question." A middle-aged man with an Asian appearance got his chance. "I'm a reporter from the Great Han Ning Kingdom. I'd like to ask the press officer, will your country apologize for plagiarizing our wizarding culture? You know, you're hurting the feelings of our Great Han Ning Kingdom." This statement was met with a burst of laughter from the reporters below, and the middle-aged Asian man instantly turned red-faced and shouted at everyone. "What's so funny? Isn't stealing someone else's culture a shameful act?" The press officer on the platform was stunned, inwardly cursing this idiot. Was he here to cause trouble? After thinking for a long time about the reporter's question, the press officer made a decision. "Security, I suspect he's on drugs. Please take him out for a checkup." Two burly men in black suits, who had been waiting, came out, grabbed the man, and dragged him out. Then everyone's attention shifted from the clown back to the press officer, who again chose a black woman to stand up and ask a question. "Mr. Press Officer, I think many people are concerned about whether there are any restrictions on visiting Diagon Alley? That's unclear yet. I inquire with the Ministry of Magic staff in the cabinet about that. Perhaps wizards will accept online appointments." A chorus of good-natured laughter erupted from the audience. They certainly didn't believe the wizards would accept online reservations. Many even wondered, do wizards even use the internet? Little did they know, these young wizards were incredibly adept at using the internet. During the first year's summer vacation, they had already created their own MSN chat group to discuss assignments, making online reservations a piece of cake for them. The press conference continued, and a female reporter stepped forward to ask a question. Mr. Press Officer, we noticed online reports suggesting that only the 5 major magical nations have similar wizarding organizations. Does this mean wizards only cooperate with these 5 nations? You need to ask the Ministry of Magic, not me. I can't decide which countries they cooperate with. Mr. Press Officer, in which specific countries does Hogwarts currently recruit students? What are the requirements for studying at Hogwarts? I don't know either. From what I understand, Hogwarts seems to have quite a few Asian faces. You need to ask the headmaster of Hogwarts about the specific countries. As for how they recruit students, that's another matter. Although the press conference didn't provide satisfactory answers, the reporters were reluctant to leave, bombarding the press officer with all sorts of questions. Meanwhile, viewers watching the live stream online began to celebrate wildly. They could finally step into the magical world, a great victory for Harry Potter fans. Since they couldn't study at Hogwarts, experiencing Diagon Alley wasn't so bad. Chapter 286. In the following days, rumors flew thick and fast. One minute, it was said Diagon Alley would start selling tickets. The next it was that Britain would be cracking down on immigration, making passport applications even more difficult. In short, this kind of hype was the same in both Earth and this blue star, completely shameless. Some actresses even claimed to have had a magical night with a certain wizard. While these rumors were circulating, Blue Star's top 500 companies all received a special invitation. This invitation came from Magic Financial Investment Company, and its content was simple. Diagon Alley is recruiting 10 companies this year. Interested parties are invited to the Magic Financial Company's headquarters next Sunday for detailed discussions. This news instantly caused a sensation throughout Blue Star. Many leading companies posted photos of their invitations and explicitly stated to the media that they would attend the investment conference on time. Those who didn't receive an invitation were trying to find out more or use their influence to get one. This invitation was like a certificate of identity, proving that your company was a prominent player on Blue Star. No. Sorry, what kind of third-rate company are you? We never heard of you. So Catherine has been under a lot of pressure lately, because some random people keep trying to get their contact information through various channels, hoping that Magic Financial Investment Company will send their company an invitation. Actually, they know that even if their company receives an invitation, it won't be of much use. Their company doesn't have the strength to compete with those multinational giants for those 10 spots. But if you only care about the number of spots, it shows a lack of vision. In this kind of event, just showing your face and maybe getting a photo with some famous person is worth any price. Because the business world is often this straightforward. Everyone judges you by your capabilities. If you have the capability, they're willing to extend payment terms. If not, sorry, it's cash on delivery. The principle of business is to leverage the least amount of capital to achieve the greatest leverage, so invitations are incredibly coveted. This has also led many scammers to see an opportunity to make money, with frequent reports of company presidents being defrauded of large sums of money without receiving invitations. Of course, obtaining an invitation is only the first step. Many ambitious individuals are no longer just considering recruitment. Those 10 shops aren't something ordinary companies can easily get their hands on, so they're looking for alternative ways to get their own nephews or nieces to participate. Since the Magical Financial Investment Company has secured the rights to manage 10 shops in Diagon Alley, it means this company has intricate connections to the magical world. Didn't you see the word magic in the company name? Since they have such deep ties with wizards, won't wizards appear at the investment promotion event? If a wizard discovers their nephew or niece has magical talent, won't they immediately take them on as apprentices or recruit them to Hogwarts? If their own offspring could become wizards, wouldn't it be wonderful? While others are still trying to curry favor with wizards, their own family members would already be wizards. The impact of this event was also unexpected for the Magical Finance Investment Company. They knew many companies would come, but they didn't expect everyone to not only send company employees, but also bring many children. Therefore, they had to reschedule the event, starting next Sunday for a week-long investment promotion, staggering the times for different industries. This delighted the British government. Just imagine. Giants from the world's top 500 companies would be bringing delegations to the Magical Finance Company to discuss Diagon Alley. What a fantastic opportunity! If the Ministry of Commerce could use this opportunity to persuade a few large companies to invest in Britain, how much economic stimulus would that generate? This has immeasurable implications. Just a few days ago, they were complaining endlessly about the troubles caused by wizards stepping into the limelight. Now, their attitude has completely reversed. The current cabinet government is practically hoping the wizards will pull off more of this. While the outside world continues to report on how eager CEOs of major companies are to secure a place for their businesses in Diagon Alley, the Ministry of Magic is also extremely busy. Mainly, the Ministry of Magic's finance department wants the ministry to finalize the renovation and setup of Diagon Alley before the bidding process, so they can secure more funding from Muggle companies. So, after discussion, the Ministry of Magic concluded that it's no shame to make money. After confirming the location with the British government, they began working like crazy. The location for Diagon Alley was chosen not far from King's Cross Station. To ensure the space could meet people's needs, Andre specifically redeemed a super large spatial folding magic circle from the system. The main function of this magic circle is to expand a sufficiently large space at a given location for people to use. The weather, seasons, and time within the magic circle will remain consistent with the regions. To cater to the preferences of most people, the space is designed with 4 exits. The wizard selected 4 shops in 4 directions on the streets designated by the British government as entrances and exits, including a pub that recreates the design of the Leaky Cauldron. This pub is primarily for Harry Potter fans. The Ministry of Magic even hoped that the British government could hire the actor who played Tom in the movies to be the pub's owner. Both the British government and the actor were very cooperative with this proposal. It didn't matter who the government employee was, the actor was very happy because he loved the role, and now he could get a long-term, lucrative job through it. Of course, besides selling alcohol to make money, guiding tourists to Diagon Alley was also one of Tom's duties. To meet the demands of his work, the Ministry of Magic even recruited several wizards as bar staff to assist him. Another entrance to Diagon Alley is a bookstore, a genuine magical bookstore. However, this bookstore has 2 main entrances, one facing the streets of the Muggle world, and the other facing the streets of Diagon Alley. Everyone can freely travel to and from Diagon Alley through the bookstore, which belongs to both the Ministry of Magic and Flourish and Blots. For security reasons, the Ministry of Magic assigns 2 Aurors to this bookstore, but this position is reserved for Aurors who need relaxation. Auras are human too, they can't be in a state of tension for long periods and need to unwind. Therefore, the Ministry of Magic provides them with relatively easy rotating positions. Compared to these 2 entrances, another entrance belongs to the Department of Magical Transportation. The revenue from this entrance is distributed by the Department of Transportation, making the FLA Network Management Bureau a highly sought-after profession. The main reason is that this entrance uses FLA fees to enter Diagon Alley. Since using FLA fees requires a wizard to teach Muggles how to use them, the Treasury generously allocated a portion of the revenue to the Transport Department. In return, the Transport Department only needs to hand over 30% of the revenue to the Treasury, and the rest is distributed among themselves, which makes many other departments extremely envious. Chapter 287. The final entrance was a bus stop with only one route, to and from Diagon Alley. However, to increase revenue and make passengers feel they were getting their money's worth, the bus would make a loop around London. By the way, these buses were Knights buses, allowing passengers to experience the thrill of speeding through the bustling streets. Diagon Alley itself had a Y-shaped structure, with the central building belonging to Gringotts. Because the wizarding world currently used wizarding currency, and to meet the future needs of Muggles, the Ministry of Magic held emergency negotiations with the 5 great nations of Earth. Ultimately, the Ministry exchanged a total of 100 tons of gold from these countries. Now, the goblins were working overtime to produce large quantities of galleons, sickles, and gnats. The Ministry of Magic had even prepared for some of the currency to be taken home by Muggles for collection. This action even caused international gold prices to rise, with many people making a fortune investing in gold. A week later, London became the most profitable route for major airlines, as many business tycoons from all over the world flocked to London. Besides company employees, many children also came to London for sightseeing. Even before its official opening to the public, Diagon Alley has already brought significant economic benefits to the UK. This has made countries around the world, especially other European nations, extremely envious. Now, news media and journalists from all over the world love to camp out near the headquarters of Magic Finance Investment Company. Although journalists are not allowed to get close to the company, it doesn't stop them from secretly taking pictures with their long lenses and tripods. So now, news media are all about which company CEOs have arrived in London, which company presidents have brought their children to the Magical Financial Investment Company, or which company is vying for a shop location in Diagon Alley. For a whole week, it's practically a media feast. They met almost all the bosses of the vast majority of the Fortune 500 companies on Earth, or high-ranking leaders of some of the world's nations. After a week of urgent negotiations, the magical financial investment company finally invited 50 companies or conglomerates to send representatives to Diagon Alley for on-site inspections. To satisfy the public's curiosity about Diagon Alley, the British national television station specially applied for live streaming throughout the entire process. To facilitate these company inspections, the trip was divided into 4 groups. They would also enter Diagon Alley using 4 different methods. The British national television station heavily promoted this live broadcast. The Ministry of Magic's Treasury Department extracted a hefty sum from the television station, and of course, the British national television station also profited handsomely from the sky-high advertising rates. On the morning of the inspection, at 9 o'clock, there were an unusually large number of people in Britain who had taken the day off to rest. Even those who couldn't get leave secretly connected to their phones and started watching British national television. As for television stations broadcasting globally, there were countless others. Countless people across the entire planet were sitting in front of their televisions waiting to watch. 2 hosts were seated in the television station. The other hosts had practically fought tooth and nail to get the chance to host today's program. This was a program watched by the entire planet, and it had ultimately been won by a man and a woman with powerful connections. There were even rumors that these 2 had used the influence of wealthy families to secure their positions. Welcome everyone to our special live broadcast on British television. I'm your host, David, and I'm your host, Lily. I'm sure you're all eager to watch today's program. Let's connect with our reporters on the front lines. To be honest, I'm really envious of the 4 reporters on the front lines. They get to experience it firsthand. David, believe me, it's not too late for you to switch careers and become a frontline reporter. I reckon interviewing people in Diagon Alley will be the hottest topic for a while. Okay, I consider it. Let's connect with our reporter on the ground, Annie. Annie? Can you hear me? At this moment, Annie's team was with representatives from the Middle Eastern Prince Consortium, the 4 major banks of yen, and several other large international banks or consortia, a total of 15 companies, roughly 90 people in total, waiting near a bus stop. In the live broadcast, Annie was introducing the identities of these VIPs one by one, and the viewers were buzzing with excitement. Holy crap, this bus stop must be the most expensive in the world. The combined market capitalization of all these companies could probably buy the bottom 100 or so countries in the world. Over 100? You're underestimating me, bro. They could probably buy everything except the top 50. No. 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 You clearly know nothing about the financial power of these companies. But seriously, what are the Magic Financial Investment Company and the Ministry of Magic up to by putting these big shots out at a bus stop? So creative. I love it. Just as the viewers in the live stream were having a good laugh, a double-decker bus suddenly appeared before them. Wow, did you guys see how that bus appeared? Didn't notice? Anyone saw it, bro? I think I saw a flash of white light. Me too. Just a flash of white light, and then it appeared. This is so magical. While everyone was still dumbfounded, the big shots at the scene already knew that a nightly public bus would be coming to pick them up. So, under the arrangement of the Ministry of Magic staff, they began to board the bus in an orderly manner. Just when everyone thought this bus would be like other buses with ordinary seats, the live stream camera showed them what magic was. The inside of the bus was completely different from what it looked like from the outside. The bus had 2 levels, each with private compartments, each seating 8 people, and the compartments had sofas instead of plastic seats. Just as the cameraman was recording the environment inside, a gasp suddenly came from a compartment that was already full. Look, these teacups are moving by themselves. If a Hogwarts student were here, they'd probably think these guys were bumpkins. Teacups setting themselves up and the teapot pouring water by itself. Isn't that normal? Then the viewers in the live stream witnessed their first unforgettable scene. The teacups on the bus automatically jumped in front of people after they were seated, and then the teapot flew over to ask, "Tea? Coffee? Juice? Or something else? It's a bit hot today. How about a glass of iced watermelon juice?" The big shots in the compartments were a little incredulous, asking tentatively, "Can I have a coffee? The kind with milk and sugar cubes?" The teapot, steaming, mumbled, Of course. Just a moment, I find the sugar cubes." Then the teapot filled the cups with steaming hot coffee. Chapter 288. What did I just see? Does this mean I never have to make my own coffee again? At XX Coffee, come quick. You're going to lose your jobs. From now on, the teapot can make its own coffee. Hilarious. XX Coffee probably never imagined that its downfall wouldn't be from a competitor, but from a teapot in the magical world. Just as Annie and the others from the British national television station were trying these drinks, The bus's loudspeaker announced, "Passengers, please take your seats. We are about to depart." The live stream chat was flooded with comments. "Beep beep, the bus to Diagon Alley is about to depart. Please fasten your seatbelts. Driver, drive. We can't wait. Open the door. This isn't the bus to kindergarten. I want to get off. The doors are welded shut, we're off." As expected, the netizens are full of hilarious antics. Because Annie and her team were there for promotion, their camera crew sat in the best seats on the second floor. The cameras faithfully recorded everything the night bus went by along the way. The night bus flashed past major tourist attractions in the British capital every 5 minutes, and passengers experienced several instances of the bus collapsing, stretching, or even time standing still. This unprecedented thrill left many with flushed faces. These business tycoons, after achieving fame and fortune, have rarely participated in such thrilling activities. In the live stream, viewers were frantically spamming the chat, much to the mixed excitement and apprehension of the companies broadcasting the event internationally. They were excited because the traffic was several times higher than previous peaks, but apprehensive because they desperately needed their servers to hold up. Any problems would mean all their work was for nothing and they'd be cursed by the viewers. I'm dying of laughter. Do you think the bus system in Diagon Alley will get ticketed by the British traffic police? This is clearly speeding. Traffic police ticketing? You need evidence to ticket them. Can the traffic police even catch it on camera? So you're saying that as long as you don't get caught with evidence, nothing you do is illegal. I didn't say anything, you came up with that yourself. I have a bold idea. Shut up, we don't want to hear it. We just want to watch the live stream. Hey, your group hasn't even entered Diagon Alley yet? The other 3 groups have already entered. Wow, why are you still speeding along the road? Is Diagon Alley that far? Oh my god, we're going to crash into the other side. The viewers in the live stream instantly exploded. Many immediately ran to other live streams to see what Diagon Alley was like. Many viewers from other live streams also jumped in after hearing about the speeding. These people wished they had 4 screens to watch 4 different broadcasts simultaneously. One guy who had set up 2 large screens was bragging about being able to watch 4 live streams at once. Many viewers were envious, saying, "You're just a muggle like us, stuck at home watching live streams." Annie and her friends sat in the private room for about 5 minutes when the night bus arrived at the bus stop at the alley entrance. Everyone got off in an orderly fashion, many looking around curiously. The night bus then vanished in a flash after everyone had disembarked. However, no one paid any attention to it anymore. Everyone was watching the bustling crowd across the alley. Mainly because most of the shops in Diagon Alley had just finished renovations, and many wizards from the Ministry of Magic were working with the shop owners to set up the shops. Annie and her cameraman watched in disbelief as 2 wizards, each holding a wand, directed a signboard to float upwards, eventually landing on the shop's lintel. Then the 2 wizards went inside. Just as Anne was about to go inside the shop, a wizard riding a broomstick flew overhead. Behind him followed a long line of flying young masters, all neatly arranged. The members of the expedition exclaimed in surprise. At that moment, the wizards from the Ministry of Magic finished counting heads and called out loudly, "Please stay close to me, everyone. I take you to Gringotts first." With that, a Ministry of Magic staff member pulled out a handful of badges, which flew like fireflies to each attendant and affixed to their clothing. The badges bore the words Expedition. If anyone gets separated from the group later, you can ask any wizard nearby. They will all be happy to help. The members of the expedition were so captivated by the sights of Diagon Alley that they had forgotten why they were there. Why even bother with this place? Even a fool would know it become a wildly popular tourist attraction the moment it opens. We're just here as a formality, invited by the Magical Finance Investment Company. More importantly, this is clearly a scheme by the Ministry of Magic and the Magical Finance Investment Company. Once we're in Diagon Alley, we'd be pouring money into it no matter the cost. That way, they get even more rent. Those wizards are really cunning. After walking for an unknown amount of time, the delegation arrived at a white building. A Ministry of Magic staff member addressed the delegation members. "This is Gringotts. Once inside, follow me closely, I take you to collect your galleons." We prepared 10 galleons for each member, enough to eat in Diagon Alley for several days. Of course, if you'd like to exchange more to buy something to take back, that's fine too. After the Ministry of Magic staff finished speaking, they entered Gringotts first, followed closely by the others. Before going in, Annie and her group took a close-up shot of Gringotts. Once inside, she heard the chatter of the powerful figures in front of her. Many of her team members were bigwigs in the financial world. Therefore, These bigwigs were very interested in the banks of the magical world. They even saw a goblin brazenly pulling a cart full of gold coins past them. This scene was captured by the cameraman, eliciting gasps from viewers watching on camera. What did I just see? It's blindingly bright. Are all wizards this rich? I want to lie down and roll around on top of that. These goblins are so ugly, how dare they walk so boldly through the crowd with gold coins? Aren't they afraid of being robbed? Wake up, upstairs. That's Gringotts' money. Your idea is really dangerous. If this were in our country, Gringotts would have been robbed bankrupt long ago. With hoods on, nobody cares. Rifles in hand, they take them all down. Yeah, that's a dangerous idea. You might escape the police, but whether you can escape the dragons is another story. Don't be ridiculous, dragons. With so many goblins, one spell from each could send them to meet their maker. While netizens were discussing how to breach Gringotts, the expedition team had already exchanged their gold for galleons. Annie was showing off her galleons to the viewers in front of the camera. This interview was all paid for with public funds. Annie and the others had exchanged about 100 galleons. Chapter 289. Humanity's obsession with money is evident. Everyone who received a galleon was overjoyed. These financial tycoons' first reaction was to know the gold content of the galleons, while Seeker and Nat merely played with them for a moment before ignoring them. These people also inquired with the goblins at Gringotts. They learned that muggles couldn't freely exchange galleons at Gringotts. Because galleons were limited, the current daily limit was 200 galleons per person. If more were needed, prior application to the Ministry of Magic and Gringotts was required. Everyone understood this, and many likely preferred to keep some as souvenirs. Seeing these tycoons admiring their brand new galleons, the Ministry of Magic staff explained. Please rest assured, everyone. Only goblins can create galleons in the wizarding world. Their magic is unique, and as wizards, we can easily sense the magical fluctuations on them. There's no need to worry about goblins counterfeiting. Goblins who can create galleons need to apply the most stringent protective spells to their methods. After examining the gold coins in their hands, everyone followed the Ministry of Magic staff to Diagon Alley. While most viewers were still expressing their desire to collect a galleon, some quick-thinking individuals had already begun to consider the business opportunities. Many planned to become resellers, doing nothing but exchanging galleons from Gringotts and then reselling them at a higher price to viewers who couldn't come. The thought alone made these scalpers drool, but what they didn't expect was that the wealthy tycoons who came to investigate had gone even further. Especially the Love to Save Bank in Yin Kingdom saw a huge business opportunity. They invested heavily to beat their competitors and secure a place among the 10 shops, then decorated a traditional Yin Kingdom-style money exchange. They created a special Hogwarts credit card. Anyone who spent over 100,000 renminbi annually with this card would receive a set of wizarding currency. The packaging was quite exquisite, and many people who couldn't go to Diagon Alley wanted to get their hands on one. While you could buy them from scalpers, you couldn't guarantee their authenticity, right? But the Love to Save Bank's reputation was far superior to scalpers. They even offered a Q-free galleon exchange service at their Diagon Alley branch. As long as the applicant exchanged the corresponding amount in the bank system 10 days in advance, they could collect the currency on the same day with their identification at the Diagon Alley branch. This move attracted a large number of customers, and many foreigners who didn't want to queue opened accounts at Love to Save and applied for the Hogwarts credit card. The huge success of Love to Save made their competitors regret their decisions. Ministry of Magic staff and their research team strolled around Diagon Alley, while 4 camera crews from the British National Television Network provided a comprehensive view of the area. The director of the British Television Network was practically fainting with happiness as he looked at the data analysis reports. Not counting online broadcasts, over 2 billion people on Earth were watching on television alone, meaning roughly 1 in 4 people on the planet had watched their program. If you exclude impoverished, underdeveloped, and war-torn regions, that's roughly 1 in 3 people watching, an unprecedented feat. No other program in the world would break this record, unless perhaps a live broadcast from Hogwarts could break it? But was that even possible? It seemed highly unlikely. These 50 corporations and companies spent an entire day wandering around Diagon Alley, utterly overwhelmed by the experience. The magical world had a truly unprecedented impact, offering sensory experiences that technology couldn't provide. These corporations and companies inquired with the Ministry of Magic about Diagon Alley's policies, such as the presence of a magic circle. This circle was designed to limit the flow of people. The ministry assessed Diagon Alley's daily capacity and set it at 50,000. All visitors needed to purchase tickets and make reservations through a travel agency under the magical financial investment company. After a successful reservation, travelers simply needed to wait at their hotel the day before their trip. The Ministry of Magic would send owls to deliver the reserved tickets to visitors in the form of badges. Visitors only needed to wear the badge when they went to Diagon Alley the next day to enter. Those without badges were not allowed in. In fact, due to the magic circle, visitors without badges couldn't even see the entrance. Visitors could also identify others in Diagon Alley by their badges, as their badges differed from those of shopkeepers and Ministry of Magic staff. This makes it easy for everyone to identify each other, especially those without badges. These people are neither tourists, shop assistants, nor Ministry of Magic staff. They are the real wizards. Therefore, they can enter Diagon Alley without badges. Furthermore, Diagon Alley is under the jurisdiction of the Ministry of Magic, while the British government only has nominal jurisdiction. Therefore, everyone who receives a badge also receives a booklet containing rules, regulations, and precautions, as well as a map showing their location. Wherever a tourist goes is marked on the map, along with information about the shops and their descriptions. If comments were allowed, it would be a perfect mobile navigation app. These items are delivered to hotels and ghost houses by owls, and London provides maximum protection for these adorable, big-eyed thieves. For example, the London government issued a new decree increasing the penalties for owl hunting from 6 months to 3 years. Not only the London government, but major London hotels have even set up special owl rest areas to attract tourists. Some have owl huts for tourists to pet, while others have erected shelves for the owls to rest on when delivering supplies. Finally, after more than a dozen rounds of bidding, these conglomerates and companies drove the price of these 10 shops to over $50 billion. That averages out to about $5 billion per shop, giving the news media a frenzy. This was headline news across major media outlets, making the 10 winning companies truly glamorous. The whole world is watching. The Diagon Alley shops have generated massive advertising traffic even before they opened. Of course, the Ministry of Magic isn't just sitting idly by after receiving so much money. They proactively offered to send staff to help the businesses renovate these 10 shops. The 10 companies provide the design plans and materials. The ministry just needs to handle the renovations. This has caused quite a stir in the architectural design world, with many companies even claiming they rather work for free. Chapter 290. After half a month of intensive design and construction, Diagon Alley finally opened to the public promptly at 9 a.m. on August 1st. To alleviate the pressure of long queues at Gringotts, some shops were also permitted to conduct currency exchange services. However, these shops had limited exchange quotas, and many people exchanged their currency in advance directly from the official website and received it before entering Diagon Alley. Entry slots for Diagon Alley were open 10 days in advance, but the 50,000 slots were a drop in the ocean for the entire population of Earth. At midnight on the day slots opened, the magical tourism company's website crashed. After about 10 minutes of emergency repairs, all 50,000 slots were sold out by the time the doors opened. Many who missed out could only curse their bad luck. As for scalp tickets, forget about it. Tickets are issued under a real name system. Of course, some people were lucky enough to stay on the homepage and catch some tourist refunds. Those are just a lucky few. Bauer and Xiangzi from Yen Country are a very famous online celebrity couple who mainly challenge their fans to various tasks. As early as 2 weeks ago, many fans were frantically tagging them in the comments, urging them to scout out Diagon Alley for them no matter what. Bauer and Xiangzi were already planning to go. It's probably the biggest and hottest tourist attraction on Earth this year. Up hosts would do anything to get there, and they certainly couldn't miss it. However, the limited daily quota of only 50,000 worldwide made them a little anxious. They might not be able to get one. So many people were eyeing it, but because they had already obtained a European visa earlier this year, they didn't need to spend time on visa processing for the UK, which was a huge advantage for them, as other up hosts might not have enough time to apply for one. That evening, Bauer and Xiangzi booked an entire internet cafe, hiring hundreds of people to wait there. Their goal was to help them snag 2 tickets. While securing 2 first-day tickets might be an exaggeration, ensuring a comfortable life for the rest of their lives, it would certainly earn them enough to make money for several years. Finally, their hard work paid off. When the website crashed, they were disheartened. But after the website recovered, one of the ticket-grabbing workers discovered he had luckily secured tickets. The ecstatic couple immediately awarded this hero a 100,000 yuan bonus, and each of the other participants received an additional 1,000 yuan on top of their reward. This incident quickly went viral, and Bauer and Xiangzi's fan base exploded by tens of millions. The platform they partnered with immediately called to offer to reimburse all expenses for the trip. They wouldn't have to worry about the advertising revenue from the live stream, a 20/80 split, as long as they broadcast the entire Diagon Alley trip happily and completely. The two knew that securing first-day tickets would bring them huge profits. But they never expected the huge profits to come so quickly, and so intensely. The platform only took 20%. They didn't even have to worry about anything else. This was an extremely rare privilege. Afterwards, they learned through the platform that only a handful of content creators across Yin country had managed to snag tickets for the first day. These few had seen their follower count skyrocket, and various platforms were scrambling to acquire them. Actually, quite a few people across Yin country did manage to get tickets for the first day, but most went on their own. In fact, because of these people, flight prices from Yin to the UK skyrocketed, forcing many to fly to Europe first and then transfer there due to the high cost or inability to secure tickets. Although Bauer and Xiangzi are already top streamers, they were well prepared to capitalize on this stroke of luck. They even reread the novel and watched the movie, and many longtime fans left comments and posts in the live stream chat. Some fans even posted requests to bump into them on opening day, posting their ticket receipts, which drew envious comments from other viewers. On July 29th, Bauer and Xiangzi boarded a plane from Shanghai to London. Normally, flights to the UK require a transfer at an airport in Europe. This flight was a direct route specially arranged by the airline, saving passengers the hassle of a transfer in Europe and allowing the airline to earn extra money. Bauer and Xiangzi also recorded a video on the plane, which was spotted by a fan next to them, and they even took a photo together. Family, Xiangzi and I are already on our flight to Great Britain. Let me show you the plane. It's full of Chinese people, mostly young people, probably all going to Diagon Alley. We even ran into a big fan of Hulu on the flight. Come on, Hulu, say hi to everyone. A girl appeared confidently in the frame, offering Bauer a lot of snacks. Here, Bauer, have some snacks. It's a pity my hotel is a bit far from yours. Otherwise, we could have shared a ride. No problem, Hulu, we can still bump into each other in Diagon Alley. Have you decided which gate to enter through? I need to go to Gringotts to exchange money. To save time, I plan to use a flying pass. What about you, Bauer? I exchanged my galleons online beforehand, so we don't have to queue first. We exchanged Xiangzi's 200 galleons this afternoon, which will save a lot of time. Wow, that's great. Too bad I'm going alone, so I can't do it like this. The video recording ended there. Xiangzi quickly edited the video on the plane and waited to upload it after landing. After more than 10 hours of flight, the flight finally landed. After landing, they recorded a landing video and a video of heading to the hotel. By the time they finished settling into the hotel and uploaded the video, it was almost the 31st. On the 31st, Bauer and Xiangzi got up and first checked the messages in the back end. The bright red 99+ number indicated that the messages had exploded. Most were envious of their trip or wishing them a safe journey. There were so many messages that they didn't have time to read them all. After a quick wash, they started recording today's video, beginning with the hotel. They stayed at a 5-star hotel. Since the platform reimbursed the cost, there was no need to compromise. The hotel, which looked somewhat old, had very nice decor. As for the hotel in Diagon Alley, it was really impossible to get a reservation, which was a real pity. Otherwise, they could have entered earlier. Bauer and Xiangzi went to a water bar in the hotel. This water bar even had a large skylight to cater to Harry Potter fans from all over the world. The skylight was for the owls to easily bring food. Besides the skylight, there was a large shelf with food bowls and water troughs next to it for the owls to rest in. Bauer and Xiangzi were recording a video on their phones when Bauer asked, Xiangzi, did you book for this time? Why hasn't the owl flown over yet? 2 more minutes, don't worry. It should be here soon. Just as the two were bickering, a large owl flapped its wings and swooped down from the sky. Chapter 291. Wow, guys! The owl messenger is here! Bauer shouted excitedly into her phone. The owl didn't disappoint, landing directly between Bauer and Xiangzi. It then gestured to Bauer with the bag on its leg, which Bauer quickly removed. The bag had Bauer's real name written on it. Bauer first picked up the bag and tossed it to Xiangzi, then picked up the owl and placed it on the shelf to eat and drink. Xiangzi was explaining things to the viewers in the live stream. Brothers, don't be fooled by their big, cute eyes. They're birds of prey. If you find a docile one, you can pet it, but if it's aggressive, don't touch it, it might attack. Bauer was lucky. Don't try this at home. The viewers in the live stream didn't mince words. Get Bauer out of the way. Don't block my view of the owl. That's right. Get out of the way of the streamer. Don't block the streamer's camera. Xiangzi, do you even know how to stream? Can't you see the streamer has fallen into the hands of the evil dragon and is suffering humiliation? Hurry up and rescue the streamer. Why didn't I have an owl delivering messages back then? If only it had come when I was 11. The owl that came to deliver the packages ate some food and drank some water on the shelf before flying away from the hotel. It didn't have time to play with these two-legged creatures. It had many packages to deliver. Bauer and her viewers could only watch the owl leave, and then someone in the chat urged them to open the bag quickly. Bauer opened the bag in front of tens of millions of viewers in the live stream, revealing it full of galleons. Just as Bauer was about to open the bag and pour out the galleons, people in the chat started advising them to go back to their rooms before opening it. Bauer and Xiangzi, heeding the advice, glanced around and, sure enough, saw foreigners staring at them. Remembering the rumors of security problems in Europe, they quickly grabbed their things and returned to their room. Only then did they relax and open the bag, taking out two oval badges from the top. The entrance ticket is so basic. Hey, look, the words on it are changing. Sure enough, the words changed from Visitor Plus name to date, which is August 1st. Meaning it's only valid for that day. What else could it be? Could they buy one and enter any time? How are other people supposed to go like this? Haha, Bauer, these badges feel quite substantial. I decided to take them back as souvenirs after I'm done using them. Bauer weighed the badges in her hand, quite satisfied. Rich lady, hurry up and let us experience the awe-inspiring power of gold. Yeah, hurry up and bury me in gold coins. I want to see gold coins. Drop gold coins already. Seeing the viewers urging her again, Bauer turned the bag upside down. With a whoosh, a pile of glittering gold coins appeared on the bed, the gold subtly mixed with silver light. Soon, under the direction of the viewers, Bauer and Xiangzi divided the gold galleons, silver sykes, and tong nat into 3 piles. The viewers drooled as they watched the 3 piles of expensive metals shimmer under the lights. They all expressed their desire for a giveaway in the live stream. Bauer and Xiangzi discussed it with the backstage staff and had them draw a prize, giving away a set to 99 lucky viewers. As soon as the news broke, the number of viewers in the live stream skyrocketed, reaching a peak of 40 million. The platform owner was overjoyed. The traffic had already exploded before the official content even started. After the prize draw, the live stream became a garbage time, which was expected. Viewers who didn't win went about their business. The winners, however, flaunted their prizes in the chat, drawing a barrage of sarcastic comments from others. Bauer and Xiangzi locked their gold gallons and badges in the hotel safe and went out for a stroll. They even went to check the bus stop address for the next day, only to find nothing there. Just as they were wondering, a viewer suggested that maybe they couldn't see it because they were muggles and weren't wearing their badges. The two wandered around for a while, then reluctantly accepted this harsh reality, ate at a famous online restaurant, and returned to the hotel. After ending the live stream, they started checking their equipment for the next day. Their financial freedom depended on tomorrow. The next morning, after breakfast, they turned on their live stream equipment and went to the night bus stop. Sure enough, once they put on their badges, they could see the bus stop sign, but they seemed to have underestimated the situation. The bus stop was packed with people waiting for the bus, and besides those waiting, there were also many onlookers. To maintain its image among the entire planet, the London Metropolitan Police deployed a large number of officers to maintain order. Of course, the Aurors of the Ministry of Magic were well aware of the state of law and order in Great Britain, so they also sent 2 groups of 20 Aurors to maintain order in the crowd. Naturally, the Aurors cast spells on themselves beforehand to make the muggles subconsciously ignore them. Even so, the Aurors would occasionally grab a pickpocket or 2 from the crowd and hand them over to the police. The police, having exhausted all other options, had to bring in a bus and handcuff each pickpocket caught on board. Some curious onlookers filmed how many thieves were caught, resulting in over 200 thieves being arrested on 3 buses in total. This incident became a trending topic online today, with netizens commenting that it was very British. It also made the British government look a little embarrassed, but politicians must be thick-skinned, so they simply ignored it and moved on. Bauer and Xiangzi watched from the queue as the police arrested one pickpocket after another, instinctively tightening their grip on their valuables. The queue wasn't long, about half an hour, before Bauer and Xiangzi boarded the night bus. They were slightly regretful because they had missed the first wave of entry into Diagon Alley while queuing. The event manager informed them that some streamers had already entered Diagon Alley directly through the bookstore entrance, drawing away a large number of viewers from their live streams. However, The route had already been chosen, and there was no way to change it. They could only grit their teeth and persevere. Fortunately, they had already boarded the night bus, and just as they got on, they saw a sign hanging on the bus. Tickets are 2 scoops per person. Please use the self-service coin dispenser. If you need a receipt, please take one yourself. Bauer then took 4 scoops from her wallet and put them into the coin box. After inserting the coins, she heard the crisp sound of the silver coins hitting the coin box. For the sake of the live stream, Bauer and her companion went to the second floor of the bus and chose a compartment with a wide view. After settling into their compartment, they each ordered a glass of juice. They then began chatting with their viewers in the live stream, waiting for this wondrous magical journey to begin. Chapter 292. While waiting for the bus to depart, Bauer chatted with the teapot as if she had discovered a new continent. "Mr. Teapot, what drinks can you provide? What would you like, miss? Black tea? Soda? Juice? Wine? Ah, right, I can now provide red bottled Coke. I heard from the Ministry of Magic staff that the red versus blue battle has turned into a red shadow war, so the entire Diagon Alley will be offering red bottled Coke. Did you hear that, Bauer? Red bottled Coke is being offered in Diagon Alley." The live stream chat erupted with complaints, the screen completely filled with comments. "Long live the Red Army. I love the red bottle. Blue bottle. The red bottle is the classic. I only drink the red bottle. Those who drink the blue bottle disagree. The blue bottle is what young people should drink. Brothers, we have a traitor among us. Find him. Urine him to wake him up. Those with diabetes, don't come. I'm afraid he get a taste of its sweetness. Ha ha, those with diabetes don't come. No problem, drinking too much of this stuff can easily lead to diabetes." Initially, the Red Bottle Coke team was happy to hear that an internet celebrity was introducing the Red Bottle Coke in a live stream with 40 to 50 million viewers. But then news spread that viewers in the live stream said drinking the red bottle could easily lead to diabetes. The sky fell. The Red Bottle team launched an emergency public relations campaign. They started hiring online trolls to wage a propaganda war. Fortunately, most viewers were just saying it casually for fun, which reassured the Red Bottle team somewhat. "My darlings, look at Big Ben. Whoa. It's going to crash, it's going to crash. Thank goodness, that scared me to death. No, that scared me to death. Hey darlings, this jump feels different. It feels like I entered a world from the last century. Did I time travel?" Upstairs, Bauer and Xiangzi were arguing noisily, even though this route had already been shown on television. But experiencing it again, with their viewers was still quite novel. Perhaps it was true that magic never goes out of style. The night bus bounced and hopped through the streets of London, eventually entering Diagon Alley. The surrounding environment instantly changed from reinforced concrete buildings to cobblestone streets, flanked by old-fashioned English spires. Soon, the night bus stopped at a platform, and the announcement inside the bus promptly came on. "Welcome to Diagon Alley, passengers. Please take your belongings with you when you disembark, and do not lose anything." The passengers disembarked in an orderly fashion, and Bauer and Xiangzi also left the night bus with their live streaming equipment. Because they had exchanged galleons in advance, they didn't need to queue at Gringotts like the others. "Hey guys, look! There's a little shop across the street. Look, there's a little fire dragon in the window. Oh my god, it's breathing fire. Xiangzi, let's go check it out. Welcome to Forbidden Forest Cottage. If you see anything you like, please tell the staff. Do not touch anything yourself to avoid accidents." Bauer walked ahead, with Xiangzi following behind holding the camera. They entered the shop together. From the outside, you couldn't tell how big it was, but once inside, the view opened up dramatically. Viewers watching the live stream felt like they were walking into a forest, with snow-capped mountains in the distance. "Wow, Bauer, are you sure you entered a shop? Did you time travel again? The person upstairs is really worried about your IQ. If you time traveled, how could there be a signal coming through? Wow, this is such a huge change. Are you sure we're not in a forest? There are snow-capped mountains in the distance. No wonder it's called Forbidden Forest Cottage. This is a forest. But what do they sell here?" Just as the viewers were speculating about what the shop sold, a young man in a long robe appeared on the camera. "What would you two like to see?" "I'm Charlie, the shop assistant." "Ah? We were drawn here by the little dragon in the window. We're not quite sure what you sell here. You have good taste, girls. That toy dragon is my creation. It only costs 2 galleons. But we have 7 or 8 different kinds. I wonder which one you like. Come with me." Clearly, Charlie only saw Bauer as a customer. Xiangzi was ignored as a background character. Charlie led them a short distance forward, then turned right next to a pine tree. Bauer and the others saw an interesting scene. Small squares drawn on a lawn. Two groups of little figures stood in opposite directions within each square, but these figures weren't behaving obediently. They were spitting and hurling insults at each other. Wow, such cute little figures. And a dragon. Ha ha ha, they're using such foul language. Is this the legendary wizarding chess? Idiot, this is clearly not wizarding chess, but it looks like a variant. Quick, ask Charlie what it is. Bauer and Xiangzi didn't have time to pay attention to the viewers' comments. They were completely captivated by the scene. Charlie, pleased with their expressions, began to explain. This is a modified version of wizarding chess. I felt the piece's appearances didn't quite fit our wizarding identity, so I made some minor modifications. It's still essentially wizarding chess, but I replaced them with dragons, giants, elves, fairies, and other figures. The size you see here is a bit large. It's for display. If you want to buy the whole set, I have smaller ones. After saying this, Charlie pulled out a small wooden box from somewhere. Opening the box revealed a chessboard and a bunch of chess pieces sleeping inside. A few pieces, noticing the sudden light, opened their eyes. Put the lid back on, you little brat. Can't you see we're sleeping? Disturbing our peaceful dreams is so rude of you. Charlie ignored the pieces' complaints, and even picked one up to show Bauer and Xiangzi. The live stream was filled with shouts of buy, buy, buy. The screen was filled with the sounds of people wanting to buy. Some even asked Bauer and Xiangzi to buy them a set, but at this point, they absolutely couldn't agree. If they did, even more people would ask them to buy things for them, so they chose to pretend they didn't see anything. How about it, sir? If you only want the dragons, it's 2 gallons each. A set of chess has 8 different dragons. If you like to buy all 8, I can give you a discount to 14 gallons. If you buy a set, it'd be 26 gallons. If you like to add 2 gallons, we could also provide our mail service, so you don't have to lug it around. How about it, want a set? Seeing that Bauer and Xiangzi didn't seem to react, Charlie thought his sales pitch had failed. So, slightly disappointed, he continued. Don't you like it, sir? If not, we can look at something else. Like this. Charlie pulled out a tent from somewhere, and introduced it again. This is a nice travel tent. It has 4 bedrooms, a living room, and a kitchen. It's perfect for couples like you who love to travel. Chapter 293. Holy crap, is this something someone without a membership can watch? Couples are already having sex in the wild so soon? Let me off the bus. This isn't a bus to kindergarten. You old perverts. What are you saying? They're trying to shut down the live stream. Brothers, chant the Vajra mantra for protection. Clearly, Charlie and Bauer didn't know what was going on in the live stream. Charlie was still enthusiastically promoting his tent. With a wave of his wand, the tent was instantly set up. Charlie went in first, not forgetting to turn back and call to Bauer and Bauer. Come in and take a look. If you have any good suggestions, you can tell me. Bauer excitedly told Xiangzi to come quickly, and then followed him inside. Once inside, Bauer's exclamation echoed from within the tent. Holy crap, Bauer. This tent is so big. Bigger than the place Gongzi and I live in. The tent style was more like a Western-style wooden cabin, but then again, it made sense since the person who made it was Western. Long canvas sofas, a burning fireplace, and firewood piled in the corner. So? Are you two satisfied? This tent only costs 100 galleons. Bauer and Xiangzi were clearly tempted, but the price was indeed a bit expensive. It wasn't that they couldn't afford it, but they only had 400 galleons today. Was it really going to cost so much at just the first shop? However, they didn't hesitate much. After a brief discussion, they told Charlie they wanted both the tent and his improved wizard's chess set, but hoped to have the owl delivery fee waived. The owl delivery fee was obviously not worth the profit from these 2 transactions, so Charlie readily agreed. Xiangzi went with Charlie to fill out the mailing form, while Bauer joked with the viewers in the live stream while holding the camera. Hey guys, I have a nasty idea. What if we bought a 20 to 30 square meter studio apartment and put tents in it? Wow, Bauer, you're a genius. You successfully solved the problem of young people not being able to afford houses. How expensive can a 20 to 30 square meter studio apartment be? Why don't you just buy a parking space and live there? That would be so much better. No, we still need water, electricity, gas, and internet. So we can share with others. A 3-bedroom apartment can house 3 families without feeling cramped. Yeah, Bauer, you opened a new world for us. But you guys better watch out for being silenced by real estate developers. After all, you're hindering their profits. Dogemoji soon, Xiangzi returned, and Charlie was still recommending some gadgets to them. Something like an axe that automatically chops wood, a walking stick that always points north when it falls, and a bundle of rope that automatically knots. Although everything seemed novel, most of it wasn't very practical for Bauer and the others. Then Bauer and Xiangzi left the Forbidden Forest cottage. When they came out, the streets were noticeably more crowded, likely from Gringotts. They began browsing the shops, and soon arrived at an extraordinary clothing store. The store was quite busy, with 4 or 5 witches attending to customers. Some witches even had to handle several customers simultaneously. Fortunately, the quills, measuring tapes, and notebooks were self-contained, otherwise, the witches would have been overwhelmed. When Bauer and Xiangzi entered, one of the witches greeted them, and then let them look around. The store mainly sold capes, cloaks, and formal wear for men and women. Bauer and Xiangzi even spotted Hogwarts' 4 house uniforms hanging on the wall. These uniforms were clearly samples, but they certainly attracted a lot of attention. It was obvious these people also wanted to buy their own Hogwarts uniforms. Bauer and Xiangzi each spent 60 galleons on a set. Bauer chose Gryffindor, while Xiangzi chose Hufflepuff. When they came out after buying their uniforms, they realized they didn't have enough galleons. They only had a dozen or so left. After thinking for a moment, they decided to go to Gringotts early to exchange Xiangzi's galleons as well. So they left the extraordinary clothing store, and went straight to Gringotts. There were still many people queuing at Gringotts, but fortunately, it moved quickly. Gringotts had 10 counters open for tourists, and these tourists didn't need to say anything. They just handed the goblins and badges to the goblins, and the goblins would give them a bag full of galleons. While queuing, Bauer and Xiangzi could see many goblins pulling carts full of galleons out from behind and pushing away empty boxes. They queued for another half-hour before finally getting Xiangzi's galleons. Seeing that it was almost time, they were indeed hungry. Just as they were looking for a restaurant, they wandered around and discovered a Chinese restaurant tucked away in a corner of Diagon Alley. It was called Wang's Private Kitchen, and the storefront wasn't very eye-catching. A small blackboard hung above the door, advertising today's recommendation, radish stewed mutton. Although the restaurant didn't look impressive, it was packed with people. Various foreigners, young and old, were sitting inside, some ordering in broken Chinese. To save time, Bauer and Xiangzi casually ordered 3 dishes, including the radish stewed mutton. The recommendation was indeed good, and perhaps because they were tired from shopping, they finished every last bite. Just as they were finishing, 2 young girls from Yen country came over and shared a table with them. They explained that there were too many people, and they didn't want to wait in line, so they suggested sharing a table and paying separately. Bauer and Xiangzi, seeing they were fellow countrymen, didn't object. After finishing their meal, Bauer and Xiangzi continued their journey, wandering around until they discovered a wand shop. A closer look at the shop wall revealed a sign indicating tutelage of Garrick Ollivander. Without even checking the shop's name, the 2 walked in. A young man greeted them, clearly pleased to see them enter. "What kind of wands would you 2 like? Can we buy one even though we're not wizards?" "Of course. For just 7 galleons, you can have your own wand." Under the watchful eyes of tens of millions of viewers in their live stream, Bauer and Xiangzi bought 2 wands. However, no matter how they waved them, they received no response. Some netizens suspected they had bought counterfeit wands. The young man selling the wands, unable to do anything else, used them to cast some spells. Although some of the spells had minor issues, it silenced the critics. The only problem was that they were muggles, and lacked the magical power to cast spells. Chapter 294. The 2 happily left the wand shop with their chosen wands, while the shopkeeper muttered amongst themselves. "Even muggles are buying wands. That's great. Otherwise, if all the wizards went to Hogsmeade to buy wands from their teachers, how would my shop stay open? Hee hee, I'm quick to react, otherwise I'd be like my senior, who knows when I graduate. A wand is only meaningful if you make it yourself." Just as this staff member, presumably the shopkeeper, was muttering to himself, another group of tourists walked in. He hurried to greet them, glancing back at the shop shelves with some worry. Should the shop have enough wands? His worries were justified. After a week, his shop's wands were almost depleted. To replenish his stock, he even asked his teacher for help, getting some from Hogsmeade. But this still couldn't satisfy the tourists' enthusiasm. Then he came up with an idea. He took the wand shafts to several factories in the Muggle world to have them made. These woodworking factories found making a wooden stick a piece of cake. One factory could produce around 100,000 wands a day, with different factories making different sizes to meet most needs. As for making the wands himself, he couldn't do that. He either hired more junior students or bought house elves from headmaster Andres. Besides, the ones sold to muggles didn't need to be too detailed since they couldn't use them for spellcasting anyway. Thus, another shrewd businessman appeared in Diagon Alley, and when the story was later posted online, the muggles didn't care much. After all, these things were just for decoration. As long as they looked good, practicality didn't matter. Bauer and Xiangzi put away their wands after leaving their own, as the shopkeeper had warned them that although they didn't have magic, waving them around carelessly could still hurt people, so it was best to put them away to avoid trouble. The two wandered aimlessly through Diagon Alley, and soon discovered a shop with a large crowd outside. The shop sign read Droy's House, and seeing many people carrying cages coming out, it was clear they specialized in magical pets. The two squeezed inside, holding their selfie stick high. The noise inside was deafening. Besides the chatter of people, there were also occasional animal calls. Qi Yongqiang was extremely busy today, mainly because so many people had come to buy pets. He hadn't expected so many people to come, leaving him somewhat unprepared. Bauer and Xiangzi were somewhat disappointed when they squeezed in, because it was so crowded that they couldn't see many magical pets. Only the owls perched on the bird perches were visible. These owls were relatively bold, while the smaller birds all huddled in the corners, refusing to come out. The viewers in the live stream were stunned, expressing their amazement in the chat. How many people are there? This is why I don't want to go out during the May Day and National Day holidays. As soon as I go out, I get stuck in traffic on the highway. Can you believe it? I left Guangzhou at 5 a.m. and had only traveled a dozen kilometers by 5 p.m. To be honest, even people from Beijing shed tears over traffic jams. So why go out during holidays? Isn't it better to stay home and play games? Do you think I want to go out? If my girlfriend didn't want to go, would I go out and squeeze into crowds? That's just your own fault. I always convince my girlfriend to play at home. Upstairs, what do you and your girlfriend play at home? Tell me in detail. Same here, tell me in detail. DM me. Pa, you bunch of old perverts. Don't block my view of these cuties. Why? After watching the video, I felt like I was the only one in the world who didn't get a ticket. Same feeling. Same feeling plus one. To be honest, a daily capacity of 50,000 people isn't low. The main problem is that there are too many people on Earth. Billions. Even if we say 8 billion, if everyone wanted to go once, it would take 160,000 days to get a turn. But the problem is, the human lifespan is at most 36,500 days. So give up, it's unlikely in this lifetime. Wow, genius. I didn't even think of that. I never get a turn in this lifetime. Don't listen to that smart guy, that's not how it's calculated. The global population is 8 billion, that's true, but even if half of them can travel abroad, that's an exaggeration. Take our yin country for example, out of 1.4 billion people, are only 50 million able to travel abroad. Hearing you say that puts my mind at ease, only 50 million. They can do it every 3 years. The person upstairs must be an idiot. It's just yin people going to travel. With so many people on the entire planet, you still won't be able to get tickets. Sigh, I hope the Ministry of Magic can build a few more Diagon alleys. It would be even better if they were in yen. Same here. Are there any wizards in the live stream? Please help convey the demands of the yin people. Exactly. Exactly. If anyone helps convey our demands, I'm willing to offer myself in marriage. Pa, you got a clever plan. I heard it all over Hainan province. Tibet province heard it too. Heilongjiang province heard it too. Just as the viewers were joking around, a colorful message flashed across the screen. You know what, it really exists in Yen country. Hey, this makes me wide awake. Tell us your story upstairs. A flurry of copy-pasted comments followed, everyone eager to know what was going on. The viewers had practically forgotten about Bauer and Xiangzi. They were all waiting for the person who posted the colorful message to explain. After a short while, the colorful message appeared as expected. This matter can probably be discussed now. As you all know, Hogwarts has quite a few graduates from Yin country. They make up at least 1/5 of the total student body. To facilitate so many people learning magic, Hogwarts established a branch school in Yin country a few years ago called Taishu. That's obviously made up. Taishu? Why not Ingzhou? This is a attention-grabbing fraud, sir. Everyone disperse, disperse. Hey, the person with the colorful text, which year are you? How do you know about Taishu? What do you mean? Is the Taishu he's talking about real? Are wizards this trendy now? The person with the colorful text seemed interested in other young wizards' comments and continued to reply. Really? You study at Taishu too? Tell me, how do we usually get to Hogwarts? If you're right, we can follow each other. Wow. A little wizard is recognizing a fellow alumnus in the live stream. Guys, catch him alive. Boss. Look at me, I can warm your bed. Boss, me too, I can dress up as a woman. Holy crap, what kind of weirdos are these? Is this a place for me? Hey, wait, are you guys here to watch a live stream properly? Didn't anyone notice that Bauer and Xiangzi bought an owl? Chapter 295. Only then did the viewers in the live stream notice that Bauer was teasing the owl in a birdcage, while Xiangzi was focusing the camera on the owl. Xiangzi's tactful behavior won over the viewers, who would watch a streamer all the time. A cute owl was definitely worth a second glance. The viewers in the live stream had completely forgotten about the two people who mentioned that there were places similar to Diagon Alley in Yin Country. After all, there are all sorts of people online, and who knows what's true or false. The owl in the live stream was much cuter. At this moment, Chi Yongqiang could still be heard introducing the owl they were holding to Bauer. You two have excellent taste. This is the last snowy owl I have here. It might be a while before you get another one this beautiful. Boss, what's this snowy owl's name? I call it Security Guard. Because it's very energetic at night and sleeps during the day. It can keep its eyes open now because there are too many people in the shop and it can't sleep. You are its new owners, so you can give it a name. Oh, I see. Energetic at night and sleeps during the day. Let's call it Night Watchman. Night Watchman? That's a good name. You should be aware that Night Watchman is a female snowy owl. Its wingspan is about 1.5 meters. You can feed it regularly, or let it out at night. It will naturally seek its own enclosure. Try not to keep it confined for long periods, and even if you don't let it go out to play, try to let it move around a bit. By the way, it's very smart. If there's something you can't move, tell it a couple of times and it will understand. Just as Bauer and Chi Yongqiang were discussing some of Night Watchman's habits, Xiangzi suddenly remembered a question. Bauer, how are we going to take the Night Watchman back? It's a living creature and most likely a protected animal. They probably won't let us take it back without permission, right? Bauer was taken aback. She hadn't considered this. She only been focused on how beautiful the Night Watchman was, and hadn't thought about whether it could be brought back to the country. This was a bit of a dilemma. She was reluctant to give it up. Chi Yongqiang smiled reassuringly at Xiangzi's question. It's all right. The Ministry of Magic communicated with the 5 great nations of Earth about this several years ago. Owls are companions and friends of wizards, so the 5 great nations of Earth allow private individuals to keep owls. Furthermore, the law prohibits the abuse and killing of owls, so as long as you don't abuse or kill it, there won't be a problem. As for transportation, that's not an issue either. Whenever you leave Great Britain to go home, just have it carry a letter for me. I first send it to Yin through the Ministry of Magic, and once it arrives in Yin, I release it, and it will fly home on its own. Chi Yongqiang's explanation made Bauer beam with joy, clinging to the birdcage, unwilling to let go. Finally, she urged Xiangzi to pay the bill quickly. Xiangzi paid Chi Yongqiang 30 galleons, and later, out of consideration for their compatriots, even gave them a bag of feed. Bauer and Xiangzi squeezed through the crowd again, this time with even more things in their hands. Next, they went to a potion shop, a shop very popular with girls. Because the pharmacy sells a lot of beauty products, such as acne cream, anti-wrinkle medicine, and freckle cream, it became a paradise for girls. These products were not only cheap but also effective. More importantly, they had no side effects. The female viewers in the live stream were practically banging their keyboards on their hands. Why were such good things only sold in Diagon Alley? They offered high prices hoping Bauer and her friends could bring some back. But Bauer and Xiangzi didn't dare to respond. Not only were they running out of galleons, but who should they give them to? That would be offending someone. So they pretended not to see anything and picked out some potions they liked and found useful. After browsing for a while, they got a little tired and sat down to rest at an ice cream shop. Once seated, they noticed everyone around them was enjoying various kinds of ice cream, like the Forest Friends drink. The box contained all sorts of miniature animals. If they didn't know it was ice cream, they would have mistaken it for real animals. This caused many girls who bought this ice cream to hesitate to eat it. It was their boyfriends who bravely forced them to start. Finally, Bauer ordered the Forest Friends drink, which was a little bear. This little bear even waved at Bauer. It was incredibly cute, melting any girl's heart. Even knowing it was ice cream, Bauer closed her eyes and scooped out a spoonful. The taste was surprisingly good, and Bauer couldn't resist having another spoonful. So the little bear's head ended up completely inside Bauer's stomach, and Xiangzi ordered a volcano-themed ice cream. This ice cream came in a small tub, and lava was spewing out from the volcano every now and then. Xiangzi tasted it, and found the lava flavor was strawberry, which was actually quite delicious. Just as Xiangzi was savoring the taste with his eyes closed, Bauer suddenly came from the side, and scooped out a spoonful. Xiangzi wasn't having it, so he started scooping from Bauer's tub. Thus began a battle of wits between the two, trying to steal each other's ice cream while protecting their own from being stolen. The viewers in the live stream were having a blast, constantly typing suggestions and advice. Until finally, when both only had a little left, they each scooped out their own and fed it to the other. The live stream chat was silent for a moment, then erupted in complaints. "What is this?" exclaimed the viewers. "These two idiots are openly feeding us dog food. Who can stand being fed dog food while watching a live stream?" Many declared they would block the stream after watching, saying they could tolerate anything but being fed dog food. Time passed quickly, and it was soon 6 or 7 in the evening. Since the two had eaten Chinese food for lunch, they specifically chose a Western restaurant for dinner. The menu included a Hogwarts dinner set menu, which they ordered to satisfy their viewers' curiosity. The food arrived in about 10 minutes. Roasted lamb chops, toast, mushroom soup, vegetable salad, dessert, about 9 dishes in total. The two ate with great satisfaction, praising the food to the viewers. "Who says England is a culinary wasteland? This is quite delicious," they exclaimed. What they didn't know was that the house elves in Hogwarts kitchens had learned countless recipes, and the Hogwarts dining table was now incredibly abundant with international cuisine. Finally, the two left the restaurant satisfied, choosing the bookstore exit on their way back. The bookstore was their final destination. The books were thick and heavy, unsuitable for carrying around. Since the bookstore only sold magic books, they figured buying them would be pointless. So, they only bought one book, Magic Theory, as a souvenir. As soon as they left Diagon Alley, they said goodbye to their viewers in the live stream. They had been live streaming all day, and their viewers had watched eagerly. Everyone was tired and needed rest. Chapter 296. Bauer and Xiangzi started their live stream around 7 or 8 a.m., but there's an 8-hour time difference between Yen and Great Britain. So, the live stream started around 3 or 4 p.m. in Yen, and the peak viewership was around 7 or 8 p.m. in Yen. By then, everyone was off work, so more people had time to watch. The live stream ended around 3 or 4 a.m. in Yen. As soon as it ended, the platform started its settlement and statistics. The day's live stream brought the platform 1 billion yuan in revenue, the largest portion from advertising, and the remainder from viewer donations and other channels. This doesn't even include the benefits from a large number of new user registrations. So, both professional streamers, like Bauer and Xiangzi, and the live stream platform, made a fortune today. And it wasn't just Bauer and her team from Yen who managed to snag tickets to Diagon Alley today. Many people from other countries across the entire planet also obtained tickets. Even if they weren't professional streamers before, their experience at Diagon Alley today made them feel like professional streamers. Today's live stream brought them a massive influx of fans, and the power of the fan economy is well known throughout the entire planet. Not only are the beneficiaries losing sleep over this, but also the heads of government of various countries. This is a major event for them as well. The online reactions represent a segment of public opinion. While public opinion in many countries is merely an excuse for politicians and tycoons to eliminate political opponents, these leaders still need to understand it carefully. Only then can they prolong their promising careers in politics. Today, the leaders of most countries on Earth are assessing the impact of the emergence of wizards on public opinion. Fortunately, the Harry Potter novels and films have garnered immense goodwill among the people of Earth. Therefore, the people of Earth generally hold a strong positive view of wizards and the present-day Hogwarts, and politicians have decided to side with public opinion. In fact, there are those who dare to stand against it, but they are a very small minority. Most of them are doing so to gain attention and increase their public exposure, because not everyone has the courage to stand against the 5 major powers of Earth. On Earth, you can stand up and criticize Yin Country, the Lighthouse Country, the Baron Country, and even all of them. Because there is inherent competition among them, it's not uncommon for people to switch sides repeatedly. However, once these 5 major powers are highly unified on a certain issue, few dare to oppose them, because it means you are going against the entire planet. The reason these people dare to oppose wizards, and say they have problems is merely based on speculation and baseless slander, so no one wants to pay them any attention. Just as online polls showed a favorable public opinion towards wizards, Andres unleashed his second prepared move, This second move, also prearranged by Andres and Darius, involved the Harry Potter novels and films. Andres had read the novels and watched the entire film series in his previous life, and he too had dreamed of receiving an acceptance letter from Hogwarts. He just hadn't expected his dream to come true, and not only that, it came so powerfully. Before deciding to integrate the wizarding world into the Muggle world this year, Andres had discussed this with a group of professors and Ministry of Magic officials. Now, with integration into the Muggle world, Muggles wouldn't harbor hostility towards wizards, thanks to the Harry Potter novels. Although Andres considered himself a native of Yin, he had to admit that the novel's status and influence on the entire planet Earth were perhaps only rivaled by a few other books. Before Andres' transmigration, cinemas in Yin could make money from reruns, sometimes even outperforming newly released films. Getting back to the point, Andres remembered that in his previous life, the film company had produced a movie called Harry Potter 20th Anniversary, Back to Hogwarts, which was a wave of nostalgia. Harry Potter fans not only reminisced about the entire series of novels and films, but also about their own lives over the past 20 years. Therefore, Andres saw this as a good opportunity. After discussing it with everyone, he decided to invite the novel's author and the entire film production team to Hogwarts to film this nostalgic movie. This was decided at the beginning of the year, and filming was scheduled during the school holidays. The release date was undecided until Diagon Alley decided to open to the public, at which point Andres and Darius decided on August. Back at the beginning of the year, after Andres discussed it with a group of professors and officials from the Ministry of Magic. After deciding to invite the film crew and novelist to Hogwarts to film a 20th anniversary retrospective, Andres asked Catherine to help with the preparations. That Hollywood giant might be unattainable for ordinary people, but it was no problem for Catherine. The magical finance investment company was a sugar daddy these Hollywood giants would kill for. Let alone borrowing a team to film the Harry Potter 20th anniversary retrospective. They could even buy the company if the money was right. Moreover, someone in the upper echelons of the United States had facilitated this. The only thing that displeased the film company was that they had lost control of the film. They were only given the final distribution work, but considering they wouldn't have invested a single penny, and would still get free shares and considerable profits, they overlooked this minor inconvenience. As for the author of the novel, J.K. Rowling, things were even easier. Catherine arranged a time for her to meet with Andres in person. Initially, Rowling assumed Catherine and Andres were just fans of her books, and had only agreed to the meeting out of politeness. However, when she saw Andres cast a levitation charm, she was completely stunned. She knew that the Harry Potter novels were just her imagination. She knew the content wasn't real. Now, a wizard was waving a wand in front of her, telling her that things from the novels existed in reality. She thought she must have overslept. After repeatedly checking Andres' spell casting and confirming it was real and not a prank, Rowling was incredibly excited. She kept asking Andres how it happened, and Andres gave her a pre-prepared explanation. He told Rowling that her inspiration came from a magical artifact from a parallel world. This magical artifact from the parallel world had ended up on Earth for unknown reasons, and Rowling had obtained it by chance. When the magical item's magic power was nearly depleted, it instilled events from a parallel world into her mind. However, these things remained in her mind as subconscious thoughts, appearing only occasionally in flashes of inspiration. Chapter 297. Andres explained his purpose to Ms. Rowling, hoping to invite her to Hogwarts to participate in the filming. Ms. Rowling was overjoyed and readily agreed, even wishing to go immediately. However, Andres politely declined, citing the school's current focus on teaching. Finally, when Ms. Rowling expressed her desire to experience life in the wizarding world, Andres considered it for a moment and left her a set of keys. He told Rowling that these keys were also the keys to number 156 in Hogsmeade Village. The house belonged to him, but Andres was currently too busy to live there himself, residing at Hogwarts. If Ms. Rowling didn't mind, she could move in until the 20th anniversary retrospective filming was completed. Before leaving, Andres made a small request. Ms. Rowling needed to keep it a secret until the film's release. This small request wasn't unreasonable, and Rowling readily agreed. As a thank you, Andres gifted Rowling a wizard's chess set. After seeing Andres and Catherine off, Rowling returned to her room, sat on her bed, and hugged her knees, silently weeping. Ever since she rose to fame with the Harry Potter series, she had suffered all sorts of criticism. Although she was rich and famous, she had also become a target of envy. There were always people trying to take advantage of her. She had become someone she didn't even recognize. She was no longer the struggling writer who could spend a whole day in a coffee shop with just a cup of coffee. Andres' visit today had given her an opportunity, a chance to rediscover herself. She decided to move out of her mansion immediately. She wanted to experience firsthand what the magical world she had created was really like. So, after packing her things and arranging for a housekeeping company to come regularly, Ms. Rowling posted a message on her social media. "I'm so sorry, my lovely readers. I've been going through a lot lately, which has been very upsetting. So I need some time to calm down, but don't worry, when I return, I give those who love me a huge surprise. Even I'm still excited thinking about it now, believe me, I'll be back soon." At that time, the events in the wizarding world hadn't yet been revealed to the general public, and nothing major had happened in the Muggle world. So, this incident still had a significant impact online, with many readers offering Rowling support and encouragement. And just like that, Ms. Rowling disappeared gracefully from the eyes of ordinary people. One day in March, she moved into number 156 Hogsmeade Village. Initially, Ms. Rowling didn't settle down to work. Instead, she enjoyed a leisurely life in Hogsmeade Village. Every morning, she would appear at the cafe to read the books she had bought from Flourish and Blotts the previous day. In the afternoons, she would wander around Hogsmeade Village, discovering every little detail of the wizarding world and jotting them down in her ever-present notebook. She loved seeing groups of young wizards from Hogwarts playing in Hogsmeade, and she also loved the owls carrying packages bigger than themselves as they delivered them. Every 10 days, she would return to the Muggle world to post updates. Besides recording her daily life online, she would also subtly share photos of Hogsmeade Village. This has led to much speculation, with many fans believing that Rowling is working to enrich the story of the magical world. These days passed quickly, filled with happiness and fulfillment, free from external conflicts of interest, which intoxicated Rowling. But happy times always fly by, and June arrived. The film crew was only a month away from arriving for filming. Therefore, she needed to quickly design the content of this flashback film. Originally, she planned to use a large amount of footage from 20 years ago to enrich the film. After living in Hogsmeade Village for 2 months, she changed her mind. The footage from 20 years ago would still be used, but more of the filming would focus on Hogwarts and Hogsmeade Village. This would give all the book fans on Earth a bigger surprise. By the end of June, the United States had sent as many of the original cast and crew members as possible. Unfortunately, many were no longer with them. Some had changed careers and couldn't be found, while others had passed away. However, everyone was overjoyed, never expecting to reunite after 20 years. They didn't treat this flashback film as work, but rather like a gathering of old friends, finding a place to chat. This was true until they arrived at Hogwarts. They didn't even notice the film crew's convoy heading towards Sky Island. They were simply wondering why they weren't going to the studios first. All their questions were brushed off with the excuse that it was a secret for now. On one of the buses, the actors who had played Hogwarts students were still joking around. Even after the film crew's vehicles finally arrived at a desolate mountain on Sky Island, everyone was still completely baffled. "Look, there are some people dressed in wizard robes up ahead. Wow! Is the film crew up to something?" The murmurs on the bus grew louder, and then they saw a person dressed in wizard robes board each of the film crew's vehicles. They all looked at these people and whispered amongst themselves, some bolder ones even greeting them. The people in wizard robes just smiled and didn't say anything, then told the driver to follow the car in front. Soon, the people on the bus realized something was wrong. When the bus crossed a stone bridge, the scenery outside suddenly changed. It was no longer a barren mountain, but rather like they had entered a primeval forest, and in the distance, a tall castle stood. Everyone's eyes widened. They couldn't believe what they were seeing. This was too magical. They had just crossed a bridge and arrived in another world. Everyone was shocked by how magical the film crew had gone through. Even building a Hogwarts castle for this flashback movie? How much money must have cost? As everyone stared in astonishment at what they were seeing, the black-robed wizards on each bus spoke to them. "Welcome to Hogwarts." The vehicles took about 20 minutes to drive to Hogwarts. The first half of those 20 minutes was filled with excited chatter, but the second half saw them fall silent. Although they had initially sensed something was amiss, they assumed it was all a production by the film crew. It wasn't until the latter half of the journey, when they saw people riding flying broomsticks above a Quidditch pitch, that they fell silent again. Chapter 298. These people flying around in the sky were Hogwarts students, who hadn't yet left school for the holidays. They were letting loose after their final exams. The main problem was that Hogwarts was incredibly stressful right now. Everyone was studying hard, so how could you, as an individual, hold everyone back? Everyone was diligently studying until the holidays, and these students were releasing their excess energy on the Quidditch pitch. The film crew's vehicle finally stopped at the entrance of Hogwarts Castle. The noisy disembarkation of so many people attracted a lot of Hogwarts students. At first, the students weren't particularly interested in the crew members, just curious about what they were doing. It wasn't until the actors got out of their vehicles that the Hogwarts students went wild. The Hogwarts students had grown up watching these actors work, and soon many students crowded around for autographs. The actors, on the other hand, looked on with surprise at the young wizards surrounding them. Signing autographs for fans was nothing new to them. But it was a bit strange that everyone who signed their names greeted them warmly with "Welcome to Hogwarts." They were all famous for playing young wizards, and now they were being welcomed by a group of real wizards. However, someone quickly came to their rescue: Vice Headmistress Professor Minerva McGonagall. Professor McGonagall was also curious and wanted to see what her impersonator looked like, and when she appeared, everyone gasped. My goodness, she looked so much like her. You wouldn't even notice if you didn't look closely. Yeah, is this really not a prank? Perhaps they are long-lost sisters. Professor Minerva McGonagall shouted, pointing her wand at herself. Welcome to Hogwarts. I'm Minerva McGonagall, the deputy headmistress. Please feel free to come to me if you need anything, but I have a lot of schoolwork to do, so I might not be able to be with you all the time. Therefore, I have the house elves accompany you. You can ask them to do anything you need. Now, I have the house elves give you a tour of Hogwarts. As for your accommodations, you have to make do with the hotel in Hogsmeade Village. Rooms have been prepared for you there. Mrs. Maggie Smith, are you sure you don't have a sister who's been missing for many years? I'm sorry, I'm quite shocked too. Professor Minerva McGonagall and I look so alike. However, if you look closely, you notice that we're different heights, and my facial bones might be a bit larger. So, the entire crew followed the house elves on a tour of Hogwarts. Because Hogwarts is so large now, they only had a quick, cursory look. That evening, they were invited to a Hogwarts dinner in the Great Hall, a novel experience for everyone. Many wanted to live stream the event on their phones, but unfortunately, there was no signal. So they could only record it and wait for a signal to transmit it, but the directors of the film crew didn't allow it. Before leaving Hogwarts, everyone signed a confidentiality agreement stipulating that all footage taken during their stay must not be released before the film's premiere. From that day forward, the entire crew accepted the existence of Hogwarts and the fact that magic existed in the world. They began commuting daily between Hogsmeade and Hogwarts, and during filming, they even met other professors at Hogwarts. These professors, and the actors playing them, didn't resemble Maggie and Minerva as much. They mostly looked alike, but the differences were quite noticeable when they stood together. The most frustrated were the actors who had played the young wizards, lamenting that they had only played wizards and hadn't become real wizards. For the next month or so, these young wizard actors explored Hogwarts and Hogsmeade, buying many souvenirs to take home. Although they hadn't become real wizards, their month-long experience in the wizarding world was fulfilling. Meanwhile, the outside world was in an uproar because of the wizard's appearance. When fans on Earth frantically tagged their idols, they were astonished to find that everyone seemed to have vanished. Their families only knew they had been invited to film a movie, but no one knew where they had gone. However, these questions were quickly overshadowed by various news stories in the wizarding world, and no one bothered to investigate why everyone had disappeared. Finally, on August 1st, filming for this nostalgic movie wrapped up, and all that remained was editing. All the crew members and Ms. Rowling returned to their homes in early August, and they began systematically promoting the upcoming film. Initially, they simply posted news of their return from filming online, and soon enthusiastic fans flocked to ask their thoughts on the magical reality. Rowling's personal page, in particular, was flooded with questions about whether she was a wizard, to which Rowling could only helplessly reply time and again that, unfortunately, she was not. In mid-August, this 20th anniversary nostalgia film was simultaneously released in cinemas and on major paid streaming platforms across the planet. Citizens flocked to theaters to see what the real Hogwarts was like. Those who couldn't get tickets opted to watch it online, resulting in massive box office revenue that made major film companies on the planet extremely envious. It's worth noting that at least half of the 8 billion people on the planet paid for this film, more than Hollywood's total box office this year. However, this kind of classic is irreplaceable because the film's release time was perfect. Just when the entire planet was excited and curious about the appearance of wizards, this film appeared. If it didn't make money, what film could? Although the film still follows the Harry Potter series, most of it was filmed at Hogwarts and Hogsmeade Village. Many scenes were no longer props, but actual locations in both places. Therefore, The film's highlights garnered attention across the entire planet, with people exclaiming, "So this is what Hogwarts is like." After the film's release, everyone in the production team began posting various videos and photos they had recorded during their stay on their personal websites. J.K. Rowling posted the most, as she had lived in the wizarding world the longest. R.K. Rowling explained to all the book fans that she had received an invitation from Lord Andreas, the headmaster of Hogwarts, to live in Hogsmeade Village for several months, but hadn't revealed this to the fans for reasons of secrecy. Now, she presents fans with a nostalgic film commemorating the 20th anniversary of Harry Potter, hoping they will be satisfied. Chapter 299. The tumultuous year of 2020 quickly passed, bringing immense joy to the people of Earth. Wizards began to fully integrate into the lives of ordinary citizens, and the Aurors of the Ministry of Magic made tremendous efforts to improve the public's perception of wizards. The existence of wizards on Earth was no longer a secret. They were frequently seen throughout the planet. The 5 major powers of Earth recruited many wizards, who appeared in various fields such as the military, scientific research, and education. Attending Hogwarts was no longer a secret. It had become the hope of children across the planet. Militarily, the 5 major powers were the first to establish their own wizard combat squads, a development that impressed the Ministry of Magic. However, this caused unease among other nations, who considered the militarization of wizards by the 5 major powers unfair. They saw this as a threat to Earth's peace, but the 5 major powers did not respond positively to the matter. The study of magic has become a hot topic in scientific research, with many institutions recruiting wizards to collaborate in the hope of popularizing magic. However, Andres is not optimistic about their research. He believes that magical talent is either present or absent, unless you have a system like him that allows you to act irrationally. The efforts of these research institutions are not entirely in vain. At least they have more people, more resources, and more methods. They have made significant improvements to the casting of spells, making many spells more powerful and less energy-consuming. This is undoubtedly a pleasant surprise, because before this, wizards had mostly studied magic in isolation with little communication. Andres is actively working on improvements in this area, encouraging professors to organize various magical research societies to regularly publish the latest academic reports. The professors, already under considerable pressure from Muggles, responded enthusiastically to this proposal. In education, the 5 major world powers began offering meditation courses to children under 11, a method reportedly derived from Hogwarts. Due to an agreement with the Ministry of Magic, the world government cannot prevent talented young wizards from attending Hogwarts. Similarly, the Ministry of Magic will not prevent the world government from recruiting wizards and establishing its own magic schools, a decision personally approved by Andres, who knew what the future held. Furthermore, he wasn't too worried that the world government's wizarding academies would surpass his own. After all, he possessed a system, and being surpassed would be a laughingstock among other transmigrators. Of course, he didn't completely allow the world government to act recklessly. After discussions with the Ministry of Magic, he made demands of the world government. All wizarding academies must be registered with the Ministry of Magic and pass an assessment. Otherwise, they would be considered illegal wizarding organizations and subject to severe crackdowns by the Aurors. Wizarding school assessments encompass, but are not limited to, teacher qualifications, curriculum content, student numbers, student aptitude, graduate performance, and graduate employment. To ensure these wizarding apprentices meet graduation requirements, the Ministry of Magic, in conjunction with Hogwarts, introduced the Ordinary Wizarding Levels, OWLS, and the newest Wizarding Levels, NEWTS. Since all Ministry of Magic members are graduates of Hogwarts, they also provide a small backdoor for their juniors. They categorize wizarding schools into levels, with Hogwarts being the highest. Therefore, Hogwarts graduates receive bonus points on exams, based on their participation grades from professors. The ranking system of wizarding schools is primarily for the rational allocation of resources in the wizarding world, as resources are not abundant. Small-scale individual purchases are manageable, but large-scale commercial use is difficult. To prevent internal strife within the wizarding community over resources, rational allocation has become a major concern for the Ministry of Magic. Fortunately, this matter doesn't seem too problematic now, but some wizards are already worrying about the future. After all, Hogwarts itself graduates over 20,000 students every year, and given the lifespan of wizards, the wizarding world's population will only continue to grow. Andres scoffed at these concerns, saying they worry about this after surviving the orc invasion a few years from now. In the summer of 2021, citizens of the 5 major world powers began to pay attention to whether owls would appear near their homes. This led to a surge in the popularity of live streamers, all of whom were from Great Britain. This was because only in Great Britain did owls appear to deliver messages, which puzzled many citizens of Earth. Later, the Ministry of Magic explained to the people of Earth through the Daily Prophet that it was because there were too many young wizards to be admitted. The owls were simply too busy, so the 4 major powers besides Great Britain had long since stopped using this method of notification. This disappointed some people on Earth, but it was understandable. Wizards had to keep up with the times. Also that summer, Princess Julia of the British royal family officially graduated from Hogwarts, and the British royal family announced with great fanfare that Princess Julia had become the chief wizard of the British royal family. The British royal family officially established the Royal Wizarding Order, and many of Julia's classmates and roommates were registered as members of this order. This set a precedent for other groups on Earth. Royal families and some wealthy tycoons began recruiting wizards to form their own wizarding orders. However, their recruitment efforts were slow, as very few wizards responded. In 2022, the Hogwarts branch school, Taishu, in Yen Kingdom was revealed online. This was because Taishu's first batch of students graduated, and these graduates were fully capable of supporting the local businesses. After consultations between the Ministry of Magic and the Yen Kingdom government, it was decided to allow Taishu to appear before the public. This would alleviate the tourist pressure on Diagon Alley in Great Britain and help accelerate economic development in Yan's inland areas. While the northern frontier is a tourist destination, it is considered too remote and mysterious by Westerners. Therefore, while people knew about it, not many actually visited. Taishu's exposure, however, was different. Taishu would make it a new tourist hotspot, and its adoption of Yen Kingdom's ancient architectural style from the outset was a major attraction. Therefore, the people of Yen in 2022 were the happiest people on the entire planet. They didn't need to travel thousands of miles to Great Britain to visit the magical world right at their doorstep. In that year, the northern frontier province of Yen gained huge economic benefits from the arrival of tourists from all over the world, which made many countries envious. They applied to Hogwarts for branch campuses, or to establish wizarding communities through various channels. Chapter 300. Summer 2023, in the kitchen of number 79 Hogsmeade Village. Bernhard Wiggins was eating breakfast while reading today's Daily Prophet, while Joanna was preparing breakfast for the children. A series of footsteps came from the stairs, and a little girl, who looked 7 parts like Joanna, appeared before them. "Mommy, Carl's still sleeping and doesn't want to get up." "Mommy, don't listen to your sister's nonsense." "I'm up." Joanna ignored what they were saying and placed the prepared food on plates. Then she said to the 2 children, "You better eat quickly. Your father only got 1 morning off. He doesn't have much time to play around with you." Today was the first day of the new term at Hogwarts, although it wasn't far from Hogsmeade Village. Bernhard and Joanna still made time to take their children to school. It was a big deal for the children, wasn't it? On the way to Hogwarts, Carl Wiggins was still asking his father if he could come home every weekend. However, Bernhard refused, believing he should stay with his classmates and roommates. His reasoning was that this would foster their friendship, but Bernhard knew the wizarding world had recently become somewhat unstable. Headmaster Andres and Minister Darris had been frequently meeting with the Department of Mysteries, and he had overheard rumors from Ministry staff that the Department of Mysteries had discovered a few spatial rifts on Earth. These spatial rifts were still small, discovered by the Department of Mysteries Space Research Institute. While exploring the mysteries of space, they noticed the monitoring crystal ball was constantly flashing red, indicating spatial instability in the monitored area. For the Ministry of Magic, spatial instability meant someone was illegally using a portkey or other objects to traverse space, but when Ministry staff arrived, they found nothing. There wasn't even a trace of magic. They tested the area with a magic testing solution, which turned into a red mist upon dispersing if magic had been used in a location within an hour. However, the Ministry of Magic staff sprayed the solution, but there was no reaction. At first, they thought there was a problem with the crystal ball. But as time went on, and this happened more and more frequently, it caught the attention of the Department of Mysteries. The Department of Mysteries reported it up the chain of command, and finally the information reached Darris. Darris remembered what Headmaster Andres had said about the orc invasion and dared not be negligent, so he went to find Andres. Andres had thought he could relax for the next 2 years, but now there were already signs of an orc invasion. He and Darris rushed to the location of the most recent alarm. He discovered that the spatial fluctuations here were not caused by ordinary portkeys or apparition. Portkeys and apparition, or other methods, would only cause spatial instability because they are caused by internal teleportation. But here, it felt more like a tearing apart, as if space itself had been destroyed. Seeing Andres' grave expression, Darius sensed something was wrong. He didn't interrupt Andres' thoughts and spoke to his secretary behind him. Looks like the good days are over. Go and inform the heads of each department to prepare for a meeting. The current assistant minister of magic was no longer the Ravenclaw from Yen Kingdom. She had gone to Yen Kingdom to head a department. The current assistant was a Slytherin from the United States, a young man with a gentlemanly demeanor who was well liked by the upper-class women in the Ministry of Magic. Hours later, in the Ministry of Magic's meeting room, Darius looked at his subordinates with a serious expression, then said coldly, "Ladies and gentlemen, I have an important announcement to make. From today onwards, the magical world will enter a state of war alert." A buzz of excitement erupted in the meeting room. This was the first time the Ministry of Magic on Earth had entered a state of war alert. Although the high-ranking officials present knew about the orc invasion, they hadn't expected it to happen so soon. "Minister Darius, the orc invasion is still more than 2 years away. Isn't entering a state of war alert too early? Please calm down, everyone. Entering a state of war alert now is not early at all. The Department of Mystic Affairs has detected a spatial rift, which means the orc invasion is not far off. We should prepare early to win this clash of civilizations." The first to stand up in support of Darius was Harkin. "Minister, our Aura Command has been preparing for this day for a long time." "Very good. Harkin, you must coordinate with the Department of Mysteries to monitor every discovered crack and ensure that nothing unknown escapes and wreaks havoc on Earth. Logistics Department, cooperate with Hogwarts to begin mass production of various recovery potions and protective magical items. Remember, we need to be vigilant internally but relaxed externally. Don't spread these matters around. Let our families enjoy the last 2 years of peace." Everyone present fell silent. Yes, the good days were over. Who knows what the future holds? Let's enjoy the present moment. A few days later, the heads of state of the 5 major world powers were invited to the Queen's birthday dinner, which made many people sense something different. The Queen of Great Britain hadn't appeared in political settings for many years, yet she had invited the heads of state of the 5 major world powers for her birthday. The British Prime Minister was one thing, as he lived nearby and attending wouldn't be a problem. But the leaders of the other 4 great powers also came? Were they really that free? Every country on Earth was speculating about the reason for this gathering. Some even guessed that the Ministry of Magic had used the Queen's name to bring the leaders of the 5 rogue nations together. And they were right. Andres had indeed invited them under the guise of the Queen's birthday. Initially, they thought it was a genuine birthday invitation, so they planned to simply send a gift. However, the Ministry of Magic's representatives in each country delivered a letter, an invitation from the Minister of Magic, mainly to announce a major event concerning the future of Earth to the 5 great powers. The 5 great powers of Earth were no longer as defenseless against magic as they had been a few years ago, but they still didn't want to offend wizards and other extraordinary beings, so they all decided to attend the Queen's birthday celebration. They wanted to see what the Ministry of Magic wanted to do, but they themselves hadn't expected the matter the Ministry of Magic wanted to announce to be so complicated. Chapter 301. On the day of the Queen's birthday banquet, Andres and Darius arrived via apparition. They didn't want to be photographed by the swarming reporters outside, not out of fear, but simply to avoid trouble. They were greeted by Princess Julia, now a stunningly beautiful young woman. "Julia, how are things going with that wizard from Yen?" Julia's expression darkened slightly upon hearing this, but she quickly composed herself. "Teacher, some things are best remembered. It's good that you understand, child. You have a long road ahead. There will be different scenery along the way. Headmaster, you still favor our junior sister? You've never been this attentive to us. Darius, how dare you say that? Look at Bernhard and Joanna. Their children are studying at Hogwarts. And you? You're such a worry." While Andres chatted with his students, the area outside the royal palace was already packed with reporters who had been waiting for a long time. The British government has raised London's security alert to the highest level. Are you kidding me? If anything happened to any of these people here, believe me, it would be the spark for World War III, and the entire planet could potentially revert to the Stone Age. The first to arrive was the Prime Minister of France. After descending, the Prime Minister stated in front of numerous reporters that strengthening exchanges between the 2 countries would enhance their influence on the planet before entering the royal palace. Following him was Putin of Bering. Putin expressed concern about the eastward expansion of the Europa Organization and hoped to use this birthday banquet to reach a reconciliation with the Europa Organization. Then came the President of the United Kingdom, whose speech was somewhat incoherent, making him a laughingstock for many on Earth. Finally, The top leader of the Yin Kingdom, the First Minister, stated that this was his first visit to Great Britain and he hoped for a pleasant memory, while also emphasizing the friendship between the people of China and Great Britain. The Queen's birthday banquet, though a pretext, still proceeded as planned. However, the Queen only made a brief appearance, exchanging a few pleasantries with the heads of state before leaving under the pretext of illness. Naturally, no one blamed the nearly centenarian. After Prince Charles arranged a royal banquet at the British royal court, he led the 5 heads of state and their advisors to a conference room. Andres and Darius had been waiting there for some time. They hadn't attended the large banquet, but had eaten casually in a side room. Upon seeing Andres and Darius present, the heads of state greeted them warmly. "Marquis Andres, long time no see. You're still so young. It's been ages since you visited Yin. I will go Chief of Staff. I just hope you won't turn me away." "Ha ha, no way. You're a friend of the people of Yin. I wonder what business Marquis Andres has with us. We old folks have been thinking about this all the way here." The other heads of state present echoed his sentiments. If the Ministry of Magic hadn't emphasized that it concerned a major matter concerning Earth, they probably would have only sent a representative. After all, heads of state can't leave easily. Who knows what kind of monsters might appear, either domestically or internationally. Andres smiled and sat down, gesturing for Darius to speak. Darius stood up. "Thank you all for taking time out of your busy schedules. Of course, we wouldn't have asked you all to come in person if it weren't for the safety of Earth." Darius took a crystal ball from his pocket and pointed it with his wand. The crystal ball projected an image into the air above the conference room, like a hologram. Darius explained to everyone present while pointing at the image with his wand. "Some time ago, our Department of Mysteries at the Ministry of Magic discovered unstable fluctuations in space in some areas of Earth. This usually indicates that a wizard has used an illegal portkey or other spatial teleportation method. So the orders from the Ministry of Magic went to investigate, but unfortunately, we found no trace of any spell casting. The high-ranking officials present, though still puzzled as to why they had been summoned for such a small matter, listened patiently. Later, after careful investigation, we discovered that an unstable spatial rift had appeared on Earth." Darius paused, looking at the assembled officials. To see if they had any questions. Sure enough, the French Prime Minister raised the first issue. "A spatial rift? What's that? What could be the problem?" "A spatial rift is what we wizards call it. In layman's terms, you can think of it as a wormhole." "A wormhole? The kind that connects to other spatial nodes?" "Yes. That's how you can understand it, Your Excellencies." Hearing this, the heads of state frowned, while their advisory teams began to whisper among themselves. The Bering Empire's President Putin spoke up. "Minister Darius, even if these spatial rifts are wormholes, it doesn't necessarily mean they're harmful, right? At most, it means these rifts might lead to the unknown. In principle, that's true, but I believe you all read many myths. Like the great war between the witches and demons in Yin Kingdom's mythology, the Titans and the Hydra in European mythology. Are they really just legends?" The heads of the 5 great nations were shocked by Darius's statement. What did he mean by that? Could it be? They dared not think further. This was quite alarming. Darius, seeing the expressions on the heads of states' faces, knew his words might have frightened them. "I know what you're all thinking. It's pretty much the same as what you're thinking. Some of these things actually existed, some were exaggerated by later generations. In ancient times, Earth also had spatial rifts, and many mythical creatures crossed dimensions through them. As for what happened later, we speculate that it's because Earth's magic or Eastern spiritual energy gradually decreased and became unsuitable for their cultivation, so they left. These spatial rifts closed due to the lack of energy support, and the mythical creatures left on Earth gradually lost their power because they could no longer obtain energy there. Now, Earth has entered an era of abundant energy, and these spatial rifts are gradually reopening. This conclusion is a bit frightening. Does the reopening of spatial rifts mean that those ancient mythical creatures can once again cross dimensions to come to Earth? Thinking about this, a sense of fear arose in the hearts of all the powerful figures. These mythical creatures weren't wizards. They were truly alien races. Just think about how the white people on the Mayflower treated the indigenous people, and you can imagine how alien races would treat humans. Chapter 302. Not only were the heads of states slightly uneasy, but their respective think tanks also had various thoughts. However, these people were indeed a team of professionals. They quickly handed their heads of state small slips of paper with writing on them. After reading them, the heads of state began to question Darius. This was a matter concerning the safety of Earth, and there was no time for politeness. "Minister Darius, How long does the Ministry of Magic predict it will take for the spatial rifts to fully open? Uncertain. These spatial rifts appear and disappear intermittently. However, according to Principal Andres' assessment, some spatial rifts may fully open in 2 years, and these rifts will stabilize in 3 years. Minister Darius, can we now count the number of these spatial rifts? Not yet, it's unstable right now. However, we have already counted the locations where they have appeared. There are currently only 17, and we believe the number will increase later. Are there appearances at fixed locations or random locations? Can we now determine the locations where they have appeared? Where do they all include? These rifts appear randomly and without any pattern, but once they appear, they stay in one place. We already know of 3 in Europe, 5 in Asia, 1 in Sub-Saharan Africa, 5 in the US and Canada, and the remaining 3 are in Brazil. But believe me, the number of these rifts will increase. Minister Darius, is there any way for the magical world to artificially close them? That's not clear yet, we're trying. It's hard to say. The top leader of Yen Kingdom suddenly received a note from a very young staff officer. He was slightly taken aback when he saw the note. He thought to himself, wow, young people are really bold and decisive. Then he looked up at the young Minister of Magic opposite him. Minister Darius, since the beings on the other side can come through spatial rifts, does that mean we can go through too? Darius was taken aback by this question, but quickly answered affirmatively. Yes, these spatial rifts are bidirectional. Hearing this, the other heads of state also realized that this was a double-edged sword. Humans are no longer the primitive people who only wielded clubs thousands of years ago. Now they possess the power to destroy the world. If they can come, we can go. The biggest problem now is not knowing what's coming from the other side. Minister Darius, can we send people over to scout the situation now? Not yet. These spatial rifts are newly formed. They are unstable, and it's easy for someone to go and not return. If we absolutely must send people over, I think about a year later. The conference room fell silent as everyone considered their next move. The think tanks of the various heads of state also began a frantic brainstorming session, trying to figure out how to maximize their country's benefits from this great upheaval. Seeing no one speak, Darius continued. These locations are currently under surveillance by our Aura squads. I believe humanity has reached a crossroads in its destiny. We should unite to address this. The President of the United States glanced at the note in his hand, and then spoke. The United States is willing to step forward and lead the formation of a human alliance. Given our strength, we should have a major say in this alliance. The think tanks of various countries were somewhat in an uproar upon hearing this. What do you mean by major say? Everyone present was a permanent member of the UN Security Council, especially the other 2 countries with 3 permanent members, who thought, what are you pretending to be? Putin immediately objected. Great Britain habitually expressed support. After all, the United States was one of their own. France, dreaming of revitalizing Europe, was willing to pay a price. As the 4 nations turned their gaze towards Yen's top leader smiled and looked at Andres. He knew Andres was the true leader of the magical world. Although he wasn't the Minister of Magic, it didn't prevent him from influencing the magical community. After all, he was everyone's headmaster. Before arriving, Andres and Darius had reached a consensus with most of the magical world. The orc invasion would be a major challenge for humanity, so securing a voice in the human alliance was crucial. This wasn't about vying for power in the Muggle world, but rather about preventing internal divisions and infighting caused by chaotic leadership struggles. Andres looked at the assembled leaders and spoke firmly. The Ministry of Magic, as the representative of the magical world, will lead the people of Earth to overcome this crisis brought by the otherworldly creatures. We hope that all nations of Earth will set aside past grievances and cooperate. The leaders present fell silent, considering Andres' words. Yen's top leader spoke first. Yen Kingdom agrees with Marquis Andres' opinion. Yen Kingdom will fully support the Ministry of Magic's decision in this alien invasion. The second to express support was France. They weren't stupid. Yen Kingdom alone could rival the United States, let alone with the addition of the magical world. Why wait to stand up and cling to the magical world's coattails? The other 3 nations, Great Britain, felt that Andres and the magical world were both in Great Britain, and even if they led the human alliance, they would be protected, so they also joined forces. The remaining 2 nations, the United States and Bering, saw this, and knew they couldn't possibly defeat the 4 allies. Since they couldn't win, they joined. Soon, the meeting reached a consensus. The 5 great nations of Earth and the magical world would form the Human Alliance, or Human Alliance for short. The Human Alliance was divided into 9 seats. The Ministry of Magic, as the leader of the Human Alliance, held 4 seats, and each nation held one of the remaining 5. This ensured both the Ministry of Magic's influence within the human alliance and the ability of the 5 great nations to resist unreasonable demands from the Ministry of Magic. This way, everyone was satisfied, and everyone could give an explanation to their superiors. The first meeting of the human alliance was a complete success. As for who would contribute troops, how much, and how much money, that was left to their respective foreign ministries to decide. The bigwigs wouldn't personally get involved in these matters. They couldn't afford the embarrassment. However, one thing everyone agreed on was that the spatial rift issue couldn't be announced publicly for the time being. Announcing it would cause unnecessary panic, and it wouldn't be conducive to the 5 major powers' covert preparations. It must be said that humanity is selfish. When faced with a crisis, everyone tries to preserve their own strength. The next day, the heads of state of the 5 major powers of Earth returned to their respective countries, and Earth seemed to have returned to calm. Only some observant people noticed that beneath this calm surface, towering waves seemed to be churning. Chapter 303. According to our reporter's investigation, after the heads of state of the 5 major world powers gathered at the British Palace 2 months ago, the militaries of all 5 major world powers have taken significant actions. Yin country has begun requiring eligible male citizens to register for military service. It should be noted that Yin country is a populous country with a large number of eligible male citizens. This station cannot help but suspect that Yin country will take significant action in the near future. According to the Ministry of National Defense, the U.S. will increase its military spending for the next few years to cope with the threat from Yin country. Reliable sources say this percentage will be 10%, increasing by 10% annually. On the television screen, the host and experts began discussing the U.S.'s military policy. Experts stated that the U.S. doesn't lack funds. As long as the officials in the military reduce corruption, it will be enough. Hotline calls frequently came in, with viewers angrily accusing the U.S. government of being insane, and viewers criticizing the government for not caring about the lives of its people. Ordinary citizens could only complain online, while certain interest groups had already received the news and began investing heavily in military-related stocks. The U.S.'s military budget was already enormous. Now, a 10% annual increase is undoubtedly a feast for military-industrial interest groups. As a revolutionary holy land, France is known for its frequent strikes. The reasons for these strikes are less important than the freedom to take to the streets in protest. However, in recent months, the French Foreign Legion has begun to expand. This time, the French president declared that, in order to maintain stability and peace in sub-Saharan Africa, France has decided to double the size of its foreign mercenary force. Because of this, the French people have once again taken to the streets in unrest. This time, however, the French president has not hesitated to declare the protests illegal. He has deployed a large number of military and police to arrest the demonstrators, imposing heavy fines on them. Those who cannot pay the fines are all thrown into military camps for intensive training. While the Bering Nation remained relatively quiet, some observant individuals noticed that it had restarted its research into medium-range ballistic missiles. The United States and several other major powers should have condemned or sanctioned Bering, but the people of Earth noticed something strange. The other 4 major powers remained silent about Bering's actions, which greatly worried the Europa Organization members. Did their meeting reveal some agreement among the 5 major powers to exclude them? If so, Europa would be plunged into a great catastrophe. While humanity was actively preparing for this crisis, a completely different scene unfolded on the other side of the spatial rift, on the continent of Karen. Currently, the orcs dominated Karen, while humans, elves, dwarves, dragons, and other races were relegated to a corner of the continent. This was, in a way, the fault of these races themselves. Originally, the orcs were a subjugated race, but then humans, elves, and dwarves engaged in a great war for control of Karen. The war lasted for over 300 years, resulting in the near annihilation of the high-level combat forces of each race. Therefore, they had no energy to focus on the orcs, who, with their powerful reproductive abilities, multiplied into a vast population. By the time the other major races reacted, the Orcish army was unstoppable. Ultimately, the races were forced to cease hostilities and form an alliance, holding on to 1/10 of the continent of Karen. However, this was merely a slow poison for the races. Due to resource scarcity, their territory was already small, and resources were limited, requiring several races to share them. Each race lacked sufficient resources to recover. Yet, they couldn't afford to start another war and wipe out the others, leaving all races in a precarious situation. Seated atop a towering jade throne in the Orcish royal court sat a powerful Orcish warrior, King Kurt Elliot. The Elliot family was the most powerful family among the orcs, who traditionally ruled by force. When a family became powerful enough to intimidate all others, that family became the Orcish royal family. Kurt Elliot was a great ruler of the orcs. When he took over the orcs, the struggle for supremacy on the continent of Karen had been raging for nearly a century. As the leader of the orcs, Kurt Elliot endured hardship and humiliation, finally seizing the opportunity to decisively defeat the other races, placing the orcs at the pinnacle of power on the continent of Karen. An elderly Orcish priest was divining something by burning tortoise shells, while Kurt Elliot sat quietly on his throne, waiting. Divination and ritual were Orcish traditions, and Kurt Elliot, as their king, had to respect them. Respecting tradition was respecting oneself, a point Kurt Elliot understood perfectly well. The aged priest seemed to have gleaned something from the tortoise shell. He looked up at Kurt Elliot on the throne and said, "Great king, I have received a revelation from the beast god. The time will be 23 Karen months from now, and the portal will open. Our mighty orc army can then venture into new lands to hunt, and your valor will be renowned throughout the new world." Kurt Elliot nodded in satisfaction, then addressed his ministers below. "Send a fox as an envoy to the humans. Tell those remnants of this planar war that if they are willing to serve as vanguards, I will generously grant them half of the newly conquered world. Great king, why give half to those worthless fools? We orcs can easily conquer the entire new world ourselves. Wouldn't it be better to digest the new world first, then deal with them later?" A tall minotaur, deeply dissatisfied that his king intended to divide the new world among his defeated foes, immediately jumped forward. Kurt Elliot glanced at the minotaur leader, knowing he was simply foolish, not rebelling against his authority. So, he patiently explained to the minotaur leader and the other ministers, whose faces were full of uncertainty. "Does any of you know what the world on the other side of the portal is like? How could I, an old minotaur, know what world is on the other side of the portal? Portals have only appeared on our continent of Karen for nearly 1,000 years. They only appeared twice in total, this is only the third time. Then what makes you think we can definitely conquer that unknown world? With our great king leading us, of course we can conquer them." The other orcs understood somewhat after hearing Kurt Elliot's words, only the minotaur leader continued spouting nonsense. However, Kurt Elliot, as the king of the orcs, liked this kind of simpleton. He was obedient and easy to fool. Unlike the other ministers, who all had their own ulterior motives. The minotaur leader heard the other ministers call him a fool, but instead of showing anger, he continued to feign ignorance. Inwardly, however, he cursed them all, thinking, "The more honest and simple I am before the king, the better I live. Those who act too clever are doomed. Let the other races scout ahead. Not only will we gather information about the other side, but we can also weaken their strength. Whether or not we divide the land among them after conquering the new plane is entirely up to us. Your Majesty is wise." Chapter 304. A caravan escorted by wolf riders appeared in the capital of the Orc Empire. Giant forest wolves carried orcs through the bustling streets. Although they had captured many humans, elves, and other races as slaves to scavenge the city, their inherent bestiality still made the capital a chaotic and unpleasant place. Here, hierarchy was strict. The superiors could kill the inferiors at will, while the inferiors could only live at the mercy of their superiors. However, in the last 100 years, this situation had improved considerably, because their great king had realized the orc shortcomings in many areas. They needed other races to make more exquisite porcelain, better weapons, and more delicious food. And these inferiors weren't all slaves, some were low-ranking orcs. Killing them meant destroying other people's wealth. Therefore, although indiscriminate killing was still permissible, reparations were now mandatory. Just as the caravan exited the city gates, an older fox-like man lifted the carriage curtain and glanced at the capital. He sighed softly. A young fox girl looked at the elder with confusion and asked, "Why are you sighing like that? This isn't the first time our fox clan has sent envoys to the human race. You don't understand, child. I have a strange feeling of unease. I don't think the opening of this spatial gate is a good thing. I hope we can continue our glory." "Elder, you're overthinking it. This isn't the first time our caring continent has experienced something like this. We can always win. Even if we lose, the gods behind us will support us. Although they can't directly participate in worldly conflicts, they can't stand idly by in this kind of interdimensional war. Perhaps, but child, you must know that even gods are not omnipotent. If gods could do whatever they wanted, then the continent of Karen wouldn't be under our Orcish rule." The fox girl was speechless at the elder's words. Yes, if gods were omnipotent, who knows where the orcs would be suffering from cold and hunger right now. The usually lively and energetic fox girl was suddenly filled with sadness. She thought of many of her companions, who would disappear one day while playing. Those companions offered to the royal family might be seen again someday. But those companions offered to the gods would never be seen again. Her feelings towards the gods were very complicated. This medium-sized group traveled for more than a month from the capital to reach the border of the empire. Because they were an envoy, they used magical beasts, so their speed was not slow. If it were commoners relying on their own 2 feet, or the most ordinary animal power, they wouldn't be able to travel such a long distance in less than half a year. The large-scale war on the imperial border had ceased, and both sides were accumulating strength for a decisive battle. The sudden arrival of the envoy group greatly surprised the border general. Only after the envoy presented the great king's decree did the general reluctantly dispatch a small squadron of dragons to deliver the message of the delegation's arrival. At the welcoming banquet, the general leading the orc army was utterly perplexed as to why an envoy had been sent at this time. Respected Fox Elder, I do not have high hopes for your mission. Although there are no large-scale battles on the border at present, you know that my men are difficult to control. They often sneak out to hunt. The Fox Elder understood all too well what hunting meant, capturing slaves or simply killing for pleasure. I wonder how the general's haul was. Ha ha, those lads were all right. Most reaped quite a harvest. So what did the great king send the elders for this time? The spatial gate, which opens every 500 years, is about to open. The king doesn't want to deplete his own strength. This one sentence made the general in command understand the meaning. He took a sip of the dwarves' brewed wine and nodded. That makes sense. It's better to let the enemy wade into this mess than to lose our own men. Elder, rest assured, I already sent someone to contact them, and we have a reply soon. As the banquet was drawing to a close, the dragon squad returned, bringing news from the racial alliance. General, they agreed to the delegation's visit. However, the escort cannot exceed 200 guards. The general glanced back at the Fox clan elder, then waved to his subordinate, who left the tent. That alliance is a bunch of cowards. Isn't 200 too few? What if they have other intentions? The Fox clan elder said with a chuckle. No, they don't have the guts or the strength. The king has kept them confined to this small piece of land. It's already a miracle they haven't started fighting amongst themselves. If they dare to cause trouble, they're asking for it. After bidding farewell to the general, the Fox elder returned to his tent. Inside, a fox girl looked expectantly at the elder's back. Realizing her 2 playmates, who had gone with the elder, hadn't returned, the girl's ears drooped. She understood their fate, and tears welled in her eyes. 2 more companions were gone. The elder noticed the girl's sorrow and gently stroked her head, comforting her. Silly child, everyone has their own path to walk. This is the fate of Leah and the others. To break free from the shackles of fate, you must become stronger. Our Fox clan is not yet capable of resisting fate, so we can only rely on our wisdom and attach ourselves to the strong to gain a space for survival. I brought you out this time, so you could see more and travel more. You must learn and observe more. The girl nodded vigorously, indicating that she understood the elder's intention, and would definitely not disappoint him. She wanted to seek justice for her companions, who had mysteriously disappeared. People are full of passion when they are young. She couldn't let that passion cool down, because once it cools, it's hard to warm it up again. 3 days later, the Fox clan elder and the girl, escorted by 200 wolf riders, arrived at the city of Rest. This city was more like a castle than a city, with high walls surrounding this massive military fortress. On the walls of the city of Rest, Willin Phillips, as the commander of the human army, looked down upon the entire delegation, with a dwarf chieftain standing beside him. Greeting the delegation below the city walls was Luna Moonlight, the elven moon knight. Luna Moonlight was an old acquaintance of the delegation's elders, making her presence all the more fitting. They were utterly baffled by the orc delegation's arrival. Had they come to persuade them to surrender? That was clearly wishful thinking. They could still cling to life for now, but surrendering would mean being torn apart and divided up, making any future rise incredibly difficult. They had to hold out. After all, they had the gods behind them. While the gods couldn't directly intervene in the conflicts on the continent of Karen, they could still bestow divine favor upon their followers. However, this was like nuclear weapons on Earth. If you have them, I have them too. If you dare to use them, I dare to use them too. Therefore, the gods were currently exercising restraint. Now, Willin Phillips wanted to see what the orc delegation was up to. Chapter 305. Willin Phillips, what do you think they're here for? I don't know, but surrendering is absolutely impossible. We humans will never surrender. Ironhammer Fire, will not agree to surrender either. What kind of fool would surrender? Ironhammer, let's go! We need to go to the council hall. With that, The two turned and led their generals towards the council hall of the City of Rest. At the city gates of Rest, Luna Moonlight, riding her white tiger, watched the wolf riders queuing to enter the city. The orcs, who had previously submitted to various nations, had suddenly risen to power, and the wolf riders had played a significant role in this. They moved swiftly across the vast land, and Luna had fought them more than once. Every time she saw these wolf riders, she felt a deep sense of loss. After all, the elves had even lost their own capital. She wondered how her scattered kin were doing now. Their situation was likely not good. Praise be to the moonlight. Long time no see, Lady Luna Moonlight. Long time no see, elder of the Fox clan. The last time I saw you was in the elven capital, but I can never go back now. Don't be so absolute, Lady Luna Moonlight. Perhaps my arrival will bring a change in circumstances. I hope so. Please follow me. Your subordinates will be taken care of. So Luna Moonlight led the orc delegation to the council hall, and the fox girl quietly followed behind the elder, watching Luna lead the way. Although the fox girl was well protected by her clan, she knew that Luna Moonlight was a powerful elven, and a powerful female was extremely rare on the continent of Karen. She was one of the fox girl's goals, and the fox girl secretly clenched her small fists, vowing to become a respected powerhouse like Luna. The council hall of the City of Rest was filled with humans, elves, dwarves, and upper-middle-class members of other races, all awaiting the arrival of the Orcish envoy. Although their faces remained calm, a sense of unease lingered within them. This meeting could determine their future. Soon, a soldier announced the arrival of Lady Luna Moonlight and her Orcish delegation. All eyes turned to the main entrance of the hall. Luna walked to the round table and took her seat. The fox elder also sat at the other end of the table. He surveyed the room. Indeed, their strength had declined considerably. Previously, these people would have been insignificant. Willin Phillips exchanged a glance with Luna and Ironhammer, then spoke. What brings you here, envoy? If you wish to persuade us to surrender, please refrain from speaking. No, no, no. I believe you have misunderstood. We have come with the utmost sincerity to seek cooperation. Oh, what can we possibly cooperate on now? Aren't the orcs already on the verge of unifying the entire continent of Karen? Lord Willin Phillips is right. Our Orcish generals were originally going to wipe out the last remaining lawless lands. Having said this, the fox elder glanced around, and seeing the hostile gazes directed at him, he smiled contemptuously and continued. However, our great king, out of consideration for past relations, has decided to give you a chance to rise again. Willin Phillips frowned and asked directly. What? Your king will return the lands we have occupied? Returning them is naturally impossible, but haven't you considered occupying new territories? The fox elder's words elicited curiosity from everyone present. A new territory? What did that mean? Did the Karen continent have uncharted territories? Impossible. Besides the ocean and underground caves, there were no uncharted territories in this world. Just as everyone was pondering the fox elder's words, a suddenly aged voice exclaimed in surprise. A spatial gate? A spatial gate has appeared? The speaker was an old elven priest, so old he needed assistance to move. His words jolted everyone present awake, and an uproar erupted. The younger ones looked bewildered, while the older ones seemed to understand and began discussing it amongst themselves. The Alliance's leaders also understood what was happening. Others might not have heard of such secrets, but to them, it was nothing new. In fact, their ancestors had been among those who had ventured into another world. They had forgotten about it due to immense pressure, but the fox elder's arrival brought back those long-buried memories. Indeed, this high priest is indeed knowledgeable. It is the gate of space. The gate of space will open again in 21 Karen months. Our great king is willing to set aside past grievances and join you in conquering the other world. After we conquer the other world, we can give you half of our territory. The people in the council hall began to whisper among themselves again. Some thought this might be an opportunity for each race to revitalize themselves. Some thought the orcs' words were unreliable, and some wanted to see what the officials at the round table would say. Ironhammer Fire stepped forward. Why should we believe you treacherous orcs? And even without our participation, shouldn't you orcs have enough strength to conquer the other world? After speaking, Ironhammer Fire stared intently at the Fox Clan elder, waiting for his reply. The Fox Clan elder, with a sincere expression, said, because our great king desires to unify the entire continent of Karen. This statement drew a chorus of curses from the audience. Willin Phillips had anticipated the envoy would offer some plausible excuse, but he hadn't expected the envoy to so directly state the orc's purpose. He waited for silence, wanting to hear more from the envoy. Seeing Will and Philip's gesture, the Fox clan elder continued, "We orcs could have launched a final war of annihilation, but my king knows that would be the most devastating war, claiming countless lives lost. For the sake of his people, my king is willing to exchange half of the newly conquered lands in the other world for the lands you currently possess and your support in the war." The Fox clan elder finished speaking and waited quietly for Will and Philip's response. Luna Moonlight thought for a moment and then spoke. "Perhaps you're afraid of inciting a war of the gods? After all, your gods aren't dominant in the divine realm." The Fox elder gave an awkward smile, as if his deception had been exposed, implying, "You're right, but I don't admit it." The upper echelons of the Alliance present suddenly realized that even orcs had their fears. However, perhaps this was a good option, and everyone considered its feasibility. Finally, Will and Philip stepped forward and said to the Fox elder, "The envoy should stay in the City of Rest for a few more days. We can't decide such a big matter in a short time. We need to discuss it." The Fox elder nodded. "Of course." Chapter 306. In a coastal city 5 days' journey from the City of Rest, a group of old men discussed the contents of the letters before them. One of the old dwarfs spoke impatiently. "Tell me, what do you think of the letters the children sent?" "The children are mistaken. We can't agree to the orcs' proposal. It's clearly an attempt by the orcs to weaken us. Yes, if our strength is too greatly depleted to withstand the orcs' attack, our fate will be out of our own hands. Then refuse them. I think we should let the children at the front make their own decisions. We, the old, weak, sick, and disabled, just need to take care of our families and not be a burden to them. By the way, is there any news about the fleet exploring the sea? If things go badly at the front, we need to find a way to preserve the last seed of our race." "Not yet, they've been gone for 2 or 3 months. Maybe Sigh." While the caring continent was racking its brains over the matter of the spatial gate, the 5 great nations of the Blue Star continent had already begun deploying troops to control various spatial nodes. The surveillance adopted a proximity-based principle, assigning tasks to whoever was closest or whose traditional sphere of influence was most effective. In addition, the Ministry of Magic dispatched its own Aura squads to assist, with 3 squads rotating at each monitoring point. June 2025, Blue Star Calendar, in the conference room of the Human Union headquarters. The people from the 5 major nations of Blue Star were awaiting the arrival of the rotating chairman, Pang Minghui. Pang Minghui was from Yin Country, but held the position of Director of the Legal Enforcement Division of the Ministry of Magic. He also currently held the rotating chairmanship of the Human Union, a position that rotates every 3 years. Soon, the conference room door opened again, and Pang Minghui entered with his assistant. Now we begin the 135th meeting of the Human Alliance. The agenda is as follows. First, statistics on the combat personnel and supplies of the 5 major nations of Blue Star and the Ministry of Magic. Second, routine reports from various monitoring points. Third, matters related to the expansion of the Human Alliance. Alright, we can begin the first agenda item. Our Yin Kingdom has mobilized this year. Our Lighthouse Kingdom is preparing to. Our Bearing Kingdom. The Gallic Kingdom. The British Empire. Very good. These combat personnel will become the backbone of our defense of Blue Star. I can now reveal some data about our Ministry of Magic. We currently have 360,000 wizards, of whom 80,000 are still students. We do not intend to interrupt their education unless absolutely necessary. After deducting a certain number of necessary logistical personnel, we can mobilize around 250,000 wizards. Director Pang Minghui, I wonder how the Ministry of Magic plans to allocate these people? Are they intended to form an independent army or be dispersed and assigned to each war zone? Our initial discussion suggests establishing a legion of 100,000 men under the unified command of the Ministry of Magic. Of course, we can provide their own weapons, equipment, and supplies. Then, we plan to initially send a total of 25,000 people to the front lines of various countries, with 5,000 wizards from each country. How they are used is up to you, but the costs and salaries of these sent wizards will be borne by each country. The 5 major powers of Earth whispered amongst themselves, all agreeing that this was a reasonable plan. Therefore, everyone voted in favor, and Pang Minghui then announced the commencement of the second agenda item. This agenda was chaired by Pang Minghui, who then announced the situation to all countries. This was a unified announcement after each country's monitoring points submitted their reports. Each country could only access information from its own monitoring points, others had to wait for the Alliance's announcement. We summarized our existing monitoring points. The third monitoring point in Yin Country has stabilized. The spatial fluctuations at this point are not significant, with a radius of approximately 5 meters. The Ministry of Magic plans to deploy 1,000 wizards for surveillance, and then begin exploration of the unknown plane. The Ministry of Magic has already communicated with the Yin country government. This exploration will be conducted jointly by the Ministry of Magic and the Yin country government. If other countries wish to participate, they can raise the issue later. The staff from the other countries immediately perked up upon hearing this. This was not something to be missed. Whoever participated would gain first-hand information. This wasn't just about their own national security, it could even affect the interests of other nations. After all, everyone was thinking about more than just defending against invasion. If possible, each country also wanted to develop this plane. Everyone knew the immense benefits the development of the New World would bring. However, the number of participants and the methods of exploration were clearly a contentious issue, so Pang Ming placed it at the end of the meeting. Next, they began discussing the expansion of the human union. Admittedly, the 5 major powers present were already the most powerful forces on Earth. However, Earth wasn't just the Earth of these 5 powers, it also belonged to other nations. Therefore, facing a crisis affecting the entire planet couldn't be borne solely by these 5 powers. Thus, the 5 major powers of Earth proposed expanding the human union scale, as they already had 5 votes, and with the Ministry of Magic's 4 votes in favor, it would pass regardless. This meeting primarily discussed who should be included in the expansion, and what responsibilities and obligations they would assume. If humanity were to conquer the unknown planes, how would the benefits be distributed? The Ministry of Magic had no objection to the expansion of the human union. More monkeys meant more power. The Ministry's only requirement was that for every 5 additional voting rights gained by the expanded nations, the Ministry of Magic would need 4 additional votes. Regardless of the expansion, the Ministry of Magic's dominant position within the human union must be maintained. This would seemingly increase the number of muddle votes on Earth, but in reality, it would gradually increase the power of the wizards. This is because the Ministry of Magic centrally administers the wizarding votes, while the unity of the muddle nations is uncertain. The more nations involved, the more chaotic the voting would become. Finally, in the discussion area, the human union decided to divide Earth into 4 regions. Yin, needless to say, would be responsible for itself and the East Asian region, including the various islands of Southeast Asia and Great Sheep Continent. The Lighthouse Nation would naturally occupy the entire Latin America region. Bering, besides itself, would also occupy the Asian region excluding Yin and East Asia, including traditional oil-producing countries and India. The British Empire and the Gallic Empire will jointly oversee Europe and Sub-Saharan Africa. As for who will join, how they will join, and how the post-war profits will be distributed, these will be decided by the leading nations of the 4 regions. The Ministry of Magic, needing to support each region, will receive 20% of the post-war profits from each region. The 5 major powers of Earth and the Ministry of Magic are very satisfied with this distribution plan, so after the meeting, they will raise this matter at the United Nations Conference. Chapter 307. In early June of the year 2025 on Earth, just days after the Human Alliance meeting, representatives from the 5 major powers of Earth and the Ministry of Magic announced at the United Nations that Earth was about to be invaded by another plane. This news immediately caused a sensation throughout the planet. Just as the people of Earth were reeling from the shock, the 5 major powers and the Ministry of Magic jointly announced the existence of the Human Alliance. The Human Alliance would be at the forefront of the fight against the plane invasion, a declaration that brought considerable relief to the people of the 5 major powers. At least the people of the 5 major powers were protected. If even the 5 major powers couldn't handle it, then the others were even less likely to be able to. At the United Nations meeting, the 5 permanent members announced the number and location of the spatial nodes, as well as the Human Alliance's current monitoring of these nodes. Finally, they announced that the Human Alliance would divide Earth into 4 regions, each with its own responsible nation. They required each nation within a region to contribute resources and funds to the leading nation of that region. Any nation wishing to gain benefits from the unknown plane after a victory would need to negotiate with the leading nation of its region. Since Earth has already been divided into 4 major regions, the newly conquered planes will also consist of 4 more. The benefits that the 5 major powers of Earth relinquish are essentially their own future gains. It's just a matter of how they choose to invest them. As for whether they can win, that's an unknown, and no one has considered that because they must win. Losing would mean annihilation, so no one is thinking about what to do if they lose. Because the United Nations announced the news during daytime in the United States, the entire Western world was in an uproar. The Latin American countries, where the United States is located, not only didn't resist this policy, but strongly supported it. They even took to the streets, holding signs demanding a referendum to join the United States, hoping to become citizens of the United States and live a life of privilege. However, the United States ignored these actions, turning its attention to its northern neighbor. The northern neighbor was vast, sparsely populated, resource-rich, and economically developed. Turning Maple Leaf into the United States' 51st state would be ideal. Thus, the newly elected president of the United States began appealing to the people of Maple Leaf, claiming that a spatial portal formed by a spatial rift existed within Maple Leaf. The location was extremely dangerous, and Maple Leaf couldn't withstand it alone without the United States' help. The Maple Leaf president privately cursed the United States president, saying he had gone mad. But the interdimensional invasion was definitely real, because it wasn't just the 5 major world powers that were saying this, but also the Ministry of Magic. Therefore, in this extremely humiliating situation, they wanted to maintain their independence while not being abandoned by the United States. Thus, lengthy negotiations began. After unanimous discussion, Maple Leaf agreed to provide the United States with $100 billion in military funding and $50 billion in mineral resources annually, a measure that would continue until the end of the interdimensional war. In return, they would only receive 3% of the interdimensional profits, leading many Maple Leaf citizens to accuse the current government of betraying the country. As for the countries to the south of the United States, they are impoverished and the United States doesn't really care about them. Therefore, they only collect a total of $70 billion in resources annually as retaliation fees. Although this amount is negligible for the United States, they are also responsible for the security of 2 continents. After all, the unknown forces of the other world will eventually replace the United States after eliminating those powerless countries, so even if these countries don't contribute financially, the United States still has to take care of them. Some might ask, if that's the case, why would those countries still contribute money? Why not just not give it at all? That kind of thinking shows a narrow perspective. While the United States won't annex your country, it can certainly replace your leader. So, exchanging national interests for its own dominance isn't unusual. When the news from the United States was released, it was daytime in Europe. France was once again engulfed in a nationwide strike, but this time the reason was different. This strike was for a celebratory parade. It had been a long time since France had enjoyed such prestige in front of the people of Earth. People waved the tricolor flag of liberty in the streets, and occasionally, blue fleur-de-lis flags could be seen. It's rare to see these 2 flags peacefully coexisting on this land. British media, on the other hand, were loudly proclaiming that the glory of the British Empire was being restored. The British monarchy would once again reign supreme in Europe. However, apart from these 2 countries, the other European countries reacted coldly. One reason was that the Hans wanted to compete with France for leadership in Europe, and another was that other countries were watching the actions of others. In short, they all wanted to be fence-sitters. Money is out of the question, never in this lifetime. But begging, isn't it about needing aid? That's something we can do. We've done it before, haven't we? Europe has been doing it for years. As for those countries in sub-Saharan Africa, those arrogant Europeans won't even bother looking at them. Money and resources are both essential. But as for protection, that depends on their mood. If they're in a good mood, they go check it out. If they're not, sorry, the wind's too strong, the signal's bad. We didn't hear you. The region where Bering is located is one of the richest in oil resources. However, these headscarf-wearing individuals, taking advantage of the still dark night, began frantically passing notes to their Arab brothers. The gist of it was, brothers, what do we do? We've been allocated to Bering. Should we continue to believe in Allah or the Ivan the Great? The major client stepped forward, urging everyone to stay calm. I go ask my suppliers what they say. Thus, the embassy of the major client's country, Yin, became busy. As for India, they said, we are the 3rd strongest power on Earth. Your failure to communicate with us and your refusal to allocate Asia to us is disrespectful. Therefore, India refused to recognize any statements made by the 5 major powers of Earth and the Ministry of Magic at the United Nations General Assembly. India also stated that their powerful army would make any invading alien creature tremble in fear. This statement shocked the people of other countries on Earth, with many netizens expressing their concerns online. What if the Indian army impregnates alien creatures? Should we still acknowledge their offspring as human? These comments infuriated Indian netizens, who then showcased the sheer power of the Indian army to the people of Earth. After witnessing the various elaborate dances performed by the Indian army, many people even spat out their coffee. They then began urging others online not to have anything to eat or drink in their mouths while watching the videos, warning that it could be fatal. While this commotion was happening on Earth, Most netizens in Asia were already asleep. Only a few still actively participating received this explosive news, waking their families to prepare for this unknown war. Chapter 308. The day after the news broke, netizens across Asia were also shocked. Governments in countries like Japan and the Great Cold were powerless to stop the panicked masses, who had swept away all visible supplies from the streets. As for ordinary people in other East Asian countries, they didn't care about the situation at all. They only cared about whether they could have enough to eat that day. In Yin country, some citizens also panicked and swept away visible supplies. However, the Yin country government had anticipated this situation and made preparations in advance. To stabilize public sentiment, the Yin country government prepared sufficient supplies beforehand, quickly replenishing them after each bailout. While the initial frenzy was still frenzied, after several occurrences, the people began to wonder if they were overreacting. With so many supplies available, although prices had risen, they were still within a manageable range. Coupled with the government's vigorous promotion of stability and the demonstration of the Taishu branch's strength, life in Yin country gradually returned to normal. So, netizens in Yin country started laughing at other countries online. The United States is a place where gunfights happen every day, even though the Ministry of Magic sends orders to help maintain order. However, they only have the power to stop crime. The final judgment rests with the United States. But in that magical place, because they don't have the money to increase prison capacity, they can only release those with minor offenses. These people, seeing that they at most be sentenced to community service, became even more reckless. Then, some inexplicable cults emerged, and even more outrageous, some people impersonated wizards to swindle people. When victims realized they'd been scammed and reported it to the police and Aurors quickly understood they'd been tricked. Of course, it wasn't just the US that started this scam, other countries did too, leading to a burst of laughter online in China. I can't laugh anymore, folks. Look at this stupid cult scam, and people actually believe it. Yeah, the US. It's supposed to be the beacon of the free world. They actually believe in eternal life through a cult leader. I heard they even offered their wives and daughters to the cult leader. I have a bold idea. I'm going to go there and create a communist cult. I wonder if it's too late. You're probably just looking for an early death. Brother, you're still young. You need to be careful. Hey, look at this scammer. It's even more outrageous. They actually organized a field trip for the black kids in the school. What's so outrageous about a field trip? It's normal. We've been on field trips before. But who's lucky? Their field trips are to cotton fields. And they even gave the kids. The tool says you can pick cotton freely, and whoever picks the most gets a reward. Picking cotton? Something doesn't feel right. The children worked hard all day under the scorching sun picking cotton, and then each of them got a bottle of Coke and a hamburger as a reward. Wow, that's quite an idea. Doesn't the US prohibit child labor? Yeah, they didn't use child labor. They went on a picnic. But how was this discovered? Because the children wrote about their picnic experience after they got home, and their parents found out. Ha ha ha. I learned something new. I arrange picnics for the children at the factory next time. After all, factories are located in the suburbs. A picnic at the factory. Those evil capitalists. What are you all seeing? It's quite a scene over in the Great Cold. What's wrong with the Great Cold? Is the Great Cold Nether Kingdom facing another food shortage? No, they're claiming it's unfair for our Yin Kingdom to be the regional leader. They say the founder of Hogwarts, Marquis Andres Morley, is from the Great Cold Nether Kingdom. They have evidence that Marquis Andres' ancestors immigrated from the Great Cold Nether Kingdom. Hey, wait, isn't Marquis Andres an orphan? That's the problem. You're an orphan, right? How can you prove the ancestor I found for you isn't your ancestor? Is this the legendary victim blaming theory? I don't know, but they're making quite a fuss on Facebook. They even started questioning Marquis Andres, asking why, as a descendant of the Great Cold Nether Kingdom, he didn't establish a branch of the magic school there but chose our Yin Kingdom. It's making me laugh in anger. While ordinary citizens are posting all sorts of outlandish opinions online, governments around the world are being very honest. Both Japan and the Great Cold sent their second highest ranking officials to Yin for state visits, ostensibly for friendship, but it was clear to everyone that they were there to pay protection money. Japan, as a defeated nation, was not allowed to have its own army, and the Great Cold, as a sovereign nation, lacked command authority over its own military. Now, with this situation, the United States is abandoning both countries again. Although it hasn't been publicly stated, the withdrawal of their troops is a fact. Being abandoned isn't the worst part. They were more than happy for the United States to withdraw its troops from their territory. What's most frustrating is that not only have they not reduced their military payments, but they even increased them considerably. This is a slap in the face. Their people have always believed that paying the United States military funds is like hiring bodyguards to protect them, even if these bodyguards occasionally assault the mistress or accidentally kill the husband while drunk driving. But that doesn't change the fact that they are hired bodyguards. Now, the bodyguards have all resigned, but they are still being paid, and their wages have even increased. This situation is incredibly frustrating, infuriating people from both countries online. Especially now that both nations are seeking new protection from yen, how can their people not be angry? But no matter how angry they are, it's useless, because yen is the only country that can help them in this interdimensional invasion. Yen netizens discovered that after the regional divisions, the neighboring country's telecom fraud zone was wiped out by several countries, and the monkey at sea stopped its provocations. Even the kangaroo country, which had been declaring war on yen, has quieted down. They no longer mention the yen threat. These countries not only stop mentioning the yen threat, but they also keep praising yen. They say that yen, as a world power, should set an example for world peace, and that yen has always been their suzerain state with an obligation to protect its vassal states. In short, as long as yen is willing to protect them in this interdimensional invasion, what does face matter? They don't care about the price. They sell it all. What yen netizens find most unbearable is that the nomadic country to the north has begun to change its tune. Originally, if you said you were from the yen kingdom in a nomadic country, you would be attacked. Now, they started claiming that they've been part of the yen kingdom's territory since ancient times. What? They want us to produce evidence? Fine, look at the stone tablet we discovered in 2014, inscribed with the words Feng Yen Ran Shan Ming by Bangu. We've been the homeland of the yen kingdom since the Han dynasty. And believe it or not, this thing really works. Once the stone tablet was brought out, the yen kingdom netizens who originally didn't want the nomadic countries to return to the yen kingdom had nothing to say. Chapter 309. Regardless of the opinions among the people, the nation had its own considerations. While the people were still figuring out how to win the war, the nation was considering how to maintain social stability during the war and the distribution of post-war profits. In the end, the yen government relented during negotiations, as the influence of Confucianism over thousands of years was not easily eradicated. The Great Han Ming Kingdom, as a developed country, would pay $100 billion or equivalent in resources annually, while Japan would pay $200 billion and return $10 billion worth of artifacts looted from yen each year. Australia would pay $80 billion plus $50 billion in minerals and resources, while other countries would contribute anywhere from billions to tens of billions. Ultimately, yen would collect nearly $500 billion in funds and resources from these countries annually, and in return, yen would pay 20% of its post-war profits. While the Muggle world was in turmoil due to the dimensional invasion, the magical world was also preparing for war. The Ministry of Magic has announced several related policies, including the following. First, starting in 2026, all adult wizards will be placed on high alert. Except for students, all must be ready to be deployed by the ministry at any time. Anyone who disobeys will be investigated by Weisengammer, and will have their wand confiscated, their magic stripped, and be expelled from the wizarding world. Second, under high alert, martial law will be in effect throughout the wizarding world. All wizarding residential areas will be under the control of the Aurors, and entry and exit will be prohibited without proper permits. The Ministry of Magic's Department of Transportation will also cooperate with the Auras to strictly control the FLA network, Porkeys, and all other teleportation arrays. Apparition will also be subject to strict scrutiny. Third, from the date of the decree until the state of war preparedness is declared in 2026, all wizards may relocate their immediate family members, up to 3 generations, to wizarding communities. Upon relocation, they must register under their real names and obtain the necessary documentation. In principle, Muggles will no longer be permitted to relocate into the wizarding world after the state of war preparedness is declared. Fourth, the Ministry of Magic will cooperate with Hogwarts in disseminating knowledge about offensive and defensive magic. Fifth, curse magic. Sixth, magical resources will be centrally managed by the Ministry of Magic. Seventh, regulations regarding the application and management of magical resources used by wizards in normal circumstances. Eighth, regulations regarding the management of Ministry of Magic staff. Ninth, instructions regarding the use of Aurors rights during the state of war preparedness. 10th, the lengthy decree and treaty occupied the entire page of the Daily Prophet. To cooperate with the Ministry of Magic, Duan Yuza had to increase the daily profit space. He was summoned to a meeting at the Ministry of Magic by Diane, primarily to request that the Daily Prophet cooperate with the Ministry of Magic in controlling public opinion during the state of war preparedness. Duan Yuza was also helpless. What could he do? Although his good friend was the director of the Department of Law Enforcement at the Ministry of Magic, when it came to the entire wizarding world, he had no choice but to bow to the ministry. The Ministry of Magic's meeting room was currently discussing whether Diagon Alley and the Void and Yin Kingdom should remain open to Muggles during the war. Those in favor of continuing to open were the Ministry of Magic's treasury, because every day these two places were open brought a massive influx of galleons into the treasury's coffers. Those opposing continued opening were the Aurora Command, because they believed that martial law should be in place during wartime, and they had to ensure the safety of wizards' families. Because if problems arise among the wizards' families, it could easily destabilize the army, and if the wizards disobey orders, humanity's defeat would not be far off. A wizard from the treasury jumped out and pointed at Harkin. What do you warriors know? War is about money. Once our financial resources are depleted, how will we buy potions? How will we compensate the families of the fallen? How will we replenish our depleted supplies? The officials under the Aurora Command, unable to bear seeing their superior being criticized, all spoke up in rebuttal. You know nothing about war. The minister has already ordered wizards to move their immediate family members for 3 generations here. Do you know the consequences if orcs infiltrate these areas? If the morale of the wizards on the front lines wavers and causes unrest, is that just a matter of galleons? It's a matter of whether humanity will even exist. Orcs infiltrate? That just proves you orcs are all useless. You can't even handle those orcs in your own territory, protected by a raise? Calling you useless is too lenient. I refrain from being too harsh for the sake of us colleagues and classmates. Does your Ministry of Magic have no idea how much pressure we orcs are under right now? We have so many places to protect. Not only do we have to protect our own territory, but we also have to take care of the Muggle world. This planar war isn't just about us wizards. We also need the help of the Muggles. The Ministry of Magic staff sitting at the conference table were arguing and complaining wildly, while their department heads were chatting amongst themselves. Harkin, how about we grab a drink at the pub after the meeting? It's been ages since we got together. Don't kid me, Darius. You're not afraid Diane's going to arrest you, but I am. Last time I drank with you, Diane gave me a real dressing down. Who told you guys to get me so drunk last time? Who else would I yell at but you? This time we just have a little less. Just relax, I've been so busy lately. Okay then. By the way, you've been married for 2 years, how come there's no sign of a baby? Look at Benhart and Joanna, their child is already at Hogwarts. How can we compare to them? They got pregnant before they even started school, that's already giving the school face. And you're still single? What right do you have to talk to me like that? What's that saying from Yin Kingdom again? How can you start a family when the Huns are not yet defeated? That's it. Pang Ming taught me that. Come on, you're already. You're the Auror's office director now. After entering wartime preparedness, your power and status are second only to mine. How much more do you want to achieve? What? You're interested in the position I'm holding? If you're interested, just say so. We're brothers, there's nothing we can't discuss. Come on. Don't even think about it. They won't let you step down during the war. Even if you did, there's still Pang Ming Wei. I'm already under enough pressure. I don't want to worry about your mess. By the way, why haven't I seen Principal Andres lately? What's he been busy with? Principal Andres? He's been busy communicating with the 5 great nations of Earth. After all, we don't know if we can stop the orc invasion on our own, and even if we can, the losses will be considerable. Yeah. I wonder how many people here will survive after the war. After saying this, the two fell silent, quietly watching the wizards arguing. War is never a pleasant thing. The saying generals inevitably die on the battlefield is never just an empty phrase. Chapter 310. Early October, 2025, Jiangnan Province, Yin Kingdom. Jiangnan Province is a major economic province in Yin Kingdom. Netizens jokingly say there's no such thing as a Jiangnan Province, only the 13 protectors of Jiangnan. Today, the leaders of the 13 protectors gathered in Jinling for a special meeting, the entire meeting room filled with gloom. I know this is hard to accept. But there's nothing we can do. Who told us to be so unlucky? A spatial gate just happened to appear in our province. Now this spatial gate has stabilized, and the military and wizards are preparing to designate a 100-kilometer radius around this location as a military restricted area. This restricted area isn't fixed and may expand in the future. So today we're here to discuss what we should do. Ugh, Why are we so unlucky? Of all places to appear, it had to appear in our Jinha city. Let me state my position. Whatever the leaders need us to do, we will definitely cooperate actively. No. Secretary Wang, although we're usually quite competitive, we won't stand idly by in times like these. Lan Ling will quickly allocate a piece of land to build temporary housing to resettle the people. We provide all the necessities. You just need to organize the delivery of the people. Yes, Secretary Wang, the same goes for Jinghai County. Although you have a large population, the 13 protectors of Jiangnan Province can manage by dividing it among themselves. Just as the 13 protectors of Jiangnan Province were offering suggestions to comfort Secretary Wang, the military representative sitting at the top of the conference room spoke up. Please listen to me, everyone. Node 3 in Jinha City isn't a large spatial node, but it's the first node on Blue Star to stabilize. Although the Ministry of Magic has made predictions, we still can't confirm what will happen on the other side. So, for safety reasons, we decided to temporarily demarcate a 100-kilometer restricted area. We can only guarantee that we will do our best to protect everyone, but we can't guarantee that we can hold it. Therefore, we proposed a plan to the Central Committee. All people near Node 3 should be moved inland. As soon as the military made those remarks, someone in the meeting room immediately stood up to question them. Won't moving inland cause too much of a stir? Can't the military and the Ministry of Magic think of a solution? Yes, the military is well prepared, surely they can hold out. Of course, some objected while others agreed. Hey, I'm telling you, you're just reluctant to part with your possessions. I think the military has a point. We don't know what the enemy is like, what their fighting strength is, who can guarantee they can hold out. Even if they can, both sides will inevitably make mistakes in the early stages of the war due to a lack of understanding and adaptation to each other. We can't gamble with the lives of the people. The debate in the meeting room didn't stop all morning. Both sides wanted the other to listen to them. Finally, the Secretary of Jiangnan Province, who was presiding over the meeting, decided to hold a democratic vote, and after the vote, would report the province's decision to the central government. In the end, including the military and provincial leaders, a vote of 13 to 8 agreed to relocate some residents of Jinha City and other cities within the restricted area inland. After receiving the decision from Jiangnan Province, the central government of Yan Kingdom held an emergency consultation and decided to relocate the residents of Jinha City to Huyuan Province. Huyuan Province is a large inland province in the northwest, but its population is only 6 million. This relocation involves nearly 3 million people from Jinha City alone. For Huyuan Province, this relocation is both a test and an opportunity. If organized well, it can boost Huyuan's economic strength. If not, it could become a humanitarian disaster. The Yan Kingdom government quickly notified its Ministry of Magic staff stationed in Yan Kingdom of this matter. The Ministry of Magic responded promptly. The Ministry of Magic could assist in establishing a teleportation magic circle, but this circle had several limitations. For example, the portal created by the teleportation circle was only 1 meter wide and 2 meters high. Anything exceeding these dimensions could not pass through. However, this was enough for the Yan government. As long as they could get the people out of there first, everything else could wait. So, one morning in early October, the Yan government held a press conference. The main topic of the meeting was the relocation of Jinha City. The government required all residents within the designated area to complete registration and preparations within 5 days, after which the relocation from Jiangnan Province to Huyuan Province would begin. Jiangnan Province also quickly mobilized to assist the Jinha municipal government in the orderly relocation. Soon, many Jinha residents shared screenshots of the relocation notices and app statistics provided by the government, and Jinha municipal government staff were also making phone calls, sending text messages, and making door-to-door notifications to all Jinha residents. Look, everyone! This is the app that Jinha City sent us. It's mainly to help us track how many people are willing to follow the government's arrangements and move to Huyuan Province. You can see there are other provinces you can fill in. It explains that if an individual moves to another province to stay with relatives or friends, the government will provide a subsidy of 100,000 yuan per person. If you follow the government's arrangements, you won't receive this subsidy, but the government will arrange everything in Huyuan Province, so you can just pack your bags and move in. Considering that everyone might not have any income after moving to Huyuan Province, in addition to providing unified food and lodging, the government will also give each person a subsidy of 1,500 yuan per month. This subsidy can be received for 3 years. Hey, did you guys notice? They can't select Jiangnan Province on this app. Does that mean Jiangnan Province will have to be relocated in the future? I didn't know. I never thought Jiangnan province would become a battlefield. Our country has suffered huge losses this time. What a massive relocation project that is. I heard from my aunt's second son's father-in-law's second brother that the wizards will also be helping with the relocation. They said they teleport there via magic arrays. Oh my god, now that you mention it, I'm wide awake. I want to experience it too. Stop causing trouble for the country. The entire Yin government is already incredibly busy. Our Ministry of Railways has urgently dispatched a huge amount of supplies to move things, and for the next period, the entire railway system will have to give way to them. Their relocation will be prioritized. The military is also starting to move. My brother suddenly called yesterday. His battalion has started pre-battle mobilization, and the military has specifically allowed everyone to call home. I heard some soldiers have already started writing their wills. My mother cried her eyes out yesterday. Sigh, there's no such thing as a peaceful life in this world. It's all because someone is bearing the burden for us. I hope they return safely. I hope they return safely. +1. I hope they return safely. Plus. The massive administrative machine of the Yen government is operating at breakneck speed. Chapter 311. Secretary Wang of Jinhe City stood in the conference room of the government building, looking at the map of Jinhe City hanging on the wall, with staff members reporting behind him. Secretary, the population census of Renhe district is complete. Of the 500,000 permanent residents, 80,000 will drive away to stay with relatives and friends in other provinces. The remaining 420,000 will follow the government's arrangements. Furthermore, the Renhe district government has already contacted the working group in Heyuan province. They will arrange the accommodation and meals for the relocated people as soon as possible, and they can begin operations at any time. Very good. Tell Li Weiman to ensure that all relocated people are properly resettled. If anything goes wrong, he will lose his position as district party secretary. Also, notify the military that they can come and take over Renhe district once we begin the relocation. Yes, secretary, I go and notify them right away. Before Secretary Wang could even rest, another report came. Secretary, the critically ill patients at Jinhe City's first and second people's hospitals and other major hospitals in the area have been properly accommodated. They all been taken over by qualified hospitals in neighboring provinces. Very good. Now that the patients have been transferred, inform the medical staff of these hospitals to start taking leave now, except for essential personnel, and go home to prepare for the transfer. Secretary, how will these people be resettled after they're transferred to Heyuan province? Will they be dispersed to various hospitals there, or will they be rebuilt on their original sites? Dispersing them is fine. With so many people going there, we still need some newly built hospitals. We can take advantage of this large-scale relocation to adjust the departments in these hospitals. Have the Health Bureau come up with a rectification plan, and do it quickly. Heyuan province is under a lot of pressure this time. We should try not to cause them any trouble. Yes. I go inform them right now. Secretary, all schools are on holiday now. The Education Bureau is relatively quiet. Director Li and his team have requested to form a mobile squad from the Education Bureau to provide support to other departments in need. Old Li is truly a veteran party member. His ideological awareness is very high at this critical moment. Tell him to take his men to the logistics department, and they agreed to let them command him. You don't know how much stuff you have until you move. Secretary. The Jinhe municipal government was in a frenzy, and the military wasn't idle either. The headquarters of the 12th Army under the Eastern Theater Command in Jinling was also bustling with activity and reports. Report? A call from the Jinhe municipal government. Renhe district of Jinhe City is ready for evacuation. Good. Notify Lu Chengji and his men to depart immediately. Once they arrive in Renhe district, they must immediately cooperate with the Jinhe municipal government to assist the people in leaving. Besides this, they must also maintain order and tell Lu Chengji that this is a state of war. Anyone who threatens the personal safety or property of the people will be executed on the spot. Yes, sir. Someone, go ask the higher-ups if the wizards sent by the Ministry of Magic have arrived. Yes, sir. A staff officer turned and left the command post. Wei Gang, as the commander of an army, stood in the command post, staring blankly at the blue sky and white clouds outside the window. Yes, blankly. In fact, soldiers at his position no longer needed to do anything personally. Above him, the army headquarters was responsible for issuing operational orders. Below him, the staff officers were responsible for the army's operational plans. He was more like a symbol, sitting in the command post telling everyone that he, the commander of the army, was still alive. As long as the officers and soldiers below knew that their leading general was still there, and hadn't fled, they would spontaneously fight many victories. But if the officers and soldiers below discovered that their commander had fled, even the most well-trained troops would not last long before collapsing. This is the principle that soldiers are inspired by their generals, and generals inspire the soldiers' courage. At this moment, Wei Gang only wanted to deeply imprint the peaceful, sunny scene before him into his mind, because once the war broke out, no one knew if he would ever see the scene again. Just as he was enjoying this moment, a voice broke his thoughts. Report, the supporting wizards have arrived. The wizards had finally arrived. Wei Gang felt a great sense of relief. With these extraordinary beings facing the unknown, he felt much more confident. Quickly, get their leader over here. We need to discuss how to coordinate. The staff officer accepted the order and left to invite the wizards over. A moment later, a series of hurried footsteps approached. Wei Gang looked up and saw two young men following behind him, besides the operations staff officer. These two young men were dressed similarly to the wizards he knew. They wore long black robes, the cuffs and collar of which were intricately decorated with silver thread patterns. They also wore belts around their waists, with some things he couldn't understand hanging from them. Before Wei Gang could speak, the young wizard leading the group gave him a wizard salute. Greetings, Commander Wei. I am Tang Jihong, the captain of the first squadron of the Yin Kingdom Wizarding Action Team, sent by the Ministry of Magic. Haha, Captain Tang, you're truly young and capable. I thought you sent me a blonde, blue-eyed foreigner, but it's one of our own. This makes communication much easier. Commander Wei may have misunderstood. Actually, the proportion of Yin Kingdom wizards in the wizarding community is quite significant. There are at least 50 or 60,000 Yin Kingdom wizards in the wizarding world right now. I'm just lucky to have been assigned to cooperate with Commander Wei's operation. Alright, since that's the case, I won't stand on ceremony. Jinhe City is ready for the relocation, now it's up to us. I wonder how your teleportation magic town is doing. If it's feasible, we can set off now. It's been sent. The situation in Huyuan province was resolved a few days ago, now it's up to us. We're ready here too. Alright, let's set off now. Do you need us to send you there by car or something else? Commander Wei, you're too kind, we can go ourselves. We just need your help to guide us, we plan to fly there. Good, we send a helicopter as a lead helicopter. Just follow the helicopter. Soon, the citizens of Jinling City witnessed a scene they would never forget. A helicopter leading the way, followed by thousands of people riding flying broomsticks flying over Jinling. The citizens of Jinling all took out their phones to record this scene, and soon these videos went viral online. Actually, Tang Jihong and his 1,000-strong group didn't need to go through all this trouble. Their flight to Jinhe City was the result of discussions between the Yin Kingdom's high-ranking officials and the Ministry of Magic. Mainly, the Yin Kingdom's high-ranking officials hoped to create some momentum to appease the public, because no matter how effective the Yin Kingdom's propaganda was, the people would still have some fear. Such a parade-style action can greatly boost the morale of the people, and sure enough, there is a lot of praise on the internet now. Chapter 312. Yin Kingdom News Live Broadcast Room. Brothers, I woke up thinking I traveled to another world. Is this still Earth? Wizards are flying overhead on broomsticks everywhere. It's so magical. How can I get into Hogwarts? Look at that long-haired girl in the middle, she is so cool. I love her. I love her. Go, citizens of Jinhe. Go Yin Kingdom. Go, citizens of Jinhe. Go Yin Kingdom. A television news station in the Lighthouse Country. According to the latest news from this station, a spatial rift has appeared in Jinhe City, Jiangnan Province, Yin Country. Yin Country has dispatched a large number of troops and wizards to the scene. Data from Yin Country indicates that Jinhe City has millions of citizens. Good heavens, this is a disaster. However, the citizens of Jinhe City are lucky. The Yin Country government handled the situation very quickly. I wonder what would happen if this happened to our country. No, host, I disagree with your point of view. I think the Yin Country government's actions are wrong. They didn't consult the people's opinions. Perhaps the people don't want to leave their homes. Or perhaps some people are more eager for close contact with unknown creatures from another world. I think their reaction is excessive. Perhaps the unknown creatures from the other side came peacefully. In any case, we should strongly condemn Yin Country for its lack of human rights. Excuse me, we have to interrupt. We have new footage coming from the front lines. After saying this, the TV station cut off the commentator's incessant chatter and started playing the video from Yin Country. The station's director quickly approached the commentator during this time. Jack, I warned you before the broadcast not to criticize the Yin government anymore. The diplomatic strategy has changed. The government has already issued a serious warning to all television stations. If you don't want to lose your job, you better do as we say. Sorry, Director, you know I've been saying this for decades, and some habits are hard to break. I'd be more careful from now on. Very good. Next, we don't need to attack the Yin government. Instead, ignore it and weaken it. Emphasize the role of wizards as much as possible. The Ministry of Magic is controlled by us Westerners, so promote it more, understand? Understood? I'm ready. Director, cut the camera back in 15 seconds. Now, a 10-second countdown begins. 3, 2, 1. Okay, thank you, Director, for the exciting footage. Jack, we just saw how actively the wizards were involved in the Yin operation. What are your thoughts on this? Host, it's obvious. Wizards are the backbone of this human crisis. Their success or failure determines the fate of humanity. I heard the Ministry of Magic has been preparing for this for many years. My only regret is that I haven't managed to get a ticket to Diagon Alley yet. I really want to experience the real magical world. The people of the Beacon of Light watching on TV completely forgot about the spatial rift. They were led astray by Jack and turned their attention to the latest news and magical events in Diagon Alley. Recent news about the magical world, besides preparations for an interdimensional invasion, includes the addition of a new magical news corporation under the Magical Financial Investment Company. The first thing this news corporation did was partner with the Daily Prophet, and they have now begun publishing it in the Muggle world. The Magical News Corporation immediately became a rising star in the news industry, as the Daily Prophet became incredibly popular in the Muggle world. Even before its official release, it had received nearly 50 million pre-orders from Europe, with some even subscribing for 10 years. Now, almost 6 months into its publication in the Muggle world, numerous advertising companies have inquired with the Magical News Corporation about advertising space rates in the Daily Prophet. They arrogantly declared that money wasn't the issue. The real question was how much media coverage they could get. The Magic News Corporation has recently made new moves. Not only do they want to publish the Daily Prophet, but they also want to broadcast Hogwarts Quidditch matches. They already sent people to Hogwarts to discuss this, and once they secure the broadcasting rights, the Magic News Corporation will usher in a new round of expansion. Back to the main point, Tang Jihong led his more than 1,000 men to the monitoring site of the third spatial node in Jinha City. The 3 Aura teams originally responsible for monitoring here had operated back to the Ministry of Magic, and would be enjoying a short vacation. Tang Jihong arranged for 500 men to establish magical teleportation arrays in Renhe District. They would establish a total of 100 teleportation points in various locations throughout Renhe District. The time taken to establish the magical teleportation arrays varied depending on the wizard's skill levels. Some were completed in as little as 10 minutes, while others took about half an hour. Many citizens witnessed wizards busily drawing runes on the streets from their homes, and they also saw wizards pouring some unknown liquid on the ground. After a while, 5 wizards stood in different corners and began chanting spells, their 5 wands emitting blue incantations towards the runes on the ground. Then, magic power began to flow into the entire magic circle from 5 directions. When all the runes in the magic circle lit up with blue light, a floating blue portal magically appeared on the ground. Once the portal opened, they could even see the other side. Jinha Municipal Government Office Conference Room. Secretary Wang, the wizards have already established 100 teleportation points in Renhe District. Now we can arrange for the residents of Renhe District to begin their evacuation. Very good. Issue an order to the Renhe District government. Instruct them to evacuate the residents of Renhe District in an orderly manner according to the plan. Yes, sir. Upon receiving the order, the Renhe District staff began to act. The residents of Renhe District began to line up in order of building number or street number. Once everyone from a building had gathered, staff led them to the nearest exit point, where the residents began to enter the blue portal in sequence. The people at the front of the line kept stepping through the portal, while those behind craned their necks to watch. No one felt afraid, because they could see staff from Huyuan province guiding the people across the portal. As time passed, several hours later, the population of Renhe District dwindled. The once bustling city now resembled a ghost town. The formerly lively streets were now deserted, and the shops on both sides of the streets were all closed. A patrolling military vehicle drove in from a distance, and then disappeared around a corner. Secretary Wang, everyone in Renhe District has been evacuated. There haven't been any problems. District Chief Li and his team are already in Huyuan province organizing the residents to restore order. Very good. It's getting late. Let's try to evacuate residents from another district before 8 p.m. tonight. Oh, and also send some decent food to our soldiers and shamans. They worked hard all day. After all, they came to help us. We can't treat them unfairly. Chapter 313. Thanks to the efficient operation of the Yin Kingdom government and the Ministry of Magic, the Jinha city government evacuated all its citizens in just 3 days. During these 3 days, the Yin Kingdom government, Jinha city, and Huyuan province received the attention of the entire Blue Star population. This was not only the first time humanity had relocated an entire city due to an interdimensional invasion, but it also set an example for other countries. Yin Kingdom had already done the homework, other countries could just copy it. If they couldn't even copy it well, they could only blame their own incompetence, not anyone else's. The Yin Kingdom government leadership was extremely satisfied with this operation, as it was a great achievement in front of the entire Blue Star population. The entire relocation process was broadcast online to every corner of the world. Both Jinha City's organizational skills and Huyuan Province's rapid infrastructure development were impressive. Many foreigners even inquired online about how to obtain Yin Kingdom citizenship, but with the entire Blue Star now divided up by the 5 major powers, obtaining citizenship was extremely difficult. In the Jinling Military Region's 12th Army Command Post at Node 3 in Jinha City, Wei Gang was awaiting news. Report. Commander, the 358th Regiment is ready. Awaiting your instructions. Ask Lu Chongji if he has any further requests, and make them now. If anything goes wrong, the Rocket Force's Dongfeng missiles will land on Node 3 immediately. Yes, sir. The staff officer jogged back to the phone to contact the 358th Regiment. Wei Gang glanced at his watch, 20 minutes to go. Node 3 was about to begin its first exploration of the other world, a plan agreed upon by the higher-ups and the Ministry of Magic. Because Node 3's size and stability were suitable, the Ministry of Magic and the Yin Kingdom's leadership decided to send someone to investigate the situation on the other side. After much deliberation, the top leaders of Yin State agreed, believing that knowing the situation on the other side sooner would allow for the preparation of countermeasures. The General Staff of the military specifically sent his former superior to persuade him, as the task was risky. If the investigation revealed problems or jeopardized Yin State's security, a swift and decisive action would be taken. Whether the wizards present would survive was uncertain, but the dispatched troops would certainly be wiped out. Wei Gang was also deeply conflicted about who to assign this task to. The unknown dangers were too high. Finally, he decided to entrust it to his trusted and beloved general. When he told Lu Chongji about it, Lu Chongji was remarkably composed. From the day I joined the army, I was prepared to sacrifice myself at any moment. Though the word sounded grand, who truly wants to die? Just as Wei Gang was lost in thought, the staff officer returned. He looked at Wei Gang with a strange expression and then said, Commander, Lu Chongji said, if you come back alive this time, he wants you to bring out that bottle of fine wine you've been saving at home and treat him to a meal. That bastard, I knew he was eyeing my stuff. Tell him to get lost. Oh, and make sure he sticks to the plan. I wait for his victorious return. In the monitoring and command room of the 358th Regiment in Jinha City, Lu Chongji was chatting with Tang Jihong about the magical world. While everyone else was busy with their first reconnaissance mission, Lu Chongji and Tang Jihong were having a very pleasant conversation. One was recounting his years of monotonous military life, the other recounting his happy years at Hogwarts. One said he was born at the wrong time and missed the opportunity to study at Hogwarts. The other said he had always wanted to join the army but never had the chance. Both envied each other, but if you really asked them to switch lives, they definitely wouldn't agree. Humans are truly complex creatures. Once all preparations were complete, the time was almost up. First, Tang Hongji gave the order, and the 10 wizards on site began setting up a protective array. This array wasn't for external use, but for internal use, primarily intended to trap the area near the spatial node. This was to prevent anything from rushing in if they forcibly opened the spatial node, and also to prevent any viruses or bacteria from spreading through the spatial node. Another small team of wizards cast spells at the spatial rift, forcibly opening it. Then, several Yin soldiers controlled a small reconnaissance drone, and a wizard immediately cast a disillusionment charm on it. The drone instantly disappeared from sight, but the control panel showed it was still functioning correctly. After a short while and confirming the drone was undamaged, humanity's first interdimensional journey began. The drone, controlled by the soldiers, flew into the spatial rift. The screen flickered for a few seconds before returning to normal. When the image became clear again, a dense primeval forest appeared before everyone's eyes. Everyone stared intently at the screen, eager to see what this other world was like. As the drone ascended, the vast expanse of primeval forest gradually stretched towards the horizon. At the edge of their vision, they could see a river flowing by, and in the sky above, a sun and a gigantic blue sphere. Below the drone, several strange-looking large birds circled around it. Clearly, these birds had heard the drone's call, but couldn't see it. Seeing no danger, the researcher in the conference room instructed the soldier operating the drone to descend and collect samples. The drone cautiously landed, collecting soil and plant samples. It then found a nearby stream and collected a water sample, completing its first reconnaissance mission and beginning its return journey. After a few seconds of screen flickering, the drone returned, and a wizard immediately dispelled the illusion spell. The wizards immediately closed the forcibly opened spatial rift, and various disinfectants were sprayed inside the steel-framed room. People in protective suits entered and began testing the air quality. After a thorough inspection, finding no danger, the alarm was deactivated. The samples from the drone were sent to various laboratories in Yin country for analysis. The first phase of the mission at the third space node in Jinha City was complete. They could only wait for the data reports from the laboratories before taking further action. The researchers' intensive testing revealed that the other world was essentially the same as Earth, except for the oxygen content. The report advised that if personnel were to be sent, they should first be disinfected and equipped with oxygen tanks to avoid direct contact with the alien air. They also requested more samples from the military, as they discovered that the plants on the other side seemed somewhat different from those on Earth. Upon receiving these reports, Liu Changji of the 358th Regiment and Tang Jihong of the Ministry of Magic prepared to begin the second phase of their reconnaissance, sending people directly over. Chapter 314. The next morning, most of the people on Earth were glued to their televisions. Yin Kingdom was about to broadcast their second interdimensional reconnaissance mission live, the biggest event in human history. Although the high-ranking officials of Earth's 5 major powers had already seen the footage from the first mission, it didn't stop them from collecting more video material. Liu Changji, as the frontline commander, appeared before the entire nation, giving a pre-battle pep talk to a 9-man squad. Su Ming, remember to bring your men back safely. Yes, Commander. After saluting, Su Ming took a piece of paper from his breast pocket and handed it to Liu Changji, then said somewhat sheepishly, Commander, in case I don't come back, give this to my mother. Liu Changji looked at the thin piece of paper and asked, That's all you wrote? Commander, before I wrote, I felt like I had so much to say. But when I put pen to paper, I didn't know what to write. Good. If anything happens, I will personally deliver this letter to your mother. After saying this, Liu Changji put away the wills and walked to the next soldier. The next soldier, like their captain, silently saluted and handed his will to the commander. Liu Changji didn't say anything either, silently taking the wills and straightening the soldier's uniform. The camera panned across each soldier, capturing their youthful faces and resolute expressions. Liu Changji collected everyone's wills, and then stood at the front of the ranks, quietly watching each of them. He seemed to want to memorize everyone's appearance. After a long silence, he only said 2 words, Take care. Then a group of logistics personnel rushed over with a pile of protective suits and weapons, and began helping them put them on. Meanwhile, people across the entire planet, regardless of nationality or ethnicity, silently blessed them as they watched the television broadcast. Only 9 families from Yin country shed tears as they watched the people on television. They are the fathers, husbands, and sons of these 9 families. They are the pillars of these 9 families. But now, for the safety of all the people of Earth, they had no choice but to risk carrying out such a dangerous mission. On the other side, Tang Jihong was also instructing his Aurors. You are the first batch to go to the other world. Your safe return is the top priority. Stay calm if you encounter danger. Principal Andres specially prepared amulets for you. These can resist mental and magical attacks. Oh, and take this little thing. Professor Lucian made it at the last minute. There are only 10, so he didn't give any to the mother warriors. After speaking, Tang Jihong handed each of them a small badge and explained, Once this badge is activated with magic, it will form a light shield to protect you, so you don't have to worry about being infected by otherworldly viruses or bacteria. Originally, you needed to use the bubble head charm to breathe in the other world, but now that's convenient. While Tang Jihong was giving his junior some words of blessing, the reporters from Yin Country Television could only watch from afar. Because Tang Jihong refused their interviews, the reporters complained for a long time. Soon, the time was up, and all eyes were on the reconnaissance team standing in 2 rows. On the left, wearing white hazmat suits and carrying weapons, were Yin soldiers. On the right, dressed in all black, were Aurors. Tang Jihong personally led a group of wizards in casting a spell over the open space. A white circle of light appeared in the air and gradually expanded. Tang Jihong shouted to the reconnaissance teams, "Remember, you only have 2 hours. In 2 hours, we will reopen the spatial rift to bring you back. If you encounter danger, the Auror team can also try to open a spatial rift on the other side. Alright, now good luck." After activating their badges, the Aurors entered the spatial rift along with the Yin Kingdom soldiers. Cameras in the distance could still capture the scene on the other side through the rift. It was a dense forest, and occasionally, unknown creatures would fly across the screen. Once everyone was inside, Tang Jihong had the Aurors withdraw their magic output. Then, the spatial rift gradually shrank until it disappeared. As the rift vanished, the signal to the Blue Star livestream suddenly disappeared as well. The television screen was filled with static. Nothing was displayed. This unexpected event panicked all the Blue Star citizens watching the livestream. Everyone thought something had happened to Node 3 in Jinhe City. However, the signal to the livestream quickly returned, and the television showed the command center from earlier. Experts quickly stepped in to reassure the public, explaining that the ability to see the otherworldly scene was due to the signal transmission being possible when the spatial rift was open. Now that the rift had closed, the signal was lost. Everyone would have to wait for the reconnaissance team to return and watch the recorded broadcast. This explanation was easily accepted by everyone. After all, no one knew where the otherworld was, and the lack of signal after the spatial rift closed was understandable. Then began the long wait in the live stream, during which the footage captured earlier was repeatedly played. An expert was earnestly trying to mislead the viewers. "Expert Wang, the footage from the drone just now shows that this other world is very different from our Earth. As ordinary people, we can only see that it's a world clearly different from Earth. But what exactly are these differences? What influences them? And why are these differences occurring? Only a professional like you can analyze that for us." "Okay, host." As the saying goes, the layman sees the spectacle, the expert sees the details. Our focus as scientists differs from that of ordinary people. First, look, this image we just captured shows a sun in this other world, and a giant blue planet in its sky. This indicates that the other world exists within a star system with a stable, mature star. The logic is simple. Without a stable star, this other world couldn't exist. Of course, we can't rule out the possibility that they possess some extraordinary power to protect the planet's operation. But personally, I think this is unlikely because the required power would be unimaginable. Therefore, Expert One believes that even if the other world possesses extraordinary power, is it not enough to protect the entire planet from the star's attacks? Of course. Secondly, look at this blue planet overhead. From this huge blue planet, we can see that the other world is probably a satellite of this blue planet. How to put it? It's like the relationship between the moon and the blue planet. It's like we're looking at the blue planet from the moon. Expert Wang, may I interrupt for a moment? Many netizens have left messages asking why this planet is blue, but looks different from the blue planet. Could you explain it to everyone? Host, sure. The people of the blue planet waited for the reconnaissance team to return, while listening to Expert Wang explain the other world. Chapter 315. Why is this planet blue? First, we need to consider its composition. Based on my personal judgment, this planet should be a gas giant. Yes, just like our Jupiter, it's a gas giant. So why is it blue? I think there are several possibilities. First, it's composed of hydrogen and helium. Hydrogen, H, and helium, He, are the main components. They usually exist in large quantities in gaseous form, filling the entire atmosphere and interior of the planet. Its mechanism of action. Second, it's composed of methane. Its form of existence. Third, it's composed of water ice and ammonia ice. And then, there are some other substances, such as... Expert Wang's explanation was long and tedious, making many Earthling viewers in front of their television somewhat drowsy. Based on the information I received so far, humanity hasn't pinpointed the location of this alien planet. Our astronomers have compared numerous galaxies and star charts, but haven't found a relatively accurate one. This alien planet may still be in an unexplored area. About an hour later, Expert Wang finally finished his astronomical presentation. Soon, netizens left comments asking what the creatures flying past the camera were. Actually, it's difficult to determine what those flying creatures were because the time was too short and the footage wasn't very clear. However, based on my personal judgment, it could be either an animal or an insect. Why do I say this? Because the initial reconnaissance data I received showed that the oxygen content on that alien planet is much higher than on our planet. Higher oxygen content means that the creatures there would be larger than those on our planet. For example, some of our friends are 1.6 meters tall. If you grew up there, you might be 1.8 or 1.9 meters tall. Goodness, after expert Wang said that, many netizens exclaimed that they must have been born on the wrong planet. Otherwise, they should at least be 1.8 meters tall. Many netizens also suggested that countries on Earth produce more oxygen to increase the oxygen content. The netizens' imaginative ideas quickly dispelled their previous worries about the reconnaissance team, and many more hoped they would have the opportunity to visit another world someday. 2 hours passed quickly amidst the netizens' lively chatter. Tang Jihong and his Aura team were already waiting there. Besides the team preparing to open the spatial rift, there were also hundreds of Aurors, who had cast protective armor on themselves and were pointing their wands at the rift. The Yin Kingdom's armed forces also simultaneously aimed at the spatial rift, preparing to respond. Facing the ever-present danger. With Tang Jihong's command, magic once again opened the spatial rift, and the white portal slowly opened again. Soon, 2 teams emerged from the portal, but it was quickly noticed that 2 of the Yin Kingdom soldiers were being carried in by others. Everyone's heart sank. Something had happened. Rewinding to 2 hours earlier, Su Ming and Chu Weifeng led soldiers and wizards respectively into the Karen continent. Initially, everything seemed normal as they passed through the portal, but as soon as it closed, their communication with the rear was cut off. The communication loss was expected, as this was different from the first reconnaissance mission. The first mission was shorter, so the portal remained active. This time, however, they needed to survive in this other world for 2 hours. The portal couldn't remain open indefinitely. Therefore, the signal loss was predictable, and no one panicked. Because the drone's flight had alerted the local creatures last time, the mission this time was chosen to use wizards. Wizards, by becoming invisible and riding broomsticks, wouldn't make much noise and wouldn't arouse the local creature's suspicion. So Chu Weifeng sent one member of his team to cast an illusion spell and then take to the skies on a broomstick. Once airborne, the wizard surveyed the surroundings. He couldn't see anything but dense forest at the reconnaissance team's location, though there were snow-capped mountains and rivers in the distance. However, it seemed that 2 hours wouldn't be enough for the reconnaissance team to make a round trip, so he quickly landed and reported the situation to the 2 captains. Su Ming and Chu Weifeng discussed the situation and decided to proceed according to the original plan. Each team would leave 2 people to guard the location of the spatial rift, as it was their way back. The remaining members would be divided into 2 teams, each led by 2 people, to explore separately. Their goal was to bring back more samples to Blue Star. Soon, the 2 teams separated from the remaining teams. The 2 wizards and 2 soldiers who stayed behind were initially enthusiastic, but soon became bored. Since there were no strange creatures to bother them, they could only tease the experimental monkeys they brought along. These monkeys were brought by the science department, mainly to see if the other world would have any effect on them when they were naked. However, the team that stayed behind found that the monkeys seemed unaffected and even more excited. Su Ming led his 4 team members and 3 wizards southwards, and they were lucky enough not to encounter any large, dangerous animals along the way. Chu Weifeng led the rest of the team northwards, where they unfortunately encountered a swarm of fiery red, palm-sized bees. Chu Weifeng and his team didn't recognize these creatures, but they resembled bees, so they temporarily called them bees. The swarm of bees attacked Chu Weifeng and his group. The reconnaissance team, seeing the hostile intent, opened fire first. The weapons of the Yin soldiers posed a threat to these bees. Each shot killed 1 bee, causing small explosions upon impact. Fearing the bees might injure their own men, Chu Weifeng ordered the Yin soldiers to cease fire and let the wizards handle the situation. The wizards quickly discovered that the bees were not afraid of fire. They were afraid of water. They wouldn't approach if water was in their way. So Chu Weifeng and the Aurors began using water spells to deal with the bees. Soon, a large number of bees encountered water, emitted white smoke, and fell to the ground dying. Finally, Chu Weifeng used a stun spell to knock out 2 bees and put them in a cage. Bringing back live bees was one of the tasks assigned by the technology department. Of course, he didn't forget to bring back 2 dead ones. It was just a matter of 2 cages. After the battle, Chu Weifeng's team continued their exploration. They soon spotted a massive beehive. The fiery red bees they had just encountered must have flown from this one. Without hesitation, they wiped out the remaining bees, and then used tactical knives to cut off a large section of the hive, and take it with them. Chapter 316. Su Ming led his team south, initially without incident. However, when they reached a river, an unexpected incident occurred. On the banks of this small river, they discovered a creature resembling a deer from Earth, a young deer calling out incessantly. Su Ming and his team were delighted. Bringing back a live specimen was part of their mission. 2 soldiers in biohazard suits immediately went over and put the young deer in a cage. Just as they were carrying the box back, disaster struck. A fully grown deer appeared behind them, possessing a massive antler. While Su Ming and his team were still stunned, the deer launched its attack. Su Ming and his team saw a flash of white light, and then the 2 soldiers were thrown into the air before crashing heavily to their feet. In the instant the attack occurred, Su Ming's team reacted. Under Su Ming's command, bullets infused with several spells were fired at the adult elk, but these attacks were ineffective as the elk dodged them. Seeing their attacks were ineffective, Su Ming ordered several wizards to try and control the elk with spells, so his team could pull their 2 injured teammates back. Soon, Su Ming received both good and bad news. The good news was that the 2 teammates were only unconscious. The bad news was that the elk seemed to possess spatial abilities, and the wizards couldn't capture it. Seeing the situation, Su Ming ordered a retreat. If I can't beat it, I can at least run away, he thought. But things didn't go as planned. The elk clearly didn't want to abandon its offspring, launching frequent ambushes during their retreat. Fortunately, everyone was on guard, and the adult elk's attacks failed several times. During the retreat, having fought the elk for so long, Su Ming realized it was almost time to return and had no choice but to order his team to release the fawn. The baby deer stumbled out of its cage and ran into the woods, clearly terrified. Su Ming, seeing it calling helplessly nearby without attracting the adult deer, ordered the team to slowly retreat. They walked quite a distance, but still didn't see the adult deer, so their reconnaissance mission ended in failure. They returned to their starting point just minutes to 2 hours before their mission ended. Chu Weifeng, seeing Su Ming and his team carrying 2 comrades back, rushed to help. After settling the wounded, the spatial rift reopened, and a white portal reappeared. Chu Weifeng and Su Ming told everyone to take their belongings and return. They themselves were the last to enter the portal. Everyone in the live stream saw 2 soldiers being carried out. Most of the Blue Star citizens were kind-hearted, and hoped the 2 brave soldiers were alright. After a series of disinfection checks, a group of people rushed forward and led both teams to the quarantine area for treatment. The 2 wounded soldiers were taken to the command center's hospital for treatment, and the reconnaissance mission was considered successfully completed. Although the mission was over, the live streams in various countries didn't shut down. They were still discussing everything related to the otherworld. Nothing was hotter right now than this otherworldly reconnaissance. Soon, the Yin Kingdom government internally released all the data discovered during the reconnaissance, while publicly releasing only some video footage of the otherworld. The Ministry of Magic, on the other hand, summarized the analysis report from the 10-member Auror team led by Chu Weifeng and published the summary through the Daily Prophet. This reconnaissance discovered that magic existed in the otherworld, and not only did it exist, but its concentration far exceeded that of Earth. Aurors, who had been to the otherworld, said that casting spells there was much stronger in terms of both magic power and casting speed than on Earth. These Aurors believed that if their spellcasting power on Earth was 1, then their spellcasting power in the otherworld was 2. This sparked a whole new discussion in the wizarding world, as it meant that wizards would become stronger in other worlds. The Daily Prophet's first article of the day even described the other world as a land of miracles, because according to these studies, wizards could easily discover that practicing magic in other worlds would accelerate their growth. Not only would their growth be faster, but their own strength would also be amplified. What else could it be but a land of miracles? Subsequently, the memories of several wizards were extracted and led to the Ministry of Magic, which then shared half of those memories with Hogwarts. Andres organized professors and students from the 5th year and above at Hogwarts to enter the Pensieve to observe the other world, while Darius and his group did the same at the Ministry of Magic. These were all valuable first-hand visual materials. Something was better than nothing, right? Soon after, the Yin Kingdom Science and Technology Department reported a discovery to the Ministry of Magic, what they found in the bee carcasses they brought back during this operation. Yin Kingdom scientists discovered tiny crystals of varying sizes within these bee carcasses. After testing by wizards in Yin Kingdom, it was discovered that these crystals contained fluctuations of magical energy. Moreover, this magic appeared to be fire attribute, as they found that these crystals could ignite flames. Even without magical activation, simply throwing them resulted in explosions upon collision with objects. Besides this, the wizards in Yin Kingdom even attempted to absorb the magic within the crystals, but they found this method ineffective and preferred to find a way to utilize it directly. These were the wizarding discoveries, but Yin Kingdom's technology department also had its own findings. First, these crystals were definitely a type of energy crystal, and their most direct use was as bombs. Second, They could be used as fuel, and as fuel, their lifespan was remarkably long. Depending on their size, they could burn for 1 to 3 days without exploding. These discoveries sparked heated discussions throughout the entire planet, making the interdimensional invasion increasingly intriguing. The discovery of the crystals was undoubtedly a shot in the arm. Wizards could replenish their magic by extracting energy from the crystals, and muggles seem to have gained a new direction for technological development. Wizards and muggles alike are becoming increasingly interested in other worlds, as both groups seem to find countless benefits to them. Then public opinion across the entire planet shifted. People seemed to be more eager for an otherworldly invasion. They hoped to defeat the invaders, or even conquer the other world, in this invasion. Chapter 317. The development of the human race is forever driven by self-interest, and the discovery of energy crystals instantly dominated online headlines. Various influential figures jumped in to interpret the various impacts of the energy crystals, the first being the issue of Earth's energy depletion. Not long ago, various experts and professors claimed that if humanity didn't venture into space within a certain time frame, human civilization would be trapped and die on Earth. Now, humanity seems to have a new option: expansion into other worlds. The influential figures are only concerned with their online analyses. Whether humanity can defeat the invaders from other worlds is not their concern. In a live-streamed reality show in the United States, two groups are arguing fiercely. One side is the moderate cosmic faction, who believe there is no need for conflict or conquest with other worlds. The other side is the radical faction, who believe this is an opportunity given to humanity by God. The host, James, occasionally throws out questions to provoke both sides, maintaining his signature smile on the live broadcast equipment. Let's look at this viewer's comment. This netizen from the redneck state said, "We humans should strike first. We shouldn't leave our fate to the orcs to decide. We should wipe them out first, and then consider whether they're friendly to humans." This friend is clearly a radical. Dr. Annie, what's your opinion on this netizen's comment? Clearly, I think this netizen's comment is extremely irrational. No one can say for sure that the orcs' arrival will harm us. The so-called invasion is just something some people with ulterior motives are saying. If we act rashly before they show hostility, it could easily provoke conflict and cause irreparable consequences. Excuse me, Dr. Ann, but may I interrupt? Do you notice ants walking on the ground when you're strolling in the park? Consul Charlie, interrupting others is extremely impolite. By the way, I don't consider humans to be ants. Dr. Ann, just tell me if you do or don't. Well, if I see them, I try my best not to disturb them. You see, the problem is simple. You don't care about the ants' feelings. Whether you harm them or not depends entirely on your mood at the time. So James, you see, a higher civilization, when it sees a lower civilization, will act like we see ants. It won't care about the ants' feelings. Similarly, the beastmen won't care about our feelings either. They only care if Earth has what they want. Congressman Charlie, that's an interesting analogy. Does that mean if we discover that orcs are a lower level of civilization than us, we wouldn't care about their feelings and would do things like massacre them? James, first and foremost, we are human. The most important thing we must do is ensure the survival of our people. You should understand that my vote comes from voters, and I will prioritize their survival. Don't talk nonsense. Having lived in the United States for so many years, do you think I don't know that you politicians prioritize yourselves? You only use your power to make the lower classes cannon fodder, while you reap the benefits. Don't think I don't know what you and the corporations behind you are thinking. You just want to monopolize energy crystals, this new energy source, for your own gain. Dr. M began yelling at the incessantly tirade of Counselor Charlie, while James stood calmly to the side, inwardly delighted. Let them argue. They have to argue. If they can't win an argument, they fight. How can my show be popular? Sure enough, things began to unfold as James had predicted. The radical counselors, including Charlie, accused the moderates of being naive, while Dr. N and her group accused the radicals of being blinded by self-interest. Most viewers in front of their televisions watched with a spectator's mentality as the two sides began to fight in the live broadcast. The reason most people were so nonchalant was mainly because they felt these events had nothing to do with them. They couldn't participate in these major events, nor did they have the ability to. The only thing they could do was try to stockpile more supplies, so their families could survive. In case humanity failed, they could live a little longer, right? In the forbidden forest of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, on the Isle of Skye in the Scottish Highlands, a young witch in a black wizard's robe was leading a class of 15 or 16-year-old wizards in a magical creatures lesson. Because there were quite a few students, she had to cast a loud voice spell on herself so everyone could hear her lecture. Listen up, everyone. I had to go through a lot of trouble to convince Professor Minerva McGonagall to allow you to ride your hippogriffs around Hogwarts. If anyone gets into trouble for not paying attention, you'd be in trouble for the entire semester. Professor Ava, could you tell us what kind of trouble this is? We can decide whether to cause trouble based on its severity. A young voice came from the group of students, eliciting a burst of laughter. Ava glared at the student who spoke, but the students were used to Professor Ava's good temper and weren't afraid. As you know, energy crystals have recently been discovered in another world. The magical world is currently researching their uses, and I happen to be interested in this. So, I won't have time to take care of these little darlings in the Forbidden Forest for a while, and that's why I thought of you lovely students. Those who cause trouble will take care of them for me, and to show the seriousness of the punishment, magic is strictly prohibited while caring for them. No, that can't be true, right, Professor Ava? Unfortunately, it's true. So you better not get caught. Now let's begin class. I hope some of you have prepared beforehand. Can anyone tell me how to communicate with these little darlings? Several arms quickly shot up, and Ava casually called on a witch to answer the question. First, we need to bow to them as a sign of respect. Second, very good, Gryffindor gets 5 points. Also, I should say that if you can't gain the hippogriff's approval yourselves, try feeding them some food. They are omnivores, but they prefer ferrets. Alright, children, everyone line up in 5 lines. And so, on this sunny afternoon, the air above Hogwarts was occasionally filled with the screams of young wizards, though most were excited shouts. While the young wizards were having fun, in a classroom at Hogwarts, a group of wizarding bigwigs were quietly discussing something around a crystal of energy. Chapter 318. Our headmaster Andres was currently in this classroom, quietly discussing something with the professors and deans around him. Seeing that everyone was having a private meeting, and no one was willing to speak, he had to step forward himself. Ahem, please be quiet, everyone. These energy crystals were sent from the front lines. What are your thoughts on them? These are excellent spellcasting materials. They seem to replenish our lost magical energy. Professor Felix Flitwick was the first to respond to Andres, but everyone seemed to understand his analysis. Therefore, no one responded, and some attendees continued their private conversations. After the Ministry of Magic members exchanged words, Darius, as minister, stepped forward to speak. It's clear, Headmaster Andres, that we have another reason to go to war with the orcs. We must obtain more energy crystals. They might allow us to go further on the path of magic. Andres looked at his students. It was clear they had discussed this beforehand. This represented the power of the new generation, and he had to consider their suggestions, especially since he himself was a supporter of the war. Because this war wasn't started by humans, and once the war machine starts, it won't stop until it's over. How about this? Everyone interested in studying the energy crystals can take a small piece. If you make any discoveries, write a report, and if it's reasonable, Hogwarts will provide corresponding funding. If the Ministry of Magic is interested, they can also provide funding. Ownership and any subsequent profits will be 60% for the individual, and 20% each for Hogwarts and the Ministry of Magic. Darius, what do you think of this proposal? Of course, the Ministry of Magic supports this, so we have no objections. Alright, that's settled then. Everyone, go back to class or work. After everyone left, Andres and Darius sat down, had Dobby bring them 2 drinks, and began to chat. Darius, I know you've been under a lot of pressure lately. It's alright, Headmaster Andres. Someone always has to step up. It just so happens that I'm the Minister for Magic right now. How's the work on the front lines? It's alright. We haven't reached the point of war yet. Everyone is doing their job diligently. I'm just worried that things will get chaotic once the fighting starts. So the Ministry is currently arranging for information technology upgrades. Although we are wizards, I have to admit that Muggle methods are indeed more effective in some situations. I'm glad that wizards haven't become arrogant just because they are supernatural. Only through continuous progress can the wizarding world achieve better development, right? The headmaster is right. Actually, it's not just us who are developing. Many countries in the Muggle world are trying to integrate magic into technological development, with the medical field making the fastest progress. Andres and Darius chatted aimlessly like this, and time flew by as darkness fell. After having dinner together, they went about their own business. Caring Continent, Orcish Royal Court. Priest, is the news reliable? Rest assured, my great king, this news is absolutely reliable. I dispatched 3 reconnaissance teams, and their reports are completely consistent. They discovered traces of spatial fluctuations in the Dawn Forest, as well as evidence of activity involving a squadron-sized number of creatures. Kurt Elliott sat quietly on his throne, deep in thought. Inside the palace, the orc ministers whispered amongst themselves, discussing the intelligence that had just arrived from the Dawn Forest. Kurt Elliott looked up at his Minister of Internal Affairs and spoke. Jane, what are your thoughts on this matter? Minister Jane hadn't expected the great king to choose her over the generals. After a brief moment of contemplation, she organized her thoughts and offered her opinion. Great king, I believe we may need to put in some effort to open this spatial gate. It's clear the enemy is prepared. I think this war will likely unfold in 3 phases. Oh! Tell me, what are the 3 phases? Kurt Elliott showed interest in his Minister of Internal Affairs' answer. The first phase will definitely be a period of mutual probing, as both we and the enemy lack knowledge of each other. Therefore, there will certainly be large-scale probing in the early stages to understand each other's general situation and attack methods. In this respect, the enemy is clearly ahead of us, which is very disadvantageous. Therefore, I suggest that your Majesty quickly send people to gather information about the enemy. Kurt Elliott nodded, and then instructed the priest. Send more people to handle this matter. Don't send ordinary soldiers, they probably won't be of much use. Send the Dark Blade men. Don't be stingy with manpower as long as they bring back useful intelligence. I will compensate you for any losses. The priest bowed and left the palace to arrange the personnel. Seeing the priest leave, Jane continued. The second phase is the phase of total war. Once both sides have a general understanding of each other, they will enter into a full-scale confrontation. My suggestion is to extend the war into the other side's territory. Although we will suffer from unfamiliarity with the terrain, we can severely damage their war potential. Jane's words not only won the approval of Kurt Elliott, but also resonated with many generals in the palace. After all, everyone knew that war would cause massive destruction. Whether they liked it or not, huge losses were inevitable. It was a matter of who could have the last laugh and obtain sufficient compensation from the other side. After a short pause, Jane continued. The third stage is the stage of total occupation. It's important to note that the methods used in this stage differ from those in the second stage. The second stage focused on eliminating the enemy's manpower and destroying their war potential. The third stage will focus on occupation and appeasement. Great King, you know that our orc race has been developing rapidly in recent years. We need more living space, and killing can not only expand our living space, but also eliminate the weak within our race. Therefore, killing is the main theme and indispensable element of the second stage of the war. However, after we achieve victory in the war, once these objectives are achieved, there is no need to continue killing. After all, our people still need a large number of slaves to support themselves. Jane's words caused a burst of laughter among the orc nobles in the palace, and an orc general shouted, Lord Jane is right, we have too few slaves. It's completely insufficient for our needs. Kurt Elliott watched his subordinates freely discussing how many enemies they should kill in the upcoming war, and he felt quite gratified. After all, this showed that the morale of his troops was high, so he waved his hand. Everyone, go back and prepare. The military and the government should discuss and come up with an action plan. Chapter 319. After leaving the royal palace, the orc priest arrived at a secluded corner of the capital. From the outside, it appeared to be an ordinary tavern, but in reality, it was a liaison office for the Orc Empire's Dark Blade Department. It was still daytime, so there were few customers, only the bartender wiping slightly damaged wooden glasses behind the counter. Hearing the door open, the orc bartender, without looking up, said, Excuse me, sir, we only open at night. If you like something to drink, please come back later. The priest raised his right hand and spoke slowly. I was guided by the gods to come here in search of human delicacies, elven fruits, and dwarven wine. What can you offer me? The bartender looked up in surprise, glancing at the priest whose face was hidden by a cloak, then at a ring on his right hand. We only offer the glory of the orcs. Please follow me, sir. With that, the bartender put down his glass and called to the kitchen. Zach, a new distinguished guest has arrived. I take him to the back to see the boss. Keep an eye on things for me. A pig-headed orc lifted the kitchen curtain, glanced inside, and said in a gruff voice, Go on, and come back quickly. I still have ingredients to prepare. The bartender turned and gestured for the priest to follow him. The two went to the guest rooms in the back courtyard. The bartender led the priest to the innermost room and knocked on the door. Boss, someone from our hometown has arrived. A slightly seductive female voice came from the room. Have you confirmed it's someone from our hometown? Yes, I have. Please wait a moment, sir. I'll be right there after I'm dressed. The bartender and priest waited a moment at the door before it opened. A slightly languid-looking adult woman stood in the doorway, but she was distinctly different from humans in that she possessed a pair of fluffy fox ears and a tail. After opening the door, the woman glanced into the hallway outside, indicating that she wanted the bartender and priest to come in. After closing the door, she half knelt and curtsied, saying respectfully, "This humble servant is Fox Charm." "What brings you here, sir?" "Fox Charm, how is the situation with your wind group? How long will it take to assemble them for the mission?" The woman was taken aback for a moment, then quickly recovered. "Reporting to you, my lord, the wind group should have 12 squads, 10 men each, totaling 120 men. Currently, due to injuries, illnesses, and retirements, 15 men are short. The 9th squad has the largest shortfall because they lost 4 members in a mishap during a mission in the City of Rest. It will take a day to gather everyone." "What are your orders, my lord?" "Very good. Have everyone except the 9th squad prepared. Come to the temple tomorrow at noon. The Empire has a difficult mission for you. This mission may be very challenging. Before you come, everyone should write their wills and give them to me. I will do my best to fulfill any requests you may have." Fox Charm understands. Fox Charm will go prepare now. "Is there anything else you require, my lord?" "No." With that, the priest left the inconspicuous tavern and headed towards the temple. After seeing the priest off, Fox Charm's previous languid demeanor vanished, replaced by a dignified air, as she turned to look at the bartender following behind her. "Did you all hear what the boss said?" "Yes, Captain." "Then go and inform everyone. I want them all to assemble at the team headquarters tomorrow morning. Tell White Pig to put up a close for the day sign soon, saying I'm visiting relatives, and I'm not open for business. Bring all the ingredients and drinks to cook a good meal for the brothers. Tomorrow's mission probably won't be easy." "Yes, Captain, I go right now." Soon, a sign announcing the tavern was hung on the door, disappointing some of the regulars who came for drinks that evening. The next morning, people wearing cloaks and masks began to enter through the back door of the tavern. Around 8 o'clock, almost everyone from the Wind group had arrived. They sat together in small teams, silently eating their food, no one speaking or asking questions. They understood that what they needed to know, they would know. What they shouldn't know, it was best to keep quiet. That was the way to survive. Just as everyone was silently eating, Fox Charm slowly walked in. All eyes turned to Fox Charm. To be honest, these were all seasoned veterans, living lives of constant danger and risking their lives. They'd seen it all. Yet, they always felt a strange fear in the presence of their captain. What they didn't know was that the instant she entered, Fox Charm had used her abilities to skin everyone. Fox Charm's position, as one of the many captains in the Orc Empire's Dark Blade Division's action team, was due to her unique skills. While she might not be the best in combat, her mastery of mental magic was exceptional. She had already imprinted mental marks on her team members, allowing her to confirm their identities the moment she entered. This was also her means of survival. Swords like them, walking in the shadows, often fell most frequently not on the front lines, but from backstabbing. Like the 9th Squad's ambush this time, it's hard to say it wasn't betrayal. Although the problem wasn't with the company, what about the other companies? Could they be engaging in malicious competition and sabotaging their own? Or had someone within the Empire, blinded by greed, betrayed them? All of these were possible, but she lacked the authority. Otherwise, she would have imprinted a mental mark on every member of the Dark Blade, making it easy to detect any problems. Fox Charm was momentarily lost in thought, but she quickly snapped back and coughed lightly. "Ahem, everyone, hurry up and eat. Then write your wills. You can write any last wishes in them. If you sacrifice yourselves in this mission, the Empire will consider your contributions and help you fulfill your wishes." A subordinate, wearing an elven mask, raised her hand, indicating she had something to say. Fox Charm glanced at her. "Speak. What mission, sir, requires writing a will?" "I don't know." "How long will this mission take?" "I don't know." "Do we need to make any special preparations?" "I don't know." "Sir, why so many questions?" "I don't know anything. I only know it's an order from above. Everyone just needs to assemble at the temple in the capital at noon. Now everyone, prepare as quickly as possible. I don't want to keep the sir waiting, so let's go wait for him as soon as possible." All the members of the Wind group quickened their eating pace, and after finishing their meal, they began writing their wills. They often wrote wills, but this time, they mainly included some wishes, since the Empire didn't always make such promises during missions. Chapter 320. In the backyard of the Orcish Imperial Capital Temple, nearly 100 members of the Wind group stood before the priest, led by the squad leader Fox Charm. The priest nodded in satisfaction, then addressed the group. Children, the Empire is facing a crisis. I regret to send you on the most dangerous mission, but for the future of the Empire, I must make a choice. Therefore, I can only send my most elite troops. I give you a choice. If anyone wants to withdraw, it's not too late, but once the mission is assigned, there is no turning back. The priest's words were earnest, but none of the nearly 100 members of the Wind Group moved. It was Fox Charm who stepped forward to speak for everyone. For the glory of the Empire, the Dark Blade Wind Group has an unshirkable duty. We only ask that you take care of our families if we sacrifice ourselves. After Fox Charm finished speaking, the entire Wind Group knelt on one knee in salute. Very good. Listen carefully to the next task. You probably already know that the spatial gate, which opens every 500 years, is about to open. Recently, the Empire discovered that someone from the other side seems to have crossed the spatial gate and entered our world. To ensure our Orcish victory during this opening, we need people to go and scout the enemy. Seeing his subordinates listening attentively, the priest continued. You are my most outstanding subordinates, so this mission is for your Wind Group to cross the spatial gate and gather all useful information from their world. I will later send 10 clergy members to join you, dividing you into 10 small teams to infiltrate through different spatial gates. I hope to see all of you return alive to report the results of this operation. I assure you here that those who complete the mission alive will be promoted 1 rank, and all your requests will be fulfilled by the Empire. Those who die will be promoted 3 ranks, and the Empire will still fulfill your requests. All the Wind Group members present shouted in unison. For the glory of the Empire, we are willing to die for it. Go, may the gods bless you. The priest then left the room. Just as he left, a group of 10 clergy entered. The 12th squad of the Wind Group behind Fox Fairy dispersed to other squads to complete the 10 squads. These clergy led each squad outside the room, began chanting spells, and then disappeared from the temple with the Wind Group members. Fox Fairy led the first squad and 1 clergyman outside the room. The clergyman chanted a spell at them, and then seemed to be swept up in a tornado, becoming rootless and adrift. After a moment of disorientation, they realized they were standing on soft sand. Looking up, they found themselves in a desert. Then the clergyman smiled and addressed Fox Charm. Captain Fox Charm, welcome to the desert. I am Gregory, the white-robed priest. I hope you will take good care of me during the mission. The Empire has really gone all out for this mission, even opening the capital's protective array. Yes, there's no other way. To spread the risk, the 10 teams have different destinations, and unfortunately, we've been assigned here. If Captain Fox Charm is ready, I will break open the spatial gate. After speaking, Gregory took out an inconspicuous stone from his robes. This stone was the boundary-breaking stone, specifically used to break through magical protective barriers. However, such stones were quite rare, and the deposits on the continent of Karen were not plentiful. As Gregory poured magic into the boundary-breaking stone, it began to emit a white light and cause spatial tremors. Then, a ball of white light appeared before the first squad, gradually growing larger until it became a huge blue portal. Seeing that the portal had opened, 2 people wielding staffs stepped out from the first squad. One began casting spells on everyone, including the white-robed priest Gregory. One cast an invisibility spell, and the other cast a magical shield. After completing the spells, everyone stepped into the portal without hesitation. Blue Star. Just as the orcs began their operation, 10 spatial rifts suddenly appeared on Blue Star. 9 of these rifts were already under the monitoring of the Human Alliance, only 1 was newly appeared. Because it was daytime in the eastern hemisphere of Earth, the sudden appearance of the blue glowing spatial rift was very conspicuous and quickly attracted the attention of the monitoring personnel. The members of the Wind Group's 5th squad were stunned after crossing the spatial gate, as the scene before them was completely different from what they had imagined. They found themselves surrounded by towering buildings, seemingly constructed using earth magic. Moreover, some of these buildings were entirely covered in crystal. What an incredibly wealthy nation it must be to be so extravagant as to build houses with crystal. The first thought of everyone in the 5th squad was that they had struck it rich. If the Orc Empire conquered this world, they could all amass unimaginable wealth. While the members of the 5th group were in a daze, Lu Changji and Tang Jihong were staring at the monitor screen in the command center of Jinhe City. They hadn't expected Node 3 to open so suddenly, it was illogical. So, they reported to their superiors while discussing policy. Hey Tang, what's going on with this spatial rift? How did it suddenly open by itself? Don't ask me, I don't know either. Do you think this is a natural phenomenon, or did the other side send people to investigate? Hard to say, I never encountered this situation before. What do we do now? Although there's nothing on the monitors, some things can't be explained by science after you wizards appear. I think we need to take precautions. What's Commander Lu's opinion? Someone. Send a few drones to spray some paint within a 3-kilometer radius of the spatial rift. Tang Jihong thought to himself, wow, you big-eyed Lu Chengji has such a dirty trick up your sleeve. And surprisingly, this trick really works against invisibility spells. Although the magical world can become invisible, this invisibility only makes you imperceptible to the senses. But in reality, you are there. If anything or anyone touches you, you still sense the presence of an obstacle in your invisible location, you just can't see it. When Lu Chengji sprinkles paint, anything unseen within the area that gets covered in it will be immediately detected. It seems the Muggles aren't entirely unprepared for wizards. Soon, Lu Chengji and Tang Jihong were pleasantly surprised. 500 meters from the spatial rift, unseen objects were clearly moving. The 5th squad of the Wind group was caught in the trap because they were too shocked by what they saw to evacuate in time. Seeing 10 unidentified objects covered in paint moving rapidly, the monitoring room immediately sounded the alarm. The entire monitoring base was ablaze with alarms, and all soldiers and wizards quickly assembled. Chapter 321. Due to prolonged preparations, many soldiers from the Yin Kingdom and Aurors from the Ministry of Magic were on duty at the monitoring base. As soon as the alarm sounded, the duty personnel immediately assembled, and orders were issued by their superiors to proceed to the scene. The base's off-duty personnel quickly armed themselves and assembled at designated locations, awaiting any possible combat orders. 20 tactical squads, totaling 200 Aurors, received orders to immediately apparate to the vicinity of Node 3 to capture 10 invisible intruders. Capture them alive, if possible, otherwise, kill them. In addition to these 200 Aurors, who directly entered the battlefield, Tang Jihong also dispatched over 100 wizards on flying broomsticks to observe the entire battlefield and provide support as needed. The Yin Kingdom soldiers were deployed to the outer perimeter for defense, while drones continued spraying paint at Node 3 to prevent further extraterrestrial creatures from arriving. Furthermore, Lu Chengji, for safety's sake, began spraying paint throughout Jinhe City, as no one could guarantee that no extraterrestrial creatures had escaped detection. The members of the 5th squad of the Orc Darkblade Wind clan suddenly felt a sense of foreboding, as their momentary carelessness had allowed otherworldly creatures to discover their presence. Strange birds in the sky were making bizarre noises, and spraying colored liquid nearby. Although the liquid didn't harm them, it gave them away. The squad leader immediately ordered the mages in the squad to cast cleansing spells on everyone, attempting to remove the paint from their bodies. While the order was executed well, and the effect was significant, the strange birds in the sky were incredibly annoying, seemingly deliberately chasing after them, and spraying them relentlessly. So it began ordering its ranged attackers to attack the strange birds. Initially, the rangers, mages, and even the temple priests in the team participated and achieved some success. However, the 5th squad leader quickly realized this was useless, as the strange birds seemed fearless. For every one that died, another would take its place, and it noticed that no blood flowed from the dead birds when they fell to the ground. This greatly puzzled it, so it sent a member to collect a bird's carcass to take back. Captain, these strange birds aren't alive. They're alchemical creations. Should we still take them back? What? Alchemical creations? We take one back anyway. Something is better than nothing. Just as the two were exchanging words, the 5th squad discovered dozens, even hundreds, of figures appearing out of thin air around them. Everyone immediately began attacking the nearest targets. After all, the saying goes, strike first, strike hard. As for reasoning, they could worry about that after wiping out these otherworldly creatures. The 5th squad's decisive action indeed caught the apparition-bound Aurors off guard. Before arriving, the Aurors didn't know the enemy's exact location, only that it was within range. Who could have imagined that an attack would come the moment they landed? 6 Aurors were attacked. Those with quick reflexes immediately used their armor to protect themselves, while those who couldn't react quickly used movement to avoid vital areas. Survival was paramount on the battlefield. 3 of the fastest reacting Aurors used their armor to block the attack, and one of the remaining 3, using a protective amulet issued by the Ministry of Magic, also blocked a magical attack. Only the remaining 2 endured a single blow, but unfortunately, the opponent's weapons seemed to possess magical properties, instantly rendering them incapable of fighting. In fact, dark blades, as weapons and equipment used by the Orc Empire, undergo various special treatments. For example, the blade in question was imbued with anti-magic properties. The 2 wounded wizards were rendered incapacitated because they couldn't cast spells. Fortunately, the Aurors who arrived to capture them were numerous enough. Upon noticing their comrades under attack, they raised their wands to strike, forcing the two warriors who had just succeeded in their attack to retreat with their shields raised. In an instant, various colored spells flew across the battlefield, a scene faithfully recorded by drones and transmitted back to command. Everyone at command watched the footage on the screens with tense expressions. This was, after all, the first clash between humans and otherworldly orcs. However, while tense, the people at command weren't afraid. After all, this was their main battlefield, and the enemy appeared to consist of only 11 people. What was that saying again? Oh right, it's called the advantage is with us. The captain of the 5th squad, while organizing everyone to defend against the attacks from outside, was also calculating and assessing the strength of their opponents. It was clear that the enemy was also a magical civilization. Their attacks seemed to require the use of strange wands. They just didn't know whether the enemy used wands to cast spells or to enhance the power of their magic. While it was pondering this, everyone in the 5th squad sensed that things were starting to turn against them. There were too many of them. Everyone had been hit by their magic several times. Fortunately, the mages had cast magical shields on them before they arrived. However, the magical shield wasn't invincible. It had a damage cap. Once the opponent broke the shield, all of them would surely perish here. Just then, a ranger on the left side of the group, having taken too much magical damage, finally had his magical shield shatter and disappear. This ranger had only managed to fire one arrow before being struck by several magical attacks and collapsing to the ground. Seeing his fallen subordinate, the captain of the 5th squad immediately made a decision. Everyone, move closer to me. We're retreating. Maintain formation, fight as you retreat, don't panic. Wolfclaw, check if Lucian is still alive. If she is, try to bring her with you. If she's dead, we'd be sorry. A warrior wearing a snow wolf helmet in the group, upon hearing the order, began to approach his fallen comrade. The humans quickly noticed the enemy's movement and began focusing their attention on this enemy wearing a wolf head-like mask. After Wolfclaw's several attempts were interrupted by human attacks, the captain of the 5th squad decisively gave the order to abandon the fight. The shame of abandoning its teammates lingered for only a fleeting moment. Getting everyone back alive was the priority now. The 5th squad's retreat quickly caught the attention of the Aurors, who realized the enemy was afraid and trying to escape. So, all the squad leaders unanimously ordered their men to increase the rate of attack, and the wizards observing from the air also received orders from their captains and joined the battle. The sudden intensification of the human attack had a significant effect. 5 more members of the 5th squad fell on their way to the portal. Then, the 5th squad leader looked at its fallen teammates, then at the portal so close at hand. Its expressionless face hardened, and it seemed to have made a decision. Chapter 322. Brothers, we can't go back. It's time to fight to the death for our families back in the Empire. But to ensure our blood isn't shed in vain, we must get the news back. Captain, give the order. Ever since I joined the Dark Blade, I knew this day would come sooner or later. The only difference is where I'd die. The speaker was the last remaining warrior in the group. The squad leader glanced at his ever-smiling subordinate. The warrior gave him a resolute look, and then the squad leader looked at the remaining 3, thought for a moment, and spoke. I'm sorry, priest. Normally, you're from the temple, so this kind of desperate fighting wouldn't be necessary. But I didn't expect the enemy to be so well prepared, so for the safety of the Empire, I need you to stay here with me to close the spatial gate. This white-robed priest hadn't said a word since entering the other world. Now, he simply spoke a few words. I am honored to return to God's embrace with you all. Death is but the beginning. Ayo, when you hear my command, discard everything that's in your way, and take that alchemical item back. We clear a path for you. No, Captain. You go back, I stay. You can't look down on me just because I'm young. I'm also a member of the 5th squad. I'm also a warrior. The thief named Ayo loudly objected, tears streaming down his face. Shut up. We're letting you go back because you're the fastest among us. You're the one most likely to get back alive. Stop dawdling. If you don't leave now, none of us will leave. Look at our fallen brothers. Can you bear to let their blood be shed in vain? Mastiff, listen to the captain. When you get back, go to my house and tell them I'm not coming back, and that they should live well. Get lost. Don't delay my return to God's embrace. I had enough. Alright, enough talk. I count to 3. Mage, cast a magic shield on yourself, Mastiff, and the priest. Mastiff, charge back at full speed. Priest, use the boundary stone to close the portal. Mage, cover the priest. Captain, what should we do? Orcs have no cowards. Understood. 3, 2, 1. The captain of the 5th squad loudly counted to 3, and he and the only remaining warrior launched a full-scale attack, ignoring the enemy's attacks. While Mastiff sprinted, the mage cast a magic shield on it first. Then, Mastiff and the priest worked together to continuously cast defensive spells to ensure they could retreat back to the portal. Although so much happened, it only lasted a short time. The 5th squad's final burst of energy did indeed work. Mastiff returned to the continent of Karen. The priest closed the portal at the last moment, and the mage witnessed its closure as he fell. As for the 5th squad leader and the warrior, their charge lasted only a brief moment. The enemy was simply too numerous. The magical attacks they suffered were overwhelming. After this short exchange, humanity emerged victorious. However, neither the wizards on the battlefield nor the command center watching everything on the surveillance cameras uttered any cheers of victory. Because the entire 5th squad of the Dark Blade Wind group earned everyone's respect. The sacrifice of the 5th squad made everyone realize the cruelty of interdimensional war. This was not a war between humans. This was a war between two races, a fight to the death. Those who survived possessed everything. Those who died saw their nations destroyed and their races wiped out. A moment later, the wizards left a small squad behind, while the rest took the wounded back to camp to rest. The task of cleaning up the battlefield was entrusted to the Yin Kingdom's army, not out of disrespect, but mainly because they feared the unknown risks posed by the otherworldly beastmen. The military was more reliable in terms of disease prevention and protection against biological and chemical weapons. Soon, dozens of chemical protected vehicles arrived at the base, and soldiers in heavy protective suits began cleaning the battlefield. The soldiers placed the bodies of the fallen in special protective boxes, and carefully collected the scattered items. Just then, a squad of soldiers exclaimed in surprise. "Report, Captain! There's an intruder still alive!" This report broke the silence, and soon Lu Chongji's order came through their communication system. "Quickly, bring the living intruder back. Don't let him die." Just as the squad of soldiers was about to lift the survivor into the chemical-protected vehicle, they heard Tang Jihong's voice. "Bring that team of wizards with you, and say it's my order. Don't be fooled by the enemy. Better safe than sorry." The soldiers didn't move, because the order wasn't given by their direct superior. However, they quickly sprang into action, as Lu Chongji's voice came through the communication system. "Execute the order." Soon, the remaining Oros squad and the soldiers returned to command post together. While humans and orcs were fighting, the human leadership received the news. Representatives of the Ministry of Magic and heads of state from various countries held an emergency meeting at the Human Union headquarters to discuss the matter. Darius, far away in Hogsmeade, received the news from the front lines and rushed to Hogwarts to find Andres. In the headmaster's office at Hogwarts, Darius and his men anxiously awaited the headmaster's return. Andres rushed back to the headmaster's office from outside. Seeing Darius pacing back and forth, he understood the immense pressure Darius was under facing an unknown opponent, so he tried to reassure him. "Darius, don't panic. There's no use in us worrying from the rear. You all sit down and calm down. How about a butterbeer? I don't know why, but I recently started to like the taste." "Thank you, Headmaster, but we won't have any. Let's deal with the immediate problem first." Andres understood Darius's feelings. He himself had been just as impatient before encountering the orcs in his previous life. But things were different now. He believed that humanity, with its careful preparations, wouldn't be as helpless as in his previous life. Moreover, he understood that the orc invasion wouldn't be a massive, all-out attack from the start. It would involve a period of probing. However, after his attempt to calm Darius failed, Andres couldn't resist his disciples' persuasion, and had no choice but to go with them to the Human Union headquarters. Because the Human Union headquarters was also protected by the magical world, they couldn't apparate there directly. They had to first move to a nearby Ministry of Magic office, and then proceed there. Andres and Darius arrived at the Human Alliance quickly, and upon entering, they noticed the tense atmosphere. Everyone seemed to be in a hurry, only stopping to greet Andres and his group before leaving. Chapter 323. When Andres, Darius, and other high-ranking members of the magical world arrived at the Human Union headquarters, the 5 great benefactors of Earth and leaders from other countries had already been meeting for some time. The main reason was that it would take some time to gather the key national leaders. Once everyone was present, they would brief everyone on the day's events, and then review the videos transmitted from various locations. The rotating leader of the Human Union headquarters began summarizing the situation of this interdimensional invasion. "The video you're watching comes from the well-known Node 3, one of the most effective locations for resisting interdimensional invasions. From the discovery of the spatial rift to the elimination of these invading alien creatures, it took approximately 1 hour. Based on the behavioral characteristics of the invading creatures, our expert team has analyzed the following. First, the alien creatures invading Earth appear to be a highly civilized society with a complete social system. This is mainly reflected in the fact that their 9 teams have a similar number of members and job assignments, much like the well-organized structure of our human armies. This indicates that they have a social system, and therefore their level of civilization is not low. Second, we can analyze from the invaders' attack methods that they are similar to those of Western humans. The imagined magical civilization is similar. Their professions can currently be divided into mages, warriors, archers, priests, etc., but due to insufficient analysis time, other or specific profession distinctions have not yet been completed. Third, based on the composition of their personnel, we discovered the following races. The majority of this group of 90 people are various strangely shaped orcs, a few of whom resemble creatures from our planet. In addition, we discovered a small number of human beings, including humans like us, dwarves, and several that appear to be elves. By the way, the guards at Node 3 captured an unconscious elf, and Node 3 is currently awaiting orders for further action. Fourth, we seized a large number of otherworldly items from them. These were mainly weapons, mostly swords, shields, staves, bows, and arrows. There were also some small items we didn't recognize. Through surveillance video, we also discovered that each squad's priests carried a stone of unknown purpose. We now suspect this stone has some special use we don't know about. Fifth, our video analysis suggests that their attack methods may include multiple types of elemental magic. Known elements include wind, fire, water, earth, lightning, ice, and elements similar to light and corrosion. Among the light elements are healing, attack, and defense magic. The warriors' elemental attacks mostly come from weapons and equipment. Of course, they themselves seem capable of casting some magic. The various analytical reports were read aloud for a long time. Although these reports were tedious, everyone listened attentively. The matter was of great importance, and the heads of state present couldn't afford to be careless. After all, this was first-hand information about the otherworld. Moreover, not everyone was qualified to know this information. These individuals had paid a huge price to be allowed to join the Human Alliance. The non-human Union nations would probably never know such detailed information in their lifetime. Even if they did collect the data many years later, what difference would it make? They would be miles ahead of their own nations. The meeting lasted for over 2 hours, and time was still running out. At this point, the Human Union's rotating leader received a new report. He glanced at it briefly, and then continued sharing new information. Gentlemen, I have received the military's damage report. Because it was daytime in the Eastern Hemisphere when the incident occurred, the damage in the East was minimal. Only some wizards were injured. There were no casualties, but losses were unavoidable. However, the situation in the Western Hemisphere is not optimistic, because the incident occurred at night. Especially for the Beacon country, it was late at night, which had a significant impact. This mainly manifested in a slower response time, coupled with the enemy's ability to become invisible, causing considerable difficulties for our defenses. At the Beacon country's defense node number W1003, we lost 82 soldiers and 3 wizards. During the enemy's retreat, 2 soldiers and 1 wizard were captured. They have likely been taken to the other world. A hush fell over the room as soon as he finished speaking. Everyone was speechless. Finally, Andres broke the silence. All right, everyone, this is a war between 2 civilizations, and sacrifices are inevitable. But I must remind you leaders here that this is a war between 2 civilizations, and your negligence could bring disaster to your people. I hope that all bases will be more vigilant in the future and prevent a repeat of today's events. The Beacon country's leader looked grim. In their first encounter with the other world, their country had performed the worst. Although there were many objective factors, the fact that they had been humiliated was undeniable, and their displeasure was palpable. Although he was attending the meeting online, he could still feel the strange looks he was receiving from all the national leaders. To protect his local and national image, he had to speak out. Ahem, this was just an accident. Please have faith in the strength of the Lighthouse Nation. I will convene a defense meeting shortly to raise the defense level again. I guarantee that nothing like this will ever happen again. Seeing the Lighthouse Nation's leader step forward to make a statement, and given that no one intended to accuse them, the conversation quickly steered towards handling the aftermath. After some discussion, everyone agreed that the battle against the otherworldly creatures was, overall, a victory. The governments of various countries believed that this news should be released to boost public confidence in this war of civilizations, and proposed holding a high-level state funeral for those who sacrificed their lives. Regarding the distribution of spoils, the captured invader would be jointly interrogated by the Human Federation and the Ministry of Magic. As for the remaining items, aside from some necessary items for testing, the various countries could purchase them. To obtain first-hand information about the otherworld, the countries engaged in a fierce auction to acquire these items. Most of the items were divided up among the powerful nations, while many smaller countries, not wanting to fall too far behind, had no choice but to grit their teeth and unite to bid on a single item. After several hours of meetings, humanity's first post-war meeting with the alien world came to an end. Most of the people on Earth were unaware that today they had suffered their first alien invasion, or rather, an alien invasion. Just 3 hours after the meeting ended, the Human Alliance's first major military press conference was broadcast live globally. Chapter 324. Just when Andres and the others thought the matter was over, Melissa from the Department of Mysteries at the Ministry of Magic arrived with her subordinates. Andres and Darius had a bad feeling when they saw Melissa's grave expression. Sure enough, as they expected, Melissa brought them some bad news. Headmaster Andres, Minister Darius. There's something I think you should know. Last night, the staff on duty at the Department of Mysteries were negligent, and a new spatial rift was opened but not detected in time. It was the staff member who just came on duty who discovered it and reported it. As soon as she finished speaking, Andres and Darius exchanged a tense glance, both thinking the same thing, bad news. Darius quickly reacted, taking the crystal ball from the staff member and speaking to his secretary behind him. Go notify Harkin of the Aura Command and send all Aurors on standby at the Ministry of Magic to the scene. Notify the Human Union to send appropriate troops to assist in the search. Headmaster, it may be troublesome for you to make this trip. Hopefully, this newly appeared spatial rift is just a coincidence. It's only right. I go check it out first without delay. You and the others can come over after you met up. With that, Andres drew his wand and operated to an area in the North African desert. When Andres arrived, it was just dawn. He stared at the spatial rift before him, lost in thought. He knew that these suddenly appearing spatial rifts would only increase in the future. Because they were random, humans couldn't figure out their patterns, so they could only frantically try to patch the holes. A thought suddenly occurred to him. Perhaps humanity should strike first. In his previous life, humanity could withstand ambushes for years, and now, with the hundreds of thousands of wizards he had trained, a direct assault might catch the enemy off guard. However, he quickly regained his composure. The most urgent task now was to find out if a small squad of orcs had infiltrated Blue Star. Meanwhile, Fox Charm was leading her squad on a sand dune, observing the human cities in the distance. The scene before her was completely different from what the 5th Squad had seen when they emerged. The 5th Squad had seen skyscrapers and straight streets, a modern city brimming with industrial beauty. Fox Charm and her team, however, saw only low-lying mud houses, with a few towering buildings occasionally appearing in the town center. This was very much in line with the architectural style of the Empire's desert regions, and this world seemed impoverished. As Fox Charm descended from the dune, she overheard her team members whispering amongst themselves below. I told you, this other world isn't all that great. We've been walking for so long, and it's all sand. Is this world all sand? Shut your mouth. We finally opened a portal. How could it be such a useless world? God will surely bless us and grant us a prosperous, peaceful, and fertile world. I don't know what kind of world they grant us, but at least this reconnaissance mission shouldn't be too dangerous. We've been here for so long, and the natives haven't even discovered us yet, so their strength must be pretty weak. Seeing that everyone was starting to lower their guard, Fox Charm immediately reprimanded the team member. Mad dog, shut up. We're in an unknown other world. Being careless is suicide. Although our cross-dimensional reconnaissance has gone relatively smoothly, I don't want anyone to die here because of underestimating us. The team members, who had been relaxed and laughing, immediately shut their mouths and became serious upon seeing their captain's anger. Fox Charm, initially intending to reprimand them, suddenly looked up behind her. Quick, let's go! A powerful being from this world is coming this way. Everyone was startled and immediately followed their captain towards the city ahead. Andres was flying rapidly through the sky. Initially, he hadn't noticed anything. After all, Fox Charm's team had been gone for so long, and the enemy was adept at stealth, so it was understandable that they had escaped. The reason Fox Charm and her team encountered Andres, who was searching, was simply because only the city in this direction was closest to the spatial rift. The other directions were all desert and nothing to worry about. Andres' biggest concern was that the city in this direction might be attacked by the orc team. His fears were indeed correct. After flying for about half an hour, he made a discovery. Several unfamiliar magical fluctuations appeared ahead. This magic was unfamiliar to Andres, so he decided to go and investigate. After Andres had been chasing for a while, Fox Fairy realized that she and her group were being watched. She shouted, "We've been spotted. There's only one person. Everyone split up and run. After you split up, no matter what you find, we meet at the portal one day from now on." Hearing Fox Fairy's command, some immediately changed direction and ran in different directions. Only 4 people remained, and like Fox Fairy, decided to run towards the city. Several miles away, Andres suddenly noticed that their target had split up and knew they were on the right track. Andres then drew his wand and released a red magical signal into the sky, dyeing the entire area crimson. The Aurors, who had been assigning tasks, suddenly saw the magical signal rising in the distance and rushed over on their flying broomsticks. This magical signal not only guided the wizards, but also signaled to the orcs, "We found you. Run!" The cat-and-mouse game had begun. To facilitate the Aurors' pursuit of the scattered orcs, Andres released several more magical signals into the sky. These signals were different from the previous ones. They were arrow-shaped, pointing in different directions. This was easy to understand. Just fly in the direction of the arrows. Very good, very magical. Finally, the frantically fleeing Foxy, with the remaining 4, rushed into the human city before Andres arrived. Although it was already daylight, they were invisible to the city's pedestrians, so they went unnoticed. Because of her powerful mental abilities, Foxy boldly scanned the city with her mental powers. It was surprised to find that there were no professionals in the city, but it didn't think much of it, and quickly found a boarding school and rushed there. It understood that every race cared deeply for its young, and if it could take these young hostage, it might be able to negotiate with the powerful figures behind them. Chapter 325. The Fox Spirit and members of 4 other teams stormed into the school, and each kidnapped several children. However, all the children were knocked unconscious the moment the Fox Spirit entered. This prevented the children from screaming and causing trouble due to panic, and also rendered the hostages powerless to resist. Andres quickly arrived above the school. He frowned, clearly having noticed the Fox Spirit's actions. For Andres now, killing the Fox Spirit and her team would be easy, but the prerequisite was not to harm the children. It wasn't that he wasn't confident he could kill them before they made a move, but he wasn't sure if the Fox Spirit and her team had any methods he didn't understand. Therefore, Andres still wanted to talk to them. In this respect, the Fox Spirit's strategy had succeeded. Andres landed on the school grounds. The Fox Spirit and her team saw a young human descending from the sky. Although they didn't understand why a human powerhouse was so young, the terrifying magical energy emanating from him didn't lie. "Strangers from another world, if you like, we can sit down, have a drink, and have a good chat." Fox Charm heard the other person say something strange, but it didn't seem like a threat, as the other person's expression was calm. Seeing Fox Charm frown, Andres realized they didn't understand each other's language. He thought for a moment, and repeated his words to the other person using his mental power. This time, Fox Charm and the others understood. It wasn't that they suddenly learned each other's language, they understood each other's meaning directly on a spiritual level. What? Still don't understand? If you don't understand, just use magic to explain. Otherwise, I can't explain why Dumbledore in the original story knew hundreds of strange languages. Fox Charm and the others were a little bewildered after understanding Andres' meaning. Logically, they could only negotiate because they were holding the other race's cubs hostage. But Fox Charm and the others also knew that this tactic was useless, because the other party, as a powerful being in this world, wouldn't care about the lives of a few cubs of their race. But since the other side had been so kind as to negotiate, they figured they should at least have a chance to survive, right? Finally, Fox Charm discussed it with her subordinates, and decided that she would represent them and try negotiating. The others would stay behind and remain vigilant, so that even if the negotiations failed, they could take a few of their cubs with them before they died. Fox Charm put down the cub she was holding and sheathed her weapon. Whether the other side was friendly or hostile, one should maintain due respect for the strong. She approached Andres a few meters away, gave a standard orc salute, and greeted him. "Respected strongman, I am Fox Charm, the captain of the Wind Group of the Dark Blade Division from the Orc Empire. I am the headmaster of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry on Blue Star. My name is Andres. May I assume you led this invasion of 10 squads? Ah, it's rather impolite to have guests from another world standing while speaking." With that, Andres drew her wand and conjured a sofa and coffee table from the Hogwarts common room, with 2 steaming cups of black tea on the table. Fox Charm was stunned by Andres' magic. It wasn't that Fox Charm had never seen magic before, but rather that magic on the continent of Karen was primarily combat-oriented. The various races of Karen had been fighting each other for countless epochs, and the magic they developed was almost entirely combat-based. Very few mages researched life-related magic. Please sit down, Captain Fox Charm. This is a beverage from our Blue Star. I wonder if you like it. Fox Charm's thoughts were interrupted by Andres' words, and she obediently sat down. In her opinion, it wasn't wise to disobey the kindness of a powerful figure at this moment. Surviving, completing the mission, and bringing everyone back were her priorities. As for whether the drink called black tea was poisoned, it hadn't considered it at all. Andres was far more powerful. She could easily wipe them all out without needing to poison them. So, the fox spirit picked up the black tea and took a sip. It was slightly bitter at first, but then a hint of sweetness followed. How is it? Is it to your liking? It's all right, thank you, sir. Then we can have a proper talk? We can have an honest conversation, and then you release the children, and I let you leave alive. How about that? Really? We can go back alive? As long as you answer our questions truthfully, why not? But how can I trust you? You must trust me, because you have no choice. The fox spirit fell silent, then picked up the cup in front of her, and took a few more sips of the drink called black tea. I believe your 10 squads were only here for reconnaissance. Returning alive and bringing back intelligence is your duty, isn't it? There's no need to lose your lives here, is there? And as the commander of a unit, leading everyone back is your mission. Actually, we can learn a lot from your captured personnel even if you don't say it. I believe your world also has methods to obtain memories, by searching souls, right? What? People have been captured? Impossible. Our Wind group consists of the Empire's most elite warriors. They would rather commit suicide than be captured and betray the Empire. You can't fool me on this. Yes, I'm not lying to you. In fact, as you said, your soldiers are very brave. As for the captured people, they were knocked unconscious by magic, but now that they're captured, it's hard for them to die. Fox Charm lowered her head and downed her cup of red tea in one gulp, then made a difficult decision in her heart. All right, sir. I will answer all your questions without reservation. Very well, then could you let the children leave? It's getting late. They should have some breakfast and go to school. I'm sorry, sir. I have my men release them immediately. Foxy shouted loudly to the squad members behind her. At first, the squad members exchanged glances, thinking Foxy was being controlled. After Fox's persuasion, everyone lowered their weapons and stood aside. Just as they lowered their weapons, several flashes of white light appeared. Several humans appeared near the squad members, confiscated the orcs' weapons, and took them into custody, while also sending the children away. All their actions were above board, without concealing anything from the orcs. Foxy said somewhat uneasily to Andres, I hope you will keep your promise and let us leave afterward. Of course, although I am not the most powerful person on Blue Star, I can still handle this. So, I would like to know about Chapter 326. While Andres and Foxy were communicating using their mental powers, the Aurors in the distance could only watch from afar. They were also observing the otherworldly invaders before them. Although these invaders wore strange masks, their physiques still revealed quite a bit. Wang Kai, look, that invader is definitely a woman. How did you figure that out? Think about it, men and women working together makes the work easier, right? Get lost. Hey, just kidding. Why are you taking it so seriously? Spit it out. If the captain sees us chatting, we might get scolded when we get back. Okay, it's mainly through physique and movements. You see, that invader is clearly different from the other three. While Wang Kai and Foxy were chatting, their captain was also chatting with another captain. Have you heard? Several of the people sent to the US were lost. When did this happen? Is the news reliable? Just a few hours ago, of course it's reliable. A junior of mine was assigned to the US, and he's the one who brought the news back. Really? Aren't all these spatial rifts under strict surveillance? Really, I heard they lost 3 people and 1 was captured. Do you know who was captured? I heard his name was Andy, something like Ka, a US citizen. Andy Carter? Yes, that's the name. Western names aren't easy to remember. Wait, no. You didn't know him. Of course I don't know him. But I know Andy Carter. He's a Hufflepuff. We met in potions class. I can't believe he met with such misfortune before we even officially started the war with the other world. Exactly, I never expected this. While the Aurors gossiped to the side, Andres and Foxy were having a pleasant conversation. So magical energy can be used like this, It's truly eye-opening. Captain Foxy, how does knowledge spread on your Karen continent? You mean how professionals are trained, right? That's not wrong. My lord, on the Karen continent, professionals are mainly trained through several methods. We orcs rely on bloodline inheritance. Take me, for example. The reason my mental strength is higher than others is because our Fox clan is inherently skilled in mental magic. Mental magic is innate to us, while it's relatively difficult for other races to learn. And races like wolves and dogs are born warriors in the Empire. What about the other races on the Karen continent? Elves are blessed by the gods. Elves undergo a baptism 10 years after birth. It is said that baptism in the fountain of life of elves will awaken corresponding abilities, but what power they awaken depends entirely on what they gain during the baptism. There are too many uncertainties, making it completely uncontrollable. As for humans, there are two options. Either they receive training from a high-ranking noble and serve them for life, or they are selected through the Human Empire's schools and trained by the Human Empire. Training in the Human Empire's schools isn't very mandatory. If you can repay the school's fees, you don't have to serve the Empire. So, overall, most inheritances on the Karen continent rely on bloodlines? Yes, sir. Andres and the Fox Spirit chatted for several hours, during which Andres even had the Aurors bring some delicious food to entertain their guest. News of this reached the Ministry of Magic and the Human Union, where some within the Human Union began to express their dissatisfaction with Andres' casual conversation with the other party. Alright, I'm satisfied with this conversation, Captain Foxy. You can leave with your people, but this is your only chance. I hope you never set foot on Blue Star again. Thank you for sparing my life, sir, but whether I return is beyond my control due to my low strength. You're right. Andres silently watched them leave. The Foxy squad and Foxy herself left Blue Star under the watchful eyes of the Aurors. They only breathed a sigh of relief after returning to the continent of Karen. Although Foxy and her 5 companions had escaped with their lives, their mission was not yet complete. To return and report as quickly as possible, Foxy decisively used a return scroll. When they stood together and reappeared in a flash of white light, they were already at the city gates of the Orc Empire's capital. The group hurried to the temple, where people were already waiting at the entrance. Upon seeing Foxy and her group return, they were immediately taken to the backyard, where various checks and quarantines began. During this time, to ensure the accuracy of the information, everyone had to write an operation report. After a while, intelligence gathered from reconnaissance began to appear in the priest's hands. The priest looked at the information and felt a great headache coming on. The main problem was the sheer size of human society. The sights they saw were incredibly varied, and there were all sorts of explanations. Finally, the priest decided to leave these troubles to those who were capable. Meanwhile, on Earth, while Andres and the Fox Spirit were chatting, the people of Earth were already stunned by the news of the first battle in the alien invasion. They watched as all their country's television channels, radio, and internet simultaneously broadcast the UN's press conference, where the UN's rotating leader stood before the microphone to explain the background and consequences of the event. Meanwhile, netizens on television and online gasped in astonishment. We woke up, and we already won an alien invasion. Awesome. Those otherworldly orcs are no match for us. They got completely thrashed as soon as they crossed the map. Weren't otherworldly creatures supposed to be incredibly powerful? I dug my own safe house up to the 4th floor. Can someone tell me, did I dig for nothing? Wow. You dug that deep. Do you need a girlfriend? I'm available. Hey upstairs, you're making too much noise in your head. I could hear you all over the island province. Holy crap, is that battle video on TV some kind of movie trailer? The magic effects are amazing. Ugh, why don't I have magical talent? Why can't I go to Hogwarts? This isn't fair. Sigh upstairs, take it easy. It really depends on talent. You have to be born with it. Just as the rotating supervisor was talking animatedly in front of the screen, a staff member quickly handed him a slip of paper. The rotating supervisor glanced at the contents of the slip, then started waving his arms excitedly and shouting to everyone. Just now, Hogwarts headmaster Andres captured 5 more invaders from another world in North Africa. Chapter 327. On all the media outlets on the entire planet Earth, a single video was played. These videos featured several unconscious, strangely shaped creatures. The most attractive of them all was the first female elf. Her perfect features and beautiful face instantly captivated countless fans. She was irresistible to both men and women. The remaining 5 captured otherworldly creatures were a different story. Many online speculated that these beings might be the product of genetic mutation. In the video, in standard research labs, numerous people in white lab coats and protective suits used magic to control various instruments, analyzing data. These individuals were all outstanding graduates of Hogwarts, who had furthered their studies at universities in their respective countries for several years after graduation. In doing so, they not only learned magic, but also made significant progress in various STEM fields. Their main task was to integrate magic into Muggle society. Only by integrating magic into all aspects of Muggle society could wizards avoid being seen as outcasts by humans. Promoting the integration of wizards and Muggles was not only Andres' idea, but also the idea of the heads of state of various countries on Earth. Neither side explicitly stated their intentions on this matter, but both acted accordingly. Andres never considered allowing the wizarding world to exist independently of human society. That was neither realistic nor scientific. Just as the people of the entire planet were engrossed in watching what these aliens looked like, the Human Alliance's press conference dropped another bombshell. They released a battle video of the Yin Kingdom's third node. Though this video wasn't complete, it had been edited by their staff. The video immediately caused an uproar online, with countless comments flooding the screens. Many people eventually turned off the comments to watch the video a second time, only turning them back on later. After all, a video without comments is soulless. The hilarious comments from netizens are the source of joy. In fact, it wasn't just the people of Earth watching, all the armed forces on Earth, including the wizards, were watching as well. However, they were watching the complete version, and the videos they saw weren't just from Node 3, but also from other locations. For example, the video of the breach of the Lighthouse Nation's surveillance point was of paramount importance. These were things that all combat personnel needed to know, and soon news of the breach of the Lighthouse Nation's surveillance point spread from the military to the civilian population. The Human Alliance government did not stop the spread of the news, because death is inevitable in war, and it was necessary for ordinary people to know the cruelty of war. The US is so useless, their monitoring points were breached by alien creatures. It was late at night when it happened, so their slow response is understandable. Bullshit, can't they learn from China? Why did they suffer so little damage? I want to immigrate to China. Does anyone know any connections? That's because China was lucky. If it happened in our great cold netherworld, we could have handled it much better. Damn it, their river water must have too much Viagra. They're hallucinating from drinking it. This is also our fault for not erasing them from the earth during our colonization. Damn Japanese devils, even if our river water has too much Viagra, it's still better than yours drinking nuclear wastewater. I think you need 2 more little boys and fat guys. We Indians disagreed with this division of Blue Star's protection zones when the Human Alliance was first established. As the world's strongest nation, we Indians should protect the US's country. Damn it, the Indian guy above must have drunk too much Ganges water. Exactly, we don't have enough lizards in our lighthouse country. You better not come. Alright. Can't you guys just watch the video quietly? Didn't you notice the information revealed in the video? We just see that the video is amazing, much more exciting than those movies made by film companies. Just kidding. We're all Muggles without magical talent. We have no chance to learn magic anymore. But these invaders from another world have given us a new idea. They still have warrior lineages over there. We can become powerful by following the warrior path. That's true. A new idea. I'm not saying anything more. I'm going to take out my ancestral greatsword and practice my cheekiness skills. Come on. Wow, there are so many cheesy people in the comments section. If anyone makes a name for themselves, remember to kick me in the comments. When can we go on a trip to another world? I really want to find a handsome elf and have a sweet romance, or even a female elf. Hey girl upstairs, don't even think about it. It's impossible in the short term. How about considering me? I'm a guy with abs. Looking at the hilarious netizens on the screen, the overall public opinion was still optimistic. The world leaders breathed a sigh of relief. As long as it didn't cause social unrest, everything was fine. After the Human Federation's press conference ended, various topics about the invasion quickly dominated the trending lists in various countries. Many television stations in various countries also took the opportunity to invite celebrities to do television programs to discuss the invasion. Many countries, in order to demonstrate their importance in society, displayed the spoils they had obtained from the Human Federation to their citizens. For example, the BBC in the British Empire organized an analytical seminar, even using its extensive connections to invite Princess Julia of the royal family. Princess Julia was originally organizing the Royal Wizarding Corps to study the spoils of the otherworldly invasion, and was thus reluctantly summoned to participate in this ridiculous television program. However, as a princess, cooperating with the government to maintain public order was essential. Coupled with excellent royal etiquette, she did not show the slightest impatience in front of the television. Dear viewers, I'm your old friend Lucy. Today, the hottest topic on the entire planet is the invasion of otherworldly creatures. To help you understand the truth, we invited several special guests. Hello everyone, I'm your old friend, commentator Michelson. Hello everyone, I'm Colonel Donut from the Ministry of Defense. Hello everyone, I'm Professor Lee from Imperial University. It's a pity that our previous special guest from the Ministry of Magic, Kent, has to be absent from today's program due to well-known reasons. However, we are honored to have Princess Julia with us. Let's give her a round of applause. Time flew by, and the live broadcast room was also in an uproar. Mainly, Professor Lee from Imperial University and Colonel Donut from the Ministry of Defense were arguing. Of course, the argument was just for the sake of the show, but their respective viewpoints represented those of many viewers. Chapter 328. Just as the two sides were arguing, Princess Julia spoke up. Could you two take a break? We have new information from the Royal Wizarding Laboratory, our latest discovery. Professor Lee and Colonel Donut immediately stopped arguing and looked at Princess Julia curiously, while Lucy, the program host, readily steered the conversation. What new information has Princess Julia brought us? We received information from the Human Alliance headquarters, and the discovery of the invaders' remains. The lifespan of otherworldly creatures is generally longer than that of Earth. According to information from the Human Alliance, the lifespan of ordinary people in otherworldly realms is around 150 years. Professionals have different upper limits depending on their strength. According to information provided by prisoners, their top-tier individuals can live to be 1,000 years old. Wow, that's truly astonishing news. They can actually have such long lifespans. It's unimaginable. Professor Lee, standing nearby, was astonished and began to speak excitedly. God, Lucy, don't you understand what this means? Lucy looked at Professor Lee with a bewildered expression. Why was he so excited about the long lifespans of otherworldly beings? This means that the other world has pointed out a possibility of immortality for humanity. You know, we can understand the long lifespans of powerful wizards, but the fact that ordinary people in the other world live to be 150 years old is very telling. What does it mean? I still don't understand what Professor Lee means. This means that Earthlings can replicate the special immortality methods of that world in humans. Then the lifespan of ordinary people like us could reach 150 years, which means more than doubling the lifespan of humanity. The news caused a sensation. Everyone stared at Professor Lee in disbelief, expecting him to explain. Professor Lee continued without hesitation. Humanity has always sought a path to immortality, but all attempts have failed. Now, the native life forms of another world offer us a new direction and tangible evidence. If we can find the reason for their longevity, we can replicate it in humans. This process may be long, but we see hope, don't we? Having a direction is always better than searching aimlessly. Hearing this, the ordinary people calmed down. After all that fuss, it was still just a possibility. Seeing Professor Lee's excitement, they assumed the technology had succeeded, and most instantly lost interest. However, many knowledgeable people remained hopeful. The discovery of new technologies often relies on a flash of inspiration. Now, not only did they have an idea, but they also had a reference point. Reverse engineering is much more likely to succeed than starting from scratch, even though much reverse engineering is troublesome. Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, Gryffindor Tower, Boys' Dormitory. Tom, get up. You missed Professor McGonagall's Transfiguration class if you don't get up soon. No, why are we so unlucky to have the headmistress teach Transfiguration herself? She's too strict. Lin Xiaoming couldn't help but roll his eyes at his roommate's constant complaints. Please, at Hogwarts' current scale, having a veteran professor personally teach is a blessing many people would kill for. In fact, Professor McGonagall and other veteran professors haven't taught classes themselves for a long time, because Hogwarts has developed to have many teachers for each course. Therefore, to facilitate management, many veteran professors have begun to transition into administrative professors, focusing more on the administrative aspects of their respective disciplines. However, recently, due to the large number of people being drawn away for research related to the otherworld, they have had to return to teaching in person. Lin Xiaoming and Tom happened to be in Professor McGonagall's class. To avoid being late, Lin Xiaoming deliberately woke up a little earlier than usual. To save Gryffindor's house points, he had to be ruthless with his eldest son. He drew his wand and cast a levitation charm, sending a wet towel from beside the pool flying onto Tom's face. After rubbing the towel on Tom's face a few times, Tom was fully awake. Tom sat up and looked at Lin Xiaoming with some resentment. I know you meant well, but there really wasn't a need for this. Stop talking nonsense, hurry up and get dressed so we can go have breakfast. 10 minutes later, Lin Xiaoming and Tom, who had finished washing up, left the dormitory together. Good morning, little wizards. Good morning, sir. On their way from the dormitory to the common room, many paintings greeted them. Many young wizards, when not actively engaging with paintings, didn't really pay them any attention. They understood that while these paintings could talk to you like real people, they were inanimate objects, and there was no need to waste time on them. However, our classmate Lin Xiaoming was exceptionally polite, a characteristic inherent in Yen Kingdom students. The Gryffindor common room wasn't very crowded yet. Many people didn't get up early if they didn't have classes. However, once they left the common room and entered the Great Hall, the flow of people was like a stream merging into the sea, and the Great Hall was already bustling with activity. The two greeted familiar classmates along the way, then found an empty seat. Food immediately appeared on the table, and the two picked up their knives and forks and began to eat. To be honest, I prefer the breakfasts in Yin country. Me too, but lately the house elf who makes breakfast doesn't seem to be very good at Yin-style dishes. Last night's breakfast was both sour and sweet. It was practically inedible. By the way, while you weren't back from the library yesterday, I heard someone say that Anthony has already cleared all 3 chambers of secrets. Wow, that's so cool. I wonder when I'd be able to clear them all. You? You should just stick to your studies and learn magic properly. I'm not saying this to be mean, but I can count the number of times I've seen you in the library on one hand. Just as the two were discussing how excellent other people's children were, a bustling figure sat down opposite them and picked up a sandwich to eat. The student, while eating the sandwich, looked at the two with a gossipy expression. What are you two talking about? Have you heard? There's news that Hogwarts is planning to reform its teaching methods. Lin Xiaoming and Tom immediately stopped their conversation, looking at each other with interest. The student across from me picked up a glass of milk from the table, gulped it down, and continued, I heard this from my cousin. You know, my cousin went to work at the Ministry of Magic after graduation. He wrote to me yesterday saying that, given the recent clash between humans and orcs, Hogwarts might open a long-term practical course. Chapter 329. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm delighted to be teaching your Transfiguration class again, replacing your previous professor. To be honest, it's been years since I personally stood on the podium to teach students. If it weren't for so many other things, I would much rather be standing on the podium. Professor McGonagall, was our previous Professor Lou transferred to the front lines? No, we recently needed more manpower to study the things brought by the otherworldly creatures. Professor Lou happens to have considerable talent in transfiguration charms and alchemy, so he was transferred to lead a research group. Since it's the first class and you're not yet used to my teaching style, I won't deduct any points. Remember to raise your hand next time you ask questions. Several more hands shot up. Miss Tiffany, what do you want to ask? Professor McGonagall, we're in our 3rd year now. I'm very worried that the invasion of the otherworldly orcs will affect our future exams or jobs. What should I do? It's good that you have this concern. It at least shows you're very farsighted. However, as far as I know, there won't be any changes in that regard for the time being. If you need any advice, I believe that striving to become stronger is an eternal truth. But Professor McGonagall, my cousin wrote to me yesterday saying that the Ministry of Magic intends to have us take more practical courses. 5 points deducted from Gryffindor. Mr. Evans seems to have forgotten what I just said. But considering you already paid the price, I can tell you that this suggestion has been rejected by Headmaster Andres. Why? Don't we need more practical experience to protect ourselves? Headmaster Andres believes the Ministry of Magic is currently focusing all its energy on this war, which is detrimental to the future development of the wizarding world. To ensure the stable development of the wizarding world, you will still be assigned to various roles. Of course, there will be more orders than in previous years, since the Ministry of Magic has indeed issued wartime regulations during wartime. What a pity! I thought we would all have a chance to go to the front lines and fight the orcs from another world. Lin, if you want to become an aura and fight on the front lines, the first thing you need to do is to attend Transfiguration class. Alright, everyone quiet. Let's begin class. For the next while, the Transfiguration classroom was filled with the sounds of spell casting. At lunchtime, the entire Hogwarts was in an uproar, as groups of young wizards poured out of the classrooms. Lin Xiaoming, Tom, and Evan carried their belongings towards the Great Hall. There were just too many people at Hogwarts these days. Thankfully, the Great Hall was large enough that there was no need to queue for food, otherwise, the queues would have taken hours. The three found an empty seat at a Gryffindor table, and began to eat and drink. By the way, you guys better prepare some old clothes for tomorrow. Why? Where did you hear this strange news? Yeah, Evan. Hee, you know I have a girlfriend at Ravenclaw. They were at the Bearing Dragon breeding base yesterday for a magical creature conservation class. Wow, we're going to see a dragon? That's so cool. Evan, I remember your girlfriend was from Hufflepuff. When did she become Ravenclaw? Yeah, Lynn, didn't I tell you I broke up with her 2 weeks ago? She's my ex-girlfriend now. And this Ravenclaw girl is my current girlfriend. Okay, Evan, I don't really care who your girlfriend is anyway, they all last less than a month. Now tell me why we need to wear old clothes to see the dragon. Yeah, I always wondered how you always managed to get so many girlfriends. And someone like me. Such a good guy, yet no girls like him. Hee, Tom, you still have a lot to learn. First, let's talk about tomorrow's class. Did you really think we were going to visit the dragons? You're wrong. The dragon farm's manpower has been redeployed, and they need someone to clean up the dragon's droppings. And this is somehow related to the magical creatures conservation class, so the real purpose is to have us help out. Oh my god. How can they do this? This isn't fair. Isn't this treating us like child laborers? Tom complained, while Lin Xiaoming looked at his clothes and nodded. So we do need some old clothes. Although we don't have to wash them ourselves, thinking about all the dragon droppings, it's just indescribable. Let's hurry up and eat. We need to go back and sleep for a bit. We have potions class this afternoon. As for Tom, if you want to know how I got so many girlfriends, you have to pay a price. Damn it, I knew you were eyeing my poster. It's the poster from Gryffindor's first championship win. In the afternoon, Lin Xiaoming and his 2 classmates went to the basement of Hogwarts for potions class, while students in other classes traveled to bases around the world via fireplaces and portals. These included the dragon breeding farm in Bearing, the herb cultivation base in the Imperial Graveyard, the magical animal breeding farm in Yin, and the magical plant breeding farm in the rainforest of Samba. The new Hogwarts and Yin campuses are now overcrowded, so many practical courses are being moved elsewhere to allow students to learn more effectively. Andres has also negotiated with various governments to make magic more accessible to the general public. All these locations will be regularly open to the public, allowing even those without magical talent to witness its wonder. Of course, magical commercial streets, like Diagon Alley, are gradually increasing across the planet, mainly because international capital has recognized the enormous profits these streets generate, and they are trying every means to cooperate with the Ministry of Magic to establish them in various countries. Their ideas align perfectly with Andres' desire to make magic accessible to ordinary people, but unfortunately, there were too few wizards. Therefore, progress was slow, and the work could only be carried out gradually. While the outside world was in turmoil, the long-dormant otherworldly invader in the defensive base of Node 3 slowly opened its eyes. The first thing the invader saw upon opening its eyes was the incandescent light on the ceiling. It tried to move its limbs, but found them fixed in place. Then the bed rose upright from its original flat position, and it saw 3 humans sitting behind a crystal. Chapter 330. It took the beautiful elf a while to recover from the discomfort of her long sleep. Looking at everything before her, she realized she had been captured. She was filled with fear and unease, unsure how these human-like beings would treat her. She could only helplessly gaze at the humans behind the crystal, her eyes filled with anxiety. The 3 people behind the glass were all defensive wizards from Node 3, including Tang Jihong. However, as the captain, he didn't speak directly. Instead, a young female member of his team conducted the questioning. Due to the language barrier, they communicated through mental energy. You can sense us, right? The female elf sensed a gentle voice from the other side, and looked up at the girl in surprise. Are you a professional? I am a wizard, or rather, all 3 of us are wizards. I have a suggestion. If you are willing to answer our questions truthfully, and will not try to resist, we can release you to make you more comfortable. The female elf didn't answer immediately but fell into a long silence. The witch glanced at her superior, Tang Jihong, who nodded. The witch then began to probe the elf. Actually, you don't need to insist so much. Your squad leader, Fox Charm, has already told us many things. Through communication, she has led her squad back to the continent of Karen. The elf was visibly startled upon hearing this, but quickly realized the witch was probably lying. You're lying. The squad leader wouldn't betray the Empire. It's true. In fact, the Vixen didn't really betray your Empire. After all, we only inquired about some things concerning your Empire. We didn't let it leak any military intelligence. And it should have completed its reconnaissance mission and returned alive, right? No, you must be lying to me. You must have obtained this information from the dead through some evil magic. You can't fool me. Another male wizard beside Tang Jihong keenly sensed something, and wrote down in his notebook that necromancy might exist in the other world, allowing them to extract memories from the dead. Tang Jihong nodded with satisfaction at the record, then whispered something to the witch. In this matter, we really have no reason to deceive you. Like you said, we can extract memories from the dead, so why should we waste our time here with you? We could simply kill you, and get everything we want. The elf paused, realizing the other's words seemed reasonable, and his expression began to waver. Seeing this, the witch intensified her attack, continuing, I can show you the footage we recorded. You can think about it carefully. We did this not because we're afraid of you, nor because we can't get what we want, but because we don't want to harm other living beings, especially beautiful beings like you. With that, the door to the room opened, and 2 soldiers pushed in a monitor before leaving. The witch skillfully turned on the computer and began playing the video of Andres and the Fox Spirit's conversation, followed by a video of the Fox Spirit and others returning to the continent of Karen through a spatial rift. The elf stared intently at everything on the monitor, still unable to believe what it was seeing. After a long hesitation, it finally nodded. The instinct for survival overcame everything. The witch, seeing the elf finally yield, was overjoyed, and even her tone softened as she asked the question. May I know your name? My name is Nightingale Shadow, and I am a dark elf. Can you tell me about your past? Nightingale paused, seemingly remembering something, before finally speaking. When I was very young, the Elven Empire was conquered by orcs. I remember one day I was playing with my friends on the World Tree when the orcs attacked our village without warning. Many of our elders were killed, and they burned our tribe down. Nightingale seemed to be transported back to that unbearable time, back to that inferno she didn't want to recall. After the village was burned down, we were taken to Orcish territory. The elderly were constantly killed. The middle-aged were continuously sent away. I don't know where they went. The young elves were given to the Orc King, and I later heard that most of them were tortured to death. We young children were gathered together and kept under the orcs' custody. The 3 wizards listened quietly as the elf recounted their suffering, but they showed no pity because they understood that if they couldn't defeat the orcs from another world, everything that had happened to the elves would happen to them. Tell me how you joined the Dark Blade Wind group. You even told Dark Blade about Vixen? And you still say it didn't betray the Empire? We just got to know each other briefly. It's not betrayal. Besides, you and the Orc Empire have a blood feud, don't you? Fine, I'm already like this. What can't I say? Joining Dark Blade is actually quite simple. I just performed exceptionally well. I was the best among our group of kids. We Shadow Tribe kids were locked up with other captured tribe kids, receiving training and education from the Orc Tribe. The best performers were sent to special departments, the average performers to the main force, and the worst performers either became playthings or slaves. But I'm curious, why would you serve your enemy? Aren't the orcs afraid you rebel while they were training you? Yes, they are afraid. That's why they placed magical restrictions on us. But in recent years, I received a pardon for my merits, and the magical restrictions were lifted. Then you never thought of resisting? After all, the Fox Spirit told us that there are still resistance organizations on the continent of Karen, and that the remnants of the elves still exist. Didn't you ever think of going back? Go back? What would be the point of going back? Those organizations still resisting are a bunch of idiots. They couldn't even defeat the Empire when they had the upper hand, let alone now. If it weren't for the involvement of the Divine Empire, we would have already razed them to the ground. Besides, although the orcs are brutal, they revere strength. I lived in the Empire for so many years, and haven't had a bad time. No one has bullied me. What about your people? Didn't you ever think that while you're doing well, your people aren't? They might need your help. Weakness is the original sin. The 3 wizards fell into deep thought upon hearing this. It was right. Weakness is the original sin.